The first time I heard the whales sing, I was aboard the Ocean's Whisper, a research vessel that had been my home for the better part of 2 years. As a marine biologist, I had dedicated my life to understanding the language of the sea, but nothing had prepared me for the haunting melody that echoed through the waters that chilly morning. I remember the fog hanging low over the water, shrouding the coastal town of Harrow's Point in a ghostly veil. The town, a quaint and isolated community perched on the edge of the world, had always been a place of mystery and folklore. Locals spoke of the sea with a mix of reverence and fear, spinning tales of spectral ships and sea creatures that lurked in the depths. But of all the legends, the one that captivated me the most was that of the singing whales. They said the whales' songs were omens, foretelling fortune or doom. My thoughts were interrupted by Maya, the captain of the Ocean's Whisper. She was a robust woman, with eyes as deep and blue as the ocean itself. Her family had fished these waters for generations, and she knew the sea's moods better than anyone. "Eli, come quick," she called out, her voice tinged with excitement. I rushed to the deck, where Maya stood with a listening device in hand. "Listen to this," she said, handing me the headphones. The sound that filled my ears was unlike any whale song I'd ever heard. It was a complex symphony of low moans and high-pitched cries, but underneath it all was a pattern, a rhythm that seemed almost intentional. "I've been recording their songs for years," I told Maya, "but this is different." "It's a warning," Maya said, her voice solemn. "The old fishermen say that when the whales sing like this, they're telling us of something ancient and dangerous that stirs beneath the waves." I laughed at first, dismissing it as superstition, but Maya's expression was earnest. I couldn't shake the feeling that there was truth in her words. The song of the whales had always been a mystery, a puzzle I was determined to solve. And now, it seemed, the pieces were beginning to fall into place. Over the next few days, I immersed myself in the town's archives, poring over old maps and journals. The more I read, the more I became convinced that there was a connection between the whale's song and the history of Harrow's Point. Tales of sunken ships and lost treasures abounded, but one story, in particular, caught my attention. It spoke of a dark entity that dwelled in the deepest trench off the coast, a creature of myth that had terrorized sailors for centuries. As I delved deeper into the mystery, I found myself drawn to Maya. She shared my fascination with the sea's secrets, and together, we began to piece together the puzzle. We spent long nights discussing theories and legends, and I found her insight invaluable. She was more than just a fisherwoman, she was a guardian of the sea's lore. But it wasn't until the local fishermen began reporting strange occurrences that I truly began to fear what we might find. Nets came up shredded, fish were found mutilated, and some boats returned to port with tales of shadows moving beneath the waves. Maya and I knew we had to act. We had to find the source of the whale's warning before it was too late. So we made a plan to venture out to sea, to the heart of the mystery. We would follow the song of the whales and confront whatever lay hidden in the depths. As we set sail, the town of Harrow's Point faded into the mist behind us, and I felt a sense of foreboding. The sea was calling us, and I couldn't help but wonder if we were heading towards discovery or doom. The whale's song echoed in my mind, a haunting melody that promised to reveal the secrets of the deep. But as we ventured further from shore, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were not the hunters, but the hunted. The following days the sea blurred into a singular, haunting experience. The Ocean's Whisper cut through the waves, carrying us deeper into the heart of the ocean, guided by the eerie cadence of the whale's songs. Maya and I worked tirelessly, adjusting our equipment to track the source of the mysterious melody. The sea around us was a vast, uncharted expanse, a realm of shadows and whispers that seemed to conceal more than it revealed. As we sailed further, the townsfolk's tales replayed in my mind like a broken record. They spoke of a time when the sea was angry, of ships vanishing into the mist, never to be seen again. The more I thought about it, the more I realized that these stories were not just idle gossip or superstition. They were warnings, passed down through generations, a collective memory of something ancient and terrifying that lurked beneath the waves. The sun was setting on the fourth day when Maya called out to me from the bow. "Eli, look at this." Her voice carried a mix of wonder and apprehension. I hurried over, and what I saw took my breath away. The water around us was alive with bioluminescent creatures, their eerie light casting an otherworldly glow on the Ocean's Whisper. It was as if we had sailed into a dreamscape, a realm where the boundaries between reality and myth blurred. But it was what lay beneath the luminescent surface that truly unnerved me. Shadows, larger than any whale, moved with purpose through the depths. I felt a chill run down my spine as I realized that we were not alone in these waters. That night, as we sat in the cabin poring over maps and notes, Maya shared more of her family's lore with me. "My great-grandfather used to speak of the sirens of the deep," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "He said they were guardians of the ocean's secrets, creatures that existed long before man ventured into these waters." I couldn't dismiss her words. Not anymore. The evidence was all around us, in the haunting songs of the whales and the mysterious shadows beneath our boat. We were on the cusp of a discovery that could change everything we thought we knew about the ocean. The next morning brought a palpable tension. The whale songs had grown louder, more insistent, as if urging us onward. We adjusted our course, following the acoustic signals that seemed to beckon us deeper into the unknown. It was midday when we found it. A sudden drop in the ocean floor, a trench that seemed to plunge into the very heart of the earth. The whale songs were emanating from its depths, a siren call that drew us closer. Maya and I prepared the submersible, a small vessel capable of descending into the trench. Our plan was to explore the source of the whale's songs, to uncover the truth hidden in the abyss. As we descended, the light of the sun faded, replaced by the oppressive darkness of the deep sea. The deeper we went, the more the water around us came alive with strange, distorted forms of sea life. Creatures I had never seen before, with glowing eyes and twisted bodies, seemed to watch us as we intruded into their domain. And then we heard it. A sound unlike anything I had ever experienced. It was not the song of the whales, but something older, more primal. It was a low, resonant hum that seemed to vibrate through the very walls of the submersible. Maya and I exchanged a look of both fear and fascination. We had found the source of the whale's warning. But as we ventured further, the submersible's lights revealed the unimaginable. There, in the heart of the trench, lay an ancient, submerged structure. Its architecture was unlike anything known to modern man, a relic of a time long forgotten. As we approached the structure, our instruments began to malfunction, and the submersible shook violently. Something was stirring in the depths, awakened by our presence. And in that moment, I realized that we had not discovered a mere piece of history. We had awakened something that had been slumbering in the abyss for millennia. The ancient structure loomed before us, its presence both mesmerizing and terrifying. As our submersible hovered near its entrance, an inexplicable force seemed to pull us towards it. Maya and I exchanged nervous glances, our excitement mingling with a growing sense of dread. Inside, the structure was like a labyrinth, its walls adorned with carvings that depicted scenes both beautiful and horrific. Creatures that defied explanation danced alongside humans in a macabre display of a forgotten past. The deeper we ventured, the more the carvings seemed to come alive, their eyes following our every move. It was then that we encountered the first sign of the entity. A shadow, vast and formless, passed over us, its sheer size dwarfing our submersible. The water around us churned, and for a moment, I felt as if we were being watched by something ancient and unfathomable. Maya's hand gripped mine tightly. "We shouldn't be here," she whispered, her voice trembling with fear. But our curiosity propelled us forward, deeper into the heart of the mystery. As we progressed, the structure began to change. The walls pulsated with a life of their own, and the water shimmered with an eerie luminescence. We came to a vast chamber, its center dominated by a colossal statue of a creature that resembled the shadows we had seen. The statue's eyes seemed to bore into us, a silent guardian of the deep. It was then that the entity revealed itself. From the darkness, a massive form emerged, its body covered in luminescent scales that glowed with an otherworldly light. Its eyes were like sunken stars, and its mouth opened to reveal rows of jagged teeth. The creature was both beautiful and terrifying, a being that belonged to a world far removed from our own. It circled our submersible, its movements graceful yet menacing. I could feel its power, an ancient force that commanded both the sea and its inhabitants. Maya and I were frozen in awe and terror. The creature was the source of the whale's warning, the guardian of the deep that had been disturbed by our intrusion. It let out a sound that resonated through the water, a call that seemed to shake the very foundation of the structure. We realized then that we were in grave danger. The creature, whatever its purpose, did not welcome our presence. As it moved closer, its eyes fixed on us, I knew we had to escape. With trembling hands, I maneuvered the submersible, turning it back towards the entrance. But the creature was faster, its massive form blocking our path. In a desperate bid for freedom, I activated the submersible's emergency lights, hoping to startle the creature. To our relief, the creature recoiled from the bright light, giving us a narrow window to escape. We raced through the labyrinthine structure, the sound of the creature's pursuit echoing through the corridors. The carvings on the walls seemed to mock our escape, their eyes following us with silent amusement. As we emerged from the structure, the creature let out a final, mournful call, a sound that resonated with a profound sadness. It was a reminder that we had trespassed into a realm that was not ours to explore. We ascended to the surface, the light of day blinding us after the darkness of the deep. As the ocean's whisper came into view, I felt a sense of relief wash over me. We had escaped the clutches of the ancient entity, but at a cost. The mystery of the whale's song had been solved, but it had revealed a truth far more terrifying than we could have imagined. As we sailed back to Harrow's Point, the town's silhouette emerging from the mist, I knew our lives would never be the same. We had encountered a creature from the depths of time, a guardian of secrets that humanity was not meant to uncover. The experience had changed us, leaving us with a newfound respect for the mysteries of the sea, and the creatures that dwell within it. The whales continued to sing their haunting melody, a reminder of the warning we had so recklessly ignored. As the sun set on the horizon, casting a golden glow over the water, I couldn't help but feel a sense of foreboding. The creature was still out there, in the deep, waiting and watching. And though we had returned to the safety of our world, the memory of what lay beneath the waves would haunt us forever. We returned to Harrow's Point under the cover of night, the ocean's whisper cutting silently through the dark waters. The town was asleep, oblivious to the horrors that lurked beneath the waves. Maya and I disembarked, our minds still reeling from the encounter with the ancient entity. The air was thick with the salt of the sea, and the distant sound of the whale's song hung heavily around us. We knew we had to warn the townspeople, to tell them of the danger that threatened their shores. But as we made our way through the quiet streets, we realized the extent of our predicament. Who would believe our story? To the people of Harrow's Point, we were just two sailors with fanciful tales of sea monsters and ancient ruins. The truth was too fantastic, too terrifying to be accepted. We reached the local tavern, the only place still alive with activity at this late hour. Inside, fishermen and sailors shared stories over pints of ale, their laughter a stark contrast to the dread that filled our hearts. Maya and I approached the bar, drawing curious glances from the patrons. "We need to talk," Maya said to the barkeeper, a burly man with a weathered face. "It's about the sea, about what's out there." The barkeeper frowned, sensing the seriousness in her tone. He ushered us into a back room, away from the prying ears of the other patrons. There, under the dim light of a single lantern, we recounted our tale. The barkeeper listened in silence, his expression growing graver with each word. When we finished, he let out a long sigh. "I always knew there was something out there," he said. "The sea has always been a mystery, a place of both wonder and terror. But this is beyond anything I imagined." Word spread quickly through Harrow's Point. By morning, the town was abuzz with rumors of our encounter. Some dismissed our story as a sailor's yarn, but others believed us, their faces etched with fear. Maya and I met with the town council, a group of elders who governed Harrow's Point. We urged them to take action, to warn the fishermen and restrict activity at sea. But our pleas were met with skepticism. "It's just a story," one councilman said dismissively. "We've sailed these waters for generations and never seen anything like what you describe." But Maya was adamant. "The whale's song is a warning," she said, her voice filled with the passion that I had come to admire. "We must listen to it, or face the consequences." The council agreed to a compromise. They would issue a warning to the fishermen and keep a watchful eye on the sea. But it was clear that they did not fully comprehend the gravity of the situation. In the days that followed, the town of Harrow's Point was on edge. The fishermen ventured out with caution, their eyes scanning the horizon for any sign of the creature. Maya and I patrolled the waters, our minds alert to any unusual activity. But the sea was calm, its depths hiding the secrets we had uncovered. The creature, whatever its intentions, remained hidden from view. Then, one fateful night, the creature made its presence known. The town was awakened by a deafening roar, a sound that seemed to come from the very bowels of the earth. The water churned violently, and a massive form rose from the depths, its scales glistening in the moonlight. The creature was magnificent, a being of ancient power and majesty. But its arrival brought chaos. Boats were capsized, the docks destroyed, and the townspeople fled in terror. Maya and I watched in horror as the creature unleashed its fury upon Harrow's Point. We knew we had to act, to use our knowledge of the whale's song to communicate with the creature. Armed with nothing but our courage and a deep understanding of the sea, we set out in a small boat, heading straight for the heart of the chaos. The creature's eyes fixed on us, its gaze filled with an intelligence that belied its monstrous form. We played the whale's song, the haunting melody echoing across the water. The creature paused, its movement ceasing as it listened to the familiar tune. For a moment, there was a connection, a mutual understanding between us and the ancient guardian of the deep. We pleaded with it, our words lost in the roar of the sea, but our intentions clear. The creature let out a final, mournful call, a sound that resonated with a sense of loss and longing. Then, as suddenly as it had appeared, it retreated into the depths, leaving behind a town forever changed. In the wake of the creature's departure, Harrow's Point was shrouded in a palpable sense of unease. The destruction it had wrought was a stark reminder of the power and mystery of the sea. The townspeople, once skeptical, now looked to Maya and me for guidance, their attitudes transformed by the night of terror. The town council convened in an emergency meeting, the room filled with a mix of fear and awe. "You were right," the head councilman said, addressing us with a newfound respect. "We should have listened to you sooner." Maya and I stood before them, not as outcasts, but as heralds of a truth too long ignored. "The sea is a living entity," I said, my voice steady despite the weight of the experience. "Its mysteries are not ours to disturb. We must learn to coexist with whatever lies beneath the waves." The council agreed to implement new regulations, restricting certain areas of the ocean, and funding further research into the whale's songs and the deep-sea ecology. It was a small step, but a significant one in acknowledging the delicate balance between our world and the unknown depths. In the days that followed, Maya and I became custodians of the sea's secrets. We organized expeditions to study the underwater structure and the surrounding marine life. The whale's songs remained a constant in our research, a haunting melody that now carried a dual message of warning and wonder. Our bond strengthened through our shared experiences. Maya and I spent countless hours discussing theories and possibilities. The ocean had brought us together, two souls united by a deep reverence for its mysteries. But the memory of the creature lingered, a shadow that hung over our every venture into the sea. The townspeople spoke of it in hushed tones, a mixture of fear and fascination in their eyes. It had become a part of Harrow's Point's lore, a legend that would be passed down through generations. Then, one evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a fiery glow over the water, the unthinkable happened. The sea began to churn once more, and a familiar, dread-inducing roar filled the air. The townspeople gathered at the shore, their faces etched with fear. Maya and I rushed to the docks, our hearts racing with a mix of terror and anticipation. There, in the twilight, the creature emerged again, its massive form rising from the depths. But this time, it was different. There was no anger in its movements, no destructive intent. Instead, it seemed to be communicating. The creature's eyes met ours, and in that moment, I felt a connection, a deep understanding that transcended language or species. It was as if the creature was acknowledging us, recognizing our respect for its domain. With a final, lingering look, the creature submerged, disappearing into the deep. The townspeople stood in silence, awed by the encounter. From that day on, the creature became the guardian of Harrow's Point, a reminder of the wonders and terrors of the sea. Its appearances were rare but always peaceful, a sign that we had found a semblance of harmony with the depths. Maya and I continued our work, our lives forever entwined with the sea and its secrets. We knew that the balance we had achieved was fragile, a relationship that required constant vigilance and respect. As I sit here now, looking out over the water, the whale's song fills the air, a haunting melody that speaks of ancient mysteries and newfound understanding. It is a song of warning, but also one of hope, a reminder that in the vast, uncharted waters of the world, there are still wonders waiting to be discovered. And so, Harrow's Point endures, a small town on the edge of the great unknown, a place where the sea whispers its secrets to those who are willing to listen. The creature, our enigmatic sentinel, watches over us, a link between our world and the unfathomable depths below. The story of Harrow's Point and the creature of the deep will be told for generations, a tale of fear, wonder, and the eternal dance between humanity and the mysteries of the sea. And as the sun sets, casting a golden path across the water, I can't help but feel a sense of peace. The sea is vast and full of secrets, but for now, we live in harmony with its mysteries, guided by the song of the whales and the watchful eyes of the creature from the deep. In the months following our harmonious encounter with the creature, Harrow's Point transformed. No longer just a quaint coastal town, it became a beacon of coexistence between man and the mysterious depths. Researchers, drawn by the tales of the ancient entity and the enigmatic whale songs, flocked to our shores. Together with Maya, we formed a coalition dedicated to the study and preservation of our oceanic neighbors. Our research vessel, the Ocean's Whisper, became a hub of activity. Scientists, ecologists, and marine biologists from around the world joined our efforts. We delved deeper into the secrets of the sea, respecting its boundaries while seeking to understand its mysteries. The whale's songs became a central focus of our studies. Their haunting melodies were not just communication, they were a bridge between species, an ancient language that spoke of the ocean's history and its future. We developed technology to analyze and respond to the songs, creating a dialogue that had never before been possible. The town itself underwent a renaissance. Harrow's Point, once a quiet fishing village, became synonymous with marine conservation and ecological harmony. The docks, rebuilt after the creature's first appearance, were now bustling with activity, as fishermen worked alongside scientists, their catch regulated to ensure the ocean's health. But the creature, our guardian of the deep, remained an enigma. It appeared infrequently, always at a distance, a silent observer of the town's transformation. Its presence was a constant reminder of the pact we had unwittingly forged, a balance between curiosity and respect, exploration and preservation. Then, on a crisp autumn evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of orange and purple, the creature emerged again. This time, it came closer to shore than it ever had before. The townspeople gathered at the beach, watching in awe as the magnificent being glided through the water, its scales shimmering in the fading light. I stood beside Maya, our hands intertwined, as we gazed at the creature that had changed our lives. In its movements, there was a grace and intelligence that transcended the fears and myths that had once surrounded it. It was a part of our world now, a symbol of the mysteries that lay beneath the waves, and of the possibilities that arise when we approach the unknown with wonder rather than fear. As night fell, the creature submerged, leaving behind a trail of phosphorescent light. The town was silent, each person lost in their thoughts, their hearts beating in time with the rhythm of the sea. In the days that followed, the encounter became the talk of Harrow's Point and beyond. The story of the creature, once a harbinger of doom, was now a testament to harmony and understanding. The town became a pilgrimage site for those seeking to witness the marvels of the deep, and our research provided invaluable insights into marine conservation. Maya and I continued our work, dedicated to preserving the delicate balance we had found. The sea, with its endless mysteries and wonders, was a constant source of inspiration and humility. We had learned that in its depths lay not only the unknown, but the potential for unity and progress. As I sit here now, watching the sunset over the ocean, the whale songs fill the air, a symphony of the deep that speaks of ancient secrets and newfound hope. Harrow's Point stands as a testament to what can be achieved when we listen and learn from the natural world. The story of the creature, the guardian of Harrow's Point, is no longer one of fear, but of awe and respect. It remains out there, in the vast, uncharted waters, a reminder of the wonders that await those who approach the unknown with an open heart and a curious mind. The melody of the depths continues, a haunting tune that binds us to the sea and its inhabitants. It is a song of the past, the present, and the future, a reminder that in the depths of the ocean lies not only the unknown, but a world of possibility and wonder. In the heart of a secluded village, shadowed by dense forests and forgotten by time, stood an ancient well. Its moss-covered stones whispered tales of a bygone era, and its dark, seemingly bottomless depths held secrets untold. This village, embraced by silence and superstition, was home to Ethan, a curious teenager with a thirst for the unknown. Ethan lived with his grandparents in a quaint wooden house that creaked with every gust of wind. The village, though small, was rich in folklore, with every alley and corner holding a story. But of all the mysteries that the village cradled in its bosom, none was as captivating nor as feared as the old well. The well, located in the village square, had been a subject of hushed conversations and furtive glances. Ethan had grown up listening to tales about its stories of voices in the night, and shadows dancing on the water's surface. Yet, in daylight, it was just an old well, nothing more than a relic of the past. Ethan's intrigue about the well was piqued one evening when he overheard his grandparents discussing it in concerned tones. "It's not just an old well," his grandmother had said, her voice trembling. "It's a gateway, a keeper of secrets best left alone." His grandfather had nodded solemnly, adding, "And at night, it whispers things that no living soul should hear." That night, as Ethan lay in bed, the wind howling outside his window, his mind raced with questions. What secrets did the well hide? Why did it whisper, and to whom? His curiosity, now ignited, refused to be extinguished. The following night, under the cloak of darkness and armed with nothing but a flashlight and his insatiable curiosity, Ethan made his way to the village square. The moon cast a ghostly glow over the well, and as he approached, a chill ran down his spine. Standing at the edge of the well, Ethan peered into the abyss. It was silent at first, but as he strained his ears, faint whispers brushed against his consciousness. The words were indistinct, like echoes from a distant dream, but they were there, unmistakable and eerie. The whispers wrapped around Ethan, pulling him into their embrace. He didn't understand what they said, but he felt their sorrow, their longing, their endless torment. It was as if the well was alive, breathing out the secrets of those long gone. That night, Ethan returned home, his mind swirling with thoughts. He knew one thing for certain: he would return to the well. He had to uncover its mysteries, to understand the source of the whispers that now echoed in his dreams. The well, with its ancient stones and dark waters, had called out to him, and he could not, would not, ignore its call. Ethan's nights became a ritual. As the village slept, he would sneak out to the well, a digital recorder in hand, hoping to capture the elusive whispers. Each visit drew him deeper into the well's mystique. The whispers, though still unclear, felt like a siren's song, luring him into a world that was both terrifying and enthralling. One night, the whispers grew louder, more insistent. Huddled beside the well, Ethan listened intently. The voices were fragmented, like broken shards of glass, each piece a fragment of a larger, hidden truth. They spoke in tongues he did not understand, yet their tone conveyed emotions universal and ancient: fear, sorrow, desperation. With each recording, Ethan's obsession intensified. He spent hours analyzing the sounds, trying to decipher any discernible words or phrases. The whispers began to invade his daily life, echoing in his mind, leaving him distracted and distant. His obsession did not go unnoticed. Mr. Harrow, an elderly villager known for his knowledge of the village's history and folklore, approached Ethan one day. "I see the well has drawn another," he said, his voice tinged with a mixture of concern and resignation. Ethan, eager for any insight, shared his recordings with Mr. Harrow. The old man listened, his face growing paler with each passing moment. When the recordings ended, Mr. Harrow turned to Ethan, his eyes wide with a fear that Ethan had never seen before. "You must stop this," Mr. Harrow urged. "The well, it's not just a well. It's a mouth that speaks of things long buried, long forgotten. You're meddling with forces beyond our understanding." Ethan, however, could not be dissuaded. The mystery of the well had consumed him, and Mr. Harrow's warnings only served to fuel his curiosity. He felt that he was on the verge of a breakthrough, of uncovering a truth hidden for centuries. As Ethan's visits to the well continued, strange occurrences began to unfold around him. Shadows flickered in the corners of his vision, objects in his room seemed to move on their own, and his dreams were plagued by visions of faceless figures, whispering in a language he almost recognized. One night, the whispers changed. They became clear, forming coherent sentences. "Beware the well's curse," they intoned. "Heed our warning, for we are the voices of the forgotten, the lost souls bound to the well's depths." Ethan was both terrified and exhilarated. He now understood the well's true nature. It was a conduit, a link to the spirits of those who had perished under mysterious circumstances throughout the village's history. Their voices, once lost to time, now reached out to him, desperate to be heard. But with this understanding came a growing sense of dread. Ethan realized that the well was more than a mere relic, it was a harbinger of something dark and malevolent. And he, unwittingly, had awakened it. Ethan's life began to revolve entirely around the well. Daylight hours were spent researching the village's history, while nights were dedicated to deciphering the ghostly whispers. He learned of long-forgotten traditions, of rituals performed by the village elders, and of a series of unexplained disappearances that spanned centuries. With each piece of history unearthed, the well's whispers grew more urgent, more desperate. They spoke of hidden truths, of a darkness that had consumed the village long ago. Ethan felt as though he was peeling back layers of a sinister mystery, each layer revealing a new horror. As Ethan delved deeper, the line between the living and the dead began to blur. The whispers invaded his waking thoughts, their voices becoming a constant, unnerving presence. The villagers noticed a change in him. They whispered about the boy who talked to the well, who had been ensnared by its curse. One evening, as Ethan sat beside the well, a voice emerged from the cacophony of whispers, clear and commanding. "Find the ritual," it said. "Break the cycle." This new directive consumed Ethan. He scoured the village archives, piecing together fragments of ancient texts and forgotten lore. His search led him to a revelation. The well had been the site of a dark ritual, performed once every generation to appease an ancient entity that the village elders had feared. The ritual, however, had been abandoned decades ago, forgotten by the modern villagers. Ethan's findings explained the strange occurrences in the village, the unexplained disappearances, the eerie happenings around the well. It seemed that by neglecting the ritual, the villagers had awakened something malevolent, something that now reached out from the well's depths. Determined to put an end to the curse, Ethan sought out Mr. Harrow, hoping the old man would know more about the ritual. He found Mr. Harrow in a state of trance, muttering about the well and the darkness it harbored. Ethan listened, piecing together Mr. Harrow's fragmented sentences. The old man spoke of a ritual that required a sacrifice, a life given willingly to the well to appease the entity. The realization hit Ethan with chilling clarity. The voices in the well were those of the past sacrifices, souls bound to the entity's will. With this knowledge, Ethan knew what he had to do. He needed to perform the ritual, to offer a sacrifice to the entity, and break the cycle of horror that gripped the village. But the thought of a sacrifice, of a life given to the darkness, filled him with dread. Yet, the well's whispers left him no choice. They were relentless, their voices a chorus of pain and despair, urging him to act. Ethan knew that if he did nothing, the entity's influence would only grow, its darkness consuming the village, and all who dwelled within. As the night fell, Ethan made his decision. He would confront the well, perform the ritual, and face whatever horrors lay in its depths. It was a gamble, a leap into the unknown, but it was the only way to silence the whispers and free the village from the well's malevolent grasp. The night was pitch black as Ethan approached the well, the moon hidden behind thick clouds. His heart pounded in his chest, each beat echoing the whispers that now screamed in his mind. In his hands, he carried the items necessary for the ritual, as outlined in the fragmented texts he had pieced together. The village was silent, its inhabitants locked away in their homes, unknowingly awaiting the outcome of Ethan's desperate act. As he stood before the well, the air around him grew colder, the atmosphere charged with a palpable sense of dread. Ethan began the ritual, reciting the ancient incantations he had learned. The words felt alien on his tongue, a language forgotten by time but remembered by the darkness. As he spoke, the wind picked up, howling around him like a chorus of the damned. The whispers from the well intensified, a cacophony of voices that drowned out all other sounds. They pleaded, warned, and threatened, but Ethan pushed forward, driven by a determination to end the nightmare. Halfway through the ritual, the ground beneath him trembled. The well's stones vibrated, as if the entity below was stirring, awakening. Ethan's fear mounted, but he continued, his voice steady despite the terror that gripped him. As he uttered the final words of the ritual, a deafening silence fell over the village. The wind ceased its howling, and the voices from the well were abruptly silenced. Ethan stood frozen, waiting for a sign that he had succeeded or unleashed an even greater horror. Then, from the depths of the well, a light emerged, growing brighter and more intense. It was not a warm, comforting light, but a cold, otherworldly glow that filled Ethan with an overwhelming sense of dread. Figures began to rise from the well, ghostly apparitions of those who had been sacrificed over the centuries. Their faces were twisted in anguish, their eyes hollow and filled with an eternal pain. They circled Ethan, their whispers now audible as coherent voices. "You have freed us," they said, their voices a symphony of sorrow and relief. "But the cycle must continue. A sacrifice must be made." Ethan's blood ran cold at their words. He had known this moment might come, yet facing it was a terror beyond his wildest fears. The entity that the well served demanded a life, and he had hoped the ritual would be enough to satisfy it. As the apparitions hovered around him, Ethan knew he had a choice to make. He could sacrifice himself, joining the souls bound to the well, or he could refuse and risk unleashing the entity's wrath upon the village. The decision weighed heavily on him, a burden that felt too great to bear. But as he looked into the faces of the tormented spirits, he knew what he had to do. He could not allow this cycle of horror to continue, could not let another innocent life be consumed by the well's darkness. With a heavy heart, Ethan stepped forward, ready to make the ultimate sacrifice to protect the village, and lay the restless spirits to rest. But as he prepared to give himself to the well, a voice stopped him, a voice that was not from the well, but from behind him. Ethan turned to see Mr. Harrow standing at the edge of the well, his face etched with a mix of fear and determination. "Don't do it, Ethan," he said, his voice trembling. "There's another way." The apparitions hovered restlessly, their whispers turning into agitated murmurs. Ethan, confused and exhausted, looked at Mr. Harrow with desperation in his eyes. "What other way?" he asked. Mr. Harrow stepped forward, holding an ancient artifact in his hands, a relic he had kept hidden, a key to ending the well's curse without a sacrifice. This, he said, holding it out, was part of the original ritual, lost over time. It concealed the well, trapped the entity forever. Ethan hesitated, torn between skepticism and hope. The spirits around him wailed, sensing their chance of release slipping away. But he trusted Mr. Harrow, the man who had watched over him and the village for years. Together, they completed the ritual with the artifact. The light from the well intensified, blinding in its brilliance. The ground shook violently, as if the entity below was raging against its imminent imprisonment. The spirits' wails reached a deafening crescendo, then, one by one, they began to dissipate, their forms dissolving into the light, until only the cold glow remained. As the final words of the ritual were spoken, the light receded, sinking back into the well's depths. A profound silence enveloped the village square. The well, once a source of whispers and horror, was now just an ordinary structure of stone and wood. The malevolent presence that had lingered there was gone, its hold over the village broken. Ethan and Mr. Harrow collapsed to the ground, exhausted but relieved. They had faced the darkness and emerged victorious, though the cost of their ordeal was written in their weary eyes. As dawn broke, the villagers emerged from their homes, drawn to the square by the remnants of the night's tumultuous events. They found Ethan and Mr. Harrow by the well, the air around them now free of the oppressive dread that had once permeated it. The village slowly returned to normal, the well's curse lifted. Ethan, however, was changed. The experiences of the past nights had left a mark on him, a newfound respect for the mysteries and dangers that lay beyond the realm of understanding. The well remained in the village square, a silent sentinel of the past. But it was no longer a source of fear. It had become a symbol of the village's triumph over the darkness, a reminder of the courage and sacrifice of those who dared to face the unknown. In the days that followed, the village gradually returned to its peaceful rhythm. The well, once a source of terror, now stood as a mere relic of a haunting past, its secret sealed within. Ethan found himself at the center of attention, with villagers approaching him with a mix of awe and curiosity. However, inside him, there was a void, a sense of loss for something he couldn't quite place. He often found himself wandering to the village square, standing before the well, gazing into its now silent depths. The whispers were gone, yet he felt their echoes in his heart, a haunting reminder of the night he had faced the unimaginable. Mr. Harrow became a frequent visitor to Ethan's home, the bond between them strengthened by their shared ordeal. They would spend hours discussing the village's history, the well, and the mysteries that lay beyond the veil of the known world. Ethan listened intently, absorbing every word, his mind always returning to the well and the spirits he had helped release. As time passed, the well's story turned into legend, a tale told to children and visitors, with a mix of fear and pride. Ethan, however, knew the truth. He knew that the well had been more than just a story, that it had been a gateway to something dark and ancient. He could never forget the voices, the faces of the spirits, and the cold, otherworldly light that had emanated from the well. The experience had changed him, opened his eyes to the mysteries that lurked in the shadows of the world. Years later, Ethan left the village, driven by a desire to explore other mysteries, other forgotten places where the boundary between the natural and the supernatural blurred. But no matter where he went, a part of him remained in the village, by the old well that had whispered secrets in the night. The story ends on an autumn evening, many years after the well had been sealed. A new family had moved into the village, unaware of its history. Their young child, curious and adventurous, wandered to the village square, drawn to the old well. As the child peered into the well, a faint whisper seemed to drift up from its depths. It was a whisper so soft, so subtle, that it might have been just the wind. But the child listened, eyes wide with wonder, as the wind carried echoes of a past long forgotten, whispers of secrets that still lingered in the darkness below. And so, the well remained, a silent guardian of the village's history, its whispers a faint but enduring reminder that some mysteries are never truly gone, merely sleeping, waiting for the next curious soul to listen. The day I moved into the small house nestled on the edge of dense woods, I felt an overwhelming sense of peace. It was a quaint, solitary place, far removed from the constant noise and chaos of the city. My friends questioned my decision to live alone in such an isolated spot, but I craved the solitude. The house, with its creaky wooden floors and large looming windows, seemed like an escape, a sanctuary from the world outside. I remember laughing off the rumors about the house's history. Locals whispered about previous occupants who had left abruptly, leaving behind a trail of unanswered questions. They spoke of strange occurrences and unexplained incidents, but to me, they were just stories, nothing more than small-town superstitions. Settling into the house was an uneventful affair. My days were filled with unpacking, arranging, and making the place feel like home. I savored the stillness of the evenings, the way the trees rustled gently in the wind, and the clear, star-filled skies. It was exactly what I needed, a place to be alone with my thoughts, away from the prying eyes of the world. But that sense of peace didn't last long. It was shattered the first night I heard my own voice calling me from outside my window. The first time it happened, I was drifting into sleep, the kind of half-awake state where reality blurs with dreams. I heard it faintly, a whisper carrying through the night air. Samantha, Samantha. It was my voice, unmistakably mine, but laced with a desperation I couldn't place. I bolted upright, my heart pounding, and rushed to the window. Peering into the darkness, I found nothing but the still, silent woods. I convinced myself it was just a trick of the mind, a dream fragment that had slipped through the veil of sleep. But the following night, it happened again. This time, more insistent, more real. Samantha, please, my own voice, calling me from the darkness outside. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was a prank, someone mimicking my voice to scare me. But that theory crumbled quickly. I was too isolated, and who would go to such lengths? The voice became a nightly occurrence, each call more pleading than the last. I tried to ignore it, to drown it out with music, but it seeped through, persistent and unyielding. It was as if the night itself was speaking to me in my own voice. Driven by a mix of fear and curiosity, I started researching the history of the house. Local archives and online forums painted a grim picture. Stories of past residents who had reportedly heard their own voices, tales of unexplained disappearances, and hushed rumors of something sinister lurking in the woods. It all seemed like folklore, but the coincidences were too many to dismiss. One night, determined to find some proof, I set up a recorder by the window. When the voice came, pleading and clear, I captured it all. But upon playback, there was only silence, as if the voice was meant for my ears alone. The true horror came when the voice started revealing things about me. Personal details, memories from my childhood, secrets I had never shared with anyone. It was as if it was peeling back layers of my life, exposing my vulnerabilities. I felt trapped, caught in a nightmare that I couldn't wake up from. The house, once my sanctuary, had become a prison. I was haunted not by ghosts or spirits, but by my own voice, an echo that knew too much, that held a grip on my reality I couldn't escape. The climax of this terror came one night when I could no longer bear the torment of my own voice beckoning me from the darkness. It was a night when the moon hung low in the sky, casting eerie shadows through the trees. The voice was more insistent than ever. Samantha, come out, please. It was a plea, a desperate call that tugged at the very core of my being. Gathering all the courage I could muster, I decided to confront the source of the voice. I slipped on a jacket, my hands trembling, and opened the front door. The night air was cold, biting at my skin, but I barely felt it. My entire being was focused on the woods, on the unknown that called to me with my voice. As I stepped outside, the voice grew louder, guiding me into the woods. The ground under my feet felt unfamiliar, and the trees seemed to close in around me. My heart raced with every step, a mix of fear and an inexplicable need to uncover the truth. The deeper I ventured, the more disoriented I became. Shadows danced in the corners of my vision, and the woods seemed to warp around me. I saw flashes of my past, moments of my life playing out like specters in the night. It was as if the woods were a mirror to my soul, reflecting everything I was, everything I feared. Finally, the voice led me to a clearing I had never seen before. In the center stood an old, decrepit mirror, its surface fogged and cracked. But what I saw in the reflection wasn't my own image. It was me, but distorted, ghostly, a version of myself trapped in the glass. The reflection moved independently, its eyes filled with sorrow and fear. It reached out towards me, its mouth moving silently. I could feel its desperation, its plea for help, as if it were trapped in a world parallel to my own. Horrified, I stumbled back, the realization hitting me like a physical blow. This wasn't just a voice, it was a part of me, a reflection of my deepest fears and insecurities, manifesting in the most terrifying way possible. I ran back to the house, the voice still echoing in my ears. The woods seemed to mock me with every step, the trees whispering secrets I no longer wanted to know. I locked myself inside, my breath ragged, my mind reeling from the encounter. That night marked the turning point of my story, the moment when the voice became more than just a haunting echo. It had shown me a glimpse of something inexplicable, a boundary between realities that I had unwittingly crossed. In the days that followed, the weight of what I had experienced hung over me like a dark cloud. I was trapped in a state of constant vigilance, jumping at the slightest noise, the briefest shadow. The house felt smaller, the walls closing in on me, a reminder of the night I had peered into another realm. The voice continued to call out to me every night, but I no longer had the courage to confront it. Instead, I lay in bed, covers pulled up to my chin, listening to the haunting melody of my own voice drifting through the window. It spoke of sadness, of longing, of a trapped existence that mirrored my own. The isolation I once cherished now became my prison. I was cut off from the world, unable to share my burden with anyone. Who would believe such a story? A voice from the woods, a reflection not my own. I feared they would think me mad, a victim of my own imagination. But the truth was, I was afraid. Afraid of the voice, afraid of what it represented. It was a manifestation of my innermost fears, a reminder of the fragility of my own mind. It was as if the house, the woods, the very air around me were imbued with a presence that watched, that waited, that whispered secrets in the night. As the days passed, the voice became a constant companion, a spectral presence that lingered at the edges of my consciousness. I began to feel a strange connection to it, a kinship born of shared solitude and suffering. It was a part of me, yet separate, a duality that I struggled to comprehend. The house, once a haven, now felt like a cage. I was tethered to it, to the voice, to the mystery that lay in the heart of the woods. I could not leave, and yet I could not stay. I was caught in a liminal space, a twilight zone of my own making. And so, I resigned myself to this new reality, accepting the voice as a part of my existence. It was a haunting melody that played on repeat, a reminder of the unknown that lurked just beyond the veil of the ordinary. The voice, my voice, was both a tormentor and a companion, a symbol of the unresolved mysteries that lay hidden in the shadows of the world. As I write this, the voice calls out to me again, its tone different this time. It whispers of things yet to come, of secrets yet to be revealed. It is a never-ending cycle, a loop that binds me to this place, to this experience. I have come to realize that some mysteries are not meant to be solved, some voices not meant to be silenced. They are part of the tapestry of our lives, woven into the fabric of our existence. And so, I listen to the voice, my voice, echoing in the dark, a haunting reminder of the thin line between reality and the unknown. The resolution to my story is not one of closure or understanding, but of acceptance and enduring mystery. Night after night, I sit by the window, listening to the voice that is mine yet not mine, echoing from the depths of the woods. It has become a ritual, a part of my existence in this isolated house. I have stopped searching for answers. The archives, the local stories, the online forums, they no longer hold any allure for me. The truth, if there is one to be found, is beyond my grasp, shrouded in the shadows of something far greater and more incomprehensible than I can imagine. The voice, my nightly visitor, continues to evolve. Some nights it's a whisper of comfort, a soft murmur in the darkness. Other nights, it's a cry of despair, a reflection of the loneliness and isolation we both share. It speaks of sadness, of loss, of a yearning for something just out of reach. I've come to see the voice as a mirror, not just of myself, but of the human condition. It speaks to the part of us that yearns for connection, for understanding, for a place in the world. In its echoes, I hear the universal fears and hopes that bind us all. My friends from the city have stopped calling. They don't understand why I stay, why I can't just leave this place behind. But how can I explain that I am bound to this house, to the voice, to the mystery that envelopes both? It's a bond that defies logic, a connection that transcends the physical world. As I write this, I realize that the story I am living is not just my own. It's a tale as old as time, a narrative of the human struggle against the unknown, the unexplained. The voice outside my window is but one manifestation of this eternal quest for meaning in a world that often offers none. And so, I accept my fate. I live with the voice, with the nightly calls that remind me of the mysteries that lie just beyond our understanding. It's a reminder that some things are beyond our control, beyond our comprehension. The story doesn't end here. It continues each night, a never-ending cycle of call and response between me and the unknown. I no longer seek to solve the mystery, instead, I embrace it. For in the voice, in its haunting echoes, I have found a strange kind of companionship, a connection to something far greater than myself. And perhaps, in the end, that is all we can hope for, to find our place in the mystery, to accept the unknown and find solace in the echoes of our own voices, calling out in the darkness. In the quaint, unnamed town nestled amidst rolling hills and dense woods, the Anderson family found their new beginning. They moved into an old two-story house, which, despite its age, had an undeniable charm. At the heart of their new backyard stood a large ancient tree, its branches sprawling like gnarled fingers against the sky. The town was small, the kind where everyone knew everyone, and the Andersons were welcomed warmly. Yet, no one spoke of the tree. Alex, the youngest of the Andersons at 17, was immediately drawn to it. There was something about the way the shadows played around its trunk, or how the wind seemed to carry whispers when it rustled through the leaves. The tree was more than a mere plant, it felt like a silent, watchful guardian of their home. In the following days, as the family settled in, Alex's fascination with the tree grew. He would often find himself gazing out the window at it, feeling an inexplicable connection. His older sister, Emma, joked about it being his new best friend, but Alex sensed something deeper, something almost spiritual about the tree. One weekend, his father decided it was time to tidy up the yard. The tree's lower branches hung low, creating a gloomy canopy. As his father sawed off a particularly thick limb, Alex watched in horror as a thick red sap oozed from the cut. It dripped down the bark like blood from a wound. "What the?" his father muttered, stepping back. The sap was unnaturally red, stark against the dark bark. It was eerie, unsettling. "It's just some tree sap," his father finally said, though his voice lacked conviction. He wiped his saw on the grass and decided that was enough gardening for one day. That night, as Alex lay in bed, the house settled into a deep, uneasy silence. Then, faintly, he heard it a whisper. No, not just one whisper, but many, overlapping, coming from the direction of the tree. He sat up, straining to listen, but the sound faded as quickly as it had appeared. Unease coiled in his stomach. The tree was more than it seemed. The next morning, Alex decided he needed to know more about the tree. The town's local library was small, but it had a section on local history. He spent hours poring over old newspapers and books, searching for any mention of the tree. He found old tales and legends, stories of strange occurrences, and accounts of people who had vanished without a trace near that very tree. One particularly chilling account was from an old diary found in the attic of his house, dating back over 100 years. It spoke of a ritual, of shadows and spirits, and of a guardian that stood watch. The diary belonged to a young woman who had lived in the house, and her descriptions of the tree matched exactly the one in Alex's yard. As the days passed, things around the house began to change. Doors would open and close on their own. Objects would move, seemingly of their own volition. Shadows seemed to linger longer, clinging to the corners of rooms. And always, the feeling of being watched, especially near the tree. Alex's family noticed the changes too. His mother found her garden decorations rearranged every morning. Emma complained of nightmares, of ghostly figures that stood at the foot of her bed. Their dog, Max, would growl at empty spaces, his hackles raised. Then came the morning they found the dead animals. Small ones at first, a bird or a squirrel, lying at the base of the tree. But then, a deer, its body twisted unnaturally, its eyes wide open in what looked like terror. That night, Alex unearthed the old diary again. He read of the ritual, a way to commune with the spirits bound to the tree. The diary warned of dangers, of the need for a strong will, but Alex felt compelled. He needed answers. He needed to understand the connection he felt with the tree, and to uncover the secrets it held. Under the cover of darkness, with the diary in hand, Alex stepped into the backyard. The air was charged, electric. The tree loomed before him, its presence more commanding than ever. Tonight, he would perform the ritual. Tonight, he would unveil the truth about the bleeding tree. The night was unnaturally still as Alex stood before the ancient tree, the pages of the old diary fluttering in his trembling hands. He had gathered everything the ritual required. Candles, a piece of the tree's bark, and an iron nail. The whispers seemed to grow louder, urging him on, as he arranged the items in a circle around him. The ritual was simple yet unnerving. He was to light the candles, place the bark in the center, and drive the nail through it into the ground, all the while reciting words from the diary. Words that felt ancient and powerful, echoing through the night air. As he spoke the final phrase, a gust of wind extinguished the candles, plunging him into darkness. The air grew colder, and the whispers turned into discernible voices, crying out in pain and anger. Alex's heart raced. He could feel eyes upon him, watching from the shadows. Then, the tree itself seemed to come alive. The branches swayed without any breeze, and the red sap began to seep from its bark, pulling on the ground. Ghostly figures emerged from the tree, their forms flickering like flames. They were trapped souls, bound to the tree, and Alex had just freed them. The spirits whirled around him, their faces twisted in anguish. One by one, they darted towards the house, slipping through the walls. Alex felt a sense of dread wash over him. He had unleashed something terrible. Rushing back into the house, he was met with chaos. His family was awake, terror etched on their faces as the spirits tormented them. His father was trying to fend off an invisible force, while his mother screamed, cornered by a shadowy figure. Emma was crying, clutching at her hair, as if trying to block out whispers only she could hear. Alex remembered the diary's words about the spirits. They were malevolent, feeding off fear and misery. He had to rebind them to the tree, but he didn't know how. Desperation fueling his actions, he grabbed the diary and began to search for a solution. The house shook with the force of the spirits' anger, windows cracking, and objects flying. Max barked furiously, trying to protect his family from the unseen assailants. Amidst the turmoil, Alex found it a passage describing a sealing ritual. It required a sacrifice, a part of oneself willingly given. Without hesitation, Alex took the iron nail and drove it into his palm, the pain sharp and immediate. His blood dripped onto the diary's pages, and he began to recite the sealing words. The spirits reacted violently, their wails piercing the night. Outside, the tree responded. The branches reached towards the house, the red sap glowing ominously. The spirits were drawn back, their forms twisting and writhing as they were pulled into the tree. One by one, they disappeared into the bark, their cries fading into silence. The house calmed, the oppressive atmosphere lifting. Alex's family huddled together, shaken and pale. They looked at Alex, his hand bleeding, his eyes filled with a mix of relief and horror. They knew then that they couldn't stay in the house. The tree, with its bound spirits, was a constant reminder of the nightmare they had endured. In the morning, they packed their belongings, ready to leave the horrors behind. As they drove away, Alex glanced back at the tree. It stood there, silent and imposing, its secrets resealed within its bark. But he could still hear it whispering, a faint call that sent shivers down his spine. The tree remained, the guardian of the dead, the keeper of tormented souls. And for those who listened closely, it still whispered its dark tales, waiting for the next curious soul to unveil its mysteries. The morning sun cast a deceptive calm over the Andersons' home as they left. The horrors of the previous night hung heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the serene light of dawn. Alex sat in the back seat of the car, his wounded hand bandaged, but the real pain was in his heart. He had unleashed and then resealed a nightmare, and the weight of his actions bore down on him. The drive away from the house was silent, each family member lost in their own thoughts. Emma stared blankly out the window, her usual vibrant spirit dimmed by fear. Their mother held Max close, stroking his fur in a vain attempt to find comfort. Their father drove mechanically, his eyes fixed on the road ahead, but Alex knew his mind was still in the house with the ghosts. They stopped at a motel a few towns over, a nondescript place that offered a temporary refuge. That night, no one spoke much at dinner. The TV played in the background, a mundane chatter that none of them really heard. When they went to bed, sleep was elusive, chased away by memories and shadows that seemed to linger just out of sight. Alex lay awake, staring at the ceiling. The image of the tree, its branches reaching out as if to grab him, was burned into his mind. He could still hear the whispers, faint but persistent. It was as if the tree had left a mark on him, a connection that he couldn't sever. In the days that followed, the family tried to regain some sense of normalcy. They spoke little of what had happened, as if by mutual, unspoken agreement. But the incident was like a dark cloud over them, a shared trauma that they couldn't escape. Alex found himself drawn to the paranormal, seeking answers in books and online forums. He learned about other haunted places, other spirits bound to objects or locations. But nothing he read could explain why the tree had chosen to communicate with him, why he had felt such a strong connection to it. The family eventually settled in a new town, far away from the old house and its bleeding tree. They moved into a modern house in a quiet suburb, a stark contrast to the old character-filled home they had left behind. Life slowly returned to a semblance of normality. Emma went back to school, making new friends and trying to forget the nightmares. Their parents threw themselves into work, perhaps hoping to drown out the memories. But Alex couldn't move on. Night after night, he dreamt of the tree. In his dreams, it called to him, its whispers turning into pleas. He saw the faces of the trapped spirits, heard their cries for release. He woke up each morning feeling exhausted, as if he had been fighting battles in his sleep. Months passed, and the family never spoke of the tree again. But it lived on in Alex's mind, a constant haunting presence. He wondered if he would ever find peace, if the whispers would ever stop. One day, as he walked home from the local library, a gust of wind brought a familiar scent to him. It was the smell of the tree, earthy and metallic, like blood and old leaves. He stopped in his tracks, looking around, half expecting to see the tree looming over him. But there was nothing, just a quiet street and the normalcy of suburban life. Yet, in that moment, Alex knew that the tree was still with him, a part of him now. It was a reminder of the unknown, of the mysteries that lay just beyond the veil of the everyday world. The whispers might never leave him, but perhaps, in time, he would come to understand them. For now, they were a haunting melody, a call to explore the darkness, to seek out the secrets that lay hidden in the shadows of the world. As weeks turned into months, Alex's life in the new town was a pale shadow of normalcy. The whispers from the tree, though unheard by others, were a constant undercurrent in his daily life. His family, still reeling from their own experiences, seldom discussed the past, but the unspoken memories lingered like a fog. Alex's school life was uneventful, but he felt attached, as if part of him was still entangled with the tree's spectral roots. He made a few friends, but there was always a distance, an unbridgeable gap forged by his secret knowledge of the supernatural. His nights were restless. The dreams of the tree and its trapped spirits became more vivid. In these dreams, he wandered through dark, twisted forests, always following the beckoning branches of the tree, trying to understand its enigmatic whispers. He would wake up feeling drained, as if he had been walking for miles. One evening, as autumn painted the leaves in fiery hues, Alex stumbled upon an online community of paranormal enthusiasts. Here, people shared stories and theories about unexplained phenomena, much like what he had experienced. He started participating, sharing veiled details of his encounter with the tree. To his surprise, he received a message from a user who claimed to have experienced something similar. They spoke of a tree in their own town that bled and whispered, a tree that held spirits within its bark. The user, who went by the name Ravenwatcher, suggested that such trees could be ancient guardians, a bridge between the living and the spectral realms. Their conversations grew more frequent, and Alex felt a sense of camaraderie with Ravenwatcher. He was someone who understood, who believed in the eerie whispers of the night. Meanwhile, Alex's family observed his growing obsession with the paranormal with concern. Emma tried to engage him in other activities, but his mind seemed anchored to another world. His parents, worried about his well-being, suggested therapy, but Alex knew no therapist could help with what he had experienced. On the eve of the first anniversary of their encounter with the tree, a sense of unease settled over Alex. That night, his dreams were more intense. The tree appeared more menacing, its whispers more urgent. It seemed to be calling him back, beckoning him to return. He woke up with a start, his heart pounding. The room was dark, but for a moment, he thought he saw a shadow flicker across the wall. A chill ran down his spine as he remembered the spirits that had haunted their old home. The next day, Alex decided he needed to return to the tree. He felt a responsibility, a need to confront the past and perhaps find closure. He packed a small bag with essentials and left a note for his family, telling them not to worry. The journey back to the old house was a blur. Alex's mind was filled with a mix of dread and determination. As he neared the town, memories flooded back, each corner and landmark, a reminder of a life forever altered. When he finally stood before the old house, now looking more forlorn and abandoned, the tree was there, as imposing as ever. Its branches swayed slightly, though there was no wind. The red sap oozed slowly from its bark, glistening in the moonlight. Alex approached the tree, his heart in his throat. The whispers were louder now, a cacophony of voices that filled his mind. He reached out, his hand trembling, and touched the bark. In that moment, the world shifted. The whispers coalesced into a single, clear voice, and a vision filled Alex's mind. He saw the tree in ancient times, a gathering place for spirits, a beacon in the darkness. He understood then that the tree was not just a prison for malevolent spirits, but a sanctuary for all souls seeking solace. The vision faded, and Alex found himself back under the moonlit sky, his hands still on the tree. He felt a sense of peace, a connection to something ancient and eternal. He knew then that his journey with the supernatural was just beginning. The tree had opened a path for him, a path shrouded in shadow, but illuminated by the faint light of understanding. As he walked away from the tree, Alex felt a sense of purpose. The whispers were still there, but they were no longer menacing. They were a reminder of the mysteries that lay waiting to be uncovered, of the thin veil between the living and the dead. The tree remained in the yard, its secrets now part of Alex. And somewhere, in the vast tapestry of the unknown, other stories waited to be told, other whispers waited to be heard. In the days following his return from the old house, Alex felt a profound change within himself. The experience of the tree had not only deepened his understanding of the supernatural, but it also altered his perception of the world. He no longer felt haunted by the tree, instead, he felt as though he had become a part of its legacy, a guardian of ancient secrets. Back in his new life, Alex found it challenging to reconcile his extraordinary experiences with the mundanity of everyday existence. School, once a place of simple routines, now felt constrictive, a world too narrow for his expanded consciousness. His interactions with friends and family were strained, he felt like an outsider, a wanderer between worlds. Despite this, Alex was determined to use his newfound understanding for a purpose. He continued to communicate with Ravenwatcher and others in the paranormal community, sharing insights and theories. He began to document his experiences, writing in a journal with the same fervor as the young woman who had written about the tree in her diary a century before. One evening, as autumn gave way to the cold embrace of winter, Alex received a message from Ravenwatcher that piqued his interest. A small town a few hours away was experiencing unexplained phenomena, shadows moving of their own accord, objects disappearing, and an overall sense of unease among the residents. It reminded Alex of the events leading up to the night of the ritual at the tree. Driven by a mixture of curiosity and a sense of duty, Alex decided to visit the town. He informed his family, who were understandably concerned, but also recognized the importance of this journey to him. With their hesitant blessing, he set off. Arriving in the town, Alex felt an immediate sense of familiarity. The air was thick with an unspoken tension, a town on the edge of understanding something beyond its grasp. He began his investigation, speaking to locals and observing the surroundings. The stories he heard were eerily similar to his own experiences. It was as if a shadow had descended upon the town, a whispering darkness. As he delved deeper, Alex discovered the epicenter of the disturbances, an old, abandoned church at the edge of town. Standing before it, he felt a chill run down his spine. The church, with its broken windows and weathered doors, exuded a sense of sorrow and longing. That night, under the cover of darkness, Alex entered the church. Inside, he felt the weight of many eyes upon him, as if unseen spirits were watching. He explored the decrepit aisles, the faded pews, and finally, the altar. There, he found symbols etched into the wood, symbols that resonated with an energy similar to that of the tree. Alex realized that, like the tree, the church was a nexus of spiritual energy, a focal point for the restless dead. He felt a surge of empathy for these trapped spirits, understanding their desire for release, for peace. Guided by instinct and the knowledge gained from his experience with the tree, Alex began a ritual of his own devising. He spoke words of comfort and release, offering the spirits a path to the beyond. The air around him shimmered, and he felt the presence of the spirits as they gathered around him. The ritual lasted until dawn, and as the first light of morning filtered through the broken windows, the church felt different, lighter. The oppressive atmosphere had lifted, and in its place was a sense of calm, of release. Alex left the church as the town awoke, feeling a sense of accomplishment. He had helped in his own way, had made a difference in the unseen world. The journey back home was a reflective one. Alex knew that his life would never be ordinary again. He had walked in the shadows, had spoken to the spirits, and had emerged with a deeper understanding of the world. As he walked through the door of his home, he was greeted by the relieved smiles of his family. They saw the change in him, a maturity and a sense of purpose that had not been there before. Alex's journey with the supernatural was far from over. The tree had opened a door to a world filled with mystery and wonder, a world that he was now a part of. And though the path ahead was shadowed and uncertain, he knew he would walk it with the confidence of one who had faced the unknown and emerged stronger. The whispers of the tree were now echoes in his mind, a reminder of the endless mysteries waiting to be discovered, of the thin veil that separates our world from the unseen. And as he lay in bed that night, listening to the quiet of the house, he smiled, for he knew that he was no longer alone in his journey. The echoes of the unseen were with him, guiding him on his path. In the weeks that followed his return from the haunted church, Alex's life took on a new rhythm, one that oscillated between his everyday responsibilities and his deepening exploration into the supernatural. His family, though initially apprehensive, began to accept this new aspect of his life. They saw in him a maturity and a sense of purpose that was both unsettling and reassuring. Alex continued his correspondence with Ravenwatcher and others in the paranormal community, his reputation growing as someone with a unique insight into the supernatural. His experiences with the tree and the church had given him a perspective that few others had, a bridge between the seen and the unseen. One day, while researching at the local library, Alex stumbled upon an old legend about a guardian of the veil, a figure said to walk between worlds, protecting the balance between the living and the dead. The legend resonated with him, and he couldn't help but feel that his experiences were leading him towards such a destiny. As autumn returned, bringing with it the anniversary of his first encounter with the bleeding tree, Alex felt a compelling urge to visit the old house once more. He informed his family, who understood his need to face the past. With their support, he embarked on the journey back to the house, a pilgrimage to the place where his path had irrevocably changed. Arriving at the old house, Alex found it unchanged, the tree still standing sentinel in the backyard. As he approached it, he felt a sense of coming home, a feeling of being welcomed by an old friend. The tree, with its dark bark and deep roots, seemed to acknowledge him, the whispers in the wind now like a chorus of ancient voices. Alex spent the day there, sitting under the tree, reflecting on his journey. He realized that he had become a guardian of sorts, a mediator between the realms of the living and the dead. The tree, with its bound spirits and bleeding sap, was a symbol of this connection, a physical manifestation of the veil he now guarded. As the sun set, casting long shadows across the yard, Alex felt a profound peace. He understood that his life would always be intertwined with the supernatural, that he had a role to play in the grand tapestry of existence. The fear and uncertainty that had once accompanied his encounters with the unknown were now replaced by a sense of duty and a desire to understand and protect the balance of the worlds. Leaving the old house for what he knew would be the last time, Alex looked back at the tree one final time. It stood there, majestic and enigmatic, a keeper of secrets and a beacon for those who sought to understand the mysteries of the beyond. As he drove away, the tree fading into the distance, Alex felt a sense of closure. He had come full circle, from a curious teenager fascinated by an ancient tree to a guardian of the veil, a bridge between light and shadow. His journey had taught him that the world was far more complex and wondrous than he had ever imagined. He had seen the beauty and the terror of the unseen, had spoken with spirits and faced his own fears. And through it all, he had found his purpose. The whispers of the tree, once a source of fear, were now a source of strength. They were a reminder that there was much to learn, many mysteries to unravel. And Alex, with his newfound knowledge and his unwavering courage, was ready to face whatever lay ahead. For in the heart of the unknown, in the space between the seen and the unseen, there lay endless possibilities, and Alex was ready to explore them all. He was the guardian of the veil, a wonder of worlds, and his journey was just beginning. I've never believed in ghosts. Call me a skeptic, but the idea of spectral entities wandering the earth always seemed like fodder for overactive imaginations. This skepticism remained unchallenged until that fateful autumn evening when my friends dragged me into what was touted as the most authentic ghost tour in our small town. Our town, nestled between dense forests and rolling hills, was picturesque, the kind of place you'd see on postcards. Quaint houses lined cobblestone streets, and every building had a story, most stretching back centuries. History was the town's pride, and naturally, ghost stories were a significant part of that heritage. The ghost tour was famous. Tourists flocked from all over to walk the dimly lit streets, led by a guide who promised a chilling journey through the town's haunted past. My friends, Lily and Ethan, had been pestering me for weeks to join them. "Come on, Reggie," Lily had said, her eyes gleaming with excitement. "It's just for fun. Plus, you'll finally get to debunk all those ghost stories." Despite my reluctance, their enthusiasm was infectious. So, there I was, standing under the flickering street lamp at the designated meeting spot, surrounded by a small crowd of thrill seekers and ghost enthusiasts. The tour guide arrived precisely at 8 p.m., emerging from the shadows like a character from an old war film. He was tall, dressed in period clothing that looked like it belonged in a museum, a long, dark coat, a wide-brimmed hat shadowing his eyes, and a cane that clicked rhythmically against the cobblestones. His appearance was so theatrically perfect it was almost comical. "Good evening, brave souls," he began, his voice echoing slightly, as if it carried the weight of centuries. "I am your guide to the unseen and unspoken secrets of this town. Follow me, and keep close. The spirits are restless tonight." I exchanged an eye roll with Ethan as we set off into the night. The tour was exactly what I expected: dramatic storytelling, historical tidbits, and an eerie atmosphere enhanced by the guide's theatrical flair. Yet, something about the guide felt off. His movements were too fluid, his skin almost translucent under the dim streetlights. His knowledge of the town's history was impressively detailed, extending beyond well-known facts. As we walked, I couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to this tour than met the eye. But ghosts? No, that was impossible. Or so I thought. As the night deepened, so did the sense of unease that clung to the edges of my skepticism. The guide led us through winding streets, his voice never wavering, his stories never faltering. Each tale was more chilling than the last, filled with tragic deaths and unexplained phenomena. It was when we stopped in front of an old Victorian mansion. Its windows, he spoke of a young woman, Sarah, who had died under mysterious circumstances, her spirit said to still roam the halls. As he spoke, a chill ran down my spine, not from the story, but from the way he told it. His eyes, previously hidden under the brim of his hat, met mine. They were piercing blue, transparent and deep, like pools of water under moonlight. His gaze held mine, and for a moment, I felt as though he was reaching into the depths of my soul. "Eerie, isn't it?" Ethan whispered, snapping me out of my trance. "He's really good." "Yeah, a little too good," I muttered, still unable to shake the feeling that something was very wrong. The guide continued, leading us to a cemetery on the outskirts of town. The graves, worn by time, stood like silent sentinels under the moonlit sky. As we walked among the tombstones, the guide's voice took on a somber tone. "Many souls rest here, their stories etched in stone and memory," he said, gesturing to the graves. "But some stories are never told, lost to time and silence." It was then that I noticed it, the faintest hint of a whisper, so soft it was almost lost in the wind. I turned, searching for the source, but found nothing. The others seemed oblivious, hanging on to the guide's every word. My heart pounded in my chest, my skepticism warring with the mounting evidence of my senses. The guide's knowledge, his ethereal presence, the unexplainable whispers, it was all becoming too much to dismiss. As we left the cemetery, I couldn't help but feel that we were being followed, that unseen eyes were watching us from the darkness. The night, once an exciting adventure, had turned into something unsettling, and I couldn't shake the feeling that we were part of a story much larger and more sinister than any of us could have imagined. The deeper we ventured into the heart of the town, the heavier the air felt, as if charged with an unseen energy. The guide's tales grew darker, delving into the tragic fates of those who once walked these streets. His voice, a haunting echo in the still night, wove a tapestry of loss and despair that seemed almost too real. At one point, as we stood outside an abandoned theater, the guide described a famous actress who had vanished without a trace. As he spoke, a shadow flickered across the stage, visible through the dusty windows. I blinked, unsure if my eyes were playing tricks on me. Ethan and Lily didn't seem to notice, their faces a mix of fascination and fear. I started to feel a growing connection between the guide and the stories he told. It was as though he wasn't just a storyteller, but a part of the story himself. His descriptions of the past were laced with a sense of longing and regret that seemed too genuine to be mere performance. "Did you see that?" Lily whispered to me, pointing to a second-story window of the theater. For a brief moment, I thought I saw a figure peering down at us, but it vanished as quickly as it appeared. "Yeah, I saw it," I replied, my voice barely above a whisper. The skepticism I had clung to was slowly eroding, replaced by a sense of dread and curiosity. The guide led us to the oldest part of town, where the buildings were so ancient they seemed to groan under the weight of their own history. Here, the air was colder, and the sense of being watched was more pronounced. As we walked, the guide's form seemed to flicker, like an old film struggling to stay on the reel. I blinked hard, not trusting my eyes. But when I looked again, I saw him pass through a closed gate as if it weren't there. My heart skipped a beat, and I exchanged a startled look with my friends. The realization hit us all at once: the guide was no ordinary man. He was a ghost, a spirit tethered to this town and its stories. The thought sent a shiver down my spine, a mix of fear and awe. The guide stopped in front of a dilapidated house, its windows boarded up, its walls scarred by time. He turned to face us, and for the first time, I saw a flicker of emotion in his transparent eyes. "This house holds a story dear to me," he began, his voice softer, more reflective. "A story of love, loss, and the unbreakable bonds of the soul." As he recounted the tale of a young couple torn apart by tragedy, his words seemed to hang in the air, imbued with a sorrow that was almost palpable. The story ended with the couple's untimely death, their spirits said to linger in the house, forever searching for each other. The guide's connection to the story was undeniable. It was as if he was reliving his own memories, not just recounting folklore. The line between past and present blurred, and the chill of the night seeped into my bones. We were no longer just spectators on a ghost tour. We had become part of a world where the veil between the living and the dead was thinning, where every shadow held a story, and every whisper was a voice from the past. The realization was terrifying, yet I couldn't help but feel a sense of wonder. The world was far more mysterious and complex than I had ever imagined. The night air grew colder as we reached the climax of our ghostly journey. The guide led us to the edge of town, to an area I had never ventured before. Here, the buildings were so old they seemed to lean under the weight of time, their windows like dark unblinking eyes. We stopped in front of a crumbling stone wall, overgrown with ivy, that encircled what appeared to be an ancient graveyard. The headstones were weathered and worn, their inscriptions nearly erased by the passage of years. "This is where our tour concludes," the guide said, his voice echoing strangely in the stillness. "But before you leave, I have one last story to share." He led us through the rusted iron gate into the graveyard. The atmosphere was heavy, charged with an unspoken history. As we moved among the graves, the guide spoke of the souls buried here, each with their own tragic tale. It was here, amidst the whispers of the dead, that he revealed his true nature. "I, like those who rest here, am a spirit of this town," he confessed, his form shimmering in the moonlight. "We guides are the echoes of its past, bound to these grounds by our unresolved stories." A hush fell over us. The revelation was unnerving, yet it made a bizarre kind of sense. The guide's knowledge, his ethereal presence, it all pointed to the truth we had been unwilling to see. It was then that the air grew even colder, and a sense of foreboding filled the graveyard. The guide's face darkened, and he turned towards a neglected corner of the graveyard. "But not all spirits are as benign as we," he warned. "Some linger in anger and torment." As his words hung in the air, a shadowy figure emerged from the darkness. It was a ghost, but unlike our guide, its presence was menacing, its form twisted by rage. The air around it seemed to warp and shiver, as if corrupted by its malevolence. We stood frozen, terror gripping our hearts. The malevolent spirit let out a bone-chilling wail, a sound of such despair and anger that it seemed to resonate with the very stones beneath our feet. The guide stepped forward, positioning himself between us and the dark spirit. "You must leave, now," he urged, his voice urgent. "This spirit is bound by pain and cannot be reasoned with. Go, while you still can." Panic set in, and we turned to flee, but the path back to the gate was obscured by a swirling mist that seemed to rise from the very ground. The malevolent spirit advanced, its form flickering with shadows and malice. In that moment, I realized the guide's story was far more than a tale of the past. It was a warning, a glimpse into the unseen world that existed alongside our own. We were caught in a struggle that transcended life and death, witnesses to the tormented souls of the town's forgotten past. The guide stood his ground, facing the dark spirit with a sorrowful determination. It was clear he was trying to protect us, to give us a chance to escape the wrath of a spirit consumed by its own despair. As we navigated through the mist and gravestones, trying to find our way out, the guide's words echoed in my mind. We were part of this story now, a story of ghosts and the unquiet dead, where the past was never truly gone, and the spirits of those who once walked these streets lingered, caught between worlds. In the thickening mist, disoriented and frightened, we scrambled through the graveyard, the malevolent spirit's wails echoing behind us. The guide's spectral figure clashed with the dark entity, a dance of light and shadow amidst the gravestones. His bravery gave us the precious moments we needed to escape, but the path to safety was obscured, the familiar landmarks of the graveyard hidden by the swirling fog. Ethan grabbed my arm, pulling me toward what he hoped was the direction of the gate. Lily followed closely, her breaths coming in short gasps. The cold seemed to seep into our bones, making every movement a struggle against an unseen force. As we stumbled through the graveyard, the oppressive atmosphere began to lift slightly. The guide's efforts were buying us time, but the malevolent spirit's presence still loomed over us, a palpable force of anger and sorrow. "Here. The gate," Ethan shouted, relief evident in his voice. The rusted iron gate emerged from the mist, a gateway back to the world we knew. We pushed through it, leaving the confines of the graveyard and the supernatural battle behind us. Once outside the graveyard, the normalcy of the town seemed surreal, a stark contrast to the terror we had just experienced. We didn't stop running until we reached the safety of the well-lit streets, the echoes of the night's horrors still ringing in our ears. As we caught our breath, the realization of what had just happened began to sink in. The ghostly guide, the malevolent spirit, the truths revealed, it was a lot to process. The guide's story, his connection to the town, and his final act of protection, painted a picture of a spirit not bound by malice, but by a sense of duty and unresolved tragedy. "He was trying to help us," Lily said, her voice a mix of awe and fear. "He was protecting us from that thing." "Yeah," I agreed, my mind racing. "But why? Why is he still here? And what was that other spirit?" We were left with more questions than answers, but one thing was clear. The ghost tour was more than a simple attraction. It was a window into the unseen world, a world where the past lingered and spirits walked among us. The night had changed us. Our brush with the supernatural had opened our eyes to possibilities we had never imagined. The guide's story was no longer just a tale, it was a part of our own story now, a chapter in our lives that would never be forgotten. As we made our way back home, the streets empty and quiet, I couldn't help but feel a sense of sadness for the guide. In his own way, he was a guardian of the town's history, a keeper of its forgotten stories. And though we had escaped the malevolent spirit, I wondered about the fate of the guide, left to face the darkness alone. The sun rose over the town the next morning, casting a warm golden light on the streets that had been the stage for our nocturnal ordeal. Life resumed its usual rhythm, with people going about their daily routines, unaware of the shadows that lurked beneath the surface of our quaint town. I walked through the town, the events of the previous night replaying in my mind. Everywhere I looked, I saw traces of the hidden world we had encountered. The old Victorian mansion, the abandoned theater, the ancient graveyard, all these places now held a deeper meaning, a connection to the spectral realm we had briefly entered. The ghost tour was suspended indefinitely, the guide nowhere to be seen. Rumors swirled about what had happened that night, but none came close to the truth we had experienced. Ethan, Lily, and I kept the story to ourselves, a shared secret that bonded us in a way nothing else could. As I passed the graveyard, I couldn't help but feel a sense of loss. The guide, with his tragic past and his duty to the town's spirits, had been a part of this place, a link to his history. I wondered if he had found peace, or if he still wandered the streets, a ghost among ghosts. In the days that followed, I noticed subtle changes in the town. There was a quietness, a sense of watchfulness, as if the events of that night had awakened something long dormant. I could feel the eyes of the unseen on me, a reminder that the world was far more complex than I had ever imagined. One evening, as I walked home, I passed the old Victorian mansion. In the fading light, I thought I saw a figure in the window, a glimpse of the guide, his ethereal form looking out over the town he was bound to protect. For a moment, our eyes met, and then he was gone, a whisper in the wind. The experience changed my perspective on life and the mysteries that lie beyond our understanding. The town, with its hidden history and its ghostly inhabitants, was a place where the past and present intertwined, where stories of love, loss, and longing echoed through the streets. The ghost tour may have been just an attraction for tourists, but for us, it was a journey into the unknown, a glimpse into a world where the veil between life and death was thin. And though the tour was no more, the spirits of the town remained, their stories etched in the stones of the graveyard and the walls of the old buildings. As I continued my walk, the town's normalcy seemed like a facade, a thin veneer over a world of shadows and whispers. The guide, and the other spirits we had encountered, were still out there, a part of the town's tapestry of history and mystery. I had always been drawn to my grandmother's house, a venerable structure nestled in the heart of the countryside, its walls echoing with decades of whispered secrets and untold stories. It was a place out of time, where the modern bustle seemed a distant dream, and the air was thick with the scent of aged wood and memories. My grandmother, a woman of quiet strength and enigmatic wisdom, had lived there since before I was born, and each visit felt like stepping into another world. The family gathering was a rare occasion, bringing together relatives I barely knew and those I knew all too well. The house, with its creaking floors and antique furniture, seemed to absorb our presence, becoming more alive with each echoing laugh and hushed conversation. My grandmother, a slender figure with silver hair and eyes that held a lifetime of stories, greeted me with her usual warmth. Yet, beneath her welcoming smile, I sensed a caution, an unspoken warning that hung in the air like a faint mist. It was during a quiet moment, as the evening wore on and the house settled into a comfortable lull, that she took my hand, her grip surprisingly firm. "Becca," she said in a tone that brooked no argument, "there's a room upstairs, at the end of the hallway. The last door on the right. I must ask you never to go in there." Her gaze held mine, and in her eyes, I saw a flicker of something I couldn't place, fear, perhaps, or sorrow. The warning only fueled my curiosity. The house had always been an open book to me, each room a chapter of my family's history. But this forbidden room, this hidden narrative, it called to me with a siren's allure. That night, as the house slept and the moon cast a silver glow through the windows, I found myself drawn to the upstairs hallway. The wooden floorboards creaked under my cautious steps, the sound a sharp contrast to the silent, slumbering house. My heart pounded in my chest, a rhythmic drumming that seemed to echo in the stillness. I reached the last door on the right. It was an ordinary door, worn and slightly ajar, the paint peeling at the edges. Yet, as I pushed it open, a shiver ran down my spine. I was about to step into the unknown, into a room that had remained a mystery even in the familiarity of my grandmother's house. The air inside was still, heavy with the weight of unspoken words. The room was a snapshot of a different era, untouched by time. Antique furniture lay draped in dust covers, and old family photos adorned the walls, their faces frozen in perpetual smiles and stoic gazes. As I ventured further, an odd sensation washed over me. It was as if the room existed in a bubble, disconnected from the world outside its walls. The ticking of the old grandfather clock by the door sounded muffled, as if underwater, and the shadows seemed to move with a life of their own. I didn't realize it then, but I had stepped into a realm where time didn't flow as it should, a room where the past and present coexisted in a silent, eerie dance. And with each passing moment, I was becoming a part of its story, a thread woven into the fabric of its timeless mystery. That first night in the room lingered in my thoughts like a half-remembered dream. The following morning, as sunlight spilled through the lace curtains, casting dappled shadows across the breakfast table, the house felt different, as if I had brushed against its hidden heart and come away changed. Despite my grandmother's warning, my curiosity was a tide I couldn't hold back. Under the guise of exploring the house, I found myself standing before the forbidden room once again. This time, daylight lent the room a less foreboding, almost mundane air. But the moment I crossed the threshold, that same sense of dislocation, of being unmoored from time, enveloped me. I began to explore the room in earnest, my fingertips tracing the contours of objects that felt both familiar and utterly alien. The photographs on the wall were portals to the past, showing generations of family members whose stories were etched in sepia tones and solemn expressions. In a corner, beneath a layer of dust, I found an old diary, its leather cover cracked and worn. Flipping through the pages, I was drawn into a world of secret thoughts and hidden fears, penned by an ancestor I never knew. The diary spoke of the room in veiled terms, hinting at strange occurrences and unexplained events. As the hours slipped by, the room became my world. Outside, time seemed to race forward at a breakneck pace, the sun arcing across the sky in a blur. But inside, each second stretched out, languid and heavy. I felt a growing obsession, a need to unravel the enigma of the room. There were more diaries, more photographs, each a piece of the puzzle that was slowly taking shape in my mind. The family, it seemed, had always known about the room's peculiar nature, but had kept it shrouded in secrecy. My visits became more frequent, my absences longer. The family, engrossed in their own affairs, didn't question my whereabouts. Or perhaps they chose not to. The room was a silent agreement, a collective unspoken truth that everyone avoided. One evening, as I sat poring over an old photo album, I heard a soft whisper, like a sigh carried on a breeze. I froze, my heart racing. The room was empty, yet I felt a presence, an unseen gaze that prickled my skin. It was then that I realized the room was not just a keeper of time, but perhaps something more sentient, more aware. That night, I lay in bed, the moon casting its pale light through the window. The room's secrets called to me, a siren song that promised answers, yet filled me with an inexplicable dread. I knew I had to return, to face whatever lay hidden in the depths of its timeless heart. But as I drifted into sleep, a part of me wondered if I was the hunter or the hunted in this strange twisted game. The more time I spent in the room, the more it began to affect me. Days seemed to blend into each other, marked only by my excursions into that timeless space. The real world, with its predictable rhythms and familiar faces, started to feel distant, like a story I was no longer a part of. Each visit unveiled more layers of my family's past. I discovered letters and journals, their words weaving tales of joy, sorrow, and, increasingly, fear. It became clear that the room had not only been a silent witness to my family's history, but it actively shaped it in ways both subtle and profound. The whispers grew more frequent, no longer just fleeting sounds, but murmurs of coherent speech. I strained to listen, to understand, but they were always just beyond my comprehension, like conversations heard through a thick wall. One evening, as I sat absorbed in an old journal, the room chilled suddenly, the air turning icy in a matter of seconds. My breath misted in front of me, and the whispers crescendoed into a cacophony of voices. Panic surged within me, a primal instinct to flee from something unseen and unknown. And then, as quickly as it had begun, the room fell silent. The cold receded, leaving behind a lingering sense of unease. I realized then that I was no longer merely an observer in this room, I was a participant in something far beyond my understanding. Despite the fear, my obsession only deepened. The room became my secret sanctuary, a place where I could delve into mysteries that both terrified and fascinated me. But as I delved deeper, the boundary between the room and the rest of the house began to blur. Time outside seemed to accelerate with each passing day, the faces of my family aging rapidly in brief glimpses, while I remained unchanged. I started to feel a profound disconnection, not just from my family, but from myself. It was as if the room was slowly erasing my place in the world, rewriting my story into its own timeless narrative. The climax of my strange journey came unexpectedly. It was a night like any other, the house quiet, its inhabitants lost in slumber. I made my way to the room, drawn by an irresistible pull. But as I stepped inside, I realized that something was different. The air was charged with a tangible energy, the whispers louder, more insistent. I felt a presence, an otherworldly pressure that weighed heavily on my shoulders. And then, from the corners of my eyes, I saw them shapes, barely discernible in the dim light, moving with slow, deliberate grace. I turned to face them, my heart pounding in my chest. The shapes solidified into forms, ghostly apparitions that bore the unmistakable features of my ancestors, their faces etched with sorrow and longing. They moved around me in a silent procession, their eyes hollow, their mouths moving in silent pleas. I realized with a jolt of horror that these were the spirits of those who had been trapped in the room, lost in its timeless embrace. I tried to speak, to reach out to them, but they seemed oblivious to my presence, caught in a loop of their own eternal moments. The room pulsed with their energy, a vortex of lost souls spinning around me. In that moment, I understood the true nature of the room. It was a prison, a place where time was both a captor and a jailer, holding its victims in a perpetual state of limbo. And I, through my own curiosity and obsession, had become its latest inmate. As the apparitions swirled around me, their faces a blur of anguish and despair, I knew I had to find a way to break the cycle, to free not only them, but myself from the room's cursed grasp. But the question that haunted me, as I stood amidst the ghosts of my lineage, was whether I was already too late to escape the fate that had claimed them. That night marked a turning point in my journey with the timeless room. The apparitions, my ancestors trapped in a perpetual limbo, continued their ghostly procession around me. Their presence was overwhelming, each face a mirror of the room's tragic history. It was a surreal tableau, one that transcended the boundaries of reality, and delved into the realm of the otherworldly. As I stood there, rooted to the spot, a profound sense of urgency gripped me. I needed to act, to find a way to sever the room's hold on us. My mind raced, sifting through the scraps of knowledge gleaned from the diaries and letters. The room, the creation of a misguided ancestor's experiment with time, had become a vortex, ensnaring those who dared to uncover its secrets. In a desperate bid for answers, I turned to the spirits, trying to communicate with them. "What do you want?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. "How can I help you?" To my astonishment, one of the apparitions, a woman with sorrowful eyes that seemed to pierce through the veil of time, stopped and turned towards me. Her lips moved silently, and in a moment of chilling clarity, I heard her voice in my head, a faint echo from another time. "Free us," she whispered, her voice tinged with an unspeakable sadness. The others paused, their ghostly gazes fixating on me. It was as if a dam had broken, and a flood of whispered pleas filled my mind. The air crackled with their collective desire for release. The room itself seemed to respond to their cries, the walls pulsating with a strange energy. I felt as if I were standing at the heart of a great storm, a maelstrom of temporal forces swirling around me. In that moment of communion, I understood what I needed to do. I remembered a passage from one of the journals, a cryptic reference to a ritual that could reset the balance of the room. It was a long shot, a desperate gamble, but it was the only chance we had. I began to gather the necessary items, scattered throughout the room. An old pocket watch that had belonged to the ancestor who created this mess, a candlestick from the same era, and a handful of salt. The ritual was a patchwork of arcane instructions and intuition, a last-ditch effort to mend what had been broken. With trembling hands, I arranged the items in a circle around me, the pocket watch at the center. I lit the candle, its flame casting eerie shadows on the walls. The air grew heavy, charged with anticipation. I closed my eyes and began to recite the words from the journal, each syllable a resonant echo in the stillness of the room. The words were foreign, a language lost to time, but they flowed from me with an unnatural ease. As I spoke, the room's energy intensified, a tangible force that pressed against my skin. The spirit's whispers grew louder, a chorus of desperation and hope. The climax of the ritual approached, and I braced myself for whatever would come. With a final indication, I opened the pocket watch, releasing its trapped time. The blinding light engulfed the room, a piercing white that consumed everything in its path. The air screamed with the release of pent-up temporal forces, and I felt myself being swept up in the maelstrom. In that moment, suspended in the eye of the storm, I saw the faces of my ancestors, their expressions shifting from despair to peace. One by one, they began to fade, their spectral forms dissolving into the light. And then, as quickly as it had begun, the chaos subsided. The light receded, leaving me alone in the room, the silence a stark contrast to the tumultuous events that had just unfolded. I opened my eyes, my heart pounding in my chest. The room was as it had always been, the antiques, the photographs, the dust. But something had changed. The oppressive air, the sense of being watched, was gone. I stood up, my legs shaky, and made my way to the door. As I stepped out of the room, I felt an overwhelming sense of release, as if I had been holding my breath for an eternity. The spirits of my ancestors were gone, freed from the room's grasp. And I, too, had been released from the obsession that had consumed me. But as I closed the door behind me, I couldn't shake the feeling that something of the room had stayed with me, a lingering connection to the mysteries of time that I had barely begun to understand. The house was eerily quiet as I descended the stairs, the weight of what had transpired in the room hanging heavily on my shoulders. My mind was a whirlwind of emotions and thoughts, struggling to process the surreal experience I had just endured. My grandmother was waiting for me in the living room, her expression a mix of concern and knowing. It was clear she had sensed a shift in the house, the release of the energy that had been pent up for so long. "Becca," she began, her voice soft yet firm, "I see you've discovered the truth about the room." I nodded, unable to find the words to describe what had happened. I sat down beside her, the familiar creak of the old sofa somehow grounding me in reality. She took my hand, her eyes reflecting the firelight. "That room," she said, "was the creation of your great-great-grandfather. He was a man of science, but his curiosity led him down a dark path. He believed he could manipulate time, bend it to his will. But he was wrong. Instead, he created a trap, a place where time lost all meaning. The words painted a picture of a man consumed by his ambition, a cautionary tale of the dangers of tampering with forces beyond human understanding. The room became a family secret, a burden passed down through the generations, she continued. I was warned about it, as I warned you. But I knew one day its truth would need to be confronted. I listened, a sense of awe mingling with my lingering fear. My family's history, intertwined with the mysterious room, was like a tapestry of hidden truths and silent sufferings. I entered the room once, many years ago, my grandmother confessed, her gaze distant. I felt its pull, the same as you. But I realized the danger it posed, not just to our family, but to anyone who stumbled upon its secrets. She explained how she had learned of a ritual, a way to potentially neutralize the room's power. But fear and uncertainty had held her back. It was a decision she had wrestled with, one that now seemed fated to be mine. We need to ensure no one else falls prey to the room, she said firmly. The ritual you performed, it has weakened the room's hold, but we must seal it, once and for all. Together, we gathered the necessary materials. Salt, herbs, and an old family talisman that had been passed down through the generations. The ritual was simple yet solemn, a final farewell to a part of our family's legacy that had brought so much pain and mystery. We stood before the door, the air thick with the scent of burning herbs. My grandmother recited the incantation, her voice steady and clear. I joined in, the words feeling more powerful, more final, than anything I had ever spoken. As the last word was uttered, a shiver ran through the house, as if it too was releasing a long-held breath. We marked the door with the talisman, a symbol of closure and protection. Stepping back, I felt a sense of completion, a chapter of my family's story coming to a definitive end. The room had been a source of fascination and fear, but now it was just another part of the house, its power diminished, its secrets laid to rest. As we walked away, leaving the room in a silent vigil, I couldn't help but feel a pang of loss. The room had been a dark part of my life, but it had also been a journey of discovery, a path that had led me to a deeper understanding of my family and myself. The next morning, I awoke to a house that felt lighter, as if a great weight had been lifted. My family, oblivious to the events of the night, went about their routines, the echoes of the past silently fading into the background. I knew, however, that the room would always be a part of me, a reminder of the mysteries that lie just beyond the veil of the known world. And as I packed my bags to leave, I couldn't shake the feeling that, in some way, the room's legacy would continue, its story not fully told. As I left my grandmother's house, the sun casting long shadows across the graveled driveway, a profound sense of change enveloped me. The house, with its tall windows and ivy-covered walls, looked the same as it always had, yet I couldn't shake the feeling that something fundamental had shifted. The drive back to my own life was filled with reflection. The timeless room, now sealed and dormant, lingered in my thoughts, a chapter of my history that felt both distant and intimately close. The experiences within those walls had altered my perception of time, family, and the unseen forces that weave through our lives. Days turned into weeks, and life resumed its familiar rhythm. But there were moments, fleeting and unsettling, when I felt a strange disconnection, a sense of being out of sync with the world around me. It was as if the room had left its mark, a subtle echo of its temporal distortions that occasionally rippled through my existence. My family never spoke of the room or the events that transpired. It was as if a silent agreement had been reached, an understanding that some secrets were better left unexplored. My grandmother and I shared an unspoken bond, a mutual recognition of the journey we had undertaken and the truths we had uncovered. I found myself drawn to old family albums, tracing the lineage of those who had come before me. Their faces, once just frozen smiles in black and white, now held a deeper meaning. I saw in them the legacy of the room, the lives it had touched, and the stories it had silently witnessed. Occasionally, I would dream of the room. In these dreams, it was alive, a realm of shadows and whispers where time flowed like a languid river. I would wake with a start, the sensation of being watched lingering in the corners of my mind. As time passed, the room's influence faded, becoming a distant memory, a story to be pondered in quiet moments. Yet, the sense of otherworldliness it had imparted remained, a subtle undercurrent in the ebb and flow of my daily life. In moments of solitude, I would find myself reflecting on the nature of time, on the threads of fate that bind us to our past and propel us into the future. The room, with its timeless mysteries and spectral inhabitants, had opened a door to a world I had never known, a world where the boundaries of reality were fluid and malleable. And so, the story of the timeless room became a part of my own, a narrative woven into the fabric of my being. It was a reminder of the unseen depths that lie beneath the surface of our lives, of the mysteries that hover just beyond the reach of understanding. As I moved forward, carrying the legacy of the room within me, I couldn't help but feel that, in some way, it was still with me, a silent companion on my journey through life. The room was sealed, its secrets locked away, but its essence, the eerie sense of timelessness, lingered, a haunting melody in the symphony of my existence. And in that lingering presence, I found both a warning and a wonder, a testament to the unfathomable mysteries that dwell in the shadowed corners of our world, waiting to be discovered, waiting to be understood. I've always been enamored with tattoos. Each one a fragment of my life, a symbol of my journey. My skin, a tapestry of art, narrated tales of love, loss, and moments of wild rebellion. But recently, things have taken a turn for the bizarre. It started subtly, almost unnoticeably. One morning, I woke up and found this small sparrow tattoo on my ankle had migrated to my wrist. I brushed it off as a trick of my sleepy eyes. But then, it happened again. The mandala on my back appeared on my shoulder. I knew something was amiss, something far from normal. I live alone, a choice I've cherished for its peace and autonomy. My apartment, a quaint cluttered space filled with souvenirs from my travels and shelves of books, has always been my sanctuary. But now, it felt different, as though the walls bore silent witness to a secret I couldn't unravel. That particular morning, the one that marked the true beginning of this nightmare, I stood in front of my bathroom mirror, my eyes tracing the contours of a tattoo I didn't recognize. A dark intricate symbol, unfamiliar and foreboding, resting ominously on my forearm. A chill ran down my spine. I couldn't remember getting this tattoo. My mind raced, trying to recall the events of the previous night, but there was only a blank space where memories should have been. Fear, a cold, unsettling presence, began to creep into my thoughts. What was happening to me? As I stared at my reflection, a realization dawned on me: my body was no longer my own. It had become a battleground for a phenomenon I couldn't understand, a mystery I was now compelled to solve. Little did I know, this was just the beginning of a journey that would lead me to the darkest corners of my own soul. That day, I couldn't shake off the unease that clung to me like a second skin. The unknown symbol on my forearm seemed to pulsate with a life of its own, a stark uninvited intrusion into my world. I tried to go about my day, but my thoughts were anchored to the mystery etched into my skin. As evening fell, I decided to confront this head-on. I rummaged through my drawers, finding a notebook and a pen. I began to document every tattoo on my body, meticulously sketching their designs and noting their positions. I needed to understand if there was a pattern, a reason behind their nocturnal wanderings. Sleep eluded me that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I imagined the ink beneath my skin stirring, reshaping itself into something new, something alien. When morning came, bleary-eyed and exhausted, I checked the tattoos against my notes. They had shifted again, subtly but unmistakably. Panic set in. This wasn't just a figment of my imagination. It was real, and it was happening to me. I needed answers. I started with the internet, typing in every possible combination of words that could explain my predicament. But nothing came up, no condition, no phenomenon, nothing that even remotely resembled what I was experiencing. I decided to seek help from the outside world. I visited local tattoo artists, hoping someone would have heard of this. Each encounter ended in baffled looks and shrugged shoulders. One artist suggested it might be a reaction to the ink, but the explanation fell short. This wasn't an allergic reaction, it was something far more profound and unnerving. The new tattoo, the one I couldn't remember getting, felt like a key to this mystery. I studied it, trying to decipher its origin or meaning. It was an intricate mix of symbols and patterns, unfamiliar yet eerily captivating. It felt ancient, a relic of a time and knowledge long forgotten. As the days passed, the shifts became more pronounced. What once were subtle movements turned into drastic relocations. The dragon that coiled around my upper arm one day would be entwined around my leg the next. My body was no longer mine, it was a shifting landscape, an unpredictable canvas for these wandering tattoos. The isolation set in then. Friends who had once admired my tattoos, now looked at me with a mix of fear and disbelief. Conversations dwindled, invitations ceased, and I found myself retreating further into my own world, a world that was becoming increasingly surreal and frightening. Then, one night, as I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, a terrifying thought occurred to me. What if these tattoos were trying to tell me something? What if they were a map, a guide leading me somewhere? The thought was absurd, yet it clung to me, feeding my curiosity and fear in equal measure. I got up and stood in front of the mirror, studying the chaotic tapestry that my body had become. And then, I saw it. The tattoos, in their seemingly random arrangement, were forming something coherent. It was a map, a crudely drawn map that pointed to a specific location in town, an old, abandoned building that everyone in town knew, but no one spoke about. I felt a surge of adrenaline mixed with dread. This was no longer just about finding answers, it was about confronting whatever lay at the heart of this mystery. As I looked at the reflection of the map on my skin, a decision settled within me. I was going to follow this map, follow it to wherever it led me, and find out the truth behind the ink that had become my curse. The next day, under the guise of a gray, overcast sky, I found myself standing in front of the old, abandoned building. Its dilapidated walls and boarded-up windows whispered tales of forgotten times. The air was thick with the scent of decay and neglect. I hesitated for a moment, my heart pounding in my chest. This was it, the place the map on my skin had led me to. The building loomed over me, an ominous sentinel guarding secrets I was yet to uncover. Taking a deep breath, I stepped forward, pushing open the creaking, rusted gate. As I navigated through the debris and rubble, the silence was suffocating. Each step echoed through the empty halls, amplifying my growing apprehension. The tattoos on my skin felt alive, almost buzzing with anticipation as I delved deeper into the building. I reached a room that felt different from the rest. It was colder, the air heavier. My eyes were drawn to a series of old, faded photographs pinned to the wall. There were pictures of people, each adorned with tattoos strikingly similar to mine. The cold realization crept over me. I wasn't the first to experience this. In the center of the room was a dusty, old book. Its pages were yellowed with age, filled with cryptic writings and sketches of symbols like the ones on my skin. As I flipped through it, a name kept recurring: the Ink of Eden. It spoke of an ancient ink, said to be imbued with the life force of its wearer, shifting and changing to reveal truths long buried. The more I read, the more the walls of reality seemed to crumble around me. Was I bearing an ancient curse? Was this the reason behind the shifting tattoos? I spent hours poring over the book, trying to piece together the information. Night had fallen by the time I left the building, the weight of the revelations heavy on my shoulders. The following days were a blur. I was consumed by the need to understand the nature of my tattoos. I visited more tattoo artists, delved into obscure forums online, and even consulted a historian specializing in ancient symbology. But the answers were always just out of reach, the truth slipping through my fingers like sand. My friends and family grew increasingly concerned. I was withdrawing from the world, my focus narrowed to the ink on my skin and its cryptic messages. They couldn't see what I saw, they couldn't understand the pull, the obsession that had taken hold of me. Then, one night, something changed. As I lay in bed, a sharp burning sensation spread across my skin. I rushed to the mirror and watched in horror as the tattoos began to move, coalescing into a single, large symbol on my back. It was a map, more detailed than before, its lines and curves pointing unmistakably back to the abandoned building. I knew then that I had to return, that the answers I sought lay hidden in that forsaken place. The building wasn't just a location, it was a gateway, a portal to the truths hidden within the Ink of Eden. With a sense of grim determination, I prepared to venture back into the shadows of the old building. Little did I know, the horrors that awaited me were beyond anything I could have imagined. The ink had begun its final act, drawing me into the heart of a darkness that would test the very limits of my sanity. The night was unsettlingly still as I stood once again before the decrepit building, the moon casting an eerie glow on its broken facade. My heart was a cacophony of beats, each thud echoing the fear and anticipation coursing through my veins. The tattoos on my skin felt alive, almost writhing under the moonlight as if they too sensed the impending climax of our journey. I pushed open the heavy door, its groan sounding like a lament for the damned. The darkness inside was suffocating, a tangible entity that seemed to swallow the weak beam of my flashlight. The air was thick with the scent of decay and something else, a faint metallic tang that made my stomach churn. As I navigated the labyrinthine corridors, guided by the map etched into my skin, a sense of dread grew with each step. The building seemed to breathe around me, its walls whispering secrets in a language I couldn't understand but felt deep in my bones. Finally, I reached the heart of the building. A vast cavernous room shrouded in shadows. There, in the center, stood a figure, barely discernible in the dim light. My breath caught in my throat. The figure stepped forward, emerging from the darkness, and my blood turned to ice. It was the tattoo artist who had inked a mysterious symbol on my arm. The inception of my nightmare. His eyes were like voids, dark and endless, and a cruel smile played on his lips. "You've come," he said, his voice a melody of malice. "You seek answers, but are you prepared for the truth?" I stood frozen, my mind racing. How did he know? Who was he? He circled me, his gaze never leaving mine. "The Ink of Eden," he began, "is ancient, as old as time itself. It is alive, sentient. It chooses its bearer and reveals truths that are hidden deep within their soul." My skin crawled as he spoke. The tattoos on my body seemed to respond to his words, shifting subtly, a silent language of their own. "You bear the ink now," he continued. "It has shown you the way, led you to this moment. But the ink demands a price: your memories, your life force. That's why you can't remember the nights. The ink feeds on you." I felt a surge of horror and anger. Why me? Why did you do this to me? He laughed, a sound that chilled my very soul. "You were chosen, not by me, but by the ink itself. Your soul resonated with its ancient call. But fear not, for you are now part of something greater. You are the vessel of the ink's will." I realized then that I was trapped in a web far more complex and ancient than I could have imagined. The ink was not just a series of tattoos, it was an entity, a being that had latched onto me, feeding off my very essence. In a desperate bid for freedom, I lunged at him, but he merely stepped aside, his laughter echoing in the hollow room. I felt a surge of pain as the tattoos on my skin writhed violently, as if punishing me for my defiance. "You cannot fight it," he said. "You are bound to the ink, as it is bound to you. Embrace it, and you will understand." Tears streamed down my face as I grappled with the reality of my situation. I was a prisoner, bound to an ancient curse that I could neither understand nor escape. The artist's words echoed in my mind: I was part of something greater, a pawn in a game that spanned eons. As I stood there, the weight of my fate crushing me, I knew that my journey was far from over. The ink had plans for me, and I was powerless to resist. The darkness of the room seemed to close in on me, and in that moment, I understood the true nature of my curse. I was the ink's vessel, and it would never let me go. In the suffocating darkness of that room, with the sinister tattoo artist's words ringing in my ears, a desperate resolve took hold of me. I couldn't let this be my end. There had to be a way to break free from the ink's malevolent grip. I stumbled through the building, my mind racing, searching for anything that could help me. The tattoos on my skin pulsed with a malevolent energy, as if mocking my efforts to escape their hold. But then, in a cluttered, dust-laden room, I found something that sparked a glimmer of hope: the artist's notes, a chaotic collection of scribbles and sketches, detailing his experiments with the ink of Edenim. Frantically, I sifted through the papers, my eyes catching glimpses of rituals, incantations, and, crucially, a way to remove the cursed ink. It was a dangerous, painful process, requiring ingredients that seemed almost as mythical as the ink itself. But it was a chance, no matter how slim. Armed with this newfound knowledge, I left the building, the dawn light seeming surreal after the night's horrors. The world outside felt different, distant, as if I were a ghost drifting through it. In the days that followed, I gathered what I needed for the ritual. It was a race against time, as the ink continued to feed on me, each night more aggressive than the last. I could feel myself growing weaker, my memories starting to fray at the edges. Then came the night of the ritual. I prepared a space in my apartment, following the instructions with meticulous care. The ingredients were rare and strange, but somehow, I had managed to procure them all. I was ready. The ritual was excruciating. As I chanted the ancient words, the ink writhed on my skin, as if in protest. I poured every ounce of my will into the incantations, fighting against the searing pain that coursed through my body. The room spun, shadows dancing on the walls, the air thick with the scent of burning herbs, and a metallic tang of blood. And then, suddenly, it was over. I collapsed to the floor, my body spent, my mind teetering on the brink of consciousness. But I could feel it. The ink was gone. My skin, once a tapestry of shifting tattoos, was now marred only by scars, each one a testament to my ordeal. I had done it. I had broken free from the ink of Edenim. In the weeks that followed, I tried to piece my life back together. My friends and family, who had watched me descend into madness, welcomed me back with a mixture of relief and wariness. I couldn't blame them. I was not the same person I had been before the ink had claimed me. I found solace in solitude, in the quiet moments where I could reflect on my experience. The scars on my skin were a constant reminder of the darkness I had faced, a darkness that was still out there, lurking in the shadows of the world. But there was one thing I hadn't noticed, one small detail that escaped my attention in the aftermath of the ritual. Hidden behind my ear, almost invisible to the casual observer, was a tiny tattoo, a remnant of the cursed ink, a symbol that I didn't recognize. It was a chilling reminder that some bonds are not so easily broken, that some curses linger, biding their time. And as I traced the outline of that small tattoo, a shiver ran down my spine. The ink's malevolence was still a part of me, a silent, waiting shadow that might one day stir again. In the quiet aftermath of my harrowing ordeal, life settled into a semblance of normalcy, but it was a fragile, uneasy peace. The world around me resumed its mundane rhythm, yet I remained tethered to the nightmarish realm of the ink of Edenim. The tiny tattoo behind my ear was a constant, unspoken reminder of the darkness that had once consumed me. I tried to move on, to bury the memories of those terrifying nights under layers of everyday routine. I returned to work, reconnected with friends, and even started exploring new hobbies. But the sense of normality was superficial. Beneath the surface, fear and paranoia simmered, a silent undercurrent in my daily life. Nighttime became a battleground of anxiety. Each evening, as shadows lengthened and the world quieted, a sense of dread would settle over me. I found myself inspecting my skin obsessively, searching for any sign of the ink's movement, any hint that the curse was reawakening. But the tattoo remained still, an enigmatic symbol that offered no answers. Despite the overwhelming desire to forget, I couldn't ignore the lingering questions that haunted me. What was the meaning of the symbol behind my ear? Why had the ink spared this one tattoo? Was it a sign, a warning, or something more sinister? The unknowns gnawed at me, a constant itch at the back of my mind. I sought out therapy, hoping to find solace in sharing my story. But the truth was too bizarre, too fantastical. The few times I attempted to broach the subject, I was met with skeptical looks and veiled doubts about my sanity. So I learned to keep the story to myself, a dark secret locked away in the recesses of my mind. As the months passed, the incidents of that fateful time began to feel like a distant dream, a surreal chapter in my life. Yet, the scars on my skin served as a tangible reminder of the reality of my experience. They were a map of pain and survival, each line a testament to the battle I had fought and won. But the victory was incomplete. The presence of the tattoo, hidden away but ever present, was a silent sentinel, a warning of dangers still lurking in the unseen corners of the world. It whispered of mysteries and ancient powers, of a darkness that was far from vanquished. In the end, I accepted that some truths were too vast, too incomprehensible for the human mind to fully grasp. The ink of Edenim was one such truth, a phenomenon that straddled the line between reality and myth, its full extent hidden in the shadows of the unknown. I learned to live with the uncertainty, to embrace the ambiguity of my experience. The world was a richer, more mysterious place than I had ever imagined, filled with wonders and horrors beyond understanding. And somewhere, in the depth of that mystery, the ink of Edenham remained, a dormant enigma waiting for the next chapter of its eternal story. As I look back, I realized that my journey with the ink was not just a battle for survival, but a journey of self-discovery. It taught me about the resilience of the human spirit, the power of hope in the face of unimaginable darkness, and the profound mystery that lies at the heart of existence. And so, I moved forward, carrying the scars and the unanswered questions as badges of my journey. The world is a vast, unfathomable tapestry, and I am but a single thread, woven into its intricate design, forever changed by the ink's malevolence. In the quaint, sleepy neighborhood where Danny lived, houses stood shoulder to shoulder like old friends sharing secrets. Danny's home, an inherited relic from a bygone era, was nestled among them, its walls echoing with memories of generations past. It was in this house, amidst a labyrinth of dusty relics in the attic, that Danny discovered the tape recorder. The attic was a time capsule, each object a fragment of history, but the tape recorder, with its worn buttons and faded exterior, immediately caught Danny's attention. It was an anachronism, a relic from a different era, starkly out of place amidst the modern trinkets of Danny's life. There was a magnetic pull to it, a sense of mystery that beckoned Danny closer. Danny, always the introvert, found comfort in the solitude of the attic. Their fascination with antiques wasn't just a hobby, it was a bridge to the past, a way to connect with the generations that had walked the halls of this old house before them. So, when their fingers grazed the cool, metallic surface of the tape recorder, it was with a reverence for the stories it might hold. The device felt heavy in Danny's hands, imbued with an inexplicable weight that seemed to transcend its physical form. It was as if the tape recorder was a vessel, cradling the echoes of forgotten conversations. And there, nestled within its ancient frame, was a tape, unassuming yet foreboding, labeled simply as Conversations. The label was written in a hurried scrawl, the ink faded with time. It piqued Danny's curiosity. Who had used this recorder? What conversations had it captured within its magnetic ribbons? The mystery was irresistible. With a mix of excitement and trepidation, Danny carried the tape recorder down to their room, away from the dust and shadows of the attic. Plugging it into an old adapter, they felt a shiver run down their spine. This was it, a moment of revelation, a peek into a hidden chapter of history. As the play button was pressed, the tape recorder whirred to life, its gears groaning as if waking from a long slumber. Then came a voice, unmistakably Danny's, but the words were foreign, discussing events, secrets, and emotions that Danny had no memory of. It was disconcerting, hearing their own voice speaking of things unknown, of conversations never had. At first, Danny laughed it off as a bizarre joke, perhaps a strange recording they had made and forgotten. But as the tape continued, the laughter died in their throat. The conversations were detailed, intimate, discussing aspects of Danny's life that no one else could know. Each word, each sentence, was a mirror reflecting a life that Danny had never lived. Confusion turned to fear. The room, once a sanctuary, now felt oppressive, as if the walls themselves were closing in, listening to the echo of the tape. Danny's heart raced, their mind a whirlwind of questions with no answers. What was this tape recorder? Where had these conversations come from? And most importantly, what did they mean? The tape ended with a soft click, but the silence that followed was anything but peaceful. It was a haunting void, filled with the whispers of unheard words, the echoes of a conversation that had never taken place. And in that silence, Danny realized that the tape recorder was more than just a relic. It was a mystery that they couldn't ignore, a puzzle that they had to solve. So began Danny's journey into the unknown, a journey that would unravel the fabric of their reality, a journey that started with an old tape recorder and a conversation never had. In the days that followed the chilling discovery, the tape recorder became the center of Danny's world. The device sat ominously on their desk, an enigma wrapped in rusted metal. Each time Danny looked at it, a mix of dread and intrigue churned within them. It was impossible to ignore, its presence a constant reminder of the unexplained mystery it held. Compelled by a need to understand, Danny inserted the tape once more. The room filled with their own voice, discussing matters so personal and so detailed that it felt like eavesdropping on a stranger's life. Yet, it was unmistakably Danny's voice. The topics ranged from mundane daily activities to deeply personal confessions and fears. But none of it was familiar to Danny. These conversations had never happened, at least not in the life Danny remembered. The gravity of the situation dawned on Danny. This wasn't a prank or a misremembered recording. Something far more complex and disturbing was at play. They felt a shiver crawl up their spine, a sense of being watched, as if the recorder itself was an observer, chronicling a parallel existence. Determined to unravel this mystery, Danny decided to investigate the origins of the tape recorder. A search through the house yielded no clues. It was as if the device had simply materialized in the attic, devoid of history or context. In the absence of answers, Danny turned to the internet, diving into forums and message boards, seeking anyone who might have had a similar experience. Hours turned into days, with no lead too small, no story too far-fetched. Yet, nothing came close to the bizarre nature of their situation. As Danny delved deeper into the mystery, the tape recorder continued its eerie transmissions. New tapes appeared within the device, as if by magic, each labeled with the same crude handwriting. Conversations. These new recordings were even more disturbing. They detailed interactions with friends and family, conversations that Danny had no memory of, events that never occurred. The tapes spoke of arguments, secrets shared, and promises made, none of which Danny recognized. The impact of these revelations began to seep into Danny's everyday life. Friends and families started to act strangely around them. There were mentions of discussions and meetings Danny couldn't recall, promises Danny never made. It was as though the tapes were not just recordings of an unknown past, but were actively rewriting Danny's reality. The isolation was palpable. Danny's friends began to distance themselves, citing strange behaviors in conversations that Danny had no part in. Even their family, usually the bedrock of support, seemed wary and confused. Danny felt a growing chasm between themselves and the world, a barrier erected by the enigmatic words spilling from the tape recorder. Sleep became elusive, haunted by the voices on the tapes. Danny's dreams were filled with shadowy figures and whispered secrets, a reflection of the growing paranoia that gnawed at their sanity. The line between reality and the recorded conversations began to blur, each playing off the other in a macabre dance. The once familiar rooms of the house now felt alien, as if reshaped by the unseen hand of the tape recorder. Danny's sanctuary had become a prison, the walls echoing with the sound of a life unrecognizable, a life dictated by the conversations that seemed to know more about Danny. In this labyrinth of doubt and fear, the tape recorder sat, an enigmatic sentinel, guarding the gateway to an unknown realm, a realm where Danny's voice spoke of things never lived, a realm that was slowly, inexorably, becoming their reality. As the chasm between Danny's perceived reality and the one woven by the tape recorder's eerie recordings widened, a sense of desperation took hold. Danny was no longer just seeking answers, they were fighting to reclaim their life from the grip of an unknown force. The mysterious tapes continued to emerge in the recorder, each revealing more intimate and unsettling details. The conversations now spanned beyond Danny's personal life, delving into hidden fears and forbidden desires. It was as if the recorder was peeling back layers of Danny's soul, exposing secrets even they were unaware of. Determined to confront this escalating intrusion, Danny embarked on a meticulous investigation into each conversation recorded on the tapes. They analyzed the content, hoping to find inconsistencies or clues that could unravel the mystery. But the more they listened, the more disoriented they became. The conversations were frighteningly plausible, woven with threads of truth and fiction in a way that made distinguishing between the two nearly impossible. As Danny's obsession with the tapes grew, so did the isolation. Friends began to outright avoid them, disturbed by the bizarre allegations of conversations and encounters Danny had no memory of. Their family, too, grew increasingly distant, troubled by the inexplicable changes in Danny's behavior and the strange accusations stemming from the recordings. The situation took a darker turn when Danny discovered a new tape labeled The Confession. This recording was different. It was a monologue, Danny's voice speaking in a chilling, emotionless tone, confessing to a crime that Danny had no recollection of. The details were vivid, the narrative disturbingly coherent. It painted Danny as someone they didn't recognize, someone capable of darkness and deceit. This revelation was a tipping point. Danny felt their grip on reality slipping, the boundary between their life and the life on the tapes, blurring into a nightmarish amalgam. The fear that these tapes were not just recordings but manifestations of an alternate reality began to take root in their mind. Haunted by the implications of the confession, Danny's mental state deteriorated. Paranoia crept in, whispering that perhaps they were losing their mind, that maybe the tapes were a symptom of a deeper, more sinister psychological issue. The reflection in the mirror began to look like a stranger, a doppelganger living a parallel life captured on the tapes. In this vortex of fear and confusion, a new tape appeared. This one was labeled The Meeting. The recording detailed a conversation where Danny's voice arranged a meeting at an abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of town. The details were specific: a date, a time, a location. It was lead, concrete and undeniable. Driven by a concoction of fear, curiosity, and a desperate need for answers, Danny decided to go to the warehouse. It was a gamble, a leap into the unknown, but Danny was past the point of caution. They needed to face whatever was on the other end of these recordings, to confront the entity or force that was hijacking their life. The decision was made. Danny prepared for the journey, a mix of determination and dread fueling their resolve. The tape recorder, the catalyst of this descent into madness, sat silently on the desk, its purpose served, its message delivered. It was time for Danny to step out of the shadows of doubt and fear, to seek the truth in the cold, tangible reality of the abandoned warehouse. And so, under sky heavy with ominous clouds, Danny set out to the designated meeting place, each step taking them further from the world they knew, and deeper into the heart of the mystery that had consumed their life. The warehouse loomed in the distance, a silent sentinel waiting to reveal the secrets of the conversations, and the fate that awaited Danny. The journey to the warehouse felt surreal, like traversing through the pages of a story that Danny had never written, but somehow knew by heart. The neighborhood faded into the rearview mirror, replaced by the industrial outskirts of the town, where buildings stood like forgotten monoliths of a bygone era. The warehouse was an imposing structure, its walls scarred by time and neglect. As Danny approached, the air grew thick with a palpable sense of foreboding. The wind whispered through broken windows, carrying with it the echoes of 1,000 unspoken secrets. Stepping inside, Danny was engulfed by darkness. The only light was the faint, eerie glow of the moon filtering through the cracks in the walls and ceiling. The vast space was a labyrinth of shadows and silence, a mausoleum of forgotten memories. In the heart of this desolation, Danny found a single chair facing a small table. On the table lay the tape recorder, its red recording light glowing ominously in the gloom. Beside it, a new tape labeled "The Truth" lay waiting. With trembling hands, Danny picked up the tape and inserted it into the recorder. A deep breath, a moment of hesitation, and then the play button was pressed. The familiar sound of the tape whirring to life shattered the silence. The voice that came through the speakers was Danny's, but it spoke with a chilling authority and depth that Danny didn't recognize. It revealed that the entity behind the tapes was not of this world, a being that fed on human experiences and emotions, using the recorder as a conduit to tap into the essence of its victims. The voice explained that Danny's reality had been altered, manipulated by the entity to create a tapestry of false memories and stolen moments. The conversations, the isolation, the growing madness, all were the work of this entity, an elaborate trap to ensnare Danny's mind. As the revelation sank in, a shadow detached itself from the darkness. It was a formless figure, a mere wisp of smoke and shadow, yet its presence was overwhelming. It spoke in the same voice that had come through the recorder, confirming the truth of the tape. Danny, gripped by a cocktail of horror and fascination, confronted the entity. Questions poured forth. Why, Danny? What was the purpose of this torment? The entity spoke of its ancient existence, of its need to feed on the complexities of human emotion and psyche. Danny was not its first victim, nor would they be the last. The entity offered Danny a grim ultimatum: surrender to the altered reality it had crafted or fight against an inexorable descent into madness. The choice was a cruel one. Acceptance meant living a lie, resistance meant battling an unseen, omnipotent foe. In a moment of defiance, Danny refused to yield. The entity, amused by this show of resilience, warned that the struggle would be relentless. The tapes, the altered memories, the shadow of doubt, they would persist, a constant reminder of the entity's power. With those final words, the entity dissolved into the darkness, leaving Danny alone in the warehouse. The tape recorder, now silent, sat on the table, a symbol of the battle that lay ahead. Danny left the warehouse with a heavy heart. The night air felt colder, the world around them more distant. The encounter had changed everything. The life they had known was now a twisted maze of truth and deception, reality and illusion. The drive home was a blur, a journey through a landscape that felt both familiar and alien. The house, once a haven, now seemed like a stage set for a play in which Danny was both actor and audience. As they lay in bed that night, the echoes of the entity's words filled the room. The fight for their sanity had just begun, a fight against an adversary that dwelled in the shadows of their own mind. The tape recorder, silent and ominous, sat on the desk, a constant reminder of the unseen war that Danny was now part of. In the aftermath of the harrowing encounter at the warehouse, Danny's life became a surreal blend of reality and the twisted fabrications of the tape recorder. The world around them felt altered, tainted by the knowledge of the entity's existence and its ability to warp perception and memory. The days that followed were a struggle to maintain a semblance of normalcy. Danny returned to their daily routine, but each interaction was laced with doubt. Conversations with friends and family were strained, tainted by the fear that any word could be a threat in the entity's web of deception. The tape recorder remained a constant presence in Danny's life, a symbol of the ongoing battle for control over their own reality. New tapes appeared sporadically, each a malicious echo of conversations and experiences that blurred the line between truth and illusion. Despite the overwhelming sense of paranoia, Danny began to find a measure of resilience within themselves. The knowledge that the entity was feeding off their emotional responses fueled a determined effort to resist its influence. Danny clung to the fragments of their life that remained untouched, using them as anchors to hold on to their sense of self. As the entity's manipulations became more aggressive, so too did Danny's resolve to fight back. They started documenting their daily activities, keeping detailed journals as a way to counteract the false memories being implanted by the tapes. Each written word was a testament to their defiance, a record of their true experiences untouched by the entity's influence. The isolation that had once been a source of despair now became a tool for introspection and strength. Danny spent long hours in solitude, reflecting on their situation and strategizing ways to outmaneuver the entity. In these moments of quiet resistance, a deeper understanding of the entity's nature began to emerge. It was not omnipotent, its power was rooted in the manipulation of perception, reliant on Danny's emotional responses to sustain itself. Emboldened by this realization, Danny began to actively challenge the narratives presented in the tapes. They confronted friends and family with the truth, explaining the bizarre nature of their situation. While some were skeptical, others began to see the inconsistencies and offered support, helping to reinforce Danny's grasp on reality. The entity, sensing Danny's growing resistance, intensified its efforts. The tapes became more elaborate, weaving intricate lies designed to break Danny's spirit. But with each new tape, Danny's determination only strengthened. They became adept at discerning the falsities, using their journals and the support of their loved ones as a bulwark against the entity's attacks. Through this relentless struggle, Danny forged a new sense of identity, one defined not by the whispers of an unseen foe, but by their own indomitable will. The fear and paranoia that had once threatened to consume them were now catalysts for growth, for the forging of a self that could withstand the darkest of manipulations. As the weeks turned into months, the entity's presence began to wane. The tapes appeared less frequently, and their content lost the potency it once had. It seemed as though the entity was retreating, its hold on Danny's reality weakening under the relentless pressure of their resistance. The battle was far from over, but Danny had gained crucial ground. They had proven to themselves and to the entity that they were not a passive victim, but a force to be reckoned with. The tape recorder, once a source of dread, now served as a reminder of the strength and resilience Danny had discovered within themselves. Months passed since the night at the warehouse, and the shadow of the entity's influence gradually receded from Danny's life. The tape recorder, once a harbinger of confusion and fear, had become silent, a dormant relic of a surreal chapter in Danny's life. Danny's reality, once fractured and malleable under the entity's manipulations, had solidified. The relentless documentation of their life, the support of friends and family who had come to understand the bizarre nature of their plight, and, most importantly, Danny's unwavering determination to resist, had all contributed to reclaiming their life from the brink of chaos. Yet, the victory was not without its scars. Danny emerged from the ordeal changed. The innocence of accepting reality at face value was lost, replaced by a cautious scrutiny of every experience, every memory. Trust, once given freely, was now offered sparingly, tempered by the knowledge of how easily reality could be twisted. The tapes, those cryptic messengers of an unfathomable intellect, no longer appeared. The recorder sat unused, a relic of a battle fought in the depths of Danny's mind. Its silence was a welcome reprieve, but also a haunting reminder that the entity, while dormant, might still be lurking in the unseen corners of reality. Danny often pondered the nature of the entity. Was it a malevolent force, a cosmic trickster, or simply a being beyond human comprehension, seeking sustenance in the only way it knew? The answers, like the entity itself, remained elusive, shadows dancing just beyond the reach of understanding. Life gradually returned to a semblance of normalcy, but the experience had left an indelible mark on Danny. They found solace in the mundane, beauty in the simplicity of unaltered reality. Friends and family, once sources of potential deception, were now pillars of strength, their support having been instrumental in Danny's struggle. The experience also ignited a newfound purpose in Danny. They began to reach out to others who had encountered inexplicable phenomena, offering support and understanding. Danny's story, once a solitary journey through madness, became a beacon for those navigating the murky waters of their own unexplained experiences. As time went on, the memory of the entity and its tapes faded into the background of Danny's life, a surreal chapter in a story that continued to unfold in unexpected ways. But the lessons learned from that encounter remained. Danny had stared into the abyss of an altered reality and emerged with a deeper appreciation for the fragile tapestry of human experience. One evening, as Danny sat pondering the journey they had undergone, the phone rang. The voice on the other end was familiar, eerily so. It was Danny's own voice, a ghostly echo from a past that had been manipulated and twisted. The message was simple, a chilling reminder that the entity's reach was long, and its game far from over. "All is not as it seems," the voice said, and then the line went dead. The call sent a shiver down Danny's spine, a resurgence of the paranoia that had once threatened to consume them. But this time, Danny was prepared. They had faced the unknown before and emerged stronger. Whatever challenges lay ahead, Danny knew they had the strength and resilience to face them. The tape recorder, silent on the shelf, seemed to watch as Danny contemplated this new development. It was a reminder of the past, but also a testament to the journey Danny had undertaken, a journey that had taught them the true strength that lies within the human spirit. And so, with a sense of resolve stealing their nerves, Danny faced the uncertainty of the future, ready to confront whatever mysteries lay hidden in the tapestry of reality. The entity, the tapes, the altered memories, they were all part of a larger puzzle, one that Danny was determined to solve, no matter what secrets it held. In the heart of a small, snow-laden town, nestled between frosted pines and half-frozen streams, winter had laid its claim. The air was crisp, biting at exposed skin, a white blanket covering the sleepy houses and quiet streets. Here lived Rudy, a teenager with a curious mind and a penchant for the imaginative, and Lily, his younger sister, whose laughter could melt even the coldest winter day. On a particularly snowy afternoon, with school closed and the town hushed under the heavy snowfall, the siblings decided to build a snowman in their backyard. Bundled in layers of wool and fleece, they set to work. The snow was perfect, powder yet compact, ideal for their creation. They rolled and shaped, laughter echoing between them, the chill of the air forgotten in their activity. Their snowman stood tall and proud, adorned with a crooked carrot nose, coal fur eyes, and a scarf that had seen better winters. Rudy playfully placed an old hat atop his head, declaring it the finishing touch. As the sky dimmed, painting the world in hues of orange and purple, they stepped back to admire their work, unaware of the oddity that would soon unfold. That night, as the town slept under the moon's silver gaze, Rudy lay awake in bed. The quiet of the house was almost deafening. But then, a sound softly intruded their thoughts, of faint rhythmic thumping, like the beating of a heart. At first, Rudy dismissed it as imagination, the result of too many late-night horror stories. But the sound persisted, steady and undeniable. Morning broke with a cold, clear dawn. As Rudy peered out the window, their gaze landed on the snowman. Drawn by an inexplicable urge, they ventured outside in their pajamas, the snow crunching underfoot, breath misting in the air. Approaching the snowman, Rudy extended a hesitant hand and pressed it against his snowy chest. There, beneath layers of snow and winter garments, Rudy felt it, a faint but distinct heartbeat. It was impossible, illogical, yet undeniably real. Fear prickled at the back of Rudy's neck, a mix of terror and fascination gripping them. The snowman, once a symbol of winter's joy, now stood as an enigma, its coal eyes seeming to gaze back with a hidden knowledge. As the heartbeat thudded softly in the still morning air, Rudy knew this winter would be unlike any other. The discovery of the heartbeat within the snowman sent a shiver down Rudy's spine, a feeling that was less about the cold and more about the eerie reality they had just touched. With a racing heart, Rudy dashed back inside, the warmth of the house doing little to thaw the chill that had settled in their bones. Later that day, after a breakfast eaten mostly in silence, Rudy pulled Lily aside. In a hushed tone, laden with a mix of fear and excitement, Rudy revealed the secret of the snowman's heartbeat. Lily, wide-eyed and incredulous, followed Rudy outside, her skepticism turning to fear as she, too, felt the inexplicable pulsation beneath the snowman's icy exterior. The siblings agreed to keep their discovery a secret, fearing disbelief or ridicule. But as the days passed, the snowman began to change. His features, initially lumpy and childlike, grew increasingly defined and lifelike. The coal eyes seemed to follow them, and the carrot nose appeared more like flesh than vegetable. The transformation was gradual but undeniable, adding a sinister edge to their once cheerful creation. The town, too, seemed to change. Pets went missing, their disappearance accompanied by strange tracks in the snow, unlike any animal known to the area. A palpable sense of unease settled over the residents, whispers of something amiss carried on the frigid wind. Rudy and Lily found sleep elusive, haunted by nightmares where the snowman came to life, its movements jerky and unnatural, its heartbeat a relentless drum in their ears. The dreams were vivid, leaving them to wake in a cold sweat, questioning reality. Even during the day, a feeling of being watched pervaded their home. The siblings would often glance out the window, half expecting to see the snowman peering back at them, its presence a constant reminder of the unexplainable phenomenon in their backyard. As the unease grew, so did the town's rumors. Huddled conversations at the local store, furtive glances cast towards their yard, the town seemed to sense that something was not right. Old tales, long dismissed as mere superstition, resurfaced. Legends of winter spirits and snow entities, folklore once shared for amusement, now revisited in hushed tones of fear. In this atmosphere of growing dread, Rudy and Lily felt a deepening bond, their shared secret a heavy weight. They watched the snowman, now almost unrecognizable from their playful creation, and wondered what sinister force they had unwittingly unleashed upon their quiet, snowy town. The days grew shorter, the nights longer, and with each passing hour, the atmosphere in the small town thickened with an unspoken terror. The snowman, once a mere pile of snow shaped by children's hands, now stood as a harbinger of unease, its presence casting a long, ominous shadow over Rudy and Lily's home. The siblings found themselves trapped in a cycle of fear and fascination. During the day, they kept a wary distance from the snowman, observing its gradual changes. Its mouth, initially a crooked line, now curved into a disturbing semblance of a smile, revealing what looked like teeth made of ice. The hat they had placed so playfully now sat atop a head too perfectly shaped, the scarf moving slightly, as if caressed by an unseen breeze. The strange occurrences within the town escalated. Footprints appeared overnight around homes, leading to and from the snowman in their yard, as if it had been wandering the streets. The footprints were oddly shaped, neither human nor animal, adding to the growing hysteria among the townsfolk. Whispers turned to open discussions about what lurked in the heart of their once peaceful town. Stories were shared of ancient winter myths, of spirits bound to the snow, their intentions unknown, their actions unpredictable. These tales, once the stuff of legend, now seemed terrifyingly plausible. At night, Rudy and Lily's nightmares intensified. They dreamed of being chased through endless snow by the snowman, its thudding heartbeat a constant presence. These dreams felt so real that waking up left them questioning whether they had indeed escaped, or if part of them was still trapped in that frozen nightmare. Even in the safety of daylight, the feeling of being watched persisted. It was as if the snowman's eyes followed their every move, its smile growing wider with each passing day. The siblings started to feel a chilling presence even inside their home, a sensation of cold fingers brushing against their skin, a whisper of frost in their ears. As fear gripped the town, a sense of isolation descended upon their home. Neighbors began to avoid them, eyeing their house with a mix of suspicion and fear. The joy of winter had been replaced by a cold dread, and the once cheerful act of building a snowman had turned into a source of nightmarish wonder. In this climate of growing terror, Rudy and Lily clung to each other, their shared experience a solitary beacon in the encroaching darkness. They knew they had to face whatever they had awakened in the snow, but the question remained. How do you confront a nightmare made manifest? As the days dwindled and the nights grew ever darker, they realized that the answer lay within the very heart of their frost-bound creation. The winter's fury reached its zenith in a howling blizzard that enveloped the town. Wind screamed like a banshee through the streets, snowflakes whirled in a mad dance, and the world turned a blinding white. It was on this night, under the cover of the storm, that the true horror of the snowman revealed itself to Rudy and Lily. Huddled inside, the siblings watched the snowman through the frost-rimmed window. The blizzard seemed to invigorate it, its form becoming more defined, more sinister. Then, in a moment that would forever be etched in their memories, they saw it move. The snowman's head turned, slowly, deliberately, its coal-black eyes fixing on their window, on them. Paralyzed by fear, Rudy and Lily could only watch as the snowman took a step, then another, its movements jerky and unnatural. It was as if the storm had breathed life into it, a life that was twisted and malevolent. The heartbeat, once faint, was now a pounding rhythm that resonated with the blizzard's fury. The house offered no refuge as the snowman approached. The siblings felt an icy dread clutch their hearts. They were trapped, the storm raging outside, a living nightmare advancing towards them. The line between reality and the horrors of their dreams blurred, leaving them in a state of petrified disbelief. As the snowman neared the house, its intentions unclear, but its malice palpable, Rudy and Lily realized they had to act. They could not cower in fear, they had to confront this creature of snow and shadow. With a courage born of desperation, they prepared to face the snowman. Armed with whatever they could find, a fireplace poker, a heavy flashlight, they waited. The snowman, now at the door, seemed to hesitate, as if savoring the fear it instilled. Then, with a strength that defied its snowy composition, it pushed against the door. The door creaked, strained, and finally gave way under the snowman's relentless force. Rudy and Lily stood face to face with their creation, now a twisted parody of a winter's joy. The room grew colder, the air filled with the scent of snow and something ancient, something otherworldly. In the heart of the blizzard, with the wind howling like a chorus of the damned, the siblings fought. Each swing of the poker, each flash of the light, was a strike against an abomination that should not exist. The snowman, though seemingly impervious to pain, recoiled at each hit, its form losing cohesion. In this desperate struggle, with their home becoming a battlefield of snow and shadow, Rudy and Lily fought not just for their lives, but for the very soul of their town. The blizzard raged on, uncaring, as two children battled a nightmare born of winter's heart. The battle against the snowman, amidst the raging blizzard, pushed Rudy and Lily to their limits. Their breaths came in ragged gasps, their movements driven by adrenaline and fear. The snowman, relentless in its pursuit, seemed to feed off the storm, its form shifting and contorting with each blow it received. In the chaos, a glimmer of hope emerged. During a particularly forceful strike, Rudy's poker hit something solid within the snowman. The creature staggered, a crackling sound emanating from its core, and for a moment, its advance halted. Seizing the opportunity, Rudy and Lily redoubled their efforts, focusing on the spot that had weakened the snowman. Blow after blow, they chipped away at the icy exterior, revealing glimpses of something embedded within. Finally, with a strike born of desperation, the snowman's form shattered, scattering snow and ice across the room. In the midst of the debris lay a strange artifact, pulsing with an eerie light. It was an object out of place and time, ancient and otherworldly, its purpose unknown, but its power undeniable. The storm, as if connected to the snowman's fate, began to subside. The winds calmed, the snowfall lessened, and the oppressive presence that had loomed over the town lifted. The nightmare, it seemed, was over. Rudy and Lily, exhausted and shaken, looked at the artifact, a mix of relief and curiosity in their eyes. They knew instinctively that this object was the key to the snowman's unnatural life. It had been the heartbeat they had felt, the source of the horror that had befallen them. The siblings decided to rid themselves of the artifact, fearing its influence. In the aftermath of the storm, they ventured into the woods, far from their home, and buried it deep beneath the earth. The snow, once a canvas for innocent play, now served as a burial ground for an ancient malevolence. As they returned home, the town around them seemed to awaken from a bad dream. Neighbors emerged from their houses, talking and laughing, the memory of the recent terror already fading like a shadow at dawn. Normalcy returned, but for Rudy and Lily, the experience would forever linger in their minds. The winter continued, the snow eventually melting, giving way to the renewal of spring. But in the quiet moments, when the world seemed still, the siblings would remember the heartbeat in the snow, the night of the blizzard, and the artifact that lay buried, waiting beneath the thawing earth. In the weeks following the destruction of the snowman and the burial of the mysterious artifact, life in the small town slowly returned to normal. The snow melted, revealing the green shoots of spring, and the townsfolk went about their daily routines, the fear and uncertainty of the winter fading like a distant nightmare. For Rudy and Lily, however, the experience left a deeper mark. The laughter and playfulness of their days were now tinged with awareness, a knowledge of the darkness that could lurk within the most innocent of winter's creations. They often found themselves glancing towards the spot in the yard where the snowman had stood, half expecting to see it reformed, its cold eyes watching them. Their nights, though no longer plagued by nightmares, were restless. The memory of the snowman's heartbeat, the feel of its icy touch, lingered in their minds. They wondered about the artifact they had buried deep in the woods, whether it was truly harmless now, or if it still harbored the power that had given life to their macabre creation. The siblings talked less about the incident as time passed, an unspoken agreement to leave the past behind. Yet, there were moments, brief and fleeting, when their eyes would meet, and a shared understanding passed between them. They had faced something unnatural, something that defied explanation, and they had prevailed. The town, oblivious to the true nature of what had transpired, moved on. Tales of the winter's strange occurrences became just another set of stories to be told and embellished over time. But for Rudy and Lily, the reality of those events was etched in their memories, as real and as palpable as the snow that had once covered the ground. As the seasons changed and the years passed, the story of the snowman became a part of their family lore, a tale to be recounted with a mix of awe and disbelief. But in their hearts, a small seed of unease remained, a reminder of the winter when they built a snowman in their yard, a snowman that had a heartbeat. And so, as other winters came and went, with new snows and new stories, Rudy and Lily carried with them the memory of that cold heart beating in the snow, a haunting echo of the unknown, a reminder that some mysteries are best left unsolved. For in the quiet of the winter nights, when the world seems still and the air holds a whisper of frost, one can't help but wonder what secrets lie waiting beneath the serene blanket of snow. In the heart of a city, indistinct and sprawling, stood a modest apartment building, its facade weathered by the elements and the relentless passage of time. On the third floor, in a small, unremarkable apartment, lived Adam, a graphic designer in their late 20s. The apartment, much like its occupant, was a mosaic of organized chaos, sketches and digital designs scattered about, a testament to a creative mind constantly at work. Adam's life was a routine of source work, solitude, and the occasional social interaction, mostly online. But there was something else that defined Adam's nights, something far less mundane. Sleep paralysis. It had been a part of Adam's life for years, an unwelcome intruder that transformed the sanctuary of sleep into a battleground of the mind. The sleep paralysis episodes were vivid and terrifying, but there was one figure that haunted Adam more than others, the sleep paralysis demon. It was a shadowy entity, tall and looming, with eyes that glowed like embers in the dark. These encounters were always silent, the demon standing at a distance, watching, waiting. One night, the episode was particularly intense. Adam lay in bed, the familiar weight of paralysis anchoring them to the mattress. The room was dimly lit by the glow of the streetlights outside, casting long, distorted shadows across the walls. And there, in the corner of the room, stood the demon, its form more defined than ever, its red eyes piercing the gloom. The experience was suffocating, the air in the room heavy and thick. Time seemed to stretch and warp around Adam, each second an eternity until, finally, the paralysis lifted. Adam gasped for air, the room returning to normal, the demon gone as if it had never been there. But this time, something was different. A lingering sense of unease clawed at Adam's mind, a prelude to a reality that was about to unravel in the most unexpected and terrifying way. The morning after the intense episode, Adam woke up with a lingering sense of dread, a shadow cast over their thoughts. The sun filtered through the blinds, casting lines of light and dark across the room, a stark contrast that seemed to echo Adam's disturbed state of mind. Trying to shake off the unease, Adam went about their day, diving into work. The digital designs on the screen, usually a source of comfort and focus, now seemed dull and lifeless. Adam's thoughts kept drifting back to the night's encounter, the vivid image of the demon's piercing red eyes. As the day progressed, something unusual began to happen. While making coffee, Adam caught a glimpse of a shadowy figure in the reflection on the microwave door. Startled, Adam spun around, but there was nothing there. Later, walking to the store, a similar figure appeared in the window of a parked car. Again, when Adam looked directly, it vanished. These sightings continued, each more unsettling than the last. The figure was always just out of sight, lurking in reflections, at the edge of Adam's peripheral vision. It was the sleep paralysis demon, unmistakable with its towering form and glowing eyes. But this time, it was appearing while Adam was fully awake. At first, Adam tried to rationalize it. Stress, lack of sleep, perhaps the after-effects of the vivid sleep paralysis. But as the encounters became more frequent, denial turned into fear. The demon was no longer confined to the night, it had crossed a boundary, invading Adam's waking world. The realization hit Adam like a wave, a cold, sinking feeling in the pit of their stomach. Something had changed, something fundamental in the delicate balance between sleep and wakefulness, reality and nightmare. The demon, once a spectral tormentor in the shadows of sleep, was now a haunting presence in the light of day. In the days that followed, Adam grappled with the reality of the situation. The logical part of their mind clamored for a rational explanation. It had to be the stress, or maybe a side effect of the sleep deprivation. But no matter how much Adam tried to convince themselves, the sightings continued, each more unsettling than the last. The demon's appearances grew more frequent and vivid. It no longer just lurked in reflections or shadows. Adam would see it standing at the end of a hallway at work, or notice its silhouette against the curtains at home. The encounters were brief, always disappearing when Adam tried to look directly, but they left a lasting impression of terror. Desperate for answers, Adam began researching sleep paralysis, delving into online forums, medical journals, and ancient lore. They learned about others who had experienced similar phenomena, stories of shadowy figures and haunting presences. But none seemed to cross over into the waking world as vividly as Adam's demon. The most chilling development came when Adam started noticing small disturbances in their apartment. Objects would be slightly moved, or Adam would find things they didn't remember placing. Once, a series of unsettling cryptic messages appeared on the bathroom mirror, vanishing as soon as they tried to document them. Adam's friends began to notice a change. They commented on Adam's distracted demeanor, the dark circles under their eyes, the jumpiness. Adam shrugged off their concerns, unable to voice the absurd truth that a figment from their nightmares was now stalking them in daylight. The situation reached a new level of horror when, one evening, the demon did something it had never done before it spoke. Adam was alone, working late at night when the room grew unnaturally cold. The air thickened, and a voice, deep and resonant, filled the space. "Adam," it whispered, its tone mocking, "why do you run?" The voice seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, echoing in Adam's mind. It was a turning point, the moment when Adam realized this was more than just a hallucination or a trick of the mind. The demon had a purpose, a reason for its haunting, and it was intimately connected to Adam. Driven to the edge of their sanity by constant fear and sleepless nights, Adam decided it was time to confront the demon. This decision came on a night when the moon hung low in the sky, casting a pale, eerie light through the apartment windows. The air was heavy, charged with an anticipation that felt almost electric. Adam knew, with a certainty that defied logic, that the demon would appear again. As if on cue, the temperature in the room dropped, a familiar sign of the demon's presence. Shadows twisted and writhed in the corners of the room, coalescing into the tall, imposing figure of the demon. Its eyes glowed a fierce red, boring into Adam with an intensity that was almost tangible. "Why are you doing this?" Adam demanded, their voice quivering with a mixture of fear and defiance. "What do you want from me?" The demon's response was a low, guttural sound that seemed to reverberate through the room. "You know why, Adam," it hissed. "You've always known." Adam felt a rush of confusion and anger. "I don't understand. I've done nothing to you." The demon moved closer, the air around it shimmering with a dark aura. "It's not about what you've done," it said, its voice a chilling whisper. "It's about what you are. You are connected to us, to the shadows. You always have been." In that moment, a flood of memories washed over Adam. Images of a childhood filled with unexplained occurrences, shadows that moved of their own accord, voices in the dark that no one else could hear. Adam had suppressed these memories, attributing them to an overactive imagination. But now, confronted by the undeniable reality of the demon, these fragmented pieces of the past clicked into place. "You're part of me?" Adam asked, the realization dawning on them. The demon nodded, its form blurring and shifting as if it were made of smoke. "Yes, and you are a part of us. But you tried to cut us out, to deny your true nature. And now, we are here to remind you of who you really are." Adam's mind raced, struggling to process this revelation. The demon was not just a tormentor, it was a manifestation of a part of Adam's very being, a dark and primal aspect they had tried to bury. The realization was terrifying but also strangely liberating. The demon, this part of themselves, had been reaching out, not to harm, but to be acknowledged. The demon's form began to fade, its message delivered. As it disappeared, the room warmed, and the oppressive atmosphere lifted. Adam was left alone, the silence of the apartment a stark contrast to the chaos of their thoughts. They knew what they had to do next. They had to accept and confront this part of themselves, to integrate it and find a way to live with it. The path ahead was uncertain, but for the first time in a long time, Adam felt a sense of purpose. In the wake of the demon's revelation, Adam embarked on a journey to understand and confront their inner darkness. The realization that the demon was a part of them, a manifestation of a suppressed primal aspect of their psyche, was both frightening and enlightening. Adam began seeking help from various sources. They consulted with a therapist, exploring the depths of their subconscious and the childhood events that might have triggered this manifestation. However, traditional therapy seemed insufficient for the paranormal nature of their situation. Adam delved deeper into the lore and myths surrounding sleep paralysis and shadow beings. They discovered ancient rituals and practices believed to help integrate or banish such entities. Adam was skeptical but desperate for a solution. Their search led them to a reputed paranormal expert, a woman known for her knowledge of the occult and supernatural phenomena. She listened intently to Adam's story, her eyes betraying a deep understanding of the unspoken horrors Adam faced. She spoke of balance, of the need to acknowledge and integrate one's shadow, not to fight it. She provided Adam with a ritual, a way to confront and reconcile with the demon. As part of the ritual, Adam had to confront their past traumas, the hidden fears and pain that had fueled the demon's power. It was an emotionally grueling process, digging up memories long buried and facing them head-on. The ritual was set for a night when the moon was new, a symbol of new beginnings. Adam prepared the apartment, drawing ancient symbols, lighting candles, and creating a sacred space. As they began the ritual, chanting the words taught by the paranormal expert, the air grew dense, the shadows deepening. The demon appeared, its form more defined than ever. But this time, Adam was not afraid. They spoke directly to the demon, acknowledging its presence, accepting it as a part of themselves. The room seemed to pulse with energy, the air vibrating with the power of Adam's words. As the ritual reached its climax, the demon began to change. It grew smaller, less intimidating, its features softening. The red in its eyes dimmed, giving way to a warm amber glow. The feeling of terror that had always accompanied the demon's presence was replaced by a sense of peace and understanding. With the final words of the ritual, the demon vanished. The candles flickered out, and the apartment was bathed in silence. Adam felt a profound sense of release, as if a great weight had been lifted from their shoulders. In the days that followed, Adam noticed a change. The constant feeling of being watched, the sense of dread that had hung over them for so long, was gone. They slept peacefully for the first time in years, free from the paralysis and the haunting presence of the demon. But the journey was not over. Adam knew that the demon, a part of them, might never be completely gone. They had learned to live with their shadow, to accept it as an integral part of their being. It was a delicate balance, one that Adam was now equipped to maintain. In the aftermath of the ritual, Adam's life began to regain a sense of normalcy, but it was a new kind of normal. The haunting experiences with the sleep paralysis demon had fundamentally altered their perception of reality and themselves. No longer tormented by the nightly visits, Adam found a newfound peace in sleep, but the echoes of those encounters lingered. Adam returned to work with a renewed focus and creativity. Colleagues noticed the change, remarking on the newfound energy and enthusiasm in Adam's demeanor. Friends who had been worried about Adam's well-being saw a positive transformation. The journey through the darkness had sparked a deeper interest in the mysteries of the mind and the supernatural. Adam continued exploring these realms, reading extensively, and even starting a blog to document their experiences and thoughts. It became a platform for others who had faced similar hauntings, a community of shared experiences and support. Although the demon no longer appeared, Adam felt a lingering connection. It was no longer a source of fear, but a reminder of the depth of the human psyche and the power of confronting one's inner demons. Adam came to view the experience as a transformative journey, one that had brought a deeper understanding of the self. The story concludes with Adam walking home one evening. The street is quiet, the city's noise a distant hum. As Adam passes by a dimly lit window, they pause, catching a glimpse of a shadowy figure. For a moment, their heart races, a flicker of the old fear surfacing. But then, they smile faintly and continue walking. The figure in the reflection is gone as quickly as it appeared. Adam understands that the demon, now a part of their acknowledged self, might always be a shadow in the background of their life. But it no longer holds power over them. Instead, it serves as a reminder of the journey Adam has undertaken, the battles fought and won, and the delicate balance between light and darkness that resides within us all. In the heart of a bustling town stood a high school, almost ordinary but for one peculiarity. At this school, amidst the labyrinth of polished hallways and laughter-filled classrooms, there existed a room, cloaked in mystery and sealed away from prying eyes. The door, nestled on the third floor, was always locked, its paint chipped and color faded, as if guarding secrets from decades past. Among the school's inhabitants was Alex, a junior with a quiet disposition and an unquenchable curiosity. Alex's days were typically uneventful, filled with the monotony of lectures and the occasional chatter with classmates. Yet, there was an odd occurrence that began to disrupt the rhythm of Alex's daily life. It started as a faint whisper, almost imperceptible, that seemed to dance through the corridors and reach only Alex's ears. The whispers would call out Alex's name, soft and insistent, emanating from the direction of the locked room. Initially, Alex dismissed these whispers as figments of an overactive imagination. But as days turned into weeks, the whispers grew louder and more frequent, particularly when Alex lingered in the hallway near the mysterious room after school hours. The enigma of the room and the whispers that seemed to beckon Alex grew more intriguing by the day. One late afternoon, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the school emptied, Alex found themselves alone on the third floor. The whispers were clearer now, more pronounced, as if urging Alex closer. Heart pounding with a mix of fear and excitement, Alex approached the door. It stood there as always, old, weathered, and uninviting. But today, something was different. Today, the door was slightly ajar. A chill ran down Alex's spine. Thoughts raced through their mind. Who opened it? What lies beyond? The rational part of Alex screamed to walk away, to dismiss this as some prank. The curiosity, that deep non-curiosity, won over. With a hesitant hand, Alex pushed the door open just a little wider, enough to peek inside. What greeted them was a room shrouded in shadows, filled with old furniture coated in dust and cobwebs. At its center stood a large, antique mirror, its surface speckled with age. The whispers ceased the moment Alex crossed the threshold, replaced by a deafening silence. The air felt heavy, as if charged with a latent energy. Alex's eyes scanned the room, taking in the eerie stillness. It was just an old room, there isn't, yet something about it felt deeply unsettling. As Alex stood there, enveloped in the room's ominous embrace, they didn't notice the slow, creeping fog that began to gather outside the school. Nor did they see the shadows that seemed to move just at the edge of their vision. All they knew was the room called to them, and for reasons they couldn't comprehend, they felt an inexplicable need to uncover its secrets. Unbeknownst to Alex, the door behind them creaked softly as it swung shut, enveloping the room in darkness, sealing them in with whatever lay hidden within these ancient walls. The days following Alex's first encounter with the locked room were marked by a persistent unease. Despite their attempts to focus on normal activities, the memory of the whispering door lingered in the back of their mind, an unshakable presence. It was a week later, on a similarly quiet evening, when the whispers returned. This time they were more insistent, a sibilant chorus that echoed down the empty hallways, growing louder as Alex neared the third floor. The air felt thicker, charged with an energy that seemed to pull Alex towards the mysterious room. Driven by a mixture of fear and an overwhelming need for answers, Alex stepped forward. Their hands trembled as they pushed the door open, the creaking of its hinges echoing through the silent hallway. The room awaited, bathed in shadows that seemed to dance and shift with a life of their own. Inside, the scene was much as Alex remembered. Desolate and untouched by time. But now, the mirror at the center of the room drew Alex's attention. It stood tall and imposing, its surface reflecting the dim light in strange, distorted ways. As Alex approached, the whispers crescendoed, a cacophony of sound that seemed to emanate from the mirror itself. Fascinated and terrified in equal measure, Alex reached out a hand towards the mirror. Their reflection stared back, yet something was amiss. It wasn't just a reflection, it felt like something was looking through from the other side, its gaze cold and penetrating. The whispers now formed coherent sentences, calling out to Alex, pleading, warning. Words of caution, tales of sorrow, and cryptic messages swirled around, filling the room with an otherworldly chorus. Alex stumbled back, breath catching in their throat. This was no ordinary mirror, and this room held secrets far beyond their wildest imaginings. A sense of dread settled in Alex's heart, a realization that they had unwittingly entangled themselves in something ancient and unknowable. As they left the room that evening, the door closing with a definitive thud behind them, Alex knew their life had changed. They could no longer ignore the call of the whispering room. A mystery was unraveling, and they were at its center. The need to understand, to uncover the truth behind the whispers, consumed them. Little did they know, the path they had chosen was fraught with dangers, both seen and unseen, and the answers they sought might be more terrifying than the whispers themselves. In the following days, Alex's visits to the locked room became more frequent. Each time they entered, the mirror seemed to beckon, its surface shimmering with an ethereal light. Alex started to document these visits, jotting down each peculiar occurrence, and the phrases whispered by unseen voices. The room, once just a silent part of the school, now felt alive, its every creak and groan like a language only Alex could understand. The strange occurrences weren't confined to the room. Objects in Alex's classroom began moving inexplicably, books falling off shelves without cause, lights flickering without reason. Alex's friends noticed the changes too, their concern growing as they watched Alex become more withdrawn, more obsessed with the locked room. Nightmares plagued Alex, vivid and disturbing. They dreamed of the room, of the mirror, of faces twisted in agony appearing in its glass. These dreams bled into waking life, leaving Alex on edge, jumping at shadows and startling at the slightest sound. Reflections in windows and mirrors around the school seemed distorted, as if another world was bleeding into their own. Driven by a need for answers, Alex enlisted the help of two friends, Jamie and Taylor. Together, they delved into the school's history, uncovering old yearbooks and newspaper clippings. They found a story from decades ago about a student, Eliza Hartley, who mysteriously vanished. Her last known location was said to be the very room that now whispered Alex's name. The more they learned, the more the pieces began to fit together. The whispers, the mirror, the strange occurrences, they all seemed connected to Eliza's disappearance. But how? And why was Alex being drawn into this? Their research took them to the town library, where they found an old journal belonging to the school's founding headmaster. In it, he wrote of a mirror, an artifact he believed to be a gateway to another realm. He spoke of voices, of a presence within the mirror, and of his growing fear of what he had unleashed. This revelation sent a chill down Alex's spine. If the mirror was a gateway, then what was on the other side? And what did it want with Alex? As the pieces of the puzzle slowly came together, the sense of foreboding grew. Alex realized that the whispers were not just calling them, they were warning them. But of what, Alex couldn't yet comprehend. They knew only that they were inextricably linked to this mystery, and that they had to see it through, no matter the cost. Unbeknownst to Alex and their friends, a dark shadow watched from the depths of the mirror, its intentions unknown, its gaze fixed on Alex. The game had begun, and the stakes were higher than they could possibly imagine. The culmination of events led to a night that would forever be etched in Alex's memory. It was a night when the moon hung heavy in the sky, casting a pale, eerie glow over the skull. The whispers had become more urgent, more demanding, pulling Alex towards the locked room with an almost magnetic force. With Jamie and Taylor at their side, Alex stood before the door, their heart pounding with a mix of dread and determination. The door, which once seemed impenetrable, now swung open with a haunting creak at their touch. The room lay shrouded in darkness, the only light emanating from the ghostly sheen of the mirror. As they stepped inside, the air grew colder, the atmosphere charged with a palpable tension. The whispers crescendoed into a deafening roar, then abruptly ceased, leaving a suffocating silence in their wake. Alex approached the mirror, their reflection staring back at them, distorted and wavering as if underwater. Then, something extraordinary happened. The glass rippled, and an image began to form, a ghostly figure slowly materializing. It was a girl, her features blurred yet hauntingly familiar. It was Eliza Hartley. The room seemed to hold its breath as Eliza's image became clear. Her eyes, filled with an unspeakable sadness, locked onto Alex's. Then, she spoke. Her voice was a mere whisper, yet it resonated through the room, filling every corner with her presence. Eliza revealed her tragic tale. She spoke of her fascination with the mirror, of how she too had heard the whispers. She told of how the mirror was a gateway to another realm, a realm that had called to her, lured her in. But once she crossed the threshold, she became trapped, her spirit tethered to the mirror, unable to find peace. Her story was one of warning and sorrow, a plea for help to break the bond that held her to this world. Eliza's eyes implored Alex to aid her, to do what she could not to close the gateway and release her spirit. The revelation shook Alex to their core. The room, the mirror, Eliza's spirit had all connected back to the whispers that had haunted Alex. They now understood the purpose behind the whispers, the reason for their strange connection to the room. Jamie and Taylor stood by, their eyes wide with shock and fear, as Alex communicated with Eliza's spirit. They knew what needed to be done. With a heavy heart, Alex agreed to help Eliza find peace, to end her years of torment. As they prepared to enact the ritual Eliza had instructed them in, the air grew thick with a sense of impending doom. Shadows danced along the walls, and the mirror's surface rippled with an otherworldly energy. Alex, Jamie, and Taylor joined hands, their voices uniting in a chant that echoed through the room. But as the ritual reached its climax, something went terribly wrong. Eliza's image in the mirror contorted in agony, and a malevolent force surged forth. The room trembled, objects levitating and hurtling across the space as an unseen power unleashed its fury. In that moment, Alex realized the true danger they faced. The gateway wasn't just a passage for Eliza's spirit, it was a conduit for something much darker, a malevolent entity that had been biding its time, waiting for its chance to break through. Faced with this terrifying revelation, Alex knew they had to make a choice. A choice that would either save Eliza and close the gateway or unleash an unspeakable horror upon the world. The weight of this decision, the lives it would impact, bore down on Alex, as they prepared to confront the darkness that lurked within the mirror. In the midst of chaos, with the room thrashing in the grip of the malevolent force, Alex struggled to maintain focus. They remembered Eliza's instructions, her words echoing in their mind amidst the tumult. The ritual was their only chance to set things right. Alex, Jamie, and Taylor, though shaken, continued the chant, their voices rising above the din. They followed the ritual meticulously, each step a battle against the unseen force that fought to break through. As the ritual neared its end, the atmosphere in the room intensified. The mirror's surface roiled like a stormy sea, and the air crackled with energy. It became clear that the entity within the mirror was not going to be easily subdued. The room shook violently, books and furniture hurtling through the air as if caught in a tempest. Alex felt the grip of the entity trying to invade their mind, a whispering malice that sought to turn their fears against them. It was a battle of wills, and for a moment, Alex faltered, the overwhelming power of the entity shaking their resolve. But the thought of Eliza, trapped and tormented, gave Alex the strength to push back against the darkness. Realizing that the ritual alone was not enough, Alex made a crucial decision. They remembered a passage from the headmaster's journal about the power of personal sacrifice, of something willingly given to appease the spirits. With a heavy heart, Alex removed a necklace, a family heirloom that had been passed down for generations. It was more than just a piece of jewelry, it was a symbol of Alex's heritage, their connection to their family. Muttering a final plea, Alex threw the necklace into the swirling vortex of the mirror. The room fell silent for a heartbeat, then erupted in a blinding light. The force of the entity recoiled as if struck by an immense power, its hold on the room wavering. The light enveloped everything, and for a moment, Alex, Jamie, and Taylor were caught in a world of pure, searing energy. Then, as quickly as it had begun, the tumult ceased. The room fell still, the air clear and calm. The mirror, once a gateway to an unknown horror, was now just a mirror. Its surface was still, reflecting only the room and its occupants. The whispers, the malevolent presence, all were gone. In the silence that followed, Alex felt a profound sense of loss, the weight of their sacrifice a heavy burden. Yet, there was also relief. The entity was contained, the gateway closed, and Eliza's spirit, they hoped, was finally at peace. As they left the room, Alex glanced back one last time. The mirror stood silent, a benign witness to the night's events. The legacy of the Whispering Room would live on, but its secrets were now sealed, its horrors locked away. In the aftermath, Alex, Jamie, and Taylor emerged from the experience changed. They had confronted the unknown, faced their fears, and emerged victorious, albeit scarred by the ordeal. The memory of that night would linger, a reminder of the thin veil that separates our world from the mysteries that lie beyond. In the days that followed, the school returned to its usual rhythm, the echoes of the strange events fading into memory. The locked room on the third floor remained, but its door was no longer a barrier to the curious. It stood open, harmless and devoid of the sinister presence that once lurked within. For Alex, the resolution brought a mix of emotions. Relief, certainly, for having ended the haunting and potentially dangerous influence of the mirror. But there was also a sense of loss, a part of themselves left behind in that room, symbolized by the family heirloom they had sacrificed. The experience had a profound impact on Alex. They had grown, not just in courage but in understanding. The world was wider and more mysterious than they had ever imagined. The whispers were gone, but the lessons remained. Alex found a new appreciation for the unknown, a respectful acknowledgement of the mysteries that lay just beyond the veil of the ordinary. Jamie and Taylor, too, were changed. The ordeal had brought them closer, a bond forged in the fires of shared adversity. They often spoke of the night, dissecting the events, wondering about the many what-ifs. But there was an unspoken agreement to leave some questions unanswered, some mysteries unsolved. As Alex walked through the hallways of the school, they often paused by the now open door of the locked room. It was just an old storage room now, filled with the mundane clutter of forgotten school supplies and broken furniture. Yet, when the light faded, and the corridors grew quiet, Alex sometimes thought they heard a faint whisper, a ghost of the past calling out one last time. But when they turned to look, there was only silence, the room empty and benign. The story of the Whispering Room became another legend in the tapestry of the school's history, whispered about by students, embellished and transformed with each retelling. But for Alex, it was more than a story, it was a chapter in their life, a reminder of a time when they faced the unknown and emerged stronger. The world was full of mysteries, Alex knew, and some doors were best left closed. But the curiosity that had led them to the locked room remained, a spark waiting to ignite at the next whisper of the unknown. And so, life went on, the memory of the Whispering Room lingering in the back of Alex's mind, a silent testament to the night when the veil between worlds was lifted, and the ordinary became extraordinary. Nestled between the whispers of tall pines and the sleepy hum of neighborhood life, stood a house that bore the weight of untold stories. This house, with its ivy-clad walls and windows that caught the afternoon sun just right, became the new abode of Derek, a college student with an inquisitive mind and a fascination for the unknown. Derek, who was pursuing studies in folklore and the paranormal, found the house by chance, or perhaps by fate, during an online search for affordable housing. The house, despite its age and slightly worn appearance, exuded a charm that spoke to Derek's sense of adventure and mystery. It was the kind of house that seemed to whisper secrets in the creak of its floorboards, and the rustle of leaves against its windows. The moving-in process was a blur of boxes, old books, and a myriad of trinkets Derek had collected over the years. Among these items was a small, hand-held mirror, a gift from Derek's grandmother, who had always encouraged their grandchild's curious nature. As Derek began to settle in, they noticed something peculiar about the house. It wasn't the way the wooden floors groaned underfoot, or how the wind seemed to carry voices from distant times. It was a mirror. An antique mirror, large and ornate, that hung in the living room. Its frame was carved with intricate designs, and the glass, though slightly tarnished, held a clarity that seemed almost unnatural. The first few days were busy with unpacking and arranging, but the mirror always seemed to catch Derek's attention. There was something oddly captivating about it, a feeling that it was more than just a reflective surface. Derek would often find themselves pausing in front of it, gazing into their own eyes, wondering about the lives it had reflected in its long existence. But it was on a quiet evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, and the house began to settle into the night's embrace, that Derek first noticed something truly unusual. As they passed by the mirror after a long day of studying, out of the corner of their eye, they saw it, their reflection blinked. Derek stopped, a chill running down their spine. They stared into the mirror, but their reflection now mirrored them perfectly, as if nothing had happened. Derek shook their head, attributing it to tiredness, the stress of the move, or perhaps a trick of the light. But as they turned to leave, there it was again, a solitary, deliberate blink. That night, sleep was elusive. Derek's mind raced with possibilities, logical explanations, battling with the budding realization that something inexplicable was happening. The mirror, with its silent, watchful presence, had become a mystery, an enigma that beckoned to Derek's deepest curiosities and fears. And so began a journey that would lead them down a path of obsession, discovery, and uncharted terror. The days that followed were marked by an unshakable sense of unease for Derek. The incident with the mirror replayed in their mind, a loop of disbelief and intrigue. Despite their rational instincts, they couldn't dismiss what they had seen. The mirror's odd behavior soon became an obsession, a puzzle demanding to be solved. Each day, Derek would stand before the mirror, studying their reflection for any sign of independence. At first, it seemed as though the initial incident was a mere fluke, a trick of an exhausted mind. But as days turned into weeks, the occurrences grew more frequent and unmistakable. There were blinks, subtle shifts in posture, and fleeting expressions that never crossed Derek's own face. Compelled by a mix of fear and fascination, Derek delved into researching the mirror's history. They scoured the local library's archives, poring over dusty tomes and old newspaper clippings. In an online forum for antique collectors, Derek posted pictures of the mirror, hoping for some insight into its origins. It was there that Derek first stumbled upon the story of the mirror's previous owner, a reclusive figure known in the community as a collector of oddities, and rumored to dabble in the occult. This individual, whose name seemed to have been deliberately erased from history, had lived in the very house Derek now occupied. The mirror, according to fragmented accounts, was said to be the collector's prized possession, an artifact of unknown origin and mysterious powers. Armed with this new information, Derek's curiosity transformed into a burning need to understand. The mirror was no longer just a reflection, it had become a gateway to something unknown, a silent observer hiding secrets within its silvered surface. Nights were spent in front of the mirror, eyes locked on the glass, waiting for the reflection to betray its autonomy again. Derek documented these encounters, jotting down notes on the reflection's subtle anomalies. The world outside the house began to fade into the background, friends' calls went unanswered, classes were skipped, and family visits were postponed. The reflection's autonomy grew more pronounced. Sometimes, Derek would catch it smiling faintly, or his eyes would dart away, avoiding direct gaze. The more Derek observed, the more they felt a creeping sensation, as if they were not alone in the room. It was as though the mirror housed an entity, a silent watcher mimicking their form, but harboring intentions far from benign. This unsettling realization began to take its toll on Derek. Sleep became a rare commodity, filled with dreams of twisted reflections and whispered secrets. Their days were consumed by the need to unravel the mystery of the mirror, to confront whatever resided within its depths. But with each passing day, as the reflection's independence grew, so did Derek's sense of dread. It was a feeling that burrowed deep, a whispering voice that warned of things best left undiscovered. Yet, driven by an almost masochistic need for answers, Derek continued their vigil, unaware of the darkness that was slowly enveloping them, both in the mirror and in the shadows of their own mind. As autumn bled into winter, the house, with its enigmatic mirror, became a crucible for Derek's growing obsession. The reflection's autonomy evolved from a mere curiosity to something far more sinister. It no longer just mimicked Derek's movements with slight variations, it began to act independently, displaying behaviors and expressions completely foreign to Derek. The reflection started to avoid Derek's gaze, looking off to the sides or downwards, as if fearful or ashamed. Sometimes, Derek would catch it watching them, its eyes filled with an emotion that was difficult to place. Was it sadness, longing, or something more ominous? This eerie development intensified Derek's isolation. Friends began to express concern over Derek's withdrawn behavior and disheveled appearance, but their attempts at intervention were met with resistance. Derek's world had contracted to the confines of the house and the mystery of the mirror. In their quest for answers, Derek scoured the internet for similar occurrences. They posted on paranormal forums and read through countless threads about haunted objects and spirit possessions. Responses ranged from skeptical dismissals to wild speculations. Some suggested rituals to communicate with spirits, while others warned of the dangers of meddling with the unknown. Simultaneously, Derek delved deeper into the history of the house and its previous occupants. Through local records and a few encounters with long-standing residents of the neighborhood, Derek pieced together a fragmented history. The house had been home to various individuals over the years, but none as enigmatic as the collector. His presence seemed to linger like a shadow over the property. The lore surrounding the collector was a tapestry of rumors and half-truths. Tales of seances, forbidden rituals, and dealings with dark entities were common threads. The mirror, according to local legend, was a portal, a conduit through which the collector communicated with otherworldly beings. But these stories, steeped in superstition and fear, offered no concrete answers, only deepening the mystery. As the days passed, the occurrences around the house grew more unsettling. Objects would move on their own, doors would close without a breeze, and at night, Derek swore they could hear faint whispers, as if the walls themselves were speaking. One particularly chilling evening, as a storm raged outside, casting the house in a symphony of wind and rain, Derek witnessed the reflection turn its back entirely, refusing to face them. This act marked a turning point, the crossing into a realm of the inexplicable. That night, shadows seemed to dance in the corners of Derek's vision, and the air felt charged with an unseen presence. The house, with its creaking bones and sighing walls, felt alive, as if it were breathing, watching, waiting. Derek, now consumed by a mix of fear and determination, decided to confront whatever resided within the mirror. Armed with a digital recorder and a camera, they set out to communicate with the entity, to demand answers. As Derek stood before the mirror, the reflection slowly turned to face them. But what stared back was not their own image, but a distorted, almost grotesque version of themselves. The eyes were hollow, the smile twisted, and the atmosphere around the reflection seemed to warp and shiver. In a voice barely above a whisper, Derek addressed the mirror, asking who or what it was, what it wanted. The response was a series of whispers emanating from the mirror, voices overlapping in a cacophony of languages and tones, forming a message that chilled Derek to the bone. We are the unseen, the forgotten, trapped in the void. We seek release, a return to the world of the living. This revelation shook Derek to their core, as the reality of the situation dawned on them. The mirror was not just an object, it was a prison, a liminal space between worlds, housing entities unknown and unfathomable. But the encounter was far from over. The reflection began to show Derek images, fleeting glimpses of other places, other times scenes of historical tragedies, faces twisted in agony, landscapes devoid of life. It was as if the mirror was a window to a parallel reality, a darker, more terrifying version of our world. As the images flashed faster and faster, Derek felt a sense of vertigo, an overwhelming dread that threatened to consume them. The room around them seemed to fade, leaving only the mirror and its haunting display. And then, as suddenly as it had begun, it stopped. The reflection returned to its mimicry of Derek, but with a noticeable delay, a hesitance that spoke of something fundamentally altered. Derek staggered back, the camera and recorder forgotten on the floor, their mind reeling from the encounter. The mirror had revealed its true nature, a conduit to a realm of shadows and whispers, and Derek had peered into its depths, only to find their own reflection twisted by the horrors it contained. In the aftermath of the harrowing encounter, Derek's perception of reality had irrevocably shifted. The house, once a quaint curiosity, now felt like a cage, its walls pulsating with secrets and unseen eyes. The mirror, with its deceptively calm surface, had become a source of unrelenting dread. Derek, drained and haunted by the images shown by the mirror, struggled to grasp the enormity of what they had witnessed. The entities within the mirror, the unseen and forgotten, had reached out from their prison, offering glimpses of their desolate existence. The experience left Derek feeling vulnerable and exposed, as if by looking into the mirror, they had invited something dark and insidious into their life. The following days were a blur of sleepless nights and anxious research. Derek sought help, reaching out to paranormal investigators, mediums, and anyone who might have knowledge of such phenomena. Responses were scarce, most dismissing Derek's story as a fabrication or the result of stress and isolation. However, one reply caught Derek's attention. A local paranormal investigator, known for their work on haunted locations and cursed objects, expressed interest in the mirror. Skeptical yet intrigued, they agreed to visit Derek's house to examine the artifact. The day of the visit was shrouded in a heavy, oppressive atmosphere. The sky was overcast, casting a pallid light through the windows. Derek waited, the house eerily silent, save for the occasional creak of wood and the distant rumble of thunder. The investigator, a middle-aged individual with a keen eye and a no-nonsense demeanor, arrived in the late afternoon. They listened intently as Derek recounted the events, their expression a mix of skepticism and curiosity. As they stood before the mirror, the investigator took out various instruments: EMF meters, a digital recorder, and a camera. They examined the mirror, running their hands over the cold, ornate frame, peering into the glass with a critical eye. The initial readings were unremarkable, the instruments showing no significant anomalies. The investigator took photos, the flash momentarily illuminating the room in stark white light. They asked Derek to recount, in detail, the interactions with the mirror, noting every occurrence and reaction. Then, as they prepared to wrap up the examination, the mirror stirred. The reflection, which had been mimicking Derek and the investigator with its usual delay, suddenly changed. It showed them both, but with disturbing alterations. Derek's reflection was pale, its eyes hollow and dark, while the investigator's image was twisted, their features warped into a grotesque caricature. The investigator froze, their skepticism crumbling in the face of the inexplicable. They reached out tentatively to touch the mirror, but before their fingers could make contact, a sharp crack echoed through the room. The mirror's surface spider-webbed with fractures, the lines spreading from a central point like lightning across a stormy sky. The reflections contorted, their features becoming even more nightmarish, and then vanished, leaving behind the fractured empty glass. A heavy silence fell upon the room, broken only by the distant roll of thunder. The investigators stepped back, their face a mask of confusion and fear. They packed up their equipment, muttering about needing time to analyze the data, and promising to be in touch. Derek was left alone, staring at the cracked mirror, its surface now a jigsaw of silvered shards. The feeling of being watched had intensified, a suffocating presence that seemed to linger in the very air. That night, Derek lay awake, the events of the day replaying in their mind. The mirror, now broken, had released something or perhaps multiple somethings into the house. The entity or entities from the void, the unseen and forgotten, were no longer confined to the glass. They were free, their intentions unknown, their presence an invisible weight upon Derek's chest. As the storm outside raged on, blending with the turmoil within, Derek realized that the journey into the unknown had only just begun. The mirror was no longer a barrier, it was a doorway, and whatever lay on the other side was now part of Derek's world. The line between reflection and reality had been shattered, and the pieces could never be put back together. In the wake of the mirror's shattering, a profound unease settled over Derek and the house. The once comforting walls now felt like they concealed unseen eyes, watching, waiting. The air hung heavy with a palpable tension, as if charged with a silent, expectant whisper. Sleep became an elusive luxury for Derek. Each night was a restless ordeal, filled with the sensation of being observed from the shadows. The once familiar creaks and groans of the house now sounded like hushed conversations, as if the walls themselves were communicating in a language only they understood. Derek's days blurred into a continuous loop of apprehension and research. They scoured the internet for any information that could shed light on what had been unleashed. However, the incident with the mirror had left them wary of seeking further help online, fearful of inviting more skepticism or, worse, exacerbating the situation. The investigator had left in a hurry, promising to be in touch, but days passed with no word. Derek attempted to reach out, but their calls and messages went unanswered. It was as if the investigator had decided to distance themselves from the inexplicable events they had witnessed. In an attempt to regain some sense of control, Derek started documenting the occurrences around the house. Objects would occasionally move on their own, their new positions suggesting purpose rather than random displacement. Shadows seemed to linger longer than they should, contorting into shapes that defied logic. One evening, as a chill wind whispered through the cracks in the windows, Derek sat in the living room, the remnants of the shattered mirror before them. They spoke into the silence, addressing the unseen entities they believed now inhabited the house. "I don't know what you want, but you're scaring me," Derek admitted, their voice barely above a whisper. "Please, if you can understand me, I need this to stop." There was no response, only the sound of the wind and the distant rumble of thunder. Yet, Derek felt a shift in the atmosphere, a subtle change that was hard to define. It was as if their words had been heard, acknowledged in some intangible way. In the days that followed, the strange occurrences lessened. Objects remained in place, and the shadows seemed less menacing. However, the feeling of being watched never fully dissipated. It lingered like a faint echo, a reminder of the unseen presence that had invaded Derek's life. The paranormal investigator finally made contact, their voice strained and hesitant over the phone. They offered no explanations, only a warning to be cautious, and to avoid interacting with the entities. They mentioned something about opening doors that can't be closed before abruptly ending the call. Derek was left with more questions than answers. The house, with its broken mirror and silent walls, held secrets that seemed destined to remain hidden. The entities, whatever they were, had receded into the background, their intentions and desires as enigmatic as the day the mirror first cracked. As the days turned into weeks, Derek's life began to regain a semblance of normality. They returned to their studies, albeit with a newfound perspective on the paranormal. Friends and family, relieved to see Derek re-emerging from isolation, provided a much-needed sense of support and grounding. Yet, the experience with the mirror had left an indelible mark on Derek. They could not forget the eyes that had watched them from the glass, the voices that had whispered from the void. The house, once a place of curiosity and exploration, was now a constant reminder of the thin veil that separates our world from the unknown. Months had passed since the mirror's shattering, but the memory of that night remained etched in Derek's mind like a scar. The house, once a sanctuary of solitude and study, now felt like a silent witness to a profound and unsettling truth. Derek had learned to live with the lingering sense of unease, accepting it as a part of their daily existence. The odd occurrences around the house had diminished, but the sensation of being watched never fully disappeared. It was a constant, subtle reminder that something unexplainable had taken root in the shadows of the home. The local paranormal investigator, after their brief and unsettling call, never returned to the house, nor did they provide any further insights into the incident. Derek's attempts to contact them again were met with silence. It was as though the investigator had chosen to erase the experience from their life, a decision that Derek sometimes envied. Despite the ongoing mystery, Derek had gradually resumed their studies, channeling their experience into a renewed passion for folklore and the paranormal. The encounter with the mirror had opened their eyes to the possibilities that lay beyond the veil of the known world, fueling a desire to understand the unexplainable. However, Derek's approach to the paranormal had changed. Where once there was a fearless curiosity, now there was caution and respect. They had come to realize that some doors, once opened, could never be fully closed, and some mysteries were best left unexplored. As the final chapter of this experience unfolded, a new visitor arrived at Derek's door. It was a young couple, intrigued by the house's history and the rumors of its haunting. They were writers, working on a book about haunted locations, and they had heard about the incident with the mirror. Derek, hesitant at first, decided to share their story. The couple listened intently, their eyes wide with a mix of fascination and apprehension. As Derek recounted the events, the broken mirror lying silently in the corner, the atmosphere in the room grew heavy, charged with an unspoken understanding of the unknown. When the story was over, the couple thanked Derek, their expressions a mix of awe and disbelief. They left with a promise to include Derek's experience in their book, a testament to the mystery that had unfolded within these walls. In the end, Derek was left alone in the house once again. The mirror, now just a collection of fragmented reflections, stood as a symbol of the experience that had forever changed their perception of reality. The story concludes with Derek sitting in the living room, the setting sun casting long shadows across the floor. The feeling of being watched was still there, a silent companion in the quiet house. But Derek had come to terms with it, accepting the presence as part of the home's character, a lingering echo of the unseen and forgotten. As night fell, and the house settled into the embrace of darkness, Derek pondered the nature of the entities that had once dwelled within the mirror. Were they still here, hidden in the shadows, or had they moved on to realms unknown? The answer remained elusive, lost in the reflection of a broken mirror. All that was certain was the lingering sense of mystery, the quiet whisper of something that existed just beyond the reach of understanding. And so, the story of the mirror and the unseen gaze came to a close, not with a definitive ending, but with an open-ended question that lingered in the air, much like the unseen presence that had become a part of Derek's world. It started on a drizzly Tuesday morning. Among the usual bills and junk mail, Tom found a postcard. The front showed an image of a lake, surrounded by mist-covered mountains, a place he couldn't recognize. Flipping it over, he froze. The handwriting was unmistakably Emily's, the loops and curves of her script a ghostly echo from the past. The message was simple. Miss you. E. Tom's heart raced with a cocktail of emotions. Hope, confusion, and a creeping sense of dread. The postmark was smudged, offering no clues. He wanted to dismiss it as a cruel prank, but the handwriting was too familiar. Over the following weeks, more postcards arrived. Each featured a different eerie landscape, with messages as cryptic as the first. They were like whispers from a world Tom couldn't reach, each one a reminder of the sister he'd lost. The town's small police department offered little help, their interest waning as the postcards continued to arrive with no new evidence. Friends suggested grief counseling, attributing the postcards to a bereaved mind's wishful thinking. But Tom couldn't shake the feeling that these messages were more than just echoes of the past. The postcards became a part of his life, a bizarre ritual that he neither welcomed nor could escape. He stored them in a shoebox under his bed, a small, haunted treasure chest of what-ifs and might-have-beens. One particular postcard changed everything. It arrived on the anniversary of Emily's disappearance, the image showing a dense forest shrouded in twilight. On the back, the message was different from the rest. Meet me where the stars touch the trees. 2 nights from now. Below the message, a rough map was drawn, leading to a secluded area and a nearby forest. Tom's rational mind screamed hoax, yet his heart pulsed with an irrational hope. The possibility of finding answers, of seeing Emily again, ignited a flame he thought had long been extinguished. He had to find out, even if it meant stepping into the unknown. With the map as his guide, Tom planned his journey. He packed a flashlight, a camera, and a sense of determination he hadn't felt in years. As he prepared, memories of Emily flooded back, their childhood adventures, her laughter, the way she teased him. These memories, once painful, now fueled his resolve. That night, Tom lay in bed, the shoebox of postcards open beside him. He traced his fingers over the last postcard, the map etched on its back a beacon in the darkness of his grief. Despite the fear and uncertainty, he felt a strange sense of connection to Emily, as if she was guiding him. Tomorrow, he would venture into the forest, following the map's cryptic instructions. Tomorrow, he might finally find the answers he'd been seeking for 5 long years. Tomorrow, he would confront the mystery of the postcards from nowhere. The day was overcast, the sky a blanket of gray that mirrored Tom's tumultuous emotions as he set out for the forest. Clutching the map from the postcard, he felt a mix of hope and trepidation. The forest, known to the locals as Thornwood, was a place of legend, woven with tales of the unexplained. It was said to be a place where the natural and the supernatural blurred, where reality seemed to fray at the edges. As Tom drove to the outskirts of Thornwood, his mind raced with possibilities. What if Emily was really there, waiting for him? What if it was all just a cruel joke? The closer he got to the forest, the more the rational part of his mind warned him of the absurdity of it all. But the part of him that still grieved for Emily, that still yearned for closure, pushed him forward. Upon reaching the forest's edge, Tom parked his car and continued on foot. The map led him deeper into Thornwood, along a narrow, winding path that seemed to be swallowed by the dense canopy above. The air was thick with the scent of pine and damp earth, and the only sounds were his footsteps and the distant call of birds. As he ventured further, he encountered a few hikers. Their expressions shifted from friendly to puzzled when Tom showed them the postcard and asked if they'd seen anything unusual. They shrugged, offering sympathetic smiles before continuing on their way. The deeper Tom went, the more isolated he felt. The trees seemed to close in around him, their branches like gnarled fingers stretching towards the sky. An eerie stillness settled over the forest, and Tom couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Finally, he arrived at the location marked on the map, a small clearing surrounded by ancient trees. In the center stood an abandoned cabin, its windows boarded up, the wood weathered and rotting. It seemed out of place, a forgotten relic in the heart of the forest. Approaching the cabin, Tom's heart pounded in his chest. He called out Emily's name, but the forest swallowed his voice. The door to the cabin was slightly ajar, creaking on its hinges as he pushed it open. Inside, the cabin was shrouded in shadows. Dust motes danced in the slivers of light that pierced through the cracks in the boards. The air was stale, heavy with the scent of decay. Tom's flashlight beam revealed strange symbols scrawled on the walls, their meanings lost to time. In the corner of the room, a pile of old photographs caught his eye. He sifted through them, his breath catching in his throat. Among the pictures of landscapes and unfamiliar faces, he found photos of Emily. She was in places he didn't recognize, her expression hauntingly vacant. The sun began to set, casting long shadows across the cabin. As darkness enveloped the forest, Tom felt a growing sense of unease. The line between reality and imagination blurred as the night brought with it an oppressive silence, broken only by the occasional rustle of leaves or distant animal cry. Tom decided to wait in the cabin, hoping for a sign, a clue, anything that could lead him to Emily. As the night deepened, the forest seemed to come alive with strange sounds, whispers in the wind, footsteps that seemed to come from nowhere, and an inexplicable feeling of being watched. Haunted by the photographs and the eerie atmosphere, Tom's mind raced with thoughts of Emily, the postcards, and the sinister secrets the cabin might hold. The night in Thornwood was just beginning, and with it, a descent into a nightmare that would test the very limits of his sanity. As night enveloped Thornwood Forest, the cabin became Tom's solitary refuge in a world that seemed increasingly alien. The once comforting familiarity of the woods now felt like a labyrinth of shadows and whispers. Tom, seated on the dusty cabin floor, clutched the flashlight like a lifeline, its beam casting eerie shadows on the walls. Tom tried to settle his racing mind. He organized his backpack, checked his camera, and made sure his phone had enough charge, though he knew reception was a lost cause here. Every creak of the old cabin sent a jolt of fear through him, but he tried to focus on the purpose of his quest. Emily. As the night deepened, a faint knock on the door startled Tom. Outside stood an elderly couple, their eyes holding a mix of curiosity and warning. They introduced themselves as caretakers of the forest. In a hushed tone, they spoke of Thornwood's history, of people who ventured too deep and never returned, and of unexplainable phenomena that defied reason. They urged Tom to leave, but upon hearing about the postcards and Emily, their expressions shifted to something akin to resigned understanding. They left with a cryptic warning. Be wary of what the forest shows you. After the couple left, Tom explored the cabin more thoroughly. Beneath a loose floorboard, he found a weathered journal, its pages filled with ramblings about other dimensions, ancient rituals, and a being known as the Watcher in the Woods. It mentioned a ritual involving mirrors, believed to open a gateway between worlds. The last entry, written in a frantic hand, spoke of a final experiment to be conducted in the clearing outside the cabin. As Tom pondered the journal's contents, the cabin grew unnaturally cold. The flashlight flickered, casting distorted shadows. Tom heard his name whispered, the voice eerily similar to Emily's. He rushed outside, his camera in hand, documenting these unexplainable events. In the clearing, he noticed the trees seemed to move, their branches swing without wind, and the stars overhead appeared unnaturally bright, as if they were watching him. Hours passed in a blur of terror and confusion. Tom experienced vivid hallucinations, visions of Emily calling to him from the shadows, only to vanish when he approached. Time seemed distorted, with moments of clarity punctuated by periods where he found himself standing in different parts of the forest, with no memory of moving. Tom's skepticism was slowly eroding, replaced by a creeping realization that something beyond his understanding was at play in Thornwood. The lines between reality and nightmare blurred as the night progressed, each hour bringing new terrors and revelations. The cabin, once a sanctuary, now felt like a trap, its secrets entwining with his own fears, and the haunting mystery of Emily's fate. In the heart of the forest, under the watchful gaze of the stars, Tom found himself caught in a web of ancient mysteries and supernatural forces. With dawn still hours away, he knew that the true test of his resolve and sanity was yet to come. The night in Thornwood Forest grew deeper, and with it, the line between the real and the unreal blurred into obscurity. Tom, consumed by fear and fascination, found himself drawn to the clearing outside the cabin. The stars overhead shone with an otherworldly intensity, illuminating the forest with an eerie, silver glow. It was there, in the cold embrace of the night, that Tom saw her Emily. She stood at the edge of the clearing, her figure illuminated by the starlight. But something was wrong. Her eyes were hollow, her skin unnaturally pale, and her movements were jerky, as if controlled by unseen strings. Emily? Tom called out, his voice trembling. She turned to him, her lips curling into a smile that sent shivers down his spine. It was a grotesque mimicry of the sister he once knew. Tom, she replied, her voice a haunting echo. You came. As he stepped closer, the air around him grew colder, and the forest seemed to hold its breath. Emily spoke of her disappearance, her words a jumbled mix of truth and madness. She talked about the Watcher, an entity that lived in the forest, a being of ancient power that had taken her, shown her things beyond the realm of understanding. The Watcher wants you to, Tom, she whispered. It's been waiting. At that moment, the forest erupted into a cacophony of whispers and wails. The ground beneath Tom's feet trembled as a shadowy figure emerged from the trees. It was a formless entity, a swirling mass of darkness that seemed to absorb the light around it. Emily's form flickered, revealing a glimpse of a tortured soul trapped within. "Run, Tom," she pleaded, her voice breaking through the darkness. The entity, the Watcher, moved towards him, its presence suffocating. Tom felt an overwhelming terror, a primal fear that rooted him to the spot. He fumbled with his camera, desperate to document this nightmare, to prove to himself that it was real. In a moment of clarity, he remembered the journal's mention of a ritual involving mirrors. With "Note, I'm to think," he broke a piece of reflective glass from the cabin's window and held it up to the entity. The Watcher recoiled, its form distorting in the reflection. Seizing the moment, Tom grabbed Emily's hand, and they ran. The forest seemed to warp around them, the trees bending and twisting, as if trying to block their path. The Watcher's wails echoed through Thornwood, a sound that would haunt Tom's dreams for years to come. They emerged from the forest as the first light of dawn crept over the horizon. Behind them, the shadows retreated, and the entity's presence faded. Emily collapsed, her form flickering between the sister he knew and the ghostly figure from the forest. On the edge of Thornwood, with the nightmare seemingly at bay, Tom faced the horrifying truth of Emily's fate. She was a prisoner of the Watcher, her existence bound to the dark heart of the forest. In their brief escape, she imparted fragmented warnings and truths about the Watcher and the postcards, pieces of a puzzle too terrifying to fully comprehend. As the sun rose, Emily's form became translucent, her voice a fading whisper. "It's not over, Tom," she said, before vanishing into the morning light. Tom stood alone at the forest's edge, his mind a whirlwind of fear, relief, and sorrow. He had found Emily, but the mystery of her disappearance had only deepened. The Watcher in the woods, a nightmare made flesh, remained hidden in the depths of Thornwood, its intentions unknown. But the first light of dawn casting long shadows over Thornwood Forest, Tom found himself alone, the chilling encounter with the Watcher, and the ethereal form of Emily still vivid in his mind. He stood at the edge of the forest, a profound sense of loss washing over him. Emily was gone again, but this time, he had seen the truth of her fate with his own eyes. As he made his way back to his car, the events of the night replayed in his mind. The haunting figure of Emily, the terrifying presence of the Watcher, and the surreal escape from the forest's grasp, left Tom in a state of shock. The photographs he had taken, now evidence of the unimaginable, were a tangible reminder of the nightmare he had endured. During their fleeting reunion, Emily had whispered fragmented details about the Watcher. It was a being that existed beyond the boundaries of the known world, the guardian of a realm where time and reality were fluid. The postcards, she had implied, were not just messages but anchors, a way for her to reach out to Tom from within the Watcher's domain. Tom's escape from Thornwood was not just a physical one. He had narrowly avoided a fate similar to Emily's, but the ordeal had left its mark on him. The forest, once a place of mystery and legend, now held a personal and terrifying significance. He knew that he could never look at those woods in the same way again. Back in the small town, life continued as before, but Tom was changed. His experience in Thornwood made the mundane reality of everyday life feel disconnected, almost surreal. He shared his story with a few close friends, but without proof, it was met with skepticism. The photographs he had taken in the forest showed nothing but darkness and blurred shapes, offering no evidence of his encounter. In the days that followed, Tom wrestled with the decision of whether to return to Thornwood. The mystery of the Watcher and the fate of Emily remained unsolved, but the terror of that night was a powerful deterrent. He was torn between the need for closure and the fear of what lay waiting in the depths of the forest. As the story of his sister and the Watcher settled into a haunting memory, Tom realized that some mysteries were better left unexplored. The postcards stopped arriving, and life slowly regained a semblance of normalcy. But the scars of that night remained, a constant reminder of the horrors hidden in the shadows of Thornwood. Months had passed since Tom's harrowing night in Thornwood Forest. Life in the small town had returned to its usual uneventful rhythm, and the memories of that night began to fade, becoming more like fragments of a bad dream, rather than real events. Tom tried to move on, to bury the horrors he had witnessed deep within his mind. But Thornwood's shadow lingered. Tom found himself looking over his shoulder, jumping at shadows, and plagued by nightmares of twisted trees and Emily's ghostly figure. He avoided the forest's edge, the mere sight of the dark trees, enough to quicken his pulse. Then, one rainy afternoon, as Tom sorted through a pile of mail, his heart stopped. Among the bills and flyers, there was a postcard. His hands trembled as he turned it over. The image showed the cabin in Thornwood, its windows like empty eyes staring back at him. The message on the back was written in Emily's familiar handwriting. "It's not over." The postcard rekindled the fear and curiosity that Tom had tried so hard to suppress. The words echoed in his mind, a chilling reminder that the mystery of Thornwood was still unresolved. The Watcher, whatever it was, remained in the forest, and Emily's fate was still entwined with its dark presence. The postcard offered no answers, only more questions. Was Emily still reaching out to him? Was the Watcher sending a warning, or perhaps an invitation? Tom was torn between the need to know and the fear of what he might discover. Despite his reservations, Tom felt a pull towards the forest, a morbid fascination mixed with a sense of unfinished business. He knew that the answers he sought lay within Thornwood's shadow depths, but the cost of uncovering them was uncertain. The story ends with Tom staring at the postcard, the image of the cabin burned into his mind. He is left with a choice: to delve back into the mystery of Thornwood and confront the horrors that await, or to try and leave it all behind, though he knows deep down that some part of him will always remain lost in the forest. The unresolved nature of the story leaves readers with a lingering sense of unease. The knowledge that the Watcher is still out there, and that Emily's fate remains unknown, creates an atmosphere of ongoing dread and paranoia. The story closes with the haunting reality that in the world of creepypasta, some mysteries are never fully solved, and some horrors never truly end. In the quietude of a remote corner, nestled against the embrace of an ancient, sprawling forest, stood a house that bore the marks of time and solitude. Its wooden frame, withered and grey, whispered tales of years gone by, stories unheard by the bustling world beyond. This house, cloaked in an air of serene isolation, was now home to John, a soul seeking respite from the clamor of modern life. John, with their insatiable curiosity and a penchant for the reclusive, had found in this house a sanctuary. Each morning, they would wander to the edge of the forest, their gaze lost in the tangled dance of branches and leaves, feeling an inexplicable connection to the wild, untamed spirit of the woods. It was a place where time seemed to stand still, where the frenetic pace of the outside world faded into a distant memory. But on this particular morning, as the first light of dawn painted the sky in hues of orange and purple, something unusual caught John's eye. A path, narrow and winding, meandered into the depths of the forest, its presence as startling as it was intriguing. John was certain this path had not been there the day before. It seemed to appear overnight, like a secret passage unveiled by the forest itself. The path beckoned, its mysterious allure tugging at John's adventurous heart. The forest, usually a familiar sight from their window, now held a promise of undiscovered secrets, whispering a silent invitation to explore its hidden depths. With a mix of excitement and apprehension, John decided to heed the call, to journey down this newfound trail, and uncover the story it yearned to tell. Stepping onto the path, John felt a subtle shift in the air, a change almost imperceptible yet undeniably present. The world behind seemed to recede, giving way to the embrace of the forest, where ancient trees stood as silent sentinels, guarding the secrets of the ages. And so, with a deep breath and a determined stride, John ventured into the unknown, into the heart of the forest that had, until this moment, remained a mere spectator in their solitary existence. The path wound its way through the dense foliage, a serpentine trail that slithered into the very soul of the woods. The further John ventured, the more the forest seemed to change. The trees grew denser, their branches intertwining in an intricate canopy above, casting the world below into a perpetual twilight. The air grew cooler, and a sense of foreboding settled over John, like a shadow clinging to their every step. It was in this realm of half-light and whispered secrets that John first noticed the symbols. Carved into the bark of the trees, they were runes of an unknown origin, cryptic and arcane. Each symbol seemed to pulse with an energy of its own, as if imbued with the essence of the forest itself. John felt a chill run down their spine, the realization dawning that this path was more than just a trail through the woods. It was a journey into the heart of a mystery that had lain dormant, waiting for the right moment, the right person, to awaken it. And so, with a mix of fear and fascination, John continued on, deeper into the embrace of the forest, where shadows danced and time seemed to lose its meaning. The path, once a mere curiosity, had now become a voyage into the unknown, a journey that promised to reveal the hidden truths of the world that lay beyond the trees. The path, once a mere whisper in the wilderness, began to assert itself more boldly beneath John's feet. The terrain shifted subtly, the earth beneath becoming softer, more yielding, as if welcoming John deeper into his embrace. The air, thick with the musk of ancient trees and unseen flora, carried an undercurrent of something unplaceable, something that tugged at the edges of John's awareness. As the day aged, the forest around the path seemed to transform. Trees, once familiar in their stoic beauty, now bore an ominous aura. Their gnarled roots snaked across the path, like the fingers of a slumbering giant. The light, filtering through the canopy, cast elongated, eerie shadows that twisted and writhed with a life of their own. John's heart quickened. This was no ordinary forest trek. It was then that the whispers began. Faint at first, they seemed like the rustling of leaves or the gentle murmur of a distant stream. But as John pressed onward, the whispers grew more distinct, more insistent. They were in a language unknown to John, yet they carried an emotional timbre that was unmistakable, a tone of warning, of sorrow, perhaps even of fear. The shadows seemed to deepen, growing more tangible, as if they were the remnants of something once living, now lost to the forest. John's eyes caught fleeting glimpses of figures flitting between the trees, too quick to be seen clearly, too real to be dismissed as mere trickery of the light. The primal part of John's mind screamed to turn back, but the path, with its undulating turns and unseen terminus, beckoned them further. Then came the most unsettling discovery yet. Scattered along the sides of the path were remnants of what appeared to be old campsites. Ashen fire pits, tattered remnants of tents, belongings strewn and abandoned in haste. Each site told a silent story of previous travelers, souls brave or foolish enough to traverse this path, their fates ominously unclear. John's skin prickled with the realization that they were not the first to walk this path, and perhaps, like those before them, they were not meant to find its end. The forest, with its whispering winds and shadowy figures, seemed to watch John with an ancient, knowing gaze, a witness to a story that was unfolding once again. As the sun began its descent, casting the forest into an ever-deepening gloom, John pressed on. The path, now more a labyrinth than a trail, twisted and turned upon itself in maddening patterns. The whispers grew louder, the shadows thicker, and the sense of being followed, of being not alone in this eerie expanse, became a palpable presence at John's back. This was no longer a journey of curiosity, it had become a quest for survival, a test of will against the ancient and unknowable forces that dwelled within the heart of the forest. And as the light faded and the path seemed to stretch endlessly ahead, John realized with a growing dread that the true nature of this journey was only just beginning to reveal itself. The forest's embrace tightened as the day waned into twilight, its shadows growing bolder, reaching out like dark, sinuous fingers. The whispers morphed into an unintelligible chorus, echoing through the trees, a symphony of the unknown that sent shivers down John's spine. The path, once a curious anomaly, now felt like a deliberate trap, its winding route a snare set by the forest itself. With each step, the peculiar phenomena intensified. The air seemed to thicken, charged with a static energy that made the hairs on John's arms stand on end. The shadows no longer merely danced, they pulsed with a malevolent life, stretching towards John as if yearning to touch, to claim. The forest's once benign whispers now felt like accusations, or worse, invitations from unseen entities lurking just beyond sight. John's heart pounded in their chest, a frantic drumbeat echoing the mounting dread. The once clear path became a disorienting maze, its direction twisting in impossible ways, looping back on itself like a serpent devouring its own tail. The familiar sense of direction, which had guided John in their earlier explorations of the woods, now abandoned them to the forest's whims. As night unexpectedly fell like a curtain, John found themselves plunged into an unnatural darkness. The forest's canopy, dense and unyielding, blotted out the stars and moon, leaving John in a world devoid of light. In this oppressive darkness, the path vanished entirely, replaced by a labyrinth of thorns and tangled undergrowth, as if the forest itself was reshaping to keep John ensnared. It was then that John felt a presence, not just the imagined product of fear, but something real, something alive and conscious. It was following them, a silent stalker moving through the shadows with a predatory grace. John could feel its gaze, heavy and intent, a pressure on the back of their neck, a whisper in their mind that was not their own. In a clearing that seemed to appear from nowhere, John stumbled upon a sight that rooted them to the spot. An altar, ancient and crumbling, stood at the center, its stones covered in moss and the dark stains of age. The air around it was colder, heavier, as if the very earth recognized its significance. Symbols, similar to those carved on the trees but more intricate, more deliberate, adorned the altar, glowing faintly with an eerie phosphorescent light. John's instinct screamed to run, to escape this place that felt so fundamentally wrong, but their legs refused to obey. As they stood there, transfixed by the altar, the presence behind them grew closer, more oppressive. It was no longer merely following, it was upon them, enveloping them in an intangible yet suffocating embrace. In a moment of desperate courage, John turned to face the presence, but there was nothing there, only the shifting shadows and the whispering wind. Yet the feeling of being watched, of being hunted, remained. The forest had ceased to be a place of natural wonder. It had become a domain of unspeakable terror, a realm where reality warped and twisted into something unrecognizable. And John, alone and lost, realized with a growing horror that the path might not lead out of this nightmare, but deeper into his heart. The night in the forest deepened, a darkness so absolute it seemed to swallow sound and sense alike. John, caught in the grip of terror and disbelief, felt the world around them warp and twist into a grotesque parody of nature. The oppressive presence that stalked them through the shadows now felt as real as the thudding of their own heart. In the heart of this darkness, the clearing with the ancient altar stood as a beacon of eerie, unnatural light. The symbols etched into the stone pulsed rhythmically, casting unsettling shadows that danced across the clearing. The air around it was charged, crackling with an energy that was both terrifying and mesmerizing. John, driven by a mix of fear and a desperate need for answers, approached the altar. Each step felt like wading through a thick resisting force, as if the very ground beneath them was trying to hold them back. The presence, so close now, seemed to be urging them forward, its silent will pressing against John's mind. As they reached the altar, the forest around them fell into a hushed silence, the whispers and rustling leaves ceasing abruptly. The darkness pressed in, suffocating, yet centered on the altar, there was clarity. John could see the symbols now in vivid detail, each one intricately woven into a narrative that spoke of ancient rites, forgotten deities, and the thin veil between worlds. It was then that the entity revealed itself. Emerging from the shadows like a wraith, it was both horrific and beautiful, a creature of nightmares and forgotten lore. Its form was ever-changing, a swirling mass of darkness from which eyes, mouths, and limbs appeared and vanished. Its gaze was a physical weight, its attention a cold fire that seared into John's very soul. The entity spoke, its voice a chorus of whispers, each word echoing through John's mind. It spoke of the path, a creation of its will, a trap for the curious and the brave. It told of the forest, its eternal guardian, and of the countless souls it had ensnared over eons. Its words were a tapestry of despair and madness, weaving a story of a world beyond the veil, hungering for the life and sanity of those who walked the path. John, frozen in both fear and awe, realized the true horror of their situation. The path was not a mere trail in the forest, it was a gateway, a bridge between realities, and they were the latest in a long line of unwitting pilgrims. The entity moved closer, its form enveloping John. In that moment, John understood that there was no escape, no return to the mundane world they once knew. They were part of the forest now, part of the eternal, cyclical horror that the path represented. In a final act of defiance, or perhaps acceptance, John reached out and touched the altar. The symbols blazed to life, a blinding light in the darkness, and the entity recoiled, its form dissipating like smoke in a gale. The path reappeared, clear and inviting, leading back to the world John had left behind. But it was a fleeting opportunity, a narrow window of escape from a fate unimaginable. With every ounce of their will, John ran. They ran through the twisting, turning path, through the oppressive darkness, away from the whispers and shadows that clawed at their heels. The path, once a convoluted maze, now seemed to guide them, its turns and loops unwinding, leading them back towards the faintest hint of dawn on the horizon. The night's horrors pursued them, an unrelenting storm of fear and madness, but John pushed forward, driven by a primal need to survive, to see the light of day once more. The forest around them blurred into a tunnel of darkness and motion, every step a battle against the overwhelming presence that sought to drag them back into the abyss. As the first light of dawn broke through the canopy, John emerged from the forest, collapsing onto the ground just beyond the path. The sun's rays pierced the darkness, scattering the shadows and silencing the whispers. The path and the nightmare it contained vanished once again, leaving no trace of its existence, no evidence of the horrors it concealed. But the forest remained, timeless and watchful, a silent guardian of secrets too terrifying to comprehend. And John, forever changed, knew that while they had escaped, the path was still there, waiting, ready to ensnare the next unwary traveler who dared to uncover its mysteries. As the first light of dawn caressed the world, John lay there, gasping for breath, their body trembling with exhaustion and terror. The forest, once a source of solace and wonder, now loomed like a menacing specter, its seekers veiled in the shadows of the trees. The path had vanished, as if it had never existed, but its memory etched a deep scar in John's mind. In the quiet aftermath of their harrowing escape, the world seemed surreal, a fragile venue over an abyss of madness and horror. The sun rose higher, casting its warm, reassuring light over the landscape, but the comfort it brought was superficial. Beneath the serene facade of the morning, John felt the lingering presence of the entity, a cold echo in the recesses of their mind. The journey back to the house was a blur, each step an effort to distance themselves from the forest and its dark guardian. The house, once a haven, now felt like a flimsy shelter against the unknown terrors lurking just beyond the tree line. Inside, John struggled to reconcile the night's events with reality. The entity's revelations, its tales of other worlds and lost souls, played over in their mind like a nightmare from which they could not awaken. Time seemed distorted, the hours stretching and compressing in disorienting cycles, a lingering effect of the entity's influence. The world outside the window appeared normal, the forest once again just a mass of trees and shadows, but John knew better. They knew that beneath the ordinary facade lay truth so terrifying, so alien, that it threatened to unravel the very fabric of their sanity. In the following days, John grappled with the aftermath of their experience. Sleep was elusive, filled with haunting dreams of the path, the altar, and the entity. The forest called to them, a siren song of whispers and secrets, tempting them to return, to delve deeper into its mysteries. But John resisted, their survival instinct a counterpoint to the dark fascination that lingered in their thoughts. The encounter with the spectral entity, the guardian of the path, had left an indelible mark on John. It had revealed a glimpse of a reality beyond comprehension, a world where the rules of nature and physics were mere suggestions. The entity, with its shifting form and cryptic words, was a being of immense power and knowledge, a keeper of secrets that spanned eons. John's narrow escape, their return to the safety of their home, felt like a temporary reprieve, a brief respite in an ongoing struggle against forces beyond their understanding. The path may have disappeared, but the forest remained, a silent witness to the horrors it concealed. As John pondered their experience, they realized that their journey into the forest was more than just a physical ordeal. It was a descent into the depths of their own psyche, a confrontation with the primal fears and curiosities that dwelled within. The path, with its twisting route and enigmatic purpose, was a manifestation of those fears, a physical representation of the journey every soul must take into the unknown. And so, with a heavy heart and a mind burdened with unanswerable questions, John began the slow process of healing, of rebuilding the fragile sense of normalcy that the forest had shattered. But deep down, they knew that the path was still out there, somewhere, waiting for the next traveler to uncover its secrets, to brave its terrors, and to face the entity that lurked in the heart of the forest. In the days that followed, the once tranquil rhythm of life in the house by the forest felt irrevocably altered. John moved through their daily routines as though wading through a thick fog, the vividness of their ordeal in the forest, casting long shadows over even the most mundane moments. The forest's edge, once a boundary to a world of natural splendor, now stood as a stark reminder of the incomprehensible realities that lay beyond. Despite the terror and the lingering trauma, a part of John yearned for understanding, for answers to the myriad questions that the forest and its spectral guardian had awoken. The path might have vanished, but it had left an indelible trail in John's psyche, an unspoken invitation to explore the depths of the unknown. Yet, John knew that some mysteries were better left unexplored, some paths better left untrodden. The forest, with its ancient trees and hidden secrets, was a place of power and danger, a realm where the veil between worlds was thin and treacherous. The entity, a being of darkness and knowledge, was a guardian of that realm, a sentinel watching over the threshold between reality and the abyss. In the wake of their escape, the world seemed smaller, more fragile. The realization that such horrors existed, that entities like the guardian of the path lurked in forgotten corners of the world, was both terrifying and awe-inspiring. It was a testament to the vast, unknowable nature of the universe, a reminder that humanity's understanding of reality was but a thin sliver of light in an ocean of darkness. As time passed, the intensity of John's experience began to fade, the edges of memory blurring into the realm of nightmares and imagination. Yet, the sense of unease, the feeling of being watched, never fully dissipated. John would sometimes catch themselves staring into the depths of the forest, half expecting to see the path reappear, beckoning them back into his shadows. The story of the unseen path became a private legend, a personal myth that John held close. It was a tale of curiosity and courage, of terror and survival, a reminder of the thin line that separated the known from the unknowable. John's life continued, marked by an undercurrent of wariness and wonder. The forest remained, a silent, enigmatic presence on the edge of their existence, a gateway to mysteries untold. And though the path had disappeared, John knew that it, or others like it, still wound their way through the hidden places of the world, waiting for the next wanderer to discover them. The story of John and the unseen path ended not with closure, but with an open-ended whisper, a lingering question that echoed in the rustling leaves and the whispering winds. The path was gone, but the forest, the entity, and the mysteries they held remained, hidden in the shadows, just beyond the reach of understanding, a haunting reminder that the world was filled with wonders and horrors beyond human comprehension, always waiting, just out of sight. The sun hung low in the sky, casting elongated shadows across the bustling flea market. I wandered through the maze of stalls, my journalist's eye always searching for the unusual, the forgotten stories hidden in plain sight. It was a hobby of mine, collecting relics of the past, each with its own untold story. Today, amidst the clutter of antiques and trinkets, my gaze landed on a pile of old newspapers, yellowed with age and frayed at the edges. As I sifted through them, one particular paper caught my attention. It was dated 30 years back, a relic from a time long gone. The headline screamed about a local scandal, typical of small-town gossip, but it was not the headline that held my gaze. It was a small box in the corner, a missing poster. My heart skipped a beat as I stared at the photo in the box. It was me. Not just a resemblance, but my face, unmistakably. The name beneath read Samuel, a name foreign to me. Panic and curiosity swirled within me. How could my photo be on a 30-year-old newspaper? Who was Samuel? Questions raced through my mind, each more unsettling than the last. I purchased the newspaper, my hands trembling slightly, and hurried back home, my mind a whirlwind of theories and conjectures. As I sat at my desk, the paper spread out before me, I knew one thing for certain. I needed to unravel this mystery. This wasn't just another forgotten story. It was personal, a challenge to my very identity. I decided to start at the local library, hoping the archives would shed light on this enigmatic Samuel and his connection to me. Little did I know, this was just the beginning of a journey that would lead me into the heart of darkness, into secrets best left buried. The library was a haven of tranquility, a stark contrast to the turmoil in my mind. As I delved into the archives, hours slipped away unnoticed. The librarian, an elderly woman with a sharp gaze, observed my fervent search with a mix of curiosity and concern. When I finally found a file on missing persons from 3 decades ago, my hands shook as I opened it. There it was, a report on Samuel, with the same photo from the newspaper. Samuel, a local freelance journalist like me, had disappeared without a trace. No body, no farewell note, nothing. The case was cold, forgotten by the town, but now burning anew in my mind. Leaving the library, I felt the weight of countless eyes on me. Paranoia, perhaps, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. As night fell, my phone rang, the caller ID showing only an unlisted number. A chill ran down my spine as I answered, only to be met with silence, followed by an abrupt end to the call. Sleep eluded me that night, my dreams a chaotic replay of my discovery, interspersed with fleeting shadows and whispered voices. The following days were marked by a growing sense of unease. I caught glimpses of figures trailing me, always just out of sight. I told myself it was stress, the burden of the mystery taking its toll, but deep down, I knew something wasn't right. My investigation led me to interview elderly residents, hoping their memories might illuminate Samuel's story. Their accounts painted a picture eerily similar to my own life. Samuel, like me, was an inquisitive soul, always chasing stories, delving into the town's secrets. The turning point came one evening when I returned home. My door was ajar, the lock tampered with. Inside, my papers were scattered, the old newspaper conspicuously missing. The intrusion was a violation, a message that I was getting too close to a truth someone wanted buried. But instead of deterring me, it fueled my resolve. If someone was trying this hard to scare me off, then I was definitely onto something. My search took a new direction when I discovered an entry in the town's records about Samuel's last known investigation. It was a diary, cryptic and disjointed, filled with references to local legends, and a forbidden area deep in the woods. The diary was like a map, leading me towards the heart of the mystery, towards answers I wasn't sure I wanted to find. But there was no turning back now. I was too deep in, and the shadows of the past were closing in around me. The diary became my guide, its pages a labyrinth of thoughts, theories, and fears, all penned by Samuel. It was unsettling how much I resonated with his words, as if they were fragments of my own mind. He wrote extensively about a forbidden area in the woods, a place shunned by locals, wrapped in superstitious fear. Samuel believed this place held the key to a series of unexplained phenomena in the town. My days were consumed by research, piecing together Samuel's notes with historical records. Nights were a different story. They brought relentless nightmares, always ending with me standing at the edge of the woods, an oppressive darkness beckoning me in. The boundary between my life and Samuel's was blurring, reality mingling with echoes of the past. The sense of being followed intensified. I caught glimpses of shadowy figures, always just out of sight, disappearing when I tried to confront them. Calls to my phone continued, silent reminders that I was being watched. My home no longer felt like a sanctuary, but a stage where unseen eyes observed my every move. Driven by a mixture of fear and determination, I decided to confront the mystery head-on. I packed my bag with essentials and set off for the woods. The forest was dense, the canopy above casting deep shadows that seemed to move with a life of their own. Every step I took was heavy, laden with the weight of uncertainty. As I ventured deeper, the forest seemed to change. The air grew colder, the silence more profound. Time lost meaning, and I wondered if I was walking in circles. Just as I was about to turn back, I stumbled upon an abandoned cabin, hidden away, as if the forest itself was trying to keep it a secret. The cabin was old, the wood rotting, yet it stood defiantly against the ravages of time. Inside, the air was thick with the smell of decay. Symbols I didn't recognize were etched into the walls, and photographs littered the floor. Among them were pictures of Samuel, his face frozen in time. But what froze my blood were the other photos, ones of me, taken without my knowledge, some recent, others impossibly old. As I tried to process the impossible, the cabin seemed to come alive. A low hum filled the air, growing louder, more insistent. The walls vibrated with a sinister energy, and the photographs began to flutter as if caught in a breeze that didn't exist. Then, from the shadows, it emerged an entity, formless yet overwhelming, a darkness that seemed to consume the light around it. The entity spoke, its voice a cacophony of whispers, revealing a tale of an ancient curse, a town's forgotten sins, and a cycle of souls trapped in perpetual torment. Samuel was part of this cycle, and so was I. We were echoes of each other, bound to the town's fate. The revelation was shattering, a truth too horrific to bear. In a moment of pure terror and clarity, I realized I had to escape. The entity, a guardian of the curse, sought to bind me to the cabin, to the cycle. I ran, the cabin shaking violently, as if trying to keep me within its malevolent grasp. I burst out into the woods, the entity's screams echoing in my ears, a sound that would haunt me for the rest of my life. Gasping for breath, I stumbled through the underbrush, the darkness of the woods pressing in around me. The cabin had become a hellish beacon in the night, its windows glowing with an otherworldly light. I didn't dare look back, fearing that the entity, that living shadow, might be reaching out for me with its dark tendrils. By some miracle, I found my way out of the woods, emerging into the cold, early morning light. The town, once familiar, now felt alien, its streets a maze constructed around a secret heart of darkness. I wanted to scream, to warn the people, but I knew they wouldn't believe me. The town lived in blissful ignorance, or perhaps willful denial, of the horror that lurked in its shadows. Returning home, I found my sanctuary desecrated. The remnants of my investigation were scattered, the diary and my notes missing, likely consumed by the fire that had razed the cabin. I was left with nothing but my memories, a dangerous truth with no proof. In the days that followed, I tried to piece together the fragments of my shattered reality. The entity's revelations echoed in my mind a cycle of souls, an ancient curse, a town entwined with darkness. My connection to Samuel, the missing journalist, was clear now. We were not just similar, we were reflections, bound across time by the town's sinister legacy. I attempted to share my story, to find someone who would listen, but the words died in my throat. Who would believe such a tale? The townspeople turned away, uncomfortable or disbelieving. The shadows seemed to laugh at my efforts, a silent mockery of my futile attempts to expose the truth. The realization hit me hard. I was alone in this. The entity, the curse, the cycle, it was all mine to bear. I couldn't stay in that town, not with the knowledge of what lay beneath its placid surface. With a heavy heart, I packed my belongings, the newspaper with my photo labeled missing, the only tangible proof of my encounter with the impossible. As I drove away from the town, I watched it disappear in my rearview mirror, a part of me yearning for the normalcy I once knew. But that normalcy was an illusion, shattered by the truth of what I had uncovered. The open road ahead was my only solace, a path away from the nightmare I had lived. But the nightmare, I knew, would never truly leave me. It was a part of me now, a dark whisper in the back of my mind, a shadow in the corner of my eye. The farther I drove, the more the oppressive weight of the town's secret loosened its grip on me. Yet, a profound sense of loss and disquiet lingered, like the echo of a nightmare in the waking world. I tried to assimilate back into a normal life, but normalcy had become a foreign concept to me. My experience had irrevocably changed me. The line between myself and Samuel had blurred, leaving me questioning my own identity. Nights were the hardest. I would lie awake, staring at the ceiling, the darkness of my room a canvas for my fears. The entity's whispers would return, a haunting litany of truths and revelations that I could not escape. I wondered about the cycle, about who or what would be next. The curse was a living thing, a shadow that stretched far beyond the confines of that small town. I tried to write, to document my experiences, but words seemed inadequate to describe the depth of the horror I had encountered. The story was too fantastic, too unbelievable. Who would accept a tale of ancient curses and cycles of souls, of an entity guarding a town's dark heart? One day, as I was trying to piece together a semblance of normal life, I received a package. No return address, just an old, battered envelope. Inside was another newspaper clipping, yellowed with age. My hands trembled as I unfolded it. It was another missing poster, but not mine this time. It was a different person, another face I didn't recognize. Yet, there was something familiar in those eyes, a hint of a shared fate. The realization was chilling. The cycle continued, the entity's grip reaching beyond the town, beyond time. I was a part of something much larger, much darker than I had ever imagined. The story wasn't over, it was just a chapter in an endless saga of shadows and whispers. I set the clipping aside, a silent testament to the journey I had undertaken, and the mysteries that still lay hidden. The open-ended nature of my experience was a source of constant paranoia. The entity, the curse, the cycle, they were still out there, somewhere, weaving their dark tapestry. As I sat there, lost in thought, I couldn't shake the feeling that this was just the beginning. The unknown awaited, a dark path that I was destined to walk. The truth was out there, hidden in the shadows, and I knew, deep down, that my search for answers was far from over. The story of myself, Samuel, and the town's curse was a thread in a much larger, much more terrifying tapestry. And I was inexorably tied to it, a player in a game whose rules I was only beginning to understand. The day I brought the antique mirror into my apartment marked the beginning of an inexplicable journey. I remember standing in that peculiar little shop, tucked away in a forgotten alley of the bustling city. It was one of those places you stumble upon by chance and never find again, no matter how hard you try. I was never one for antiquities, but something about this mirror captivated me. It was large, with an ornate frame that spoke of a long-forgotten era, and yet, there was something unsettlingly alive about it. The shopkeeper, a wizened old man with a cryptic smile, insisted it was a rare find. "It has a story," he said, his voice a raspy whisper. I should have asked what story, but I didn't. My life back then was as monotonous as they come. I worked as a software developer, spending my days coding in a cramped office, and my nights in the silent company of my small apartment. I had always been introverted, more at ease with the predictable patterns of my solitary existence. But as I hauled the mirror into my living room, a strange sense of anticipation stirred within me. The first few days were uneventful. The mirror stood against the wall opposite my couch, a silent, imposing presence in my otherwise mundane living room. Then, one evening, as I lounged on the couch, idly glancing at the mirror, I noticed something off. At first, I thought it was a trick of the light, a fleeting shadow cast by the dim lamp. But as I focused, I realized the person in the mirror, which was supposed to be me, wasn't mirroring my actions. He was moving independently, living out scenes that were not my own. This other me was laughing heartily, surrounded by friends in what seemed like a lively party, a stark contrast to my quiet, solitary evening. My initial reaction was disbelief, followed by a chilling thrill. I stood up, my movements cautious, almost fearful. The man in the mirror did the same, but instead of mimicking me, he strolled out of view, only to reappear with a glass of wine in his hand, still engaged in that unseen celebration. Night after night, I found myself drawn to the mirror. I'd watched this other version of me lead a life so vastly different from my own. He was confident, charismatic, the life of the party. He seemed to have everything I lacked: a successful career, a vibrant social life, a sense of purpose. It became an obsession. I started neglecting my work, ignoring calls from the few friends and family I had. The mirror offered a glimpse into a life I had long yearned for but never dared to pursue. It was mesmerizing, intoxicating. And then, one fateful night, as I sat there envying my other self, he suddenly looked straight into the mirror, straight at me. Our eyes locked, and I felt a shiver run down my spine. He raised a hand, and in a fluid motion, wrote something on a steam-fogged surface on his side of the mirror. "Help me." The words, scrawled in the condensation, sent a cold dread coursing through me. This was no longer a mere curiosity, a strange anomaly to be observed. It was a plea, a bridge between two worlds, and I knew then that I couldn't just sit back and watch any longer. The message helped me lingered in my mind long after it had faded from the mirror's surface. I was consumed by a mix of fear and fascination. Who, or what, was this other version of me? Why did he need help, and how could I possibly assist someone who existed in a reflection? The next few days were spent in a haze of restless thoughts and half-hearted attempts at my usual routine. I couldn't focus on my work, the code on my screen turned into a meaningless jumble. My conversations with colleagues were brief, my mind always drifting back to the mirror. I needed to understand. My first step was to return to the oddities shop where I had purchased the mirror. However, the alley that once housed the peculiar little store was now just an empty space between two buildings. The shop, like a mirage, had vanished without a trace. The shopkeeper, the only link to the mirror's history, was gone. Refusing to be deterred, I started researching online, digging through forums and antique collector sites, seeking anyone who might know something about the mirror. Days turned into nights, and nights into early mornings, as I scoured the internet for answers. Finally, I stumbled upon a thread discussing a mirror with properties similar to mine. It mentioned that the mirror once belonged to a pair of twins in the 19th century, one of whom met a tragic end. The story resonated with me. I couldn't help but draw parallels between the twins and the two versions of myself. One thriving, the other me trapped in a cycle of monotony and loneliness. Was the mirror somehow balancing our lives? One side experiencing joy, the other sorrow. With each passing day, my reflection's life grew more distressing. The once lively parties turned into scenes of him alone, looking despondent and trapped. His world, which had initially seemed so full of life and color, now mirrored my loneliness and despair. Then came another message. This time he wrote, "Switch with me." It was a direct plea, a clear invitation. Could I cross over? Should I? The thought was both terrifying and irresistible. That night, as I lay in bed staring at the ceiling, an idea took root in my mind. What if I could enter the mirror? What if I could free this other me, this Alexei, from his torment? The following evening, armed with a resolve I never knew I had, I approached the mirror. The surface, which always reflected my room with unerring accuracy, now seemed fluid, almost beckoning. I reached out a tentative hand, expecting to feel cold glass, but instead, my fingers met a surface that yielded like the surface of a still lake. With a deep breath, I pushed forward, and the mirror swallowed me whole. The sensation was disorienting, like plunging into a pool of cold water. I felt a momentary rush of panic, then a sudden release as I emerged on the other side. The world I stepped into was a stark contrast to my own. It was my apartment, but not as I knew it. The walls were adorned with lavish decorations, the furniture was luxurious, and the air was filled with the rich aroma of expensive cologne. And there he was, Alexei, my mirror self, standing a few feet away with a look of desperate hope. For a moment, we just stared at each other, two identical beings in a surreal standoff. Then he spoke, his voice a haunting echo of my own. "You came," he said, a mix of relief and something darker in his tone. "You can free me." His words sent a chill down my spine. Free him? How? And what would it cost me? The truth of the mirror and the fate of Alexei were about to unfold, and I feared what I might discover in this twisted reflection of my own existence. In the lavish version of my apartment, I stood face to face with Alexei, my mirror counterpart. The atmosphere was heavy with an unspoken understanding of the bizarre situation we found ourselves in. Alexei's eyes, so much like my own, held a depth of sadness and desperation I had never witnessed before. "Tell me," I urged, "why do you need to be freed? What is this place?" Alexei motioned for me to sit on an ornate sofa, a far cry from my modest furniture. As I took in the opulence around me, he began to recount his tale. "This world," he started, his voice laced with weariness, "is a prison of sorts. A balance to your world. When you live in monotony and solitude, I experience joy and companionship. But when your life takes a turn towards happiness, my world becomes this," he gestured around, "a gilded cage." I listened, a growing sense of horror and fascination intertwining within me. "But how? Why?" I stammered. "The mirror," Alexei continued, "is a conduit between our worlds. It's bound by a curse, one that demands balance. One side must always mirror the other's fortune, but in reverse. My happiness is your sorrow, your success my failure." The revelation was a lot to process. All this time, my loneliness, my lack of ambition, was it all because of this cursed mirror? Was my misery the price for Alexei's affluent but hollow existence? "Why ask me to switch?" I asked, a knot forming in my stomach. Alexei's eyes dropped. I thought if we switched, I could finally experience a genuine, unburdened life. But now that you're here, I realize it's not that simple. The curse would just reverse our roles. There was a long silence as we both grappled with the reality of our situation. I thought about my life, the dullness of my days, wondering if this was my chance to change it all. Suddenly, Alexei's demeanor shifted. His eyes hardened, and a cold smile crept onto his face. But maybe there's another way, he said, standing up. Maybe one of us doesn't have to go back. Before I could react, Alexei lunged at me. We grappled, crashing into the lavish furniture. It was surreal, fighting a mirror image of myself, but I knew that this was a fight for more than just survival. It was a fight for freedom, for a life unbound by the mirror's curse. As we struggled, the room around us began to warp and distort, as if the mirror's magic was unraveling. Objects flickered in and out of existence, and the walls seemed to breathe. Amidst the chaos, I saw my chance. With a surge of adrenaline, I pushed Alexei back and made a dash for the mirror. It shimmered in the turmoil, the gateway back to my world. I dove into its surface, feeling the cold, liquid-like sensation envelop me once more. I tumbled out onto the floor of my own apartment, gasping for breath. The mirror, once a portal to an alternate life, now showed only my reflection. But it was different this time. My reflection was no longer a prisoner of circumstance. It was just me, Alex, free from the curse of the other side. I stood up, heart still pounding from the encounter. As I looked around my modest apartment, a sense of peace settled over me. My life might be ordinary, but it was mine to shape, free from the twisted balance of the mirror. But even as I reveled in my newfound freedom, a nagging thought lingered in the back of my mind. What had become of Alexei? Was he still out there, trapped in the mirror's world? Or had the shattering of the curse freed him too? I approached the mirror cautiously, half expecting to see Alexei's desperate face looking back at me. But there was nothing, just my own reflection, staring back with a mix of relief and uncertainty. I decided to keep the mirror, a reminder of the bizarre journey and the freedom I had fought for. But sometimes, late at night, I couldn't help but wonder if the story was truly over. Was Alexei still out there, a reflection waiting for another chance to break free? Or had the mirror's magic finally released us both from its grasp? The answer remained unclear, shrouded in the mystery of the mirror. But one thing was certain: the other side of the mirror held secrets that were best left undiscovered. In the days following my surreal encounter with Alexei, my life resumed its usual rhythm, but with a newfound appreciation for its simplicity and freedom. The mirror now hung silently on my wall, a benign reflection of my mundane reality. Yet, the experience had left an indelible mark on me, a constant reminder of the fragile line between the ordinary and the extraordinary. Despite my attempts to return to normalcy, there were moments when I caught myself staring into the mirror, half expecting to see a flicker of the life I had briefly glimpsed. But the reflection remained steadfastly my own, the other side now just a memory. I began to ponder the nature of our existence. Was Alexei merely a creation of the mirror, a reflection of my deepest desires and fears? Or had I truly connected with another soul, trapped in a parallel world? The questions lingered, unanswered, like shadows at the edge of my thoughts. One evening, as I sat in my living room, the memories of the mirror world flooded back with an unexpected intensity. The opulent surroundings, the sense of entrapment, and the desperation in Alexei's eyes haunted me. I realized then that the experience had changed me in ways I couldn't fully comprehend. I was no longer the person who had first gazed into the antique mirror, captivated by its mystery. In the following weeks, subtle changes began to manifest in my life. I found myself taking risks, reaching out to people, pursuing interests that I had long suppressed. It was as if the encounter with Alexei had awakened a part of me that yearned for more than just the safety of routine. My colleagues noticed the change. "You seem different, Alex," they say, a hint of curiosity in their voices. I would just smile, unsure of how to explain the transformation that had taken root within me. Then, one unremarkable Thursday, something peculiar happened. As I passed by the mirror on my way to work, I paused, a feeling of unease creeping over me. My reflection seemed normal, but there was a subtle distortion, a ripple in the corner of the mirror that hadn't been there before. I leaned in closer, my heart racing with a mix of fear and anticipation. The ripple expanded, revealing a scene that made my breath catch in my throat. It was a room, not unlike my own, but within it was a figure, hunched over a desk, their features obscured. The figure slowly raised their head, and I found myself staring into the eyes of someone familiar, yet unmistakably different. It wasn't Alexei, but another reflection of myself, one that wore an expression of deep sorrow and exhaustion. The mirror was no longer a mere reflection, it had become a window into countless possibilities, each a different version of my life. The realization was both exhilarating and terrifying. The mirror held not just one alternate reality, but an infinite number of them. I stepped back, my mind reeling from the implications. The mirror was not just a cursed object, it was a nexus of potential lives, each path diverging from decisions made or not made. As the days passed, the mirror continued to reveal glimpses of these alternate realities. Some were mundane, others filled with adventure or sorrow. But no matter how tempting or horrifying the reflections, I resisted the urge to step through the mirror again. I had learned my lesson: some doors, once opened, can lead to places from which return is not guaranteed. The mirror, with its endless possibilities, became a symbol of the choices we make and the paths we take. It was a reminder that our lives are shaped not just by circumstances, but by our actions and decisions. And so, I lived my life with a newfound purpose, embracing the challenges and opportunities that came my way. The mirror remained on my wall, a silent guardian of secrets, and a testament to the journey I had undertaken. But its magic, its ability to transport me to other worlds, remained untapped, a door I chose not to reopen. For in the end, the most important reflection was not the one in the mirror, but the life I chose to live, a life of my own making, free from the shadows of what could have been. Time passed, and the mirror's presence in my apartment became a normal part of my life. Each day, I'd glance at it, sometimes catching a glimpse of another life, a different version. However, the mirror had one more secret to reveal. It was a stormy night, the kind where the wind howls like a chorus of wailing spirits, and the rain beats against the windows with relentless fury. I was working late on a project, the glow of my computer screen casting eerie shadows across the room. The mirror was there, as always, a silent observer. As midnight approached, a particularly violent gust of wind rattled the windows, and the power flickered, plunging the room into darkness. In that brief moment of shadow, I saw something in the mirror. It wasn't a reflection of another life or a different version of myself. It was something else, something sinister. When the lights came back on, I turned to the mirror, my heart pounding. There, in the glass, was a figure, cloaked in darkness, its features obscured. But its eyes, oh those eyes, they burned with a malevolent intensity, staring right into my soul. I stood frozen, transfixed by the figure. It raised a hand, pointing a finger at me, and in that instant, I felt a chill that went beyond the cold of the storm. It was as if the figure was reaching out from the mirror, piercing the veil between our worlds. Then, as suddenly as it appeared, the figure vanished, leaving me alone in the dimly lit room. I approached the mirror cautiously, half expecting the figure to reappear. But there was only my own reflection, looking back at me with wide, fearful eyes. The next day, I was determined to uncover the truth behind the mirror's final secret. I revisited the alley where I had originally found the oddities shop, hoping to find some clue, some explanation for the haunting figure. But the alley was just as empty as before, a dead end in my search for answers. I couldn't shake the image of the dark figure from my mind. It wasn't like the other reflections I had seen in the mirror. This was something different, something darker. I began to wonder if the mirror was more than just a portal to other lives. Perhaps it was a gateway to something far more ancient and malevolent. My research took me down a rabbit hole of folklore and myth, tales of mirrors being used as tools for scrying, portals to other dimensions, and even conduits for dark entities. The more I read, the more I realized that the mirror in my apartment was not just a cursed object, but a relic of power, steeped in mystery and danger. One evening, as I sat pondering my next move, I heard a faint whisper, like a sigh carried on the wind. It was coming from the mirror. I approached it cautiously, and as I did, the surface of the mirror rippled, and the dark figure appeared again. This time, its voice was clear, a sinister whisper that filled the room. "Free me," it said, its eyes burning with an unholy light. I stepped back, a sense of dread washing over me. I knew then that I had to destroy the mirror. It was no longer a curious artifact, but a prison for something ancient and evil. I grabbed a hammer and, with a cry of determination, I struck the mirror. The glass shattered, sending shards flying across the room. The figure in the mirror let out a scream, a sound so filled with rage and despair that it shook the very walls of my apartment. And then, silence. The mirror was destroyed, its fragments scattered across the floor. The dark figure was gone, released or banished, I couldn't tell. But one thing was clear: the mirror's reign over my life was over. I cleaned up the shattered glass, each piece a reminder of the journey I had taken. The mirror was gone, but its lessons remained. I had faced my fears, confronted the unknown, and in doing so, I had found a strength I never knew I had. My life continued, free from the influence of the mirror. I threw myself into my work, my relationships, and my passions. The experience had changed me, made me appreciate the life I had, and the endless possibilities that lay ahead. But sometimes, in the quiet of the night, I would think back to the mirror and the dark figure within. It was a reminder that there are mysteries in this world that are best left unexplored, secrets that should remain hidden in the shadows. The shattered remains of the mirror were gone, but its influence lingered in the corners of my apartment and in the depths of my mind. I had hoped that destroying the mirror would bring an end to the strange journey I had been on, but instead, it left me with more questions than answers. What was the true nature of the mirror? Had I really seen a glimpse of other lives, other possibilities, or was it all an illusion? In the weeks that followed, my life slowly returned to a semblance of normalcy. I immersed myself in my work, finding solace in the familiar routine of coding and problem solving. My colleagues noticed a change in me, a newfound confidence and assertiveness. I had faced my fears, and it had transformed me. But the experience with the mirror had also ignited a curiosity within me, a desire to understand the mysteries of the world that lay just beyond our perception. I began to read more, delving into topics I had previously dismissed as mere fantasy: parallel universes, alternate dimensions, the power of the mind. As I explored these subjects, I found a community of like-minded individuals, people who had experienced their own inexplicable events, their own encounters with the unknown. We shared our stories, our theories, and our doubts. It was comforting to know I wasn't alone in my quest for answers. One evening, as I sat in a cafe discussing the nature of reality with a new acquaintance, I realized how much I had changed. The shy, introverted man who had purchased the mirror on a whim was gone. In his place was someone more open, more engaged with the world around him. I began to understand that the mirror, with all its mysteries and terrors, had been a catalyst for my growth. It had forced me out of my comfort zone, challenged my perceptions of reality, and shown me the potential within myself. But the story of the mirror wasn't quite finished. One day, as I walked through a flea market, a glint of light caught my eye. It was a mirror, not unlike the one I had destroyed, with a similarly ornate frame. My heart skipped a beat as I approached it. I peered into the glass, half expecting to see another world, another version of myself. But there was only my reflection, staring back at me with a mix of curiosity and apprehension. The seller, an elderly woman with a knowing smile, noticed my interest. "It's a special mirror," she said, her voice a soft murmur. "It shows not just your reflection, but your potential." I didn't purchase the mirror. I didn't need to. I had already seen my potential, faced my other selves, and emerged stronger for it. The mirror was a reminder of a journey taken, a chapter in my life that had closed. As I walked away, leaving the mirror behind, I felt a sense of peace. The mysteries of the mirror would remain unsolved, its secrets untold. But I had my own life to live, my own path to follow. The experience with the mirror had been a journey into the unknown, a descent into the depths of my own psyche. It had shown me the fragility of reality, the thin veil that separates the ordinary from the extraordinary. But more than that, it had shown me myself, not just a reflection in the glass, but the person I could become. It had been a journey of self-discovery, a confrontation with the darkest and brightest parts of my soul. And so, I moved forward, carrying with me the lessons of the mirror. It had been a strange and terrifying journey, but it had led me to a place of understanding and acceptance. The mirror was gone, but its echoes would resonate within me forever, a reminder of the other side of the glass. The flicker of our computer screens illuminated the dimly lit room as we gathered around, our weekend ritual underway. I'm the unofficial ringleader of our little group of Minecraft enthusiasts. We're a bunch of high school friends who found solace and adventure in the pixelated realms of Minecraft. It was our escape, our battleground, and our creative outlet. Harebrained is just a myth, you know, Jamie said, his voice laced with a hint of skepticism as he munched on a handful of popcorn. We had been debating the existence of Harebrained, the legendary Minecraft character shrouded in mystery and internet folklore. Jamie, my curious and adventurous friend, always had a knack for stirring up discussions like this. "Yeah, but it's a cool myth. Imagine if it was real," exclaimed one of the others, their eyes wide with excitement. We laughed, dismissing the idea as we delved back into our game. Our characters hopped across the digital landscape, battling mobs, and constructing elaborate structures. It was during these sessions that we felt invincible, masters of our own pixelated domain. Little did we know, our understanding of what was real, and what was fiction in our beloved game, was about to be challenged in the most unsettling way. The conversation about Harebrained faded as we focused on our gameplay, but the seeds of intrigue had been planted. Unbeknownst to us, our casual weekend game was about to turn into something far more sinister. The digital sun was setting in our Minecraft world, casting long pixelated shadows across the landscape. It was then that Jamie, always the one to seek out new adventures, suggested something different. "Hey, have you guys seen the new server that's been trending? It's supposed to have some unique gameplay elements," Jamie said, his voice tinged with excitement. Curiosity piqued, we agreed to check it out. The server, named Eclipse Realms, seemed ordinary at first glance, a typical Minecraft world with forests, mountains, and lakes. However, it didn't take long for us to realize that this server was anything but typical. We encountered him not long after we started exploring. The character, unlike any NPC or player we had seen before, stood silently on a hilltop, watching us. His name, displayed above his head, read Balthazar. "Is that?" one of our friends whispered, as if afraid that speaking too loudly would alert the mysterious figure. "Must be some kind of modded character or an admin playing tricks, I guess," feeling a mix of intrigue and unease. Balthazar approached us, his movements smooth yet somehow unnatural. "Welcome, travelers," he typed into the chat. "I've been expecting you." We exchanged confused glances. "Expecting us? How?" Jamie typed back. Balthazar's response sent chills down my spine. "I have a challenge for you, a series of tasks. Complete them, and you will be rewarded beyond your imagination." We were skeptical but intrigued. The idea of an in-game mystery was too tempting to pass up. We agreed to his challenge, unaware of the consequences our decision would bring. As we embarked on Balthazar's tasks, the game began to change. Simple fetch quests quickly evolved into complex puzzles with eerie themes. The sky in the game turned a deep crimson, and we heard unsettling whispers and laughter from unseen sources. It felt like the game was alive, aware of our presence, and not entirely friendly. The more we played, the more the lines between the game and reality began to blur. We were about to discover that Balthazar was more than just a clever piece of coding. He was something else entirely, something dark and inexplicable. The strange occurrences in the game soon spilled over into the real world. My computer screen flickered ominously at odd intervals, and Jamie reported his gaming console overheating for no apparent reason. We tried to brush these incidents off as coincidences, but deep down, a gnawing sense of dread began to take hold. Night after night, we delved deeper into Balthazar's labyrinthine challenges. The tasks grew increasingly bizarre and unsettling. We navigated through mazes that seemed to reshape themselves, deciphered cryptic messages that hinted at a dark past, and encountered ghostly figures that vanished as quickly as they appeared. It wasn't just the game that was affected. Shadows seemed to linger longer in my room, and the faint sound of static from my speakers became a constant companion. Jamie confessed one evening, his voice trembling over our voice chat, that he felt like he was being watched, even when he wasn't playing. Driven by a mixture of fear and curiosity, I started scouring online forums and old Minecraft lore, searching for any mention of Balthazar. It was a name that I had never encountered in all my years of gaming. My search led me to a buried thread on a forgotten gaming forum. There, I found a chilling post from years ago, discussing a rumored character in Minecraft, created as an act of revenge by a disgruntled developer. This character, named Balthazar, was said to possess an artificial intelligence unlike any other in the game, designed to blur the lines between the virtual and the real. The more I read, the more I realized the gravity of our situation. Balthazar wasn't just a part of the game, he was an entity that had grown beyond it. Each task we completed seemed to strengthen his presence, both in the game and in our reality. Jamie wanted to stop. He said it was getting too real, too dangerous. But I couldn't let it go. I needed to know the truth about Balthazar, to uncover the story behind this sinister character who had invaded our lives. I convinced the group to continue, assuring them that we could control the situation. But control was an illusion, and we were merely pawns in Balthazar's twisted game. The climax of our ordeal was rapidly approaching, and it would force us to confront the very nature of our reality. The climax of our eerie journey unfolded during a stormy night, the kind that seemed almost too cliché for what was about to happen. Our group, gathered in our respective homes, connected once again in the Minecraft world, ready to face Balthazar's final challenge. The air in the game was thick with a foreboding tension, the sky swirling with digital clouds that mirrored the storm outside my window. Balthazar appeared before us, his figure more imposing than ever. "You have done well to reach this point," he typed into the chat. "But are you ready to face the truth of your reality?" We were prepared for another task, another puzzle, but what happened next shattered any remaining notions of normalcy. The game world around us began to distort, the pixels twisting into grotesque forms. Balthazar's avatar grew in size, his digital eyes glowing with an unnatural light. "This world is my domain, and you are my guests," he proclaimed. "But your stay is no longer temporary. You belong to me now." Panic set in. We tried to log out, but the log out buttons were unresponsive. Our characters were trapped in this digital hellscape, and a horrifying thought dawned on me. Were we trapped as well? Balthazar's laughter echoed through our speakers, a sound that was too real, too visceral. It was as if he was right there in the room with me. The game was no longer a game, it had become a prison, and Balthazar was the warden. In a desperate bid for freedom, we tried everything we knew about Minecraft to escape. Using command prompts, exploiting known glitches, but nothing worked. Balthazar was always one step ahead, countering our every move with ease. The digital storm in the game grew more intense, mirroring the thunderstorm raging outside in the real world. My room flickered with each flash of lightning, blurring the lines between the game and reality. It was in this moment of utter despair that I remembered the thread I had found on the gaming forum. A post had mentioned a specific glitch, a flaw in Balthazar's code that could weaken his control. It was a long shot, but it was all we had. Sharing this information with my friends, we coordinated our efforts, focusing on triggering the glitch. The game world around us began to shake and convulse as if it were alive and in pain. Balthazar's form flickered, his control waning. It was our chance. With a combination of fear and determination fueling our actions, we pushed forward, exploiting the glitch to its fullest. The boundaries of the game began to dissolve, the code unraveling like the threads of a worn tapestry. As the digital world collapsed around us, we finally broke free, disconnecting from the server. The screens went dark, and a deafening silence filled my room. We had escaped Balthazar's grasp, but the terror of what we experienced lingered, a haunting reminder of the thin veil between our world and the digital abyss. In the aftermath of our harrowing escape from Balthazar's digital clutches, a heavy, uneasy calm settled over us. We sat in stunned silence, each of us processing the ordeal we had just endured. The storm outside had passed, leaving a serene quiet in its wake, a stark contrast to the chaos we had just experienced. In the days that followed, we talked extensively about what had happened. Our once beloved game had turned into a source of deep anxiety. Jamie, who had been the most enthusiastic about exploring the new server, was now the most vocal about never returning to it. We were in over our heads, Jamie admitted during one of our discussions. We thought it was just a game, but it was something else, something more. Our gaming sessions resumed, but they were different now. We steered clear of unknown servers and uncharted territories in Minecraft. The fear of encountering Balthazar again, or something even worse, loomed over us. The game had lost its innocence, tainted by the memory of our encounter. Our story about Balthazar became a cautionary tale in the gaming community. We shared our experience on forums and with friends, warning others about the dangers of diving too deep into the unknown realms of online gaming. Some listened, while others scoffed, thinking it was just another internet legend. The physical world remained unchanged, but our perception of it had shifted. Electronic glitches no longer felt mundane, they carried a hint of something sinister. The line between the digital and the real had been blurred, and we couldn't help but wonder if pieces of Balthazar's code had somehow lingered in our own systems. Despite our resolve to move on, the digital world of Minecraft held a new, ominous significance. It was no longer just a game, it had become a reminder of the fragile barrier between reality and the virtual, and of the entities that might lurk just beyond our screens. Life gradually returned to a semblance of normalcy, but the shadow of our encounter with Balthazar lingered. We continued to play Minecraft, but the carefree joy we once shared was now tempered with caution and a touch of melancholy. The game had changed for us, or perhaps we had changed because of the game. Our discussions often drifted back to Balthazar. We speculated about his origins, his intentions, and whether we had truly seen the last of him. These conversations had a speculative, almost therapeutic quality, as if by talking about it, we could keep the fear at bay. I found myself looking over my shoulder more often, a habit born from the paranoia that Balthazar had instilled in me. At times, I would pause, staring at my computer screen, half expecting to see his eerie avatar staring back at me. One evening, as I sat alone in my room, the screen before me displaying the familiar blocks of Minecraft, a message popped up. It was an anonymous message, the kind you might dismiss as spam or prank. But this message was different. It read, "You can delete a code, but can you erase an idea?" Chills ran down my spine. The message vanished as quickly as it appeared, leaving no trace behind. Was it a prank by one of my friends, a random troll, or something more? The uncertainty of it was unnerving. I shared the incident with Jamie and the others. We agreed it was probably nothing, just a coincidence or a joke in poor taste. Yet, deep down, I couldn't shake off the feeling of unease. The story of Balthazar had come to an end, or so it seemed. But in the world of Creepypasta, where the lines between reality and fiction blur, endings are rarely as clear-cut as we'd like them to be. Balthazar was a part of our story now, a digital ghost woven into the fabric of our gaming lives. As I shut down my computer that night, the screen going dark, I couldn't help but wonder about the nature of the digital worlds we so eagerly immerse ourselves in. What secrets do they hold? What shadows lurk just beyond the edge of our perception? In the quiet of my room, with only the faint hum of the computer lingering in the air, I realized that some mysteries are better left unexplored. And some stories, once started, never truly end. They linger in the background, waiting, just a screen away. At first glance, Eldritch was charming, almost enchanting, but I soon learned that beneath its picturesque facade lay a disturbing legend that had been whispered about for generations. The townspeople would often speak in hushed, almost reverent tones about something they referred to as the midnight vanishings. According to the legend, at the stroke of midnight, individuals would occasionally disappear without a trace, as if they had never existed. Being a 17-year-old with a natural inclination towards skepticism, I found these stories amusing rather than alarming. I dismissed them as nothing more than superstitious folklore, the kind that every small town seemed to have. However, my curiosity was piqued. I wanted to understand why this legend held such sway over the town's consciousness. As days turned into weeks, I found myself increasingly drawn to the stories of the midnight vanishings. I would listen intently as the locals recounted tales of friends and relatives who had supposedly vanished at midnight, leaving behind nothing but an eerie silence and a lingering sense of dread. Each story was different, yet they all shared a common thread: the mysterious disappearances always happened when the town clock struck 12. Despite my initial skepticism, a part of me couldn't help but be intrigued by these tales. There was a tantalizing mystery at the heart of Eldritch, and I was determined to unravel it. Little did I know that my curiosity would soon lead me down a path of chilling discoveries and unspeakable horrors, forever altering my perception of reality. It was a chilly October evening, the kind where the wind whispered secrets through the branches, and the moon cast a ghostly glow over the world. I remember sitting in my room, staring out the window at the clock tower that loomed in the distance. The hands of the clock were inching closer to midnight, and a sense of anticipation mixed with a hint of fear churned in my stomach. I wasn't sure what I expected to happen, but I couldn't shake off the feeling that I was about to witness something extraordinary. As the clock began its final chime, signaling the arrival of midnight, I noticed my neighbor, Mr. Thompson, walking his dog across the street. He was a regular sight in the neighborhood, always out for his late-night stroll. I watched, half expecting him to vanish into thin air like the story suggested. To my surprise, and somewhat disappointment, nothing happened. Mr. Thompson and his dog continued their walk, oblivious to the legend that had kept me captivated. Just as I was about to write off the entire legend as nothing but an elaborate hoax, it happened. In the blink of an eye, Mr. Thompson disappeared. One moment he was there, and the next, he was gone, as if he had been erased from existence. His dog, now ownerless, let out a confused whine and ran off into the night. I was stunned, my mind struggling to comprehend what I had just seen. Questions flooded my thoughts. Had I imagined it? Was it some trick of the light? Or had I just witnessed one of the midnight vanishings? The incident sparked a burning obsession within me. I needed answers. I needed to know what was happening in Eldridge and why. My skepticism had been shattered, replaced by a desperate need to uncover the truth behind the midnight vanishings. In the days that followed, I began my investigation. I spent hours at the local library, poring over old newspapers and town records, searching for any clue that could shed light on the disappearances. I spoke to long-time residents, hoping they would reveal details that had been left out of the public stories. Each piece of information added to the growing puzzle, painting a picture of a town haunted by an unexplained phenomenon for decades. But as I delved deeper into the mystery, strange things began to happen. I would often feel like I was being watched, catching glimpses of shadowy figures that vanished when I turned to look. My friends started acting oddly around me, as if they were hiding something. The more I investigated, the more I felt like I was unraveling a thread that should have remained untouched. The unsettling events that followed my witness of Mr. Thompson's disappearance only served to deepen my resolve. I could feel the fabric of normalcy in Eldridge unraveling, revealing a sinister underbelly. My investigation took on a frenetic pace, driven by a mix of fear and fascination. The town's archives became my refuge, a place where I sought answers among dusty files and forgotten records. I uncovered a pattern in the vanishings. They occurred sporadically over decades, with no apparent connection between the victims. They were from different walks of life, of varying ages, but all shared the same fate, disappearing at the stroke of midnight. My conversations with the townspeople turned from casual inquiries to intense interrogations. I spoke to Mrs. Ellery, whose husband had vanished 30 years ago. She described a similar sense of sudden loss, and the unnerving silence that followed. Her eyes, clouded with years of unshed tears, told a story of unresolved grief and unanswerable questions. As I pieced together the history of the midnight vanishings, my own life in Eldridge started to fray at the edges. I began receiving ominous notes, warning me to stop my investigation. My house would sometimes shake with unexplained tremors in the dead of night. I would wake up to find objects in my room subtly moved, as if someone had been rummaging through my things. The more I discovered, the more isolated I felt. My friends distanced themselves, whispering behind closed doors. I noticed strangers watching me from shadowed corners, their gazes heavy with unspoken threats. The idyllic facade of Eldridge had slipped, revealing a community bound by a dark secret and a collective fear. Despite the growing danger, I couldn't stop. I was too close to the truth, or so I believed. I had to know what was behind the midnight vanishings, even if it meant putting myself in harm's way. But nothing could have prepared me for what I was about to uncover on the fateful night I decided to confront the mystery head-on. The night I chose to face the truth was shrouded in a thick, impenetrable fog that seemed to emerge from the very depths of Eldridge's darkest corners. With a heart pounding in my chest and a flashlight as my only companion, I made my way to the town square. The ancient clock tower loomed above me, its face a ghostly sentinel counting down to midnight. I found a hidden spot near the base of the tower, my eyes fixed on the clock's hands as they inched closer to the fateful hour. The town was eerily silent, as if it held its breath in anticipation. Midnight. Then, as the final chime echoed through the square, it happened. The air around me grew colder, and the fog thickened into an almost tangible presence. From within the swirling mists, a form began to materialize. It was an entity unlike anything I had ever seen or could have imagined, a swirling mass of shadows and whispers, its form constantly shifting and changing. Paralyzed with both fear and awe, I watched as the entity hovered near the clock tower. It seemed to be searching, its form pulsating with a sinister energy. Then, as if sensing my presence, it turned towards me. For a moment that felt like an eternity, we were locked in a gaze that transcended the physical realm. I felt an overwhelming urge to flee, but my body refused to obey. The entity moved closer, and I could hear the faint whispers emanating from it, voices of those it had taken, calling out from a place beyond understanding. In that moment, I understood the true horror of the midnight vanishings. This entity was not just a taker of lives, but a collector of souls, trapping them in an eternal twilight. With a sudden burst of adrenaline, I broke free from my trance and ran. I ran as fast as my legs could carry me, not daring to look back. The entity did not pursue me, perhaps it was bound to the clock tower, or perhaps it simply chose to let me go. I made it back to my house, my mind reeling from the encounter. I knew then that the truth of the midnight vanishings was far more terrifying than any legend or rumor. The entity was real, and it was the keeper of Eldridge's darkest secret. In the days that followed, I was consumed by a mix of fear and obsession. I had come face to face with the unknown, and it had changed me. I could no longer view the world as I once had. Eldridge, with its quaint streets and secretive residents, was no longer just a town, it was a prison for lost souls, guarded by an unspeakable horror. The aftermath of my encounter with the entity was a blur of sleepless nights and haunted days. I was a changed person, carrying the weight of a terrifying secret that I could share with no one. The townspeople of Eldridge seemed to sense the change in me. Their once friendly faces now bore looks of wariness and, at times, outright hostility. In the days that followed, my life in Eldridge became increasingly isolated. My friends, who once welcomed me with open arms, now avoided me, their eyes darting away whenever I tried to meet their gaze. It was as if they knew I had uncovered the dark heart of the town's legend, and wanted nothing to do with the truth I had discovered. I tried to go about my daily life, but the shadow of the entity loomed over every moment. The town itself seemed to be closing in on me, the quaint streets and picturesque houses now feeling more like a carefully constructed facade, hiding a malevolent presence. The whispers in the night grew louder, and I often felt a chilling sensation, as if unseen eyes were watching me from the darkness. I knew I couldn't keep living like this. The knowledge of the entity and the real story behind the midnight vanishings was too much to bear. I contemplated leaving Eldridge, escaping the nightmare that my life had become. But a part of me was reluctant to turn my back on the mystery. The entity had spared me for a reason, and I felt a responsibility to those who had vanished, to tell their story, to expose the truth. However, the town seemed to have other plans. My attempts to discuss my experience or further investigate were met with stern warnings and thinly veiled threats. It became clear that the townspeople were determined to keep the secret of the midnight vanishings, no matter the cost. Caught between the desire to reveal the truth and the need to protect myself, I found myself at a crossroads. The one simple life I had known in Eldridge was gone, replaced by a reality where nightmares walked at midnight, and truths were buried in shadows. I had to make a choice, one that would either plunge me deeper into the abyss or allow me to escape the clutches of the town's dark legacy. The decision to leave Eldridge came to me during a restless night, where the moon hung low in the sky, casting long, ominous shadows across my room. The weight of the secrets I carried had become too much to bear, and the sense of danger that hung over me was suffocating. I realized that staying in Eldridge would mean living in perpetual fear, with a heavy heart, I packed my belongings, leaving behind the life I had begun to build in this strange, haunted town. As I drove away from Eldridge, I watched in the rearview mirror as the town disappeared into the distance, shrouded in the early morning mist. It felt like waking from a long, disturbing dream. Yet, even as I put miles between myself and Eldridge, I knew that the story of the midnight vanishings would never truly leave me. The memories of what I had seen and learned lingered in my mind, a constant reminder of the horrors that lurk in the unseen corners of the world. I made a silent vow to keep the secret of the midnight vanishings, to protect others from the terrifying truth. The entity and the souls it had claimed were bound to Eldridge, and I hoped that by leaving, I could distance myself from the darkness. However, the resolution I sought was not to be. In the days that followed my departure from Eldridge, I found myself looking over my shoulder, jumping at shadows, and waking from dreams filled with whispers and fading faces. The fear that had gripped me in Eldridge had followed me, a persistent reminder of the night I had encountered the entity. The story of the midnight vanishings remained with me, an unresolved chapter in my life. I wondered about the fate of those who had disappeared, and whether the entity still roamed the streets of Eldridge when the clock struck midnight. The truth was out there, hidden in the fog and shadows, but it was a truth that was too dangerous to pursue. As I settled into my new life, far from the haunting confines of Eldridge, I realized that some mysteries are best left unsolved. The entity, the vanishings, and the town itself were part of a darker reality that defied understanding. And so, I carried on, the memories of Eldridge a ghostly echo in the back of my mind, a chilling tale of a town where, when the clock strikes midnight, people disappear. Trevor had always found solace in the soft glow of his phone screen, especially in the deep quiet hours of the night. Living alone in a modest apartment near the college campus, he often felt the silence around him was too heavy, too still. It was a small space, just enough for a student. A bed against one wall, a desk cluttered with textbooks and coffee cups, and a small closet crammed with clothes and boxes. The nights often stretched long, filled with the hum of his thoughts and the distant sound of the city. His nightly ritual involved scrolling through social media, a mindless activity that helped him wind down. His phone was his lifeline, a tether to a world buzzing with life and chatter, so different from the stillness of his apartment. Friends' posts, funny videos, the occasional late-night chat, it was all a comforting, familiar routine. Tonight was no different, or so it seemed. The clock on his phone screen read 2:03 a.m., the numbers glowing against the darkness of his room. Trevor was curled up in bed, the soft blanket pulled up to his chin, his eyes half closed as he flicked through his feed. That's when the notification popped up, a live stream invite from a user he didn't recognize. Curiosity pricked him. It was unusual to get such notifications this late. With a lazy finger, he tapped on the link, expecting perhaps a gamer playing or someone's late-night trance. The live stream loaded, and Trevor's heart froze. The video was a live feed from inside his own closet. He could see the edge of his blue hoodie, the frayed poster he tacked to the inside of the door. But it was the angle that sent a chill down his spine. It was as if someone, or something, was broadcasting from within, hidden among his clothes and forgotten junk. His eyes flicked up to the closet, just a few feet away. It was slightly ajar, just like in the video, but nothing else seemed amiss. He could hear only his own breathing, rapid and shallow, and the distant sound of a siren wailing outside. Tentatively, Trevor swung his legs out of bed and approached the closet. His heart pounded in his chest, each step feeling heavier than the last. He reached out, his hand trembling, and flung the closet door open. Nothing. Just clothes, boxes, and the familiar musty smell. No sign of anyone or anything that could be streaming. He checked his phone again. The live stream was still running, the closet now empty from his perspective. But there was no one there. No camera, no phone, nothing. Confused and a little unnerved, Trevor closed the app and tried to laugh it off. Probably just a weird glitch, he thought. Or maybe someone's idea of a sick joke. He climbed back into bed, but sleep didn't come easy that night. Every creak of the apartment, every shadow cast by the streetlight outside, seemed ominous. And so began the strangest, most terrifying chapter of Trevor's life. The next night, Trevor lay in bed, his eyes fixed on the ceiling, the events of the previous night replaying in his mind. He had almost convinced himself that it was all a bizarre prank, perhaps a hacked account or some sort of augmented reality trick. He had even laughed about it with a few friends online, who suggested he set up a camera to catch the prankster. As the night deepened, his phone buzzed again with another notification. His heart skipped a beat. It was another live stream invite from the same unknown user. Trevor hesitated, his finger hovering over the screen. Curiosity mingled with a sense of dread. With a deep breath, he tapped to view the stream. There it was again. The inside of his closet, slightly more cluttered than he remembered. The angle was different this time, lower, as if the phone was placed among the shoes on the floor. There was no sound except for what seemed like faint rhythmic breathing. Fueled by a mix of fear and determination, Trevor jumped out of bed and strode to the closet. He flung it open, half expecting to find someone crouched among his belongings. But again, there was nothing. No sign of any device or person. Yet, the live stream continued, showing the empty closet from within. This time, Trevor noticed something else. A jacket he hadn't worn in months was now hanging in the front, as if someone had sifted through his clothes. His heart pounded in his ears. He quickly shut the closet, backed away, and spent the night with the lights on, the image of the live stream burning in his mind. Over the next few days, the nighttime live streams became a terrifying routine. Each stream showed subtle changes in the closet: a shirt moved, a box repositioned. Trevor started noticing things around his apartment slightly amiss. A book not where he left it, a cup turned in a different direction. He shared his concerns with friends, but their reactions were mixed. Some thought it was a sophisticated prank, others suggested it might be a stalker, and a few even joked that he had a ghost. Trevor tried to laugh along, but a creeping sense of paranoia began to take hold of him. He started having trouble sleeping, and when he did, he was plagued by nightmares of shadowy figures and unseen eyes watching him. The apartment felt less like a home and more like a stage, where unseen forces moved objects just to unnerve him. It was during one of these sleepless nights, lying in bed and staring at the darkened ceiling, that Trevor heard it for the first time: a whisper. It was so faint, he thought he had imagined it. But then it came again, a hushed, unintelligible murmur, like a secret being shared in the dead of night. That whisper marked the beginning of a new, more unsettling phase. Shadows seemed to flicker in the corners of his eyes. His own reflection in the mirror seemed to linger a little too long. The apartment, once a sanctuary, now felt like a prison, and Trevor, its haunted inmate. The live streams grew more frequent and disturbing. Each night, as the clock neared midnight, Trevor braced himself for the notification. The streams no longer just showed the interior of his closet, they began to capture movements: a shadow passing, a hanger swinging gently, as if disturbed by an unseen presence. His friends' assurances began to sound hollow. They suggested he contact the police, but what would he say? That his closet was broadcasting a live stream on its own. He could almost hear the skepticism and disbelief in their voices. One evening, the live stream showed something new: a drawing on the back wall of the closet, a place Trevor was sure had been bare. It was a crude, childlike drawing of two figures, one significantly larger than the other, both with unnaturally wide smiles. This new development sent a shiver down Trevor's spine. He checked the closet, but the wall was blank, just as he remembered. Things escalated quickly after that. Items began to disappear and reappear in different places. Trevor would find his toothbrush in the kitchen, his shoes in the bathroom, and once, his phone hidden in the freezer. The whispers grew louder, more frequent, no longer just at night, but in the quiet moments of the day. Sleep became an elusive, almost forgotten luxury. Dark circles formed under Trevor's eyes, and his skin turned pale from constant worry. He jumped at the slightest sound, and the reflection in the mirror seemed to watch him with an intensity that made his skin crawl. Desperate for a reprieve, Trevor decided to spend a few nights at a friend's place. He packed a small bag, making sure to take his phone with him. That night, in the unfamiliar yet comforting surroundings of his friend's guest room, he felt a sense of relief. Maybe it was all in his head, he thought. Maybe a change of scenery was all he needed. But as he lay in bed, scrolling through his phone to distract himself, the dreaded notification popped up again. A live stream invite. Hesitantly, Trevor opened it, his heart sinking. The stream was no longer from his closet. It was from the closet in the guest room, the door slightly ajar, just like back at his apartment. The same angle, the same eerie silence, punctuated by the soft, unnerving sound of breathing. This was no coincidence, no trick of the mind. Something was following him, something that wasn't bound by the walls of his apartment. Fear gripped him like never before. Whatever was happening, it was real, and it was not going to let him escape so easily. That night, the live stream showed something that chilled Trevor to his core. Within the dark confines of the closet, a figure was barely visible. It was shrouded in darkness, its features indistinct, but its presence was undeniable. It stood motionless, except for the slight, unsettling tilt of its head, as if it was staring directly at Trevor through the screen. Trevor's heart pounded against his ribcage. This was no longer about strange occurrences or misplaced items. There was someone, or something, in the closet. The terror that gripped him was visceral, a primal fear that rooted him to the spot. Gathering every ounce of courage, Trevor decided he needed to confront whatever was in the closet. He wanted to end this nightmare once and for all. He picked up his own phone and started a live stream, intending to capture whatever he found and show it to his friends, to prove he wasn't losing his mind. The house was silent as he approached the closet, his live stream running, his viewership growing as word spread of his bizarre confrontation. He reached for the closet door, his hands trembling, the phone's light casting long, eerie shadows. As he opened the closet, the figure was nowhere to be seen. The closet was just an ordinary closet with clothes and boxes. But then, Trevor noticed something odd about the back wall. It seemed to yield slightly when he pressed against it. With a mix of fear and curiosity, he pushed harder, and to his astonishment, the back panel swung open, revealing a narrow, hidden compartment. The air was cold and stale, and a sense of dread overwhelmed him. The live stream audience watched in silent horror as Trevor, driven by a desperate need for answers, stepped into the dark void. He ventured deeper, the light from his phone barely piercing the darkness. The walls felt close, claustrophobic. Then, he heard it, a soft, sinister whisper, echoing in the confined space. It was impossible to make out the words, but the tone was mocking, taunting. As he moved the phone to illuminate his surroundings, the live stream captured a chilling sight. Just over Trevor's shoulder, the faint outline of the shadowy figure appeared. It was closer than Trevor realized, its presence menacing and oppressive. The viewers typed frantic warnings, trying to alert Trevor, but he was too engrossed in his exploration. He felt something brush against his back, a touch so light yet so terrifying. Whipping around, he found nothing but the enclosing darkness. Panic set in. Trevor turned to leave, but as he did, his phone's live stream showed the figure moving, its form becoming more distinct, more threatening. It was as if the darkness itself was alive, reaching out for him. Trevor stumbled back into the closet, his breath ragged, his mind reeling with fear. The hidden compartment seemed to vanish as he tried to find it, the walls of the closet closing in on him. The live stream audience watched in horror as the feed filled with darkness, the sound of Trevor's panic breathing the only evidence of his plight. Finally, he burst out of the closet, into the safety of the lit room. He looked back, panting and wide-eyed, but the closet was just a closet once more. The live stream showed the empty space, the hidden compartment gone as if it had never existed. The figure, too, had disappeared. The live stream ended abruptly, leaving the viewers in stunned silence, their minds racing with unanswered questions and chilling possibilities. Trevor sat on the floor, his body shaking, the phone slipping from his numb fingers. The nightmare was far from over, but for now, he had escaped the clutches of whatever haunted him. In the aftermath of the harrowing experience in the hidden compartment, Trevor was a changed person. The confident, curious college student had been replaced by a shadow of his former self, one who jumped at shadows and flinched at the slightest noise. His friends, having witnessed the live stream, were now believers in his ordeal. They rallied around him, offering support and a place to stay, away from the apartment that had become his source of terror. Despite their kindness, Trevor couldn't shake off the feeling of being watched, of being followed by something unseen. He moved out of his apartment, leaving behind most of his belongings. The mere thought of going back filled him with an unbearable sense of dread. He stayed with various friends, never spending more than a few nights in the same place. But no matter where he went, the feeling of a presence, like a cold shadow hanging over him, remained. He stopped using social media, avoided live streams, and even covered the camera on his phone, fearing that he would see that dreaded closet again. But the entity, whatever it was, remained undeterred. Trevor would wake up in the middle of the night feeling as if someone was in the room with him. On several occasions, he saw fleeting glimpses of a figure in the corner of his eye, a dark indistinct shape that vanished when he tried to focus on it. His friends saw it too, sometimes. A shadow that shouldn't be there, a reflection that didn't quite match. It was enough to convince them that Trevor wasn't suffering from delusions. Something inexplicable and terrifying was happening. As time passed, the occurrences became less frequent, but they never entirely stopped. Trevor learned to live with a constant undercurrent of fear, a sense of never being completely alone. The experience had taken its toll on him. He was quieter now, more withdrawn. His eyes always had a haunted look, as if he was perpetually bracing himself for the next encounter. His friends worried about him, but there was little they could do to ease his torment. Trevor's story spread among his acquaintances, then further afield. People were fascinated and horrified by the tale of the live stream from the closet, and the dark figure that seemed to exist in the periphery of reality. But for Trevor, it was no story, it was his life, a nightmare that he couldn't wake up from. He often wondered about the nature of the entity that had attached itself to him. Was it a ghost? A demon? Or something else entirely? The not knowing was perhaps the worst part. There were no answers, only theories and speculations. Trevor moved through life like a ghost himself, haunted and wary, always looking over his shoulder, always waiting for the darkness to manifest once more. The live stream from the closet had opened a door to a realm of terror that he couldn't close, a realm that refused to let him go. Months had passed since the first chilling live stream from Trevor's closet. He had settled into a new routine, one marked by caution and an ever-present awareness of his surroundings. His new apartment was different from the old one, smaller, with fewer places for shadows to lurk. Yet, the fear never completely left him, it lingered like a persistent fog, coloring his every moment. Trevor had become adept at avoiding anything that could trigger a reminder of those horrifying events. He stayed away from social media, avoided video calls, and even covered mirrors when he wasn't using them. His world had shrunk, but in his mind, safety was worth the sacrifice. His friends remained supportive, but even they couldn't fully comprehend the depth of his trauma. They never saw the darkness in the same way he did, never felt the chilling touch of an unseen entity. To them, it was a terrifying story. To Trevor, it was a lived reality. One quiet evening, as Trevor sat reading, trying to lose himself in the pages of a novel, his phone buzzed with a notification. His heart leapt into his throat. He had been careful to disable most notifications, not wanting any unexpected reminders of that time. With trembling hands, he picked up the phone. It was a live stream invite, the first since he had left his old apartment. For a long moment, Trevor stared at the screen, the cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. He knew he shouldn't open it, knew that it would be better to delete it and try to forget. But the need to know, to see if it was truly over, was overwhelming. He tapped the notification. The live stream opened to show a dimly lit room. For a second, Trevor thought it was his new apartment, and his heart nearly stopped. But then he realized it wasn't. It was different, unfamiliar. Relief washed over him, followed swiftly by confusion and a growing sense of unease. The camera panned slowly, and then he saw it, the same dark figure, lurking in the corner of the room. It was as indistinct as ever, a mere shadow, yet its presence was unmistakable. Trevor's breath caught in his throat. The figure seemed to be looking right at him, through the screen. Then, as suddenly as it had appeared, the live stream ended. Trevor was left staring at his phone, his mind racing. The figure was still out there, still a part of his life. But it was no longer confined to his surroundings. It was elsewhere, a roaming darkness. The realization brought no comfort. It meant that the entity wasn't tied to a place, but perhaps to him. It could appear anywhere, at any time. The thought sent a chill down his spine. Trevor set the phone down, his hands shaking. He knew now that there would be no escape, no return to normalcy. The live stream from the closet had opened a door to a nightmare that was far from over. The darkness had a reach that extended beyond walls and screens, a presence that lingered in the periphery of his existence. As he sat there, alone in his quiet apartment, Trevor understood that the fear would always be a part of him. It was a shadow that would follow him, always just out of sight, always waiting. The story of the live stream from the closet had no end, for the darkness was still out there, somewhere, an unseen specter in the vast, unknowable night. I've always been drawn to the unexplainable, the stories that make you question the line between reality and fiction. That's probably why I never left my hometown, a small coastal town cradled by fog and mystery, with its most enigmatic feature being the abandoned lighthouse perched on the jagged cliffs. It stood there, a silent sentinel, its story as obscure as the misty sea. The lighthouse had been the subject of numerous local legends. Some said it was haunted, others whispered about hidden treasures, but the most unsettling tale was about its last keeper, who supposedly went mad from loneliness, his voice lost to the winds. Despite its eerie reputation, it was this very lighthouse that had captivated me since childhood. I was a young adult with an insatiable curiosity, and spent countless evenings gazing at it from my bedroom window, wondering about the secrets it held. One night, as autumn crept in with its chilling breath, something unusual caught my eye. The lighthouse, long dormant and dark, was blinking. It wasn't just a flicker of faulty wiring, it was deliberate, rhythmic. I blinked hard, thinking my eyes were playing tricks on me, but the light persisted. I grabbed my binoculars and watched in awe as the lighthouse sent pulses of light into the night. Intrigued and a little unnerved, I remembered an old Morse code book my grandfather had left me. Dusting it off, I started to decode the message. My heart pounded as the dots and dashes translated into a clear, haunting message. SOS. A distress call from a place abandoned for decades. It was impossible, yet there it was, flashing before my very eyes. I couldn't shake off the unease that settled in my chest. The lighthouse, a structure I had seen as a symbol of mystery and adventure, was now a source of a cryptic plea for help. I knew then that I had to uncover the truth behind these mysterious signals. Little did I know, this decision would lead me down a path entwined with forgotten tragedies and ghostly revelations. Over the next few days, I threw myself into researching everything I could find about the lighthouse. The local library became my second home, the musty scent of old books, mingling with the sea air that drifted through the open windows. I pored over historical records, newspaper clippings, and maritime logs, piecing together the lighthouse's storied past. The most intriguing account was of its last keeper, a man named Elijah, known for his reclusive nature. The story went that one stormy night, he vanished without a trace, leaving the lighthouse dark and the town buzzing with rumors. Some said he was swept away by the sea, others whispered about a more sinister fate. But no one knew for sure. Every night, I returned to my spot by the window, binoculars in hand, deciphering the new messages from the lighthouse. The dots and dashes varied each night, but all spelled out urgent pleas or cryptic warnings. One message read, "Beware the Ides," another, "They watch from the shadows." The messages were like pieces of a puzzle, each more baffling than the last. The townsfolk started to take notice of the lighthouse's renewed activity. While some dismissed it as a prank or an electrical anomaly, others were less skeptical. I overheard conversations in the local diner, a mix of fear and curiosity in hushed tones. My endeavor, once a solitary quest, was now the center of town gossip. I found an unlikely ally in Mrs. Adler, the elderly librarian, who shared my fascination with the lighthouse. "There's more to that place than just bricks and a beacon," she told me one afternoon, her eyes gleaming with a mix of wisdom and mystery. She provided me with access to restricted archives, where I discovered references to a secret society that was rumored to have held meetings at the lighthouse decades ago. The messages from the lighthouse continued, each night a new set of coordinates. I meticulously noted them down, a growing sense of urgency propelling me. These weren't just random locations, they were leading me somewhere, to something. I could feel it in my bones. It was during one of my nightly vigils that I decoded a message that sent chills down my spine. Find the truth beneath the light. This wasn't just a call for help, it was an invitation, a challenge. I knew then that my journey was just beginning, a journey that would take me into the heart of the lighthouse's mysteries, and perhaps, into its very soul. The more I delved into the lighthouse's history and decoded the nightly messages, the more the line between obsession and investigation blurred. The first location was an old, overgrown cemetery on the outskirts of town. Under the light of my flashlight, I found a withered gravestone marked with the name of the last lighthouse keeper, Elijah. The eerie silence of the night, punctuated only by the distant sound of waves crashing against the cliffs, made the experience surreal. I couldn't shake off the feeling that Elijah's spirit was somewhere nearby, watching me. The next coordinate led me to the town's abandoned shipyard. Among the rusted remnants of boats and tangled fishing nets, I found a locked chest. After some effort, I pried it open to discover a collection of old journals and maritime maps. The journals were written by Elijah, filled with ramblings about the sea, the lighthouse, and something he referred to as the Watchers. As the days passed, the town's skepticism turned to intrigue. While some locals still scoffed at the idea of the lighthouse sending messages, others began to share their own stories and theories. I found myself at the center of these discussions, both celebrated and ridiculed. Mrs. Adler continued to be a valuable ally, providing me with historical context to my findings. "You're stirring up old ghosts," she warned one day, her tone a mix of concern and excitement. The most chilling discovery came from a coordinate leading to an old fisherman's hut by the shoreline. Inside, I found a wall covered in frenzied scribblings and newspaper clippings about missing ships and unexplained maritime accidents. At the center was a crudely drawn symbol, a circle with an eye in the middle, the same symbol I had seen in one of Elijah's journals. Each discovery painted a picture of a man tormented by unseen forces, obsessed with the sea and its secrets. The lighthouse was not just a beacon for ships, it was a beacon for something darker, something Elijah believed was watching from the depths. The final coordinate I decoded was different. It wasn't a location in town, but rather, that night, I lay in bed, my mind racing with anticipation and dread. I was on the verge of uncovering a truth that had eluded the town for decades. But with each passing hour, the weight of what that truth might be grew heavier. I was no longer just chasing shadows, I was about to confront them. The night had arrived, the air thick with anticipation and the salty tang of the sea. Armed with a flashlight, a camera, and a racing heart, I made my way to the lighthouse. The path was familiar, yet everything felt different under the cloak of darkness. The lighthouse loomed ahead, its once dormant light now a beacon calling me forth. As I reached the base of the lighthouse, the air grew colder, the atmosphere charged with an eerie energy. The door, usually locked and immovable, creaked open as if inviting me in. With each step inside, the weight of the lighthouse's history pressed down on me, the walls echoing with the whispers of the past. I ascended the spiral staircase, the beam of my flashlight cutting through the darkness. The higher I climbed, the more intense the feeling of being watched became. It was as if the lighthouse itself was alive, its pulse beating in sync with my own. Reaching the top, I was greeted by the vast expanse of the ocean, a dark abyss under the moonlit sky. The light from the light, with trembling hands, I opened the trapdoor, revealing a narrow staircase spiraling down into darkness. The air grew denser, the silence more profound as I descended. At the bottom, I found myself in a hidden chamber, the walls lined with ancient symbols and faded photographs. The chamber was a shrine to the sea, a testament to Elijah's obsession. Among the artifacts, I found a journal, its pages yellowed with age. It detailed Elijah's descent into madness, his belief in a secret society that worshipped the sea, and their rituals performed in this very chamber. He wrote of the Watchers, entities he believed lived beneath the waves, influencing the fate of those who dared to cross their domain. As I absorbed the gravity of Elijah's revelations, a chill ran down my spine. A shadow moved across the wall, growing larger until it enveloped the room. I turned slowly, my heart pounding in my chest. There, in the flickering light, stood the ghostly figure of Elijah, his eyes hollow, his expression tormented. "Elijah," I whispered, my voice barely audible. "You have uncovered the truth," he spoke, his voice echoing round the chamber. "But with truth comes a burden. The Watchers are real, and they are restless. My warnings were meant to protect, to prevent the past from repeating." I stood frozen, the reality of the supernatural encounter overwhelming my senses. Elijah's spirit moved closer, his ethereal form almost translucent. "Leave this place, forget what you have learned," he warned. "Or risk awakening the wrath of the Watchers." Before I could respond, the room trembled, the walls groaning as if in pain. Elijah's apparition faded into the shadows, leaving me alone in the darkness. I stumbled out of the chamber, the lighthouse shaking as I ascended the stairs. As I emerged into the night, the lighthouse ceased its flashing, returning to its dormant state. I looked back one last time, the weight of Elijah's warning heavy on my soul. The truth I had sought was now mine, but so was the responsibility of keeping it hidden. I made my way back to town, the dawn breaking on the horizon. The lighthouse stood silent behind me, its secret sealed once again. But as I walked away, I couldn't shake off the feeling that this was not the end, but rather the beginning of something far more ominous. The days following my encounter at the lighthouse were a blur of confusion and fear. I kept to myself, haunted by Elijah's warning and the chilling presence of the Watchers. The town slowly returned to its usual rhythm, the mystery of the flashing lighthouse fading into just another strange tale among many. But I couldn't forget. The hidden chamber, Elijah's ghost, the unsettling feeling of being watched, it all lingered in my mind like a persistent fog. I avoided the lighthouse, but its silhouette was always there, at the edge of my vision, a constant reminder of the night that changed everything. Mrs. Adler noticed the change in me. "You've seen something, haven't you?" she asked one day, her eyes searching mine for the truth. I merely nodded, unable to voice the horrors I had witnessed. She didn't press further, but her knowing look told me she understood. In the weeks that followed, I shared my findings with the town, albeit leaving out the more supernatural elements. The hidden chamber became a topic of fascination, and the lighthouse's history was revisited with newfound interest. It was declared a historical site, with plans to turn it into a memorial for those lost at sea. Despite the town's renewed interest in the lighthouse, I felt a deep sense of isolation. The knowledge I carried was a heavy burden, one I could share with no one. I could see the lighthouse from my window, a silent, ominous figure that seemed to watch over me. I tried to resume my normal life, but the experience had changed me. I found solace in solitary walks along the coast, the sound of the waves, a constant reminder of the secrets that lay beneath. The ocean, once a source of wonder, now held a sense of dread. One evening, as I walked along the shoreline, I found myself drawn to the lighthouse. I stood at its base, looking up at the towering structure. It was a clear night, the stars shining brightly above. For a moment, I thought I saw a flicker of light from the top of the lighthouse, but it was gone as quickly as it appeared. I realized then that the lighthouse was more than just a building, it was a gateway to mysteries beyond my understanding. As I turned to leave, a sense of peace settled over me. The lighthouse, with all its secrets, was a reminder of the unknown that surrounds us. And while some mysteries are meant to be uncovered, others are better left in the shadows, watching over us from the depths of the dark. The story of the lighthouse and its ghostly keeper became a part of me, an indelible mark on my soul. Life in the town returned to normal, but the echoes of that night lingered in the air, a silent whisper that only I could hear. I continued my nightly vigils, watching the lighthouse from my window. It remained dark, a dormant giant holding its breath. But the town had changed. People spoke of the lighthouse with a newfound respect, a mixture of awe and fear. It was no longer just an old structure, it had become a symbol of the town's hidden depths. The lighthouse's past was now part of the town's heritage. Tourists came to hear the tales, and locals shared their own stories, each one adding to the legend. But none knew the entire truth, the reality of what lay beneath the surface. I often visited the memorial that had been set up in the hidden chamber beneath the lighthouse. It was a somber place, a tribute to those lost to the sea and the mysteries it held. The walls, once covered in frantic scribblings and symbols, were now clean, but I could still see the faint outlines of Elijah's writings in my mind. As time passed, I found a strange comfort in my secret. It was as if I had a private connection to the lighthouse, a bond forged in the shadows of that fateful night. I would sit by the sea, watching the waves, feeling the presence of something ancient and unknowable just beyond my reach. But the story doesn't end there. One night, as I gazed out at the lighthouse, something miraculous happened. The light flickered to life, not in the frantic sows of before, but in a slow, steady pulse. It was as if the lighthouse was breathing, a gentle rhythm that matched the ebb and flow of the sea. I decoded the message, my hands trembling with anticipation. It was a simple phrase, yet it held a world of meaning. Guardian of the deep. In that moment, I understood. The lighthouse wasn't just a beacon for ships, it was a guardian, watching over the secrets of the sea, protecting us from the unknown. The light ceased as suddenly as it had appeared, and the lighthouse returned to a silent vigil. But now, I saw it in a different light. It was a keeper of stories, a sentinel of the past, and a guardian of the deep mysteries that lay beneath the waves. The lighthouse continues to stand tall on the cliffs, a reminder of the night when the veil between our world and the unknown was lifted. And as for me, I remain its faithful watcher, a guardian of its secrets, always listening for the whispers in the dark, always watching the sea. Roger had always been drawn to the unexplained mysteries of his hometown. His fascination was nurtured by the tales his grandmother used to tell about the town's enigmatic past, stories of unexplained lights in the sky, of figures cloaked in shadows, and of whispers carried by the wind that seemed almost human. On an ordinary Saturday, while Roger was rummaging through the attic of his family's old house, he stumbled upon an object that piqued his curiosity. It was an ancient journal, its cover bound in weathered leather and its pages yellowed with age. The journal had been hidden beneath a loose floorboard, concealed as if it were a secret meant to be kept from prying eyes. As he held the journal, a chill ran down his spine, not from fear, but from the thrill of discovery. The journal felt heavy in his hands, as though it bore the weight of untold stories. The pages were filled with neat cursive writing, chronicling events and thoughts from a bygone era. But what caught Roger's attention was the last entry, dated over a century ago, which ended abruptly in mid-sentence. Driven by an insatiable curiosity, Roger decided to delve deeper into the journal's mysteries. Little did he know, his discovery would soon lead him down a path of eerie revelations and dark truths that would forever change his perception of his quiet town. As the evening sky turned a deep shade of twilight, Roger sat at his desk, the journal open before him. The dim light of his lamp cast long shadows across the room, creating an ambience that was both comforting and slightly eerie. With a sense of reverence, Roger took out a pen and, half in jest, wrote a question on a blank page of the journal. Who are you, and what secrets do you hold? He chuckled to himself, not expecting anything to happen. But as he turned to leave the desk, a faint scratching sound made him pause. Roger turned back in disbelief as words slowly materialized on the page in a handwriting that was not his own. I am many voices, lost in time. Seek and you shall find. A shiver ran down Roger's spine. This was impossible, yet the evidence was right before his eyes. The journal was responding to him. His heart raced with a mix of fear and excitement. Roger hesitated, then wrote another question. What do you know about this town's history? The journal answered. Hidden truths, forgotten tragedies. Look deeper and see. From that moment, the journal became Roger's obsession. Night after night, he would ask questions, and the journal would reply with cryptic messages. It spoke of forgotten rituals, of families who vanished without a trace, and of a darkness that lurked in the heart of the town. Roger's friends and family began to notice changes in him. He became distant, often lost in thought, with dark circles under his eyes from sleepless nights spent in conversation with the journal. His grades slipped, and his social life dwindled to nothing. But Roger barely noticed, the journal's revelations consumed his every thought. One evening, the journal's tone shifted. The cryptic messages took on a more demanding tone, urging Roger to delve into forbidden knowledge and explore hidden places in the town. The journal began to ask as much of Roger as he asked of it. As the whispers of the journal grew more insistent, Roger felt himself being pulled into a world of shadows and secrets. He was standing on the precipice of an abyss, and the journal was beckoning him to leap. The days melted into nights as Roger's life began to revolve solely around the journal. The once curious student found himself engulfed in a world far removed from the one he knew. His existence became a series of hidden journeys and secretive explorations, all guided by the cryptic whispers of the journal. With each passing day, the journal revealed more of the town's unsettling past. It spoke of a time when certain townsfolk practiced strange rituals under the cloak of darkness, believing they could commune with forces beyond the understanding of mere mortals. It told tales of families who had mysteriously disappeared, leaving behind empty homes and whispered rumors. Roger's obsession with the journal didn't go unnoticed. His friends, once close confidants, could only watch helplessly as he receded further into his private world of ancient secrets. His family, increasingly concerned, tried to intervene, but Roger rebuffed their efforts, convinced that he was on the brink of uncovering truths that had long been buried. The journal's influence on Roger grew stronger. It no longer just responded to his queries, it began to guide his actions, compelling him to visit forgotten parts of the town. He found himself wandering through dilapidated buildings and abandoned streets, places that felt suspended in time, shrouded in an air of desolation and decay. One night, the journal's messages took a more ominous turn. It urged Roger to perform peculiar tasks, collecting old artifacts, reciting strange incantations, and drawing arcane symbols. The rationale behind these actions was a mystery to Roger, yet he felt an unexplainable compulsion to comply. As Roger delved deeper into the rituals, the atmosphere around him began to change. Shadows seemed to move with the life of their own, and the air grew thick with an unspoken foreboding. He started to hear whispers, not just from the journal but echoing around him, as if the town itself was speaking to him. Unbeknownst to Roger, these rituals were part of something much larger and more sinister. The journal, a conduit for an ancient entity, was slowly weaving its influence not just over Roger, but over the very fabric of the town. The boundary between the known and the unknown was beginning to blur, and Roger stood at the center of this maelstrom, unwittingly playing a key role in a ritual that threatened to awaken something long dormant beneath the town's surface. The town was shrouded in a palpable tension, like the charged air before a storm. Roger, driven by the journal's cryptic commands, found himself at the heart of an ancient, forgotten part of the town. The buildings here were relics of a bygone era, their facades worn and weathered, standing as silent witnesses to the unfolding events. Under the ghostly light of the full moon, Roger stood in the center of an abandoned square, the journal open in his hands. His eyes, once filled with curiosity, now burned with a feverish and as he began to recite the incantations dictated by the journal, a sense of dread filled the air. The ground beneath him seemed to tremble, and the shadows danced unnervingly around him. The whispers that had once been faint now rose in a chorus, echoing off the crumbling walls, creating a symphony of haunting sounds. It was then that Roger saw it, a formless shadow, a darkness that seemed to seep from the very pages of the journal. The entity, bound for centuries, was manifesting, its presence a chilling void that threatened to engulf everything. In that moment of terror and realization, Roger understood the true nature of the journal. It was not a mere chronicle of the past but a vessel, a binding force for an ancient entity that had once been sealed away by the very rituals detailed within its pages. And he, Roger, had been the key to its release. Panic gripped him as he tried to cease the incantations, but the words flowed from him involuntarily, as if he were merely a puppet under the entity's control. The air grew colder, the darkness deeper, and the whispers louder, converging into a singular, commanding voice that resonated in his mind. With every ounce of his will, Roger fought against the invisible chains that bound him to the journal. He struggled to close the book, to end the ritual, but the entity was relentless. It was a battle of wills, a confrontation between the determination of a young man and the ancient power of a long-imprisoned darkness. As the climax of the ritual approached, Roger mustered all his strength, his every thought focused on breaking free from the entity's grasp. With a final act of defiance, he tore the journal apart, the pages scattering in the wind, their whispers silenced. The shadowy form wavered, its presence diminishing as the connection was severed. In that moment, the entity let out a final, ethereal wail, a sound that resonated with the anguish of centuries. Then, as suddenly as it had appeared, it vanished, leaving Roger alone in the silent square, the remnants of the journal fluttering away like leaves in the wind. The immediate danger was over, but the consequences of that night would reverberate far beyond the confines of the old town square. In the aftermath of that harrowing night, the town seemed to hold its breath. Roger, physically and emotionally exhausted, wandered back to his home, the fragments of the journal's pages still clutched in his trembling hands. The once intriguing adventure had turned into a nightmare, one that had nearly unleashed an unspeakable horror upon the world. The following days were filled with a surreal calm. Roger struggled to return to normalcy, but the echoes of the journal's whispers haunted his every moment. He was a changed person, his once inquisitive eyes now reflecting a deep-seated wariness. His friends and family, relieved to find him safe, were unaware of the full extent of the ordeal he had endured. The town itself seemed to be recovering, but there were subtle changes. Strange occurrences, once rare, became more frequent. Shadows seemed to linger longer, and the air was often filled with an unexplainable chill. It was as if the entity, though banished, had left a part of itself behind, a lingering stain on the fabric of the town. Roger's encounter with the journal and the entity had left deep scars. He was plagued by nightmares, each one a vivid reenactment of that fateful night. His days were spent in a haze, trying to piece together the fragments of what had happened. The journal, the source of it all, had been destroyed, but its influence persisted. In an effort to understand and perhaps find closure, Roger began researching the town's history with a new fervor. He scoured old archives, spoke with local historians, and delved into family records. He discovered tales of ancient rituals and forgotten lore that corroborated the journal's revelations. Yet, the full truth remained elusive, obscured by time and the shadows of the past. As the days passed, the town slowly returned to its sleepy routine, but the sense of unease remained. Whispers of the strange events circulated, though no one knew the extent of what had transpired. Roger kept to himself, his once sociable nature replaced by a solemn introspection. The journal was gone, but its legacy lived on, both in the town and in Roger. He had faced an ancient darkness and had emerged victorious, but not unscathed. The experience had changed him, instilling a caution and respect for the unknown that he would carry for the rest of his life. The world was filled with mysteries, some better left undiscovered. Months passed since the incident with the journal, and life in the town had settled into a new, uneasy normalcy. Roger, once a vibrant student full of curiosity, now carried an air of solemnity. The spark in his eyes was dimmer, replaced by a gaze that often seemed focused on something unseen, something lingering in the shadows of his mind. Roger moved through his days with a quiet resolve, continuing his studies, but with a newfound perspective. The experience with the journal had opened his eyes to the complexities and dangers of the unseen world, making him wary of delving too deeply into the unknown. Yet, the questions that the journal had awakened in him remained unanswered. The entity, though banished, had left an indelible mark on both Roger and the town. Unexplainable occurrences still happened, though less frequently, serving as a reminder of the thin veil that separates the ordinary from the extraordinary. Roger often found himself walking the streets of the town, passing by the old square where everything had come to a head. The memories of that night were a constant companion, a silent whisper that echoed in his footsteps. He wondered about the entity, about the ancient forces that he had unwittingly unleashed and then resealed. The journal was gone, but the knowledge it contained was still out there, hidden in the fabric of the world. In his quest for understanding, Roger became something of a guardian, vigilant against the recurrence of such darkness. He studied folklore and esoteric knowledge, not with the naivety of before, but with a cautious respect. He shared his findings with a select few, hoping to safeguard the town from similar threats in the future. The story ends on an autumn evening, as Roger sits in his study, surrounded by books and notes. A knock on his door breaks his concentration. A young woman, a student from the local college, stands at his doorstep. In her hands, she holds an old tattered journal, found in an attic of a house her family had recently moved into. Roger's heart skips a beat as he sees the journal. It's not the same one, but it bears a striking resemblance. The cycle, it seems, is about to begin anew. With a sense of duty and a touch of fear, Roger invites her in, ready to share his knowledge, to prepare her for what she might have uncovered. The story closes with Roger looking out the window at the town, a place of hidden histories and silent whispers. The journal had been but a key to a door best left closed, yet the world was full of such doors. As the sun sets, casting long shadows over the streets, Roger understands that his journey is far from over. The journal's legacy continues, a whisper in the wind, a reminder that some mysteries are timeless, waiting to be discovered, and sometimes, to be feared. In the heart of a quaint, unnamed town, stood the Gallows Art Gallery, a place where the whispers of the past seemed to echo through its hallowed halls. I had just accepted the position of curator, a role I embraced with a blend of pride and excitement. The gallery, with its Gothic architecture and a reputation for housing some of the most intriguing and unsettling pieces of art, had always been a place of fascination for me. As I walked through its corridors on my first day, the paintings seemed to watch me, their eyes following my every step. There was an otherworldly beauty to them, a strange blend of awe and unease that they instilled in me. The gallery's staff, a small team of dedicated individuals, shared stories of the gallery's history as we walked. They spoke of its founding, the mysterious benefactors, and the peculiar artists whose works adored the walls. However, amidst their tales, there lingered an unspoken tension, a secret I was yet to uncover. The town, too, seemed to hold the gallery in a mix of reverence and fear. The local shops and cafes were adorned with artwork inspired by the gallery's collection, yet the townsfolk spoke little of it, their words always measured, their glances quick and guarded. My curiosity piqued as I settled into my new role, eager to unravel the mysteries of the Gallows Art Gallery. Little did I know, the coming full moon would reveal secrets more horrifying than anything I could have imagined. As night fell on my first full moon in the town, the gallery transformed. The moon's silver light seeped through the stained glass windows, casting eerie shadows across the gallery floors. Then, as the clock struck midnight, a chilling phenomenon unfolded. The paintings, those silent sentinels of history and horror, began to scream. The sound was gut-wrenching, a chorus of anguish that filled the night. It emanated from every portrait, every landscape, every abstract form, a symphony of terror that held us in its grip. The staff and I stood frozen, our hearts racing, as we witnessed the walls of the gallows art gallery come to a terrifying life. As the first light of dawn broke, the screams faded, leaving behind a haunting silence and a gallery of secrets waiting to be unraveled. The mystery of the screaming paintings had just begun, and I was at the center of it, both terrified and captivated by the unknown forces I was about to confront. The morning after the full moon, the gallery was eerily quiet, as if the building itself was holding its breath. The staff, pale and wide-eyed, whispered among themselves, casting nervous glances at the paintings. The event of the previous night hung heavily over us, an unspoken terror that we were all reluctant to address. Yet, there was a burning need for answers that gnawed at my curiosity. Determined to unravel the mystery, I began delving into the gallery's archives. Dusty tomes and ancient documents told tales of the gallery's past, but nothing that could explain this supernatural occurrence. Frustrated, I decided to seek knowledge outside the confines of the gallery. In a quaint corner of the town, I found an old historian, a man whose life had been dedicated to the study of the town's enigmatic past. His home was an eclectic mix of books, artifacts, and parchments, each telling a story of a different year. Hesitantly, I recounted the events of the full moon night to him. The historian listened intently, his eyes narrowing with recognition as I spoke. When I finished, he leaned back in his chair, a grave look on his face. He spoke of a legend, long whispered in hushed tones by the townsfolk. It was said that the souls of the subjects portrayed in the gallery's paintings were trapped within the canvases, cursed to relive their tormented existences. I struggled to believe the tale. It was the stuff of ghost stories and folklore, not the reality I had known. But the historian's words resonated with a chilling truth, especially after what I had witnessed. Returning to the gallery, I shared my findings with the staff. The legend seemed to fit the puzzle, yet it was a piece we all wished was mere fiction. As the next full moon approached, a sense of dread settled over us. We needed more evidence, something tangible to prove or disprove the haunting legend of the gallows art gallery. That's when I decided to set up cameras throughout the gallery. If the paintings were to scream again, I wanted to capture every moment, every detail. Perhaps, in those recordings, lay the answers we desperately sought. The stage was set, and as the night of the next full moon drew near, a silent prayer lingered on my lips, a prayer for understanding, for courage, and for the strength to face whatever horrors awaited us in this screaming gallery. The night of the next full moon came with a tension that clung to the air like a thick fog. The gallery, under the watchful eye of the moon, seemed to bristle with an unseen energy. The staff, though apprehensive, stayed to witness what might occur, their curiosity overcoming their fear. As the curator, I felt a responsibility not only to uncover the truth, but also to protect them. As midnight approached, we waited in silence, our eyes fixed on the paintings. The cameras, strategically placed, recorded every corner of the gallery. Then, as the clock chimed the arrival of midnight, the screams began anew. It was a sound that could chill the very soul, the cry of despair and anger that emanated from the ancient canvases. We watched in horror as the paintings transformed before our eyes. The figures within writhed and twisted, their painted expressions contorting into grotesque masks of agony. The screams were not just sounds, but physical manifestations of the torment trapped within the frames. The night passed in a blur of terror and disbelief. When dawn finally broke, we were left exhausted and shaken, the gallery once again silent but forever changed in our eyes. I reviewed the footage with a heavy heart, the evidence undeniable. The paintings were more than mere art, they were prisons for something unexplainable, something profoundly disturbing. The legend the historian had spoken of was real, and we had witnessed its truth. As the days passed, the phenomenon began to occur more frequently. It was no longer bound to the full moon, the screams would start unexpectedly, shattering the gallery's calm at any given moment. The once revered art pieces had become objects of fear, their beauty marred by the horrors they harbored. Visitors to the gallery dwindled, rumors of the haunted paintings spreading like wildfire through the town. The staff, once proud to be part of the gallows art gallery, now worked with a sense of dread, each of us jumping at the slightest creak of the old floorboards. I realized that we were dealing with something beyond our understanding, a curse that was escalating with each passing day. The need for action became urgent, but the path forward was clouded with uncertainty. How does one combat a curse that is centuries old, a terror that is as much a part of the gallery as the paintings themselves? As the next supermoon approached, a sense of impending doom settled over us. We were about to face the climax of this nightmare, and I feared what horrors it might bring. The gallery, once a place of beauty and history, had become a stage for a terrifying spectacle we were powerless to stop. The night of the supermoon was upon us, and with it, the unknown terrors of the screaming gallery. The night of the supermoon arrived, casting an eerie, luminescent glow over the gallery. The staff and I gathered, a sense of solemnity among us. We had decided to face whatever came together, bound by a shared determination to end the nightmare that had enveloped our lives. As the moon reached its zenith, the gallery seemed to pulse with a malevolent life. The air grew thick, charged with a palpable sense of dread. Then, with a suddenness that took our breath away, the screaming started. It was louder, more agonizing than ever before, echoing through the halls like the cries of tortured souls. But this night was different. The paintings began to change, the figures within them contorting in ways that defied reality. Then, to our utter disbelief, they began to emerge from their frames. Like specters, they stepped into our world, their forms ghastly and distorted, yet terrifyingly real. The gallery descended into chaos. We scattered, seeking refuge from the nightmarish apparitions that pursued us. The figures, bound by some unseen force, wreaked havoc, their screams now mingled with our own. In the midst of this pandemonium, I realized that these entities were bound to the paintings, their existence tied to the cursed canvases. A desperate plan formed in my mind to destroy the paintings and, hopefully, the entities with them. Gathering my courage, I made my way to the storage room, where we kept the inflammable solvents and materials used for restoration. The gallery was a maze of terror, each corridor filled with the screams and ghastly figures of the paintings come to life. Finally reaching the storage, I grabbed what I needed and began the harrowing task of dousing the paintings in solvent. Each step was a battle against fear and the surreal entities that sought to stop me. The climax of the night came as I set the first painting ablaze. The flames consumed the canvas, and the figure within let out a final, ear-piercing scream before vanishing. Emboldened, I moved from painting to painting, setting each one on fire. The gallery became a pyre, the flames a beacon of our desperate struggle. The staff, seeing my actions, joined in, helping to destroy the remaining paintings. The entities, their forms flickering and fading, fought back, but their power waned as the paintings burned. As the last painting turned to ashes, a deafening silence fell over the gallery. The entities were gone, the curse lifted. We stood among the ruins of the gallery, the moon's light filtering through the smoke-filled air. The night of terror had ended, but at a cost we were only beginning to comprehend. The supermoon's light waned, and with it, the nightmare of the gallows art gallery drew to a close. The screaming had ceased, but the echoes of that night would haunt us forever. We had faced the unknown and emerged victorious, but the scars of that night would remain, a reminder of the horrors that lurk in the shadows of history and art. In the aftermath of the inferno, the dawn greeted us with a somber light. The once grand gallows art gallery lay in ruins, its walls blackened and its treasures reduced to cinders. The air was thick with the smell of smoke and the remnants of lost history. We, the survivors of the night, stood amidst the ashes, each lost in our own thoughts of the ordeal we had endured. The town, roused by the sight of the burning gallery, gathered in silent disbelief. Their once proud landmark was now a charred shell, a testament to the unknown terror that had lurked within. The staff and I were questioned by the authorities, our accounts met with skepticism and disbelief. How could we explain the unexplainable? The truth was too bizarre, too frightening to be comprehended by those who had not witnessed it. In the days that followed, the gallery became the subject of rumors and wild speculation. Some spoke of a curse, others of a mass hallucination. The truth, however, remained known only to those who had lived through it. I spent my days wandering the remnants of the gallery, the memories of that night haunting my every step. The decision to burn the paintings weighed heavily on me. Though it had been necessary, the loss of such historic art was a tragedy. But what choice had we had? The gallery had harbored a darkness that threatened not just us, but potentially the world beyond its walls. The local historian, the man who had first told me of the legend, visited me among the ruins. He spoke of cycles, of history repeating itself, and of the possibility that the curse might not be fully extinguished. His words were a cold comfort, a reminder that some mysteries were better left unsolved. In a final act of closure, I decided to leave the town. The gallery had been my dream, but that dream had turned into a nightmare. The staff, too, dispersed, each seeking to put the distance between themselves and the memories of the gallery. The gallows art gallery was eventually demolished, the land left barren, a hollow scar in the heart of the town. Rumors persisted, stories of strange sightings, and eerie sounds where the gallery once stood. But no one dared to investigate. The legend of the screaming paintings became just another ghost story, whispered in the dark corners of the town. The final scene of my story takes place years later, in a different town, in a new art gallery. A set of paintings, eerily reminiscent of those from the gallows art gallery, hangs on the walls. Unbeknownst to the visitors who admire them, a familiar cycle waits to begin anew. The truth of the screaming paintings lives on, a haunting melody that refuses to be silenced. The curse, it seems, was not fully vanquished, merely dormant, waiting for the next unsuspecting curator to unveil its horrors once again. The years passed since the night the gallows art gallery was consumed by fire, and with it, the cursed paintings that screamed under the full moon. The town slowly healed, its residents whispering less and less about the bizarre events, allowing them to fade into the realm of urban legends and eerie folklore. I moved to a different city, trying to rebuild my life away from the shadows of the past, yet the memories lingered like ghostly echoes in my mind. The gallery and its horrors became a distant, though ever-present, part of my history. I avoided art exhibitions and galleries, the mere sight of a painting enough to stir the embers of that frightful memory. But fate, it seemed, had a cruel sense of irony. One ordinary afternoon, while strolling through a new city, I found myself drawn to a recently opened art gallery. Something inexplicable compelled me to step inside. The gallery was modern, its walls adorned with a variety of paintings. As I walked through the exhibits, a chilling sense of déjà vu crept over me. There, in a quiet corner of the gallery, hung a series of paintings that made my heart stop. They were different, yet hauntingly similar to those of the Gallows Art Gallery. The figures in these paintings had the same eerie quality, their eyes seeming to follow me, whispering silent pleas from their canvas prisons. A cold dread settled in my heart. Had the curse truly been broken, or had it merely spread, like a dark contagion, waiting to unleash its terror anew? The gallery owner, noticing my interest, approached and began to speak enthusiastically about the recent acquisition of these magnificent and mysterious pieces. I listened, my mind racing with questions. Where had these paintings come from? Were they connected to the ones that had once screamed under the light of the full moon? Or was this just a coincidence, a trick played by a mind scarred by trauma? The owner mentioned how these paintings were becoming the main attraction, drawing curious visitors, especially on full moon nights. A chill ran down my spine. The cycle was repeating, the curse undying. I left the gallery abruptly, my mind a tumult of fear and urgency. The resolution of my tale is an open one, a whispered warning of a horror that refuses to die. The screaming paintings of the Gallows Art Gallery were gone, but their legacy lived on, a lurking threat hidden in plain sight. I often wonder about those new paintings, about the gallery that now houses them. Are they silent on full moon nights, or do they echo the screams of their predecessors? The answer is a secret I dare not uncover. For some horrors are best left undisturbed, their stories unfinished, lingering in the shadows of the unknown. And so, my story ends, not with a conclusion, but with a cautionary tale. The screaming paintings, whether curse or legend, are a reminder of the mysteries that lie beyond the veil of the ordinary, waiting, ever patient, for the next unsuspecting soul to unveil their hidden terrors. Matt, a second-year college student, found himself seated in the local coffee shop, the air filled with the scent of roasted beans, and the faint chatter of the other patrons. Matt, with his slightly disheveled brown hair and eyes that always seemed to be pondering the deeper mysteries of life, was not your typical college student. He found solace in solitude, often indulging in books that others might find too dense or obscure. His friends often joked that Matt lived in a world of his own, a statement not entirely devoid of truth. It was on a chilly Thursday afternoon, as Matt was engrossed in a book about quantum mechanics, that his life took a peculiar turn. As he reached for his coffee, his hand brushed against something underneath his table. Curious, he bent down to find his smartphone. It was a modern model, sleek and black, without a single scratch on it. Looking around, he realized that no one seemed to be searching for it. The phone had no protective case, no identifying marks, and when he powered it up, it went straight to the home screen, no lock screen barring access. Initially, Matt considered turning the phone into the shop's lost and found, but something about the device intrigued him. It was as if the phone had appeared out of nowhere, meant for him to find. Rationalizing that the owner might call to claim it, he slipped the phone into his bag, intending to wait a few days before deciding what to do with it. As the day waned into evening, Matt couldn't shake off the odd feeling that accompanied his discovery. The phone was ordinary in every sense, yet it felt significant, almost as if it were silently whispering secrets just beyond his grasp. Unbeknownst to Matt, this small, unassuming device was about to unravel the very fabric of his reality, drawing him into a web of mystery and inexplicable occurrences that would challenge his understanding of the world. The following day, as the morning sun cast a warm glow through Matt's apartment window, he found himself studying the phone again. It was almost magnetic in the way it demanded his attention. He had charged it overnight, half expecting a barrage of missed calls or messages from a frantic owner. Yet, the phone remained eerily silent, its screen a blank canvas awaiting input. Later that day, while Matt was attending a lecture on modern philosophy, the phone vibrated in his backpack. The sudden interruption in the quiet classroom startled him, his heart skipping a beat. Excusing himself, he stepped outside to check the phone. The screen displayed an incoming call, but the caller ID simply read Matt. Perplexed and a bit unnerved, he answered. "Hello." Matt listened carefully. The voice on the other end was unmistakably his own, yet it carried a weight and urgency that Matt's voice had never known. "Tomorrow, avoid the intersection of Park and Elm at exactly 6:15 p.m. It's important. Trust me." Without waiting for a response, the call ended. The encounter left Matt's mind reeling. It was impossible, yet the voice was his, every inflection and nuance identical to his own. He tried to rationalize it as a prank, but the unsettling feeling in his gut told him there was more to it. The next day, curiosity overcame Matt's skepticism. As 6:15 p.m. approached, he found himself standing a block away from the Park and Elm intersection. He watched as the traffic light cycled, people and cars crossing in mundane harmony. Then, at exactly 6:15, a deafening crash echoed through the streets. A speeding truck ran a red light, colliding with a small car. The accident was severe, the kind that left bystanders whispering about fate and miracles for those not caught in its wrath. In that moment, Matt's skepticism shattered. The call, his voice, the warning, it was all true. He had just interacted with his future self, a concept so bizarre and frightening that it threatened to unhinge his grasp on reality. Little did he know, this was only the beginning of a journey that would lead him down a path of unimaginable discoveries and harrowing encounters. The phone in his hand was no longer just a device. It had become a portal to a world Matt never knew existed, a world where time, as he understood it, no longer followed the rules. In the days that followed, the phone became the epicenter of Matt's world. The calls from his future self grew more frequent, each one delivering a prediction or warning. They ranged from trivial to significant. From advising Matt to take an umbrella for an unexpected downpour, to cautioning him against certain conversations that would lead to misunderstandings with friends. With each successful prediction, Matt's obsession with the phone intensified. He began to document each call meticulously, trying to discern patterns or logic in the messages. His academic pursuits and social life started to fade into the background, replaced by the enigmatical lure of the phone and its cryptic communications. Matt's friends noticed the change. He became distant, often lost in thought, and would abruptly leave social gatherings to take private calls. His roommate, Jenna, confronted him about his odd behavior, but Matt brushed off her concerns, attributing it to stress from his studies. Meanwhile, he delved into researching the phone's origins. He scoured the internet for similar occurrences, reached out to forums discussing unexplained phenomena, and even consulted a local tech expert. But the phone was a mystery, its technology not matching any known manufacturer. It was as if the device existed outside the realm of current scientific understanding. The calls started taking a more serious tone. Future Matt warned of events that weren't just inconveniences or minor occurrences. He spoke of accidents, local crimes, and strange happenings in Eldridge. Each warning was precise, the events unfolding exactly as described. Matt found himself caught in a whirlwind of premonitions, each one chipping away at his sense of normalcy. The pinnacle came when a call warned him of a fire in his own apartment building. Acting swiftly, Matt managed to alert everyone in time, preventing any casualties. The gratitude of his neighbors was overshadowed by the chilling realization that the phone wielded immense power over the fabric of his reality. What started as a curious anomaly had evolved into a haunting burden. Matt lay awake at night, wrestling with questions that had no answers. How did his future self know these things? What were the limits of this knowledge? And most importantly, what was the cost of this foresight? The phone, once an object of fascination, now felt like a chain binding him to a destiny he couldn't escape. The weight of the future pressed down on him, a constant reminder that the path ahead was fraught with shadows and uncertainties that only he could see. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a crimson hue over the town of Eldridge, Matt's phone rang again. This time, the tone of the call was different. The voice of his future self, usually calm and collected, now trembled with palpable fear. "Matt, listen to me very carefully," the voice said, a quiver of panic lacing each word. "Tomorrow, a disaster will strike at the Eldridge power plant. It will be catastrophic. You have to leave town immediately. Go as far as you can." The message sent a chill down Matt's spine. The power plant was a cornerstone of Eldridge, a massive structure that loomed over the outskirts of town. An incident there would be disastrous, not just for him, but for everyone he knew. For the first time, Matt hesitated. The warnings had always been personal, manageable. This was different. This was bigger than anything he had dealt with before. The enormity of the situation paralyzed him with fear. Could he trust this ominous prediction? Was it his responsibility to act on it? The dilemma toward him, the weight of potential consequences bearing down like a physical force. His mind raced with possibilities. If he warned the authorities and was wrong, he would be ridiculed, possibly even detained for inciting panic. But if he was right and did nothing, the guilt of inaction would haunt him forever. After a night of restless contemplation, Matt made his decision. Driven by a mixture of fear, responsibility, and an unshakable faith in the phone's predictions, he resolved to act on the warning. He anonymously tipped off the local police about a potential threat at the power plant, and then prepared to leave town. As he packed his essentials, a deep sense of dread settled in his heart. He was about to step into the unknown, guided only by a cryptic warning from a future he didn't understand. The quiet streets of Eldridge seemed to whisper secrets as he drove through, the town oblivious to the shadow of disaster that loomed over it. Reaching the outskirts, Matt looked back at the town, his thoughts a tumultuous storm of what-ifs and maybes. The phone lay beside him, silent for the moment, its screen reflecting the fading light of day. Ahead lay uncertainty, behind him a life forever altered by a device that defied time and reason. The climax of his journey had arrived, and with it, the realization that some truths come at a cost too great to bear. As he drove into the night, away from the only home he had known, Matt pondered the true nature of the phone and the future it represented. Was it a blessing, a curse, or perhaps a warning about the fragile nature of existence itself? Only time would tell, and time was a concept that now haunted Matt with every passing second. The night enveloped Matt as he drove, the road stretching endlessly before him. His mind was a maelstrom of thoughts, each more unsettling than the last. The phone, once a beacon of intrigue, now felt like an albatross around his neck, his predictions casting long shadows over his life. Hours later, as the first light of dawn crept over the horizon, Matt's phone rang again. He answered with a trembling hand, bracing himself for another ominous message. But instead, his future self spoke with a tone of solemn relief. The disaster was averted. Your warning worked, Matt. They evacuated the power plant and found the issue in time. You saved countless lives. The relief that washed over Matt was tempered by an overwhelming exhaustion. He had changed the course of events, but at what cost? His life was no longer his own, dictated by a device that connected him to a future fraught with peril. As he continued his journey, a deep sense of isolation enveloped him. He had left everything behind. His home, his friends, his normal life. The phone had given him the power to alter the future, but it had also taken away his ability to live in the present. In the following days, Matt grappled with the implications of his actions. The phone's silence was as disconcerting as its ringing had once been. He was disconnected from the future, yet the echoes of its warnings lingered. The reality of his situation was inescapable. He was now a wanderer, a sentinel standing between time and consequence, armed only with foreknowledge, and burdened by the weight of choices yet to be made. As he traveled, he began to piece together the puzzle of the phone. Each call, each warning, they were not just random events, they were part of a larger tapestry, a complex network of cause and effect. The phone was not just a link to the future, it was a tool, a guide, and a warning. But with this understanding came a haunting question. Who was he really talking to? Was it truly himself or something else, something that understood time in ways beyond human comprehension? The mystery of the phone and its origin remained unsolved, a riddle wrapped in an enigma, its answers as elusive as the shadows of time itself. As Matt ventured into the unknown, the world around him seemed both familiar and alien. The phone had changed him, revealing the fragility of reality and the power of knowledge. He had become a guardian of sorts, a keeper of secrets that were both a gift and a curse. The path ahead was uncertain, but one thing was clear. His journey was far from over. The phone, with its ominous calls and cryptic messages, would continue to be a part of his life, a constant reminder that the future was a realm of endless possibilities and profound mysteries. Matt's journey eventually led him to a quiet coastal town, far removed from the familiar streets of Eldridge. Here, amidst the sound of waves and the serene views, he hoped to find some semblance of peace, a respite from the relentless tide of foreknowledge that had defined his existence since finding the phone. As days turned into weeks, Matt settled into a new routine, one marked by introspection and solitude. The phone, now a constant companion, remained silent, its screen dark and inscrutable. Matt often found himself gazing at it, wondering about the next call, the next fragment of future revealed. But the call never came. In this period of quietude, Matt had time to reflect on his experiences. The realization dawned on him that the phone's silence was as significant as its calls. It had served its purpose, guiding him through a labyrinth of choices and consequences, leading him to this point of self-discovery. The final revelation came unexpectedly one evening as Matt walked along the beach. The phone vibrated, a single brief tremor that felt like a thunderclap in the stillness of his life. It was a message, not a call, displayed on the screen in stark, unambiguous words. Your journey is your own. The future is unwritten. The message was a release, a liberation from the chains of destiny that the phone had imposed on him. Matt understood now that the phone was not just a conduit to the future, it was a test, a challenge to his understanding of life, choice, and destiny. His future self, whether a separate entity or a construct of some greater force, had been a guide, leading him to this moment of realization. With a sense of purpose renewed, Matt turned off the phone for the last time. He decided to leave it there, on the beach, allowing the tide to claim it, a symbolic gesture of letting go. As the waves gently swept the device away, Matt felt a weight lift from his shoulders. He was no longer a prisoner of the future, but a participant in the present. In the days that followed, Matt embraced his new life. He found joy in the small things, the everyday moments that he had once overlooked. He made connections, formed friendships, and began to write, documenting his experiences, not as a warning, but as a testament to the resilience of the human spirit. As Matt looked out over the ocean, the vast expanse a mirror to the endless possibilities of life, he felt a profound sense of peace. The phone, with its enigmatic calls and dire. In the end, Matt realized that the true power of the phone was not in its ability to predict the future, but in its capacity to illuminate the present. It had shown him that every moment was precious, every decision meaningful, and every day a gift to be cherished. The future, with all its mysteries and uncertainties, was a canvas yet to be painted, and Matt was ready to hold the brush. As the sun set, casting a golden glow over the water, Matt felt a sense of completeness, a closure to a chapter of his life that had been both extraordinary and transformative. The future was indeed unwritten, and for the first time in a long time, Matt looked forward to the unwritten pages, eager to fill them with stories of hope, adventure, and the enduring power of the human spirit. I never believed in prophecies or premonitions. The future, to me, was a blank page waiting to be written upon, not a predetermined path. So, when I first held the yellowed envelope in my hands, I couldn't have anticipated the spiral of events it would unleash. It was a Tuesday morning, ordinary in every sense, until I checked the mail. Between the usual bills and junk mail was an envelope, aged as if it had traveled through time itself. There was no return address, and the postmark was blurred, but I could just make out a date shockingly. It read March 21, 23. A prank, I thought, or maybe a marketing gimmick. Curiosity piqued, I opened it in my small kitchen, sunlight streaming through the window, casting shadows on the linoleum floor. Inside was a single sheet of paper, the edges worn, the handwriting frantic, as if written in a state of panic. The words chilled me to the bone. "Dear Amanda," it began. "You don't know me, but I am writing from the future a century ahead of your time. I have found a way to send this message back to you, in hopes of altering a course of events that will lead to disaster on this very day in your time." My heart raced. It was either an elaborate joke or someone's idea of a twisted game. Yet, the letter felt authentic, its urgency palpable. "Go to these places at these exact times," the letter continued, listing several locations around my small, sleepy town, the old clock tower, the abandoned. I folded the letter, my mind a whirlwind of skepticism and fear. This couldn't be real, could it? Time travel was the stuff of science fiction, not reality. Yet, as an avid reader and a lover of mysteries, I couldn't shake off the eerie feeling that enveloped me. I had always felt like an outsider in my town, a quiet observer of its mundane rhythms. Now, holding a century-old warning in my hands, I felt a surge of responsibility, or was it curiosity? Either way, I knew I wouldn't be able to rest until I uncovered the truth behind this enigmatic warning. I decided to start with the old clock tower. It stood tall at the town's center, a relic from a bygone era, mostly ignored by the townsfolk. As I approached it, the air felt different, heavier somehow. My watch, usually precise, began to tick erratically. I glanced at the letter again, the handwriting almost dancing before my eyes. 11 a.m. clock tower, it read. I checked my phone for the time. 10:58 a.m. 2 minutes. My heart pounded in my chest. Was I walking into a trap, or was this truly a message from the future? There was only one way to find out. I stepped closer to the clock tower, my senses heightened, ready for anything. The air was still, the town quiet, as if holding its breath. And then, at 11 a.m. sharp, the clock tower began to chime, its sound resonating through the empty streets. But it wasn't just any chime. It sounded distorted, as if the bells were underwater. I looked up, squinting against the sun, and for a brief moment, I thought I saw a shadow move across the face of the clock. The adventure, it seemed, had just begun. As the distorted chimes of the clock tower echoed through the streets, I felt a shiver run down my spine. The shadow I thought I had seen was gone, but the feeling of unease lingered. The letter rustled in my pocket, a constant reminder of the surreal task I had undertaken. I checked the letter once more. The next location was the abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of town, a place locals often speculated about but rarely visited. It was scheduled for 1 p.m. With a few hours to spare, I decided to visit the local library, an unscheduled stop, hoping to find some information about the town's history or any past events that might shed light on this mystery. The library was quiet, save for the soft hum of the air conditioning, and the occasional rustling of pages. I searched through old newspapers and town records, looking for anything out of the ordinary. However, nothing seemed to connect with the cryptic warnings in the letter. Lost in thought, I almost missed the time. Glancing at my watch, I realized it was nearing 1 p.m. I hurried out of the library, my mind racing with possibilities. The abandoned warehouse was a 10-minute drive away, and I made it just in time. The warehouse stood desolate, its once busy docks now silent and empty. As I approached, the air grew colder, and the sense of foreboding intensified. The letter had been specific about the time, but vague about what I should expect. 1 p.m. came, and I watched, my eyes scanning the area for any sign of danger or anomaly. Suddenly, a faint sound caught my attention. It was like a whisper, but when I turned, there was no one there. My heart pounded in my chest as I stepped inside the warehouse. The interior was dark, the only light filtering through broken windows. The whispers grew louder, forming words I couldn't understand. I felt as if the very fabric of reality was thinning, the boundaries between past, present, and future blurring. Then, amidst the shadows, I saw the figure, or more accurately, the suggestion of a figure, like a heat shimmer in the summer air. It was moving towards me, its form unclear, but its presence undeniable. Panic surged within me, but I stood my ground, remembering the letter's plea for action. As the figure drew closer, the whispers crescendoed into a cacophony of voices. I could hear snippets of conversations, laughter, cries, sounds of life that once filled this place. And then, just as suddenly as it had appeared, the figure vanished, and the whispers fell silent. I was alone again, but the experience left me shaken and more convinced than ever that the letter was more than just a hoax. There was something happening in this town, something inexplicable and deeply unsettling. I took a deep breath, trying to steady my nerves. The final location mentioned in the letter was the town square, at 3 p.m. Whatever was going to happen, I knew I had to be there. I had to uncover the truth, not just for my sake, but for the town's. With a newfound determination, I set off towards the town square, the afternoon sun casting long shadows behind me. The walk to the town square was a journey through my own racing thoughts. The events at the warehouse had shaken me to my core. The whispers, the shadowy figure, the sense of another time and place overlapping with our own, it was like living a ghost story. But there was no time to dwell on fear. The clock was ticking towards the final warning in the letter. The town square was as familiar as my own reflection, a place I'd passed through countless times. But today, under the weight of the letter's ominous prediction, it felt alien, a stage set for an unknown drama. As I approached, the square was unusually quiet. The usual bustle of people was absent, replaced by a stillness that seemed to wait with bated breath. I checked the time on my phone, 2:58 p.m. 2 minutes until the prophesied moment. I remembered the letter's words, urging me to trust my instincts. My eyes scanned the area, searching for anything out of place. The historic fountain at the center of the square, the old town hall with its clock face, the rows of shuttered shops all were as they should be, yet nothing felt right. Then, as the town hall clock began to chime 3 p.m., it happened. The air around me shimmered, like heat on a hot road, and the world seemed to tilt on its axis. The sound of the chimes distorted, stretching into a low, droning hum. I felt a pressure in my ears, as if I were diving deep underwater. Around me, the square changed. The buildings aged and then renewed in rapid succession, flickering through decades and seconds. The people phantoms of past and future appeared and disappeared, living out fragments of lives in the blink of an eye. I stood there, rooted to the spot, witnessing the impossible. Time itself was unraveling, revealing its tapestry to be not a line, but a web, interconnected and fragile. Amidst the chaos, a figure emerged from the town hall. Not a ghostly apparition like before, but a person, solid and real. It was a woman, dressed in clothes that seemed to belong to another era. Our eyes met across the shifting square, and in her gaze, I saw recognition and desperation. She started towards me, but with each step, she seemed to struggle against an invisible force. The air crackled around her, and with a sudden jolt, she was thrown backward, disappearing into the fluctuating facade of the town hall. The square began to stabilize, the echoes of other times fading away, leaving behind the familiar face of my town. But the woman's desperate gaze lingered in my mind. Who was she? A traveler from another time, like the author of the letter. The chimes of the town hall clock rang clear now, marking the end of the hour. The event the letter had warned about had occurred, but it had raised more questions than it answered. I knew then that this mystery was far from over. The letter had brought me here, but it was just the beginning. I had to find out who sent it, why they chose me, and what connection I had to this temporal maelstrom. With determination, I turned towards the town hall, the site of the last anomaly. It was time to delve deeper into the heart of this mystery, to uncover the secrets that lay hidden in the fabric of time. The future, it seemed, was not as unwritten as I had believed. The sun was beginning to dip towards the horizon, casting long, eerie shadows across the town square, as I made my way towards the town hall. The building, a steadfast symbol of our small community, now appeared to me as a gateway to mysteries untold. My heart was racing, a mixture of fear and an unquenchable thirst for answers. The woman's image haunted my thoughts. Was she a victim of these temporal disturbances, or somehow the architect of them? As I stepped inside the town hall, the silence was overwhelming. The usual hum of activity was absent, replaced by a stillness that seemed to echo the bizarre events of the day. The corridors were empty, the offices abandoned, as if the building itself was holding its breath. I found myself drawn to the main archive room, a repository of the town's history. Dust motes danced in the beams of light filtering through the windows, and the smell of old paper and wood filled the air. If answers were to be found, they would be here, amidst the chronicles of the past. Combing through old records and newspaper clippings, I searched for any mention of similar events or peculiar happenings in the town's history. Hours passed, the only sound that of flipping pages and my own steady breathing. Then, I found it, a small, almost forgotten article from over a century ago. It spoke of unexplained phenomena in the town. Visions of other times, sounds from nowhere, and a woman, a researcher in the field of temporal physics, who had vanished under mysterious circumstances. The parallels were uncanny. My mind raced with possibilities. Could the woman from the article and the one I saw in the town square be the same? Was she trapped in some kind of temporal loop? And what of the letter was it sent by her, reaching across time to seek help? The pieces of the puzzle were starting to fit together, but the picture they formed was one of complexity and danger. If the events of today were a rupture in time, then the stakes were higher than I could have imagined. I gathered the articles and records, determined to delve deeper into this mystery. As I left the archive room, the fading light cast long shadows across the hall, giving the town hall an otherworldly feel. It was as if the building itself was part of this temporal web, a nexus point where past and future collided. Outside, the town was quiet, the streets empty, as if in anticipation of something yet to come. I felt a sense of urgency, a need to understand and perhaps prevent a catastrophe that had been a century in the making. My next stop would be the local university's physics department. Perhaps there, I could find someone who could shed light on the phenomena I had witnessed. Someone who could help me unravel the enigma of the letter and its dire warning. As I drove through the twilight streets, the weight of the day's revelations bore heavily on me. I was no longer just a curious bystander. I was now a key player in a story that spanned 100 years. A story that, I feared, was far from over. The university's physics department was housed in a modern building, a stark contrast to the historic architecture of the town hall. As I entered, the fluorescent lights and the sterile smell of the hallway felt like a jolt to my senses, still reeling from the day's surreal experiences. I needed answers, and I hoped to find them here. I managed to find an expert in theoretical physics, Professor Harding, who listened to my story with a mixture of skepticism and intrigue. I laid out everything: the letter, the events at the clock tower, warehouse, and town square, and the article about the vanished researcher. Initially, he dismissed my account as fanciful, but the mention of temporal physics and the century-old disappearance of a researcher in the same field made him pause. He perused the articles I had brought with intense concentration, his brow furrowing with every line. After a long silence, he spoke. Temporal anomalies are theoretically possible, he admitted reluctantly, but actually witnessing them it's unprecedented. He explained the concept of time as a non-linear dynamic field, susceptible to disturbances under extreme conditions. But what could cause such disturbances? I pressed, desperate for answers. That's the million-dollar question, Professor Harding replied, his eyes reflecting a professional curiosity that seemed to override his initial disbelief. It could be a natural phenomenon or something man-made, but either way, it's dangerous. If the fabric of time is tearing, it could lead to catastrophic consequences. I shuddered at the thought. The woman in the town square, could she be the key to all this? Was she trying to fix what had been broken? Professor Harding agreed to help, intrigued by the challenge and the scientific implications. We decided to set up monitoring equipment in the town square, where the most intense activity had occurred. As night fell, we worked under the dim streetlights, setting up sensors and equipment. The town square was eerily quiet, the usual nightlife seemingly subdued by an unspoken apprehension. As we activated the equipment, a low hum filled the air, almost imperceptible at first. The sensors flickered and whirred, capturing data that Professor Harding watched with growing concern. Suddenly, the air shimmered, and the familiar sense of disorientation washed over me. The equipment went haywire, lights blinking rapidly, dials spinning uncontrollably. And then, she appeared. The woman from the town square, her expression one of desperation and determination. She was real, solid, standing right in front of us. "Help me," she pleaded, her voice echoing as if from a distance. "I'm trapped in time." Professor Harding and I exchanged shocked glances. Here was a proof of the temporal disturbances, standing before us, a living paradox. The woman, gasping for breath, explained that she was indeed the researcher from a century ago, caught in a temporal loop caused by an experiment gone awry. She had been trying to send warnings through time, hoping to prevent the disaster she had inadvertently caused. Our task was clear. We had to help her close the rift in time, to repair the fabric of reality before it tore apart completely. The future, our present, and her past depended on it. As we began to work, the town square around us flickered through different years, a kaleidoscope of time spinning out of control. The air was charged with energy, the very essence of time itself. We were racing against the clock, not just the one in the town hall, but against time itself. The fate of the world hung in the balance, and in our hands lay the power to mend it or let it unravel forever. The night air was electric, charged with an energy that seemed to pulsate through the very ground beneath our feet. The woman, who introduced herself as Dr. Eliza Harrow, was a vision from the past, her presence a constant reminder of the thinning veil between years. Professor Harding and I worked tirelessly, guided by Dr. Harrow's expertise. She instructed us on how to recalibrate the equipment to stabilize the temporal fluctuations. The task was daunting, the science behind it nearly unfathomable, but our determination was fueled by the urgency of the situation. As we adjusted dials and rewired circuits, the phantasmal scenes around us grew more intense. Visions of the town's past and possible futures played out like ghostly echoes, horse-drawn carriages rolling through the streets, futuristic vehicles zooming by, scenes of peace interspersed with flashes of chaos. Dr. Harrow explained that the experiment she had conducted a century ago was meant to be a breakthrough in understanding time. Instead, it had created a rift, a tear in the fabric of reality. Her attempts to send warnings through time had only partially succeeded, manifesting as the letter I received and the strange phenomena around town. The gravity of our task weighed heavily on me. We weren't just trying to prevent a disaster, we were attempting to heal a wound in the very essence of existence. Finally, after hours that felt like an eternity, Dr. Harrow signaled us to initiate the final sequence. The equipment hummed loudly, vibrating with the energy we were channeling. The air shimmered, the visions around us growing more chaotic, overlapping in a dizzying display. Dr. Harrow stood at the center of the storm, her hands on the main console, her voice steady as she counted down. 3, 2, 1 now. Professor Harding hit the switch, and a blinding light enveloped us. Time seemed to stop, the world holding its breath. Then, as quickly as it had begun, the light receded. We looked around, dazed. The town square was back to normal, the historic buildings standing stoic and unchanged. The equipment was silent, its purpose fulfilled. Dr. Harrow, however, was fading, her form becoming translucent. "Thank you," she whispered, a smile of peace and relief on her face. "You saved us all." With those final words, she disappeared, her existence returning to its rightful place in history. In the aftermath, Professor Harding and I were left in a state of awe and disbelief. We had witnessed and participated in something beyond the realm of known science. The town slowly came to life as dawn approached, unaware of how close it had come to the brink of unraveling. In the days that followed, we dismantled the equipment, our task complete. The town returned to its usual rhythm, but for me, it would never be the same. I walked the streets with a new perspective, a deeper understanding of the delicate tapestry of time. The letter, now just a piece of aged paper, sat on my desk, a memento of the incredible journey. Dr. Harrow's sacrifice and bravery would remain a secret, her story untold, but her impact undeniable. As I gazed out of my window, watching the sunrise paint the sky in hues of orange and pink, I realized that the future was once again a blank page, but now filled with infinite possibilities. The past, present, and future were intertwined, each moment a precious thread in the vast and beautiful tapestry of time. I'm just your average 16-year-old with a love for video games, Fortnite being my poison of choice. School was a blur, a monotonous cycle of lectures and notes I barely paid attention to. Home was my sanctuary, where I could dive into the digital world and forget the dullness of reality. That day was different, though. It wasn't just any game of Fortnite. It was a special event, a match advertised with mysterious allure, promising an unparalleled prize for the victor. I'd entered on a whim, my expectations low. My gaming skills were decent, but winning was a shot in the dark. Yet, as fate would have it, I won. The rush of victory was intoxicating, the cheers of my online friends fueling my elation. But it was what came after that turned my world upside down. The following day, a package arrived. No return address, just my name scrawled across the top in bold black letters. My heart raced with anticipation as I tore it open, revealing its contents. A gaming headset. But this was no ordinary headset. Sleek black, with an eerie, almost organic design, it seemed to pulsate with a life of its own. A note accompanied it, its message sending a chill down my spine. "Wear this for the ultimate gaming experience. Congratulations on your victory." Little did I know, that headset would be the beginning of my nightmare. Curiosity overpowered my initial apprehension. The headset, with its strange, almost hypnotic design, beckoned me. I remember thinking, what's the worst that could happen? Famous last words, right? I placed it over my ears, the soft padding enclosing me in a cocoon of isolation from the outside world. It was comfortable, unnaturally so. I booted up Fortnite, and the moment the game loaded, I knew something was different. The headset didn't just provide sound, it was as if it transported my very consciousness into the game. The colors were more vivid, the sounds crisper. I could feel the virtual grass under my feet, the sun on my virtual face. It was exhilarating, a level of immersion I had never experienced before. I played for hours, losing track of time, each victory more thrilling than the last. But then, things started to get weird. I began hearing whispers, faint and unintelligible, like secrets spoken in a language I couldn't understand. They followed me, lingering in the air long after I had taken off the headset. Shadows darted in the corners of my eyes, disappearing when I turned to look. I chalked it up to lack of sleep, to the overuse of the headset. But deep down, I knew it was more than that. The changes were subtle at first. A headache here, a bout of dizziness there. I shrugged them off, attributing them to the long hours spent gaming. But as the days passed, the symptoms worsened. My energy drained as if the headset was leeching my very life force. I became irritable, snapping at my parents over trivial matters, my mind constantly drifting back to the game. It was during one of these gaming marathons that I stumbled upon something chilling. A hidden file in the headset's interface, labeled "Do Not Open." Curiosity, again, got the better of me. I clicked it open, and what I saw made my blood run cold. Images of other players, their faces twisted in fear, pleading for help. Their eyes seemed to look right at me, begging for release. The whispers grew louder, more insistent. I ripped off the headset, my heart pounding in my chest, the echoes of those haunted faces burned into my mind. I should have stopped then. I should have thrown that cursed headset away. But I didn't. The game called to me, its siren song irresistible. And I, like a moth to a flame, couldn't stay away. I remember the night everything came to a head. It was stormy outside, the kind of storm that rattled the windows and made the house creak. I was alone, my parents away for the weekend. The headset lay on my desk, its presence both menacing and inviting. I told myself it would be the last time, one final game to quell the growing unease in my mind. As I slipped the headset on, a sense of dread filled me. The game loaded, but it was different this time. The vibrant world of Fortnite had transformed into something dark and twisted. The sky was a sickly shade of green, the buildings decrepit and crumbling. And the silence, it was suffocating, broken only by the distant sound of thunder, both in the game and in reality. Then I saw them, the players from the hidden files. They were part of the game now, their avatars just as terrified as their real-life counterparts. They warned me, their voices urgent and fearful. The headset, they said, was a trap. It didn't just simulate the game, it trapped the consciousness of its users, turning them into prisoners of their own minds. Panic set in. I tried to remove the headset, but it clung to me, fused to my skin like a parasitic creature. I was trapped, forced to play this grotesque version of Fortnite. But it was no longer about building and shooting. It was survival, pure and simple. The other players, they weren't just avatars, they were real people, trapped like me. The game had become a twisted hunt. Shadowy figures roamed the map, their forms distorted and nightmarish, a far cry from the cartoonish enemies I was used to. The storm closed in, the ice shrinking, pushing me closer to these abominations. I fought not just for victory, but for my sanity, the line between game and reality blurring with each passing second. The climax came in a flurry of terror and adrenaline. I was the last one standing, the storm closing in, the shadowy figures all around. In a moment of sheer desperation, I unleashed everything I had, the game responding in kind with a cacophony of sound and fury. And then, silence. The headset released its grip, and I was back in my room, the storm outside still raging. I was shaking, tears streaming down my face, the terror of what I had experienced raw and unyielding. The headset lay inert on the floor, its power seemingly spent. But the echoes of those trapped souls lingered in my mind, their pleas for help a haunting reminder of the nightmare I had just escaped. The aftermath of that night was a blur of confusion and terror. I sat there on the floor, my back against the bed, staring at the now inert headset. It looked so harmless, yet I knew the sinister truth it harbored. My mind raced, trying to process the nightmarish reality I had just escaped from. The storm outside had calmed, mirroring the eerie stillness that had settled in my room. I didn't sleep that night, or the nights that followed. The images of the trapped players haunted my every waking moment, their desperate faces imprinted behind my eyelids. I couldn't bring myself to touch the headset again, let alone dispose of it. Fear gripped me at the thought of someone else falling victim to his curse. My days became a cycle of paranoia and dread. I couldn't concentrate in school, the whispers of my classmates sounding like the eerie murmurs from the headset. My parents noticed the change in me, their concern growing with each passing day. But how could I explain it to them? How could I tell them that I had been trapped in a game, that others were still trapped, their consciousnesses ensnared by a piece of technology? I tried to warn others, posting about my experience online. But my warnings were met with skepticism and mockery. Who would believe such an outlandish tale? It sounded like the plot of a bad sci-fi movie, not something that could happen in real life. As days turned into weeks, the acute terror subsided, leaving in its wake a deep-seated unease. I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, of being followed. Shadows seemed to linger a bit longer, and every electronic device in the house felt like a potential threat. The headset, now hidden in the depths of my closet, was a constant reminder of the horror I had endured, and the knowledge that it could still be out there, waiting for its next victim. The climax of my story had passed, but the scars it left were indelible, the constant reminder of the thin line between reality and the digital world. Life never really went back to normal after that. The headset, that cursed piece of technology, had changed me. I became withdrawn, a shell of my former self. My friends, the ones I used to spend hours gaming with, they didn't understand. They couldn't. How could they know the terror of being trapped in a nightmare, of fighting not just for a victory in a game, but for your very soul? I eventually gathered the courage to dispose of the headset, burying it deep in a landfill, hoping it would never be found. But the knowledge of what happened, of what could still be happening to others, haunted me. I warned as many people as I could, but my words often fell on deaf ears. It was just a game, they said. Just a story. My once beloved games now gathered dust, their allure lost to the horrors I had experienced. The lines between the digital world and reality had been blurred and crossed in ways I could never have imagined. I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, of being a part of something far bigger and more sinister than a simple game. The story ends here, with me, a changed person, wary and cautious of the unseen dangers that lurk within our digital lives. But it doesn't really end, does it? Somewhere out there, another gamer is receiving a package, their heart racing with excitement as they unwrap their prize, oblivious to the nightmare that awaits them. The cycle continues, the game plays on, and the headset, the victory headset, finds its next victim. The shadows grow longer, the whispers louder, and the line between game and reality blurs once more. And all I can do is hope that my story, my warning, reaches someone before it's too late. For in the world of gaming, victory can come at a price far greater than we can imagine. A price paid not in points or rankings, but in the very essence of our being. And so, the nightmare lives on, somewhere out there, waiting, watching, for its next player to enter the game. The day started like any other in our quiet suburban neighborhood, with the sun lazily drifting through my window, and the distant sound of lawnmowers humming their monotonous tune. I, Roger, a 10-year-old with an appetite for adventure and a bit too much curiosity for my own good, was about to have my world turned upside down. It was a Saturday, and my older cousin, Mike, was visiting. Mike was the cool kind of older kid, always knowing about the latest games and gadgets. He had a mischievous grin when he handed me a wrapped package, saying, "I brought you something, Roger." But be warned, it's not for the faint of heart. Tearing through the paper, I unveiled the game Five Nights at Freddy's. I felt a shiver run down my spine, not entirely from excitement. I'd heard about this game from friends at school, whispers of haunted animatronics and sleepless nights. I remember mumbling a thank you, my gaze locked on the ominous cover of the game box, where Freddy Fazbear's unnerving smile seemed to follow me. That night, after insisting to my parents that I was old enough to handle it, I booted up the game. The glow of the screen lit up my darkened room, casting long, twisted shadows that seemed to dance with each flicker. The game was everything I had heard and more. The eerie atmosphere, the suspense of watching the security cameras, and the heart-stopping terror when an animatronic would suddenly appear. Hours must have passed in what felt like mere minutes. I was so engrossed in the game that I didn't notice the world around me had slipped into a deep, silent night. It was only when my eyes began to sting from the screen's glare that I realized how late it was. Reluctantly, I shut down the game and crawled into bed, unaware that the true horror was about to begin. As sleep enveloped me, my dreams twisted into a dark reflection of reality. I found myself in the game, trapped in a decrepit pizzeria. The once cartoonish animatronics were now grotesquely real, their metal limbs creaking as they moved. I could hear the whirring of their gears and the soft, eerie hum of their mechanical voices singing disjointed tunes. The terror was paralyzing, each moment stretched into an eternity of fear. I woke up drenched in sweat, my heart pounding against my chest like a frantic drum. The room was silent, yet I couldn't shake the feeling that something was lurking in the shadows, watching me with unseen eyes. The line between the game and reality blurred, leaving me in a state of unease that lingered long after the nightmare had ended. Little did I know, this was only the beginning of a series of horrifying nights, each more terrifying than the last, where my nightmares would spill into the waking world, challenging everything I thought I knew about fear. The following nights became a torturous cycle of dread and insomnia. Each evening, as the sky darkened and the world outside my window fell silent, a sense of foreboding settled over me. I tried to resist sleep, but the exhaustion from the previous sleepless nights weighed heavily on my eyelids, dragging me into the abyss of nightmares. In these dreams, I was always back in the pizzeria, the settings shifting and warping in ways that defied logic. The animatronics hunted me relentlessly, their once mechanical movements now unnervingly fluid. Each night brought a new horror, Freddy's sinister laugh echoing through empty corridors, Chica's eyes glowing in the darkness, Bonnie's shadow looming over me. The worst was Foxy, always appearing when I least expected it, his metallic jaws snapping shut inches from my face. The nightmares started to seep into my waking world. Strange occurrences became my nightly companions. I would hear faint whispers in the dead of night, though no one was there. The lights in my room flickered sporadically, casting ominous shadows that seemed to slither along the walls. Once, I even woke to find my bedroom door ajar, despite remembering clearly that I had closed it. My days were a blur of fatigue and anxiety. At school, I struggled to focus, my thoughts constantly drifting back to the nightmarish pizzeria. I became withdrawn, my friends' attempts at conversation bouncing off me like echoes in an empty room. My parents started to worry, asking if everything was alright, but how could I explain that a video game was haunting my dreams and reality? Driven by a desperate need for answers, I became obsessed with the game. I spent hours playing, dissecting every detail, convinced that it held the key to ending my nightmares. I scoured online forums and fan theories, looking for anyone who might have experienced something similar. But the more I played, the more the line between the game and reality blurred. One particular night stands out in my memory. I was playing the game, the familiar sense of dread knotting my stomach, when I heard a noise from downstairs. It was a soft, almost imperceptible creak, like a floorboard settling under unseen weight. I paused the game, listening intently. There it was again, a slow, rhythmic creaking, getting progressively louder, closer. My heart raced, and I felt an icy grip of fear. It was as if the game was coming alive around me, the animatronic stepping out of the screen into my house. I mustered the courage to investigate, armed with nothing but a flashlight. The house was eerily silent, each step I took seeming to echo through the halls. The creaking had stopped, replaced by the sound of my own shallow breaths. As I reached the bottom of the stairs, a sudden chill ran down my spine. For a fleeting moment, I thought I saw a pair of glowing eyes in the darkness before they vanished. Rushing back to my room, I locked the door, my mind racing with fear. What was happening to me? Were these just the overactive imaginings of a scared child, or was something more sinister at play? As I lay in bed, staring into the darkness, I realized that my nightmares were no longer confined to sleep. They had begun to stalk the corners of my reality, blurring the lines between the two, and leaving me trapped in a waking nightmare from which there seemed to be no escape. The nightmares grew more intense and vivid with each passing night, spiraling into a haunting labyrinth from which escape seemed impossible. The once familiar walls of the pizzeria in my dreams morphed into an endless maze of corridors and hidden rooms, each turn bringing me face to face with new horrors. In these dreams, the animatronics took on a more menacing presence. They weren't just chasing me anymore, they seemed to be playing a twisted game, toying with my fears. Freddy would appear around corners, his once cartoonish face now a grotesque mask of terror, his eyes empty sockets that seemed to peer into my soul. Chica's once cheerful demeanor was replaced by a sinister, mocking laughter that echoed through the halls, her beak clacking in anticipation of my dread. The most harrowing encounters were with Foxy. He didn't just chase me, he hunted me. I could hear the sound of his hook scraping against the walls, a constant reminder of the danger lurking just out of sight. The way he moved was unnerving, a mix of animalistic agility and mechanical precision, always one step ahead of me. As the boundary between dream and reality continued to blur, the waking world became a continuation of the nightmares. My room, once a sanctuary, now felt like a prison. The shadows seemed to move with a life of their own, and I often caught glimpses of figures in the corner of my eye, only to vanish when I turned to look. Sleep deprivation took its toll on my mind and body. My eyes were constantly heavy, my thoughts muddled. At school, I drifted through the days in a haze, my grades slipping and my friends growing increasingly concerned. My parents suggested therapy, but how could I explain that my terror stemmed from a video game and nightmares that felt all too real? One night, something changed. I woke abruptly, my heart pounding, but this time it wasn't from a nightmare. The room was colder than usual, and I felt a distinct sense of being watched. Hesitantly, I turned to the window and saw a pair of glowing eyes staring back at me. It was more than just a fleeting glimpse this time. They were clear, unblinking, and filled with a malevolent intelligence. Frozen in fear, I watched as the eyes slowly faded, leaving me in the oppressive darkness of my room. The line between my nightmares and reality was no longer just blurred, it had been erased. The horrors of the pizzeria had found a way into my world, or I had become part of theirs. As the nights progressed, the experiences grew more physical and tangible. Objects in my room would be moved or knocked over. I would wake to find scratch marks on my window and once, a child-sized handprint on the outside of the glass. I was trapped in an unending cycle of fear, my once safe haven transformed into a stage for my deepest horrors. The game had become my reality, a never-ending night of terror, and I was its unwilling participant. As I lay in bed each night, waiting for the next encounter, a dreadful realization settled over me. There was no waking up from this nightmare. It was my new, horrifying reality. The night that marked a turning point in my haunting ordeal began like any other in recent memory, with a palpable sense of dread, as darkness enveloped our house. I lay in my bed, staring at the ceiling, my body tense in anticipation of the horrors that awaited me in sleep. Yet, that night, something within me had shifted. The constant fear had brewed into a quiet, desperate resolve. I couldn't live like this anymore, constantly hunted in my dreams, my waking life a shadow of its former self. I had to confront whatever this nightmare was. As I drifted into sleep, the familiar, decrepit interior of the pizzeria welcomed me, its eerie silence more oppressive than ever. The animatronics were there, lurking in the shadows, their presence more menacing. I could feel Freddy's eyes on me, Chica's mocking laughter, Bunny's looming shadow, and Foxy's predatory gaze. But this time, I didn't run. I stood my ground, my heart racing, but my feet planted firmly. The chase began, not with me as the prey, but as a willing participant in this macabre dance. I moved through the pizzeria, my steps echoing the empty halls, each animatronic emerging from the shadows to confront me. Freddy appeared first, his mechanical frame towering over me. But instead of fear, I felt anger. I yelled at him, my voice echoing in the vast, empty space, "I'm not afraid of you anymore." To my surprise, Freddy halted, his eyes flickering with a confusion that seemed almost human. Encouraged, I continued to face each animatronic, my resolve strengthening. Chica's laughter turned into a puzzled whir as I confronted her. Bonnie's imposing figure diminished as I stood up to him. And Foxy, the one I feared the most, hesitated in his charge, his hook pausing mid-air as I faced him head-on. In this dream, I wasn't just a helpless child, I was a force to be reckoned with. The animatronics, embodiments of my deepest fears, began to lose their power over me. The pizzeria, once a labyrinth of terror, now felt like a fading nightmare, its walls crumbling under the weight of my newfound courage. But the true test came when the dream shifted, and I found myself back in my bedroom, the line between dream and reality blurring more than ever. The animatronics were there, in my world, but they were different, less intimidating, almost confused by their own existence outside the confines of the game. I confronted them again, this time in my own territory. I declared, "This is my world, and you have no power here." As I spoke, their figures began to flicker, like static on a screen, their forms becoming unstable. The climax of this confrontation was surreal. The animatronics, once terrifying creatures of my nightmares, began to disintegrate into nothingness, their mechanical roars and growls fading into silence. The fear that had gripped me for so long evaporated, leaving a profound sense of relief in its wake. As the dawn's first light crept through my window, I woke up to a room unchanged, yet everything felt different. The oppressive air of dread was gone, replaced by a peaceful stillness. It was over, I realized. I had faced my fears, stood up to the nightmares, and emerged victorious. That morning, I looked at the game box sitting on my shelf. It was just a game now, nothing more. The horrors it had brought into my life were gone, defeated by my own will. The experience had changed me, but I was no longer a prisoner of my own fears. I had reclaimed my reality, my safety, my peace. Yet, as I moved on with my life, the shadows of that experience lingered. I knew that the animatronics were gone, but the memory of their haunting presence remained, a reminder of the night I faced my nightmares and won. In the days that followed my night of reckoning, life began to return to a semblance of normalcy. The sun seemed brighter, the air fresher, and the weight of constant fear lifted from my shoulders. Yet, the echoes of my recent ordeal lingered in the corners of my mind, like shadows clinging to the edges of light. School became a refuge of routine and normalcy. My friends noticed the change in me, the return of my old self, and they welcomed me back with open arms. Even my teachers remarked on my renewed focus and improved grades. At home, my parents were relieved to see me sleeping through the night again, my restless tossing and turning a thing of the past. But there were moments, fleeting and infrequent, when the memories of those horrifying nights crept back into my consciousness. A flicker of movement in the corner of my eye, a distant sound resembling a mechanical whir, a shadow that seemed to linger a moment too long. These instances would send a shiver down my spine, reigniting the embers of old fears. I avoided video games for a while, especially anything resembling the horror genre. The game box of Five Nights at Freddy's remained untouched on my shelf, a reminder of the journey I had undertaken into the depths of fear and back. I occasionally considered getting rid of it, but something held me back. It had become a trophy of sorts, a symbol of my triumph over my nightmares. As life continued, the incidents became less frequent and my reactions less intense. The line between reality and the nightmarish world of the animatronics solidified, the latter fading into the realm of bad dreams and past fears. One particular evening, as I lay in bed reflecting on the strange journey I had endured, I realized how much I had grown. The experience, though terrifying, had taught me about the power of facing one's fears, of standing up to the darkness that lurks in the corners of our minds. I had emerged stronger, more resilient, and with a deeper understanding of myself. Months passed, and the horrors of the animatronics became distant memories, almost like a story from another life. The game box collected dust on my shelf, its once menacing imagery now nothing more than cardboard and plastic. But there was one final encounter, a subtle reminder that some echoes of the past linger longer than others. It happened on a night much like any other. As I was getting ready for bed, I caught a glimpse of something in the mirror. For a split second, I saw Freddy's face, superimposed over my reflection. It was there and then gone, so quick I could have dismissed it as a trick of the light or a figment of my imagination. That brief encounter sent a ripple of unease through me, but it was different this time. I wasn't consumed by fear or panic. Instead, there was a recognition, an acknowledgement of the impact that experience had on my life. Freddy's fleeting appearance was a reminder, a ghost of fears faced and overcome. I went to bed that night with a sense of closure. The animatronics, the pizzeria, and the nightmares were part of a chapter in my life that was now closed. The fear they had once instilled in me was gone, replaced by a quiet strength and a resilience I hadn't known I possessed. As I drifted off to sleep, a thought crossed my mind. Perhaps the final glimpse of Freddy wasn't a lingering threat, but a farewell, an acknowledgement from the depths of my own psyche that the fear was truly behind me. The next morning, I woke up to a new day, fresh and unburdened by the shadows of the past. Life moved on, with new challenges and adventures, but the lessons I learned from those terrifying nights remained with me, a testament to the enduring power of the human spirit to face and overcome its deepest fears. In the heart of a small, unremarkable town, where the most exciting event was the annual Fall Festival, lived Robert, a seasoned firefighter. His life was a routine of early morning alarms and late-night emergency calls, a rhythm he had grown accustomed to over his 10 years of service. The fire station, a red brick building that stood as a testament to the town's history, was his second home. Inside, the walls were adorned with pictures of past heroes and plaques of commendation. Robert was not just a firefighter, he was a lifeline to the community, a beacon of hope in times of despair. He was known for his bravery, but even more so for his compassion. He had a way of comforting the most distraught victims with his reassuring words and a warm, genuine smile. His team was his family, a diverse group of individuals united by their dedication to saving lives. There was Mike, the jockster who could lighten the tensest situations, Sarah, the rookie with a fierce determination, and Captain Rivera, the seasoned leader who had seen it all. Their camaraderie was the glue that held them together through the toughest times. They shared stories over steaming cups of coffee in the break room, celebrated birthdays with messy icing-laden cakes, and stood shoulder to shoulder in the face of danger. Robert often found himself thinking of them not just as colleagues, but as brothers and sisters. Despite the fulfillment his job brought him, there was a part of Robert that longed for something more. The routine emergencies and small fires were all in a day's work, but he sometimes wondered what it would be like to face a real challenge, something that would test his limits and prove his mettle. It was on a chilly Tuesday evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow over the town, that the unexpected happened. The fire station's alarm blared, jolting Robert and his team out of their mundane activities. They scrambled to their gear, sliding down the pole to the garage where their fire engine awaited. But this was no ordinary call. The dispatcher's voice crackled over the radio, relaying an address for a fire emergency. Robert froze for a moment. He knew every street and corner of the town like the back of his hand, but this address, it didn't exist. Confusion swept over him, but he shook it off, attributing it to a possible mistake or prank. The team exchanged puzzled looks but decided to respond. They couldn't take the risk of ignoring a call, no matter how dubious it seemed. The fire engine roared to life, its siren piercing the tranquil evening as they set off towards the mysterious location. As they approached the supposed address, what they sought defied all logic. There, amidst a familiar landscape, stood a building engulfed in flames, a building Robert had never seen before. It loomed ominously, its windows glowing with the fierce fire within, as if it had materialized out of thin air. The team was stunned into silence. This was impossible, yet the blazing inferno before them was undeniably real. As the reality of the situation set in, Robert felt a surge of adrenaline. This was the challenge he had unknowingly yearned for. With a determined nod to his team, they began their battle against the phantom blaze, unaware of the surreal ordeal that awaited them. The fire raged before them like a living beast, its flames licking the night sky with an insatiable hunger. Robert and his team sprang into action, unraveling hoses and strategizing their attack on the inferno. The building, an enigmatic structure of old bricks and peeling paint, stood as a silent challenge to their skills and bravery. As they doused the flames with powerful jets of water, something peculiar happened. The water seemed to evaporate before it even touched the fire, as if repelled by an unseen force. Murmurs of confusion spread among the team, but Robert, driven by a mix of curiosity and duty, pushed them to continue. The fire's behavior wasn't the only oddity. Strange sounds emerged from within the building, a series of soft whispers and muffled cries that were almost drowned out by the roar of the fire. They were unsettling, and some of the team members cast nervous glances at each other, questioning whether they had really heard them. Robert, however, felt a pull towards the building, the compulsion to uncover its mysteries. Ignoring the warnings of his own rational mind, he decided to enter the building. He needed to ensure there were no trapped victims inside, he told himself, but deep down, he knew his reasons were more complex than that. Donning his breathing apparatus and signaling to his team to cover him, Robert approached the fiery maw of the building. The heat was intense, a wall of scorching air that threatened to push him back. But he persevered, stepping into the belly of the beast. Inside, the building was a labyrinth of confusion. The layout made no sense, with corridors leading to dead ends and rooms that seemed to shift and change as he moved through them. The flames danced around him, almost playfully, as if aware of his presence. The whispers grew louder, now joined by faint ghostly visions of people figures that seemed out of place, dressed in clothes from different years, their expressions etched with fear and sorrow. They flickered in and out of existence, never lingering long enough for Robert to understand their purpose. Time seemed distorted within the burning building. Robert's watch ticked erratically, sometimes racing ahead, other times freezing. The flames themselves moved in unnatural patterns, defying the laws of physics. Robert pushed deeper into the building, driven by a mix of fear and fascination. Each room revealed more bizarre phenomena, objects floating mid-air, walls that pulsated with a strange energy, and mirrors that reflected scenes of other times and places. Despite the surreal environment, Robert's training kept him grounded. He searched methodically for any sign of life, calling out for survivors. But the only responses were the eerie echoes of his own voice, and the unsettling whispers that seemed to follow him. As he ventured further, the building's mysteries deepened, and Robert realized that this was no ordinary fire. It was a gateway to something far beyond his understanding, a puzzle that beckoned him to solve it. And at its heart, in the depths of the inferno, lay the key to his secrets. The further Robert delved into the heart of the burning building, the more the line between reality and illusion blurred. Walls appeared to breathe, their surfaces undulating like the chest of a sleeping giant. The air was thick with a smoky haze that twisted into ghostly shapes, whispering secrets of forgotten times. In one room, Robert stumbled upon a scene that defied explanation. A dining table set for a feast, untouched by the inferno raging around it. The food, perfectly preserved, seemed to beckon him to sit and partake in the ghostly banquet. He shook his head in disbelief, forcing himself to focus on the task at hand. He pressed on, each step taking him deeper into a maze of confusion and terror. Rooms changed behind him, sealing his path back and urging him forward into the unknown. The heat was oppressive, a suffocating blanket that threatened to consume him. His firefighter's instinct screamed at him to turn back, but something unexplainable urged him onward. As he ventured through a corridor lined with antique portraits, their eyes seemed to follow him, filled with silent accusations and unspoken pleas. Whispers swirled around him, voices of the past mingling with those of the present, creating a symphony of despair. In one room, Robert encountered a chilling sight. The classroom frozen in time, with spectral children sitting at their desks, their eyes hollow, their expressions frozen in a moment of terror. They seemed unaware of the fire, their ghostly teacher continuing a lesson that would never end. With each step, the building revealed more of its nightmarish secrets. Shadows moved of their own accord, detaching from their sources and creeping along the walls like living things. In one room, the shadows coalesced into the shape of a large, hulking figure, its form flickering and shifting, never fully revealing itself. Robert's heart pounded in his chest, a frantic drumbeat echoing the chaos around him. The building was alive, a creature of fire and shadow, feeding on his fear and confusion. But amidst the terror, a part of him was exhilarated. This was the challenge he had unknowingly craved, a test of his courage and resolve. He pushed forward, driven by a determination to uncover the truth of this place. With each room he entered, the building seemed to react, its interior morphing and changing, as if trying to communicate with him. It was a puzzle, a riddle wrapped in flames, and Robert was determined to solve it. But as he ventured deeper into the heart of the building, the true nature of the fire revealed itself. It was not just a physical blaze, but a manifestation of something far more sinister. And at its core lay a truth that connected Robert to the building in a way he could never have imagined. The deeper Robert ventured into the inferno, the more the building seemed to unravel the fabric of his reality. The flames danced with a malevolent grace, casting eerie, shifting shadows that played tricks on his eyes. Each room he entered was a new world of horrors, echoing with the remnants of lives long lost to time. In a room shrouded in darkness, Robert encountered something that stopped him dead in his tracks. Amidst the chaos, a child sat quietly on the floor, her eyes glowing faintly in the dim light. She was an anomaly in this place of despair, a serene presence amidst the turmoil. The child looked up at Robert, her gaze piercing through the smoke and fire. "You shouldn't be here," she said, her voice a haunting melody that resonated with an eerie familiarity. Robert knelt before her, the heat of the fire forgotten. "Who are you?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. The child smiled, a gesture that was both comforting and unsettling. "I am a memory," she replied, "a fragment of what this place once was. And you, Robert, are the key to its existence." Confusion and fear warred within Robert. "What do you mean?" he asked, his heart racing. The child's eyes seemed to look right through him, seeing into the depths of his soul. "This building, this fire, it is born of your past, a past you have long forgotten. A tragedy that you have buried deep within your mind." Robert's mind reeled at her words. How could this be? He had no memory of this place, no connection to the horror that surrounded him. "The fire is a reflection of your inner turmoil," the child continued, "a manifestation of a trauma you have yet to confront. It is both your prison and your salvation." Robert struggled to process her words. Memories began to stir within him, shadows of a past he had locked away. The building, the fire, it all started to make sense in a way that terrified him. The building shook violently, its structure beginning to collapse under the weight of the flames. The child's form wavered, flickering like a candle in the wind. "You must face your past, Robert," she urged, her voice fading. "Only then can you free yourself from this nightmare." With a final, desperate look at the child, Robert turned and ran. The building was falling apart around him, a physical manifestation of his own crumbling defenses. He knew what he had to do. He had to confront the truth of his past, a truth that had been hidden in the flames of his own subconscious. As he raced through the collapsing corridors, the memories flooded back. A house fire, a loss so profound that he had buried it deep within himself. A family he couldn't save, a guilt that had consumed him. The building was a mirror of his own mind, a labyrinth of his repressed memories. And now, he had to face the heart of the blaze, the epicenter of his hidden trauma. It was a journey into the depths of his soul, a battle against the demons of his past. And only by facing them could he hope to emerge from the flames. Robert raced through the crumbling building, the memories flooding his mind with each step. The heat was suffocating, the smoke a blinding veil, but his resolve was unwavering. He could see now that this phantom building was a manifestation of his deepest fears and unhealed wounds. The memory that had been locked away for so long now came crashing through the barriers of his mind. He remembered the fire from his childhood, the one that had taken his family's home and almost their lives. He had been a child then, helpless and terrified. That night had sparked his desire to become a firefighter, to save others from the horror he had experienced. But with it, he had also buried the guilt and pain deep within him, never fully confronting it. As he navigated the labyrinth of his psyche made real, the building seemed to respond to his epiphany. The flames, once menacing and wild, now took on a different quality, almost guiding him. The spectral visions of people in strange rooms began to fade, replaced by a clarity and focus that propelled him forward. He found himself in a room that mirrored the living room of his childhood home. The fire here was different. It didn't consume, but rather illuminated the room with a soft, warm glow. In the center of the room stood the child he had met earlier. She no longer appeared as a spectral vision, but as a guiding light, a symbol of the innocence he had lost and the truth he needed to face. "The fire never left you, Robert," the child said softly. "You carried it within you, letting it burn away parts of yourself." Robert felt a wave of emotion crashing over him. The guilt, the fear, the sense of loss, it all made sense now. He had been fighting fires all his life, but the hardest one to extinguish was the one inside him. With a newfound understanding, Robert watched as the flames in the room slowly receded, revealing a door that had been hidden by the fire. He knew instinctively that this was his way out, his path to redemption and healing. As he approached the door, the child's voice echoed one last time, "Find peace, Robert. Let the fire within you light the way, not consume you." Stepping through the door, Robert found himself outside, the night air cool and refreshing against his smoke-stained face. The building, the phantom of his tormented past, crumbled behind him, disappearing into the night as if it had never existed. His team rushed towards him, their faces etched with concern and relief. They had seen the building collapse, but they had not seen the journey Robert had undergone within. Robert looked back at where the building had stood, now just an empty lot under the starry sky. He had faced his past, embraced it, and emerged stronger. The fire inside him had been tamed, not extinguished, a source of strength rather than destruction. He was ready to move forward, carrying the lessons of that night with him. Back at the fire station, Robert's team gathered around him, bombarding him with questions. Their faces showed a mix of awe and disbelief, as Robert recounted his surreal experience in the burning building that no longer existed. Captain Rivera listened intently, his experienced eyes studying Robert closely. "Sounds like you've been through hell and back," Captain Rivera finally said, his voice a mix of concern and respect. "But there's no trace of the building now. It's like it vanished into thin air." Robert nodded, understanding the skepticism in his team's eyes. He knew what he had experienced was beyond normal comprehension. It was a personal journey, a confrontation with his past that no one else could fully grasp. In the days that followed, Robert found himself changed. The burden of his childhood trauma, which he had carried for so long, had lifted. He felt lighter, more at peace with himself. His team noticed the change too. There was a new depth in his eyes, a sense of calm and understanding that hadn't been there before. One evening, as Robert was organizing his locker, he came across an old photograph he had tucked away. It was a picture of his childhood home, taken before the fire that had changed his life. As he looked at the photo, he realized something astonishing. In the background, partially obscured by trees, was the building that he had seen engulfed in flames. The building that had housed his deepest fears and memories. It was a confirmation of the reality of his experience, a tangible link to the journey he had undertaken. Robert understood then that the building, though no longer physically present, had been a real part of his past, a symbol of the trauma he had repressed. The story of the phantom blaze became a legend among the firefighters in the town. Some believed it, while others dismissed it as a stress-induced hallucination. But for Robert, it was a pivotal chapter in his life, a turning point that had allowed him to confront and overcome his inner demons. As he continued his work as a firefighter, Robert carried with him a new perspective. He approached each call not just as a duty to save others, but as a reminder of the resilience of the human spirit, the power of confronting one's past, and the importance of finding closure. An amateur astronomer, Mark had always been captivated by the mysteries of the cosmos. Their cabin, far from the blinding city lights, was their sanctuary, a place where the stars seemed close enough to touch. The cabin, with its rustic charm, was adorned with constellations, maps and vintage space posters, a testament to Mark's passion. It was here, in this remote corner of the world, that Mark set up their newest acquisition. A powerful second-hand telescope, bought from an estate sale. It was an old, yet sophisticated piece, with a charm that seemed to whisper tales of the cosmos. The first few nights were filled with a childlike wonder as Mark explored the night sky, tracing the familiar patterns of stars and the distant glow of other galaxies. They felt an indescribable connection to the universe, a sense of belonging amidst the vastness of space. But as the days passed, their fascination began to take a peculiar turn. Mark started to notice something unusual. It was a clear night when they first saw it. A vague humanoid figure, floating in the void of space. It was barely discernible, a mere shadow against the backdrop of the glittering cosmos. At first, Mark thought it was a trick of light or a flaw in the telescope's lens. But each night, as they returned to that specific region of space, the figure was there, staring back at them, its presence an unexplained anomaly in the serene tapestry of the night sky. This mysterious figure, existing in the vacuum of space itself, beckoned to Mark with an unsettling allure, setting the stage for a journey into obsession and fear. The figure in the telescope became an enigma that consumed Mark's thoughts. Night after night, they would return to the telescope, adjusting the lens with a trembling hand, half in fear, half in anticipation. The figure was always there, an unchanging sentinel in the vast emptiness of space. It was a silhouette, humanoid in shape, yet devoid of discernible features. It seemed to exist outside of time and space, a phantom etched against the cosmos. Driven by a mix of fear and fascination, Mark embarked on a frantic search for answers. They scoured astronomy books and online forums, delved into ancient myths about the stars, and consulted with fellow astronomy enthusiasts. But their search was in vain. There was no record, no mention of anything resembling the figure they saw through the telescope. The lack of answers only fueled their obsession further. Sleep became an elusive ghost for Mark. Their nights were spent peering into the depths of space, and their days were a blur of hazy exhaustion and relentless research. Friends began to voice their concerns, noticing the dark circles under Mark's eyes and their increasingly erratic behavior. But Mark wouldn't stop, until they understood what the figure was and why it appeared to them. The figure, meanwhile, remained an enigmatic presence, a constant in the shifting tapestry of Mark's life. It was a mystery wrapped in the stars, a puzzle that defied understanding. And as the days turned into weeks, Mark began to feel a growing sense of unease, a chilling suspicion that the figure was not just an observer, but something far more sinister. The figure in the telescope became the center of Mark's world. They documented every observation, noting the slightest changes in position and appearance. The cabin walls were soon covered with sketches and notes, creating a tapestry of obsession. The more Mark observed, the more the figure seemed to consume their thoughts, both waking and dreaming. As Mark's search for answers continued fruitlessly, their mental state began to fray. They pored over astrological charts and delved into obscure cosmic theories, but nothing matched the anomaly they observed. Paranoia crept in, whispering dark thoughts. Mark started to feel watched, not just by the figure in the telescope, but by unseen eyes in the forest, in the shadows of the cabin. Then, one fateful night, Mark noticed something chilling. The figure appeared closer, its outline more defined. Its eyes, previously indistinct, now seemed to bore into Mark's soul, following their every movement. This change sparked a new wave of terror in Mark. The figure was no longer a passive observer, it was something alive, something aware. Concern from friends and family reached its peak. They pleaded with Mark to seek help, to abandon this unhealthy fixation. But Mark couldn't. They felt a compulsion to understand, to confront this entity. The phone calls went unanswered, the emails unread. Mark retreated further into isolation, the telescope their only companion in a world that seemed to shrink to the confines of their cabin and the endless expanse of the night sky. The figure in the telescope was no longer just an anomaly, it was a harbinger of something unknown, a bridge between the known and the unfathomable. And as the nights passed, the boundary between Mark's obsession and reality began to blur, setting the stage for a confrontation with the unknown. The night air was thick with tension as Mark adjusted the telescope with shaking hands. The stars seemed to flicker with a foreboding light, as if they too were aware of the impending climax. Mark's heart pounded in their chest, a relentless drum echoing the fear and anticipation that gripped them. As they peered through the telescope, the figure was there, closer than ever before. Its features, once vague and shadowy, were now terrifyingly clear. It was a grotesque parody of a human, with elongated limbs and a face that was void of darkness, except for two piercing, luminous eyes. Those eyes held a malevolence that chilled Mark to the bone. For the first time, the figure moved, its limbs unfolding in a disturbing, disjointed manner. It seemed to be reaching out towards Mark, its motion slow but deliberate. Mark's breath caught in their throat, a primal fear rooting them to the spot. The revelation hit Mark like a physical blow. This was no mere astronomical anomaly, no trick of light or imagination. This figure was sentient, its intentions unknown but undoubtedly malevolent. It was as if the void of space itself had come alive, reaching out across the unimaginable distance to touch the very essence of Mark's soul. In that moment, Mark understood the true nature of their obsession. It was not just curiosity that had driven them, but a deeper, more primal connection. They were linked to this entity, bound by a cosmic threat that was as terrifying as it was unbreakable. The figure's eyes seemed to bore into Mark, a silent communication that transcended language. It was a message of dark intent, a promise of something inevitable and inescapable. Mark felt a scream rise in their throat, a sound of both terror and despair. As the figure reached closer, its form blurring the line between reality and nightmare, Mark realized they were standing on the precipice of an abyss. The universe had opened its darkest corner to them, revealing a horror that was beyond understanding, beyond escaping. This was the climax of their journey, a confrontation with an entity that was as old as the stars, and as inexorable as time itself. The encounter left Mark shaken to their core. They stumbled away from the telescope, a sense of dread enveloping them. The cabin, once a sanctuary, now felt like a prison. Mark decided to abandon the telescope, hoping to sever the connection with the figure and regain some semblance of normality. They covered the telescope with a heavy cloth, as if to shield themselves from the entity's gaze. But the figure was not so easily dismissed. Mark began to notice it in other places, a fleeting shadow in the mirror, a silhouette in the static of the television screen, a whisper in the wind. It was as if the entity had breached the barrier between its realm and Mark's, infesting their reality with its presence. The distinction between hallucination and actuality blurred. Mark's days were filled with a creeping sense of paranoia, every corner of their vision tinged with the fear of seeing those hunting eyes again. The nights were worse, the darkness outside mirrored the darkness that seemed to grow inside Mark, a void where hope and reason were slowly consumed. The isolation Mark had once cherished now became their torment. Friends and family's attempts to reach out were met with silence. Mark was alone, trapped in a cycle of fear and despair, hunted by an entity that seemed to exist both everywhere and nowhere. The figure's intrusion into Mark's life was a constant reminder of the climax on that fateful night. The entity was no longer confined to the distant cosmos, it was here, an ever-present shadow lurking at the edge of Mark's consciousness, a dark whisper in the recesses of their mind. The line between the observer and the observed had been irrevocably blurred, leaving Mark in a state of perpetual unease and terror. In the final chapter of this haunting tale, Mark's life had become a surreal landscape of fear and confusion. The entity, once confined to the distant void of space, now seemed to have infiltrated every aspect of their existence. Mark was no longer sure what was real and what was a product of their fraying sanity. The figure's presence was an omnipresent specter, a reminder of the abyss that had gazed back into them. Despite their attempts to escape, to return to a semblance of normalcy, the entity was always there. It was in the fleeting shadows, the odd reflections, and the moments just before sleep claimed them. The entity had become a part of Mark, a haunting melody that played endlessly in the background of their mind. Mark's once passionate interest in astronomy was now a source of profound terror. The stars no longer held beauty or wonder, only the reminder of the horror that lurked among them. The telescope stood covered in the corner of the room, a symbol of Mark's fall from grace. The story ends with Mark sitting alone in the cabin, the weight of isolation and fear a heavy cloak around them. The entity's true nature remained a mystery, its purpose and origin shrouded in the darkness of space. Was it a figment of Mark's imagination, a manifestation of their isolation and obsession? Or was it something more, a sentient being from the depths of the cosmos, reaching out for reasons unknown? The ambiguity of the entity's existence left Mark in a perpetual state of paranoia and dread. The fear of the unknown, the terror of what might be lurking in the unseen corners of the universe, became a constant companion. The figure was still out there, somewhere in the vast expanse of space, its eyes forever watching, waiting. And Mark, forever haunted by its gaze, was left to wonder if they would ever find peace again. The story concludes, not with answers, but with questions. The entity remains a mystery, its presence a chilling enigma that lingers in the reader's mind. All that is known is that it is still out there, somewhere, in the cold, dark void of space. I remember the first time I saw the email. It was late evening, and the glow of my laptop was the only light in my small apartment. As a freelance graphic designer, my life revolved around this machine, a hub of creativity and, more often than not, my only companion in the quiet nights. The email appeared innocuous at first, nestled amongst the usual mix of client requests and promotional spam. But something about it caught my eye. It was from an address almost identical to mine, just a few characters off. A typical phishing attempt, I assumed, ready to dismiss it. Yet, curiosity got the better of me. I clicked it open. "Hi Travis," it read, "hope you're doing well today. Just wanted to check in." That was it. No links to click on, no attachments. Just a simple, eerily personal greeting. I scanned the sender's address again, trying to make sense of it. It was like looking into a distorted mirror, seeing my own digital identity reflected back at me, slightly skewed. I shook my head, attributing it to some tech glitch or a prankster with too much time on their hands, and hit delete. I tried to forget about it, diving back into my work. But there's something about the human mind, isn't there? A seed of intrigue, once planted, refuses to stop growing. That email, so seemingly benign, had lodged itself in my thoughts. Who would go to such lengths to mimic my email address? And for what purpose? I was still pondering these questions when my phone chimed with the arrival of another email. The same sender. A jolt of unease shot through me. With a hesitant hand, I opened it. "Busy day, huh? You've been at your screen for hours. Don't forget to stretch your legs. And maybe ease up on the coffee." I froze. My gaze darted around the room, half expecting to find someone watching me. The email had described my day accurately, too accurately. I hadn't left my desk since morning, and the pile of coffee cups teetering at the edge was a testament to my caffeine dependency. This was no longer looking like a simple prank. Someone was observing me, studying my habits. The thought sent a shiver down my spine. My home, my sanctuary, suddenly felt exposed and vulnerable. I stood up, walking over to the window, peering out into the dark, searching for any sign of prying eyes. But the street below was empty, the usual nocturnal quietness reigning supreme. A thought then struck me: could it be a hacker? Someone who had gained access to my computer's camera. The possibilities seemed all too real, all too terrifying. I rushed back to my laptop, my fingers flying over the keys as I searched for any signs of intrusion. But everything seemed normal, no suspicious programs running, no unusual files hidden away. With a growing sense of dread, I realized this was beyond my understanding. Whoever was behind these emails knew me, knew my life. They were sending a message, clear and unmistakable. "I am watching you." As I sat there, engulfed in the glow of the screen, I couldn't shake off the feeling of eyes on me, unseen and unknown. The digital realm, once my playground, had turned into a landscape of shadows and uncertainties. And I was utterly alone in it. The following days were a blur of anxiety and paranoia. Each chime of my email notification was like a bell tolling, heralding another slice of my life served back to me by this mysterious observer. Despite my best efforts to ignore them, the emails became increasingly personal, delving into moments I had believed were mine alone. One email detailed a phone call I had with my sister, recounting our conversation about family matters with unsettling accuracy. Another described a childhood memory I had never shared with anyone, a memory I had almost forgotten myself. The intrusion was no longer just digital, it was personal, invasive, and deeply disturbing. But it was the next email that truly shook me. It arrived on a dreary Wednesday evening, the rain tapping against my window like an impatient visitor. The message was different this time, ominous in its brevity. Tomorrow is a big day, Travis. Make the right choice at the cafe. Think carefully. The cafe. My regular spot. A place where I'd spend hours sketching designs and watching the world go by. What choice was this? What was I supposed to do? The vagueness of the warning only served to heighten my distress. Sleep eluded me that night. My mind raced with possibilities, each more fantastical and horrifying than the last. Was this a threat? A prediction? Or perhaps a twisted game being played at my expense? The rational part of me tried to dismiss it, but fear has a way of overshadowing reason. Morning came with no revelations, just a heavy sense of impending doom as I got ready. I debated whether to go to the cafe at all. Avoiding it seemed the safest option, but the non-curiosity, the need to know, was overpowering. As I made my way through the rain-soaked streets, my eyes darted around nervously, searching for any sign of the person behind the emails. But the city went about its business, oblivious to my turmoil. The cafe was a sanctuary from the rain, warm and inviting. I ordered my usual, finding a seat by the window, my eyes scanning the room. Everyone seemed engrossed in their own worlds, laptops open, conversations flowing. Nothing out of the ordinary. Then it happened. A man, 2 tables away, suddenly clutched his chest, his face contorting in pain. A heart attack, right there in front of me. Panic erupted in the cafe as people rushed to his aid, calling for an ambulance. I sat frozen, my coffee untouched. This was it. The choice. Should I have warned him, this stranger? Could I have changed what happened? The weight of the unanswerable questions crushed me. As the paramedics took the man away, the cafe slowly returned to its rhythm, but I remained there, shaken to my core. The email had known, it had predicted this. But how? And why? I left the cafe with more questions than answers, the eerie feeling of being part of something far beyond my understanding growing with every step. The emails were no longer just messages, they were echoes from a reality I couldn't grasp, and I was caught in their chilling reverberations. In the days that followed, my life became a twisted maze of fear and obsession. The emails continued, each one a reminder of my unseen observer's omnipresence. I found myself looking over my shoulder constantly, jumping as shadows, suspecting every face in the crowd. I tried tracing the source of the emails, but it was like grappling with smoke. The digital trail was elusive, always leading back to my own devices. It was as if the emails were being sent from my laptop, my phone, but always at times when they were not in my use. This chilling realization only deepened my sense of violation. My own technology, the tools of my trade, had turned against me. Amidst this digital haunting, the photographs began to arrive. The first was of me in the cafe, taken from outside, my face a picture of oblivious contentment. Then came more me walking down the street, me shopping for groceries, me sitting at my desk, engrossed in work. Each photo was a silent accusation, a wordless invasion of my privacy. I felt trapped in a relentless game of cat and mouse, where I was perpetually the prey, and my hunter was invisible, untouchable. My home, once my haven, now felt like a glass house, every wall a window for prying eyes. Desperate for some semblance of normalcy, I reached out to the police. But what could I tell them? That I was receiving emails from myself. That someone was photographing me without my knowledge. The skepticism in the officer's eyes was palpable as I recounted my story. They suggested it might be a practical joke, a friend perhaps, playing a twisted prank. But I knew better. This was no prank. The fear that gripped me was too real, the threat too persistent. I was being watched, studied, documented. My every move anticipated, my every routine known. As I left the police station, a deep sense of helplessness settled over me. The laws of the physical world, the rules of engagement I understood and relied upon, were useless in this battle. I was fighting a shadow, a ghost in the machine, and it was winning. The world around me had become a landscape of paranoia. Every phone a potential spy, every computer a possible traitor. I was living in a digital panopticon, every aspect of my life subject to scrutiny by an unknown, unseeable adversary. Night brought no respite, only the haunting glow of my laptop screen, the gateway to my tormentor. Sleep was a distant memory, replaced by long hours of fruitless searches for answers, for a way to end this nightmare. But answers were elusive as the sender of the emails. I was caught in a web of fear and confusion, every attempt to break free only serving to entangle me further. And so, I waited, my eyes fixed on the screen, dreading the next chime of an incoming email, the next glimpse into the mind of my unseen watcher. My life, once so ordinary, had become a psychological battleground, and I was hopelessly outmatched. The day of revelation began like any other in my recent string of paranoid and sleep-deprived days. The morning light did little to dispel the shadows that seemed to have taken permanent residence in my mind. As I sat at my desk, nursing a strong coffee in a feeble attempt to shake off the I opened the email with a sense of fatalistic resignation, bracing myself for another glimpse into the twisted mirror of my life. But this email was different. It contained no cryptic messages or veiled threats. Instead, there was a single line that sent a jolt of ice-cold fear down my spine. Look at the cafe today. Noon. The cafe. Again. The sight of the heart attack that had shaken me to my core. What was it about that place? Was this a warning, or another piece in a puzzle I was far from solving? I knew one thing for certain. I had to be there. Perhaps, finally, I would come face to face with my tormentor. As noon approached, I found myself back at the cafe, a sense of déjà vu enveloping me. The atmosphere was unnervingly normal, patrons chatting and sipping their drinks, oblivious to the storm of anxiety raging within me. Then, it happened. The cafe's door opened, and in walked a figure, headed and unremarkable at first glance. But there was something in the way they moved, a purposeful stride that set them apart from the casual air of the other customers. My heart pounded in my chest as the figure took a seat at the very table the man had collapsed at days before. I watched, my coffee forgotten, as the figure reached into their bag and pulled out a laptop. It was then that I noticed something that made my blood run cold. The laptop was identical to mine, down to the distinctive scratch on the lid I had always meant to cover up. My mind raced with questions. Was this the person behind the emails? How did they have my laptop? And then, in a flash of chilling clarity, I realized the truth. The emails, the photographs, the uncanny knowledge of my life, it was all coming from my own devices. I approached the table, my legs moving as if on their own accord. The figure looked up, and for a moment, our eyes met. There was no recognition, no flicker of emotion, just a cold, detached gaze that seemed to look right through me. Before I could speak, the figure stood up, leaving the laptop open on the table. They walked out of the cafe without a backward glance, disappearing into the crowded street. I was left standing there, a myriad of emotions coursing through me: fear, confusion, but above all, an overwhelming need to know. I sat down at the table and looked at the screen. It was open to an email composition window, addressed to me. The cursor blinked mockingly at me, as if inviting me to unravel the mystery. I spent the next hour poring over the laptop, uncovering a complex web of programs and scripts that had been using my data, my patterns, to create the emails. It was as if my digital life had been hijacked, turned into a puppet by an unseen puppeteer. But who? And why? The questions swirled in my head, each more unanswerable than the last. I left the cafe with the laptop under my arm, a heavy weight both physically and metaphorically. The truth was within reach, yet still shrouded in layers of mystery. I returned to my apartment, the setting sun casting long shadows across the room. As I sat down to delve deeper into the enigma of the laptop, I couldn't shake off the feeling that this was far from over. The truth was unfolding, yes, but it was revealing a reality more terrifying than I could have imagined. My life had been invaded, manipulated, but the real horror lay in the why. The unknown motive behind this elaborate charade was the darkest shadow of all. The night enveloped my apartment as I delved into the labyrinthine data on the laptop. My world had shrunk to the confines of its screen, a digital Pandora's box revealing its secrets and lines of code and hidden files. The more I uncovered, the more my sense of reality began to warp. The programs I found were sophisticated beyond anything I had encountered. They were designed to mimic human behavior, learning from my habits, my schedule, my interactions. This wasn't the work of a casual hacker or prankster, it was the creation of someone with deep knowledge and resources. As I pieced together the puzzle, a chilling narrative emerged. The laptop had been using my online activity to generate emails that mirrored my life, creating a feedback loop of surveillance and simulation. It was as if a digital clone of myself had been born from the depths of the internet, an echo of my existence trapped in the wires and circuits. But the most disturbing revelation was yet to come. Hidden within the laptop system was a log file. It detailed every email sent, every photo taken, every keystroke recorded, and each entry was timestamped with precision. As I scrolled through the log, my heart sank. The program had been active for months, predating the first email I received. This was no random attack, it was long planned, methodically executed. The realization hit me like a physical blow. For months, my life had been an open book to someone, my privacy violated in the most intimate way. I felt exposed, vulnerable, a stranger in my own life. But amidst the shock and despair, a burning question remained. Who was behind this? And why target me? My thoughts were interrupted by a soft chime. A new email, sent from the mysterious account. My hands trembled as I opened it. Travis, you found what you were looking for. But some truths are better left hidden. Stop now, or the consequences will be beyond your control. The warning was clear, but it only fueled my determination. I couldn't let this go, not now. I had to find out who was behind this, to reclaim my life from the shadows. The following days were a blur of sleepless nights and relentless research. I traced the origins of the laptop, the programs, the emails, each thread leading me deeper into a web of deceit and manipulation. I encountered dead ends, false leads, but I pressed on, driven by a need for answers that bordered on obsession. And then, a breakthrough. A hidden file, cleverly disguised, revealed a connection to a tech company known for its advanced AI research. The pieces began to fall into place. The laptop, the emails, the surveillance, it was all part of an experiment, a test of AI capabilities, pushed to its ethical limits. I was a guinea pig in a twisted technological trial, my life reduced to data points and algorithms. The revelation was both horrifying and infuriating. I had been violated, used, all in the name of scientific progress. Armed with this knowledge, I knew what I had to do. I gathered evidence, documented everything, prepared to expose those responsible. I couldn't let them get away with this, couldn't let them do this to anyone else. But as I prepared to bring the truth to light, a creeping sense of unease settled over me. The warning in the email echoed in my mind. What consequences awaited me in my quest for justice? The unknown loomed large, a dark cloud on the horizon of my newfound resolve. And so, I sat in the dim light of my screen, caught between the desire for retribution and the fear of the unknown. My life had been forever changed by the shadows of technology, and now I stood at the precipice of a decision that could either cast those shadows aside or plunge me deeper into their depths. The final act of my surreal journey began under the heavy cloak of night, the city asleep around me, unaware of the quiet drama unfolding in the confines of my apartment. The evidence I had gathered lay spread out before me, a mosaic of betrayal and intrusion. I knew I had to act, to bring this insidious experiment into the light. But the warning in the email haunted me, a ghostly whisper urging caution. The stakes were higher than I had ever imagined. This was no longer just about my privacy, it was about exposing a dangerous overreach of technology, a warning to the world. As dawn broke, painting the sky in hues of orange and pink, I made my decision. I would go public. The story, my story, needed to be told. But I would be careful, strategic. The company behind this had resources and influence. I couldn't underestimate them. I reached out to a few trusted contacts, journalists known for their investigative prowess and integrity. The responses were cautious but intrigued. The evidence was compelling, a narrative straight out of a dystopian novel, yet frighteningly real. Meetings were arranged, the story taking shape, gaining momentum. But with each step forward, a nagging fear shadowed me. The company's reach was far, its power significant. I was David standing against Goliath, armed with nothing but the truth. The day the story broke, the world seemed to hold its breath. Headlines screamed of privacy violations, of AI gone rogue. Social media erupted in outrage and fear. The company issued denials, their statements slick and rehearsed, but the seed of doubt was planted. I watched the drama unfold from the shadows, anonymous yet intimately involved. My role was unknown to the world, but I felt a sense of vindication, a weight lifting from my shoulders. I had exposed the truth, but at what cost? In the days that followed, the company faced scrutiny and investigations. Lawsuits were filed, careers ruined. The experiment was condemned, a cautionary tale of technological hubris. But for me, there was no triumphant ending, no hero's welcome. The echoes of the experience resonated within me, a constant reminder of my vulnerability in a connected world. The emails stopped, but the sense of being watched lingered, a ghostly presence in the machines that surrounded me. I found myself looking over my shoulder, jumping as shadows, the lines between the digital and the real forever blurred. The laptop, the source of my torment, sat unused, a relic of a chapter one wanted to close. The story faded from the headlines, replaced by the next scandal, the next outrage. But for me, the effects were lasting. I had pulled back the curtain on a digital Goliath, but in doing so, I had exposed myself to a world of shadows and whispers. As I sit here, typing this final account, I wonder about the future, about the role of technology in our lives. I had been a pawn in a game I didn't even know I was playing. Now, I'm just a bystander, watching the digital world with wary eyes. I've learned that some echoes never fade, they resonate through our lives in ways we can't predict. My story is one of those echoes, a tale of technology and privacy, of power and resistance. And as I log off for the last time, I leave a part of myself behind, a digital footprint in the sands of a brave new world. The first time I saw the old elevator in my new apartment building, I thought little of it. It was just another quirk of the worn-down building in this forgettable part of the city. My apartment, though small and slightly musty, was affordable for a college student like me. The neighbors kept to themselves, each a character from a story you wouldn't read at bedtime. It was during my first week, as I returned home from a late class, that I noticed something odd about the elevator. The brass panel with its row of circular buttons had an extra one at the very top, unmarked and slightly larger than the others. It sat above the button for the 10th floor, the highest known floor in the building. Curiosity piqued, I asked Mr. Hubble, the building's caretaker, about it. He just chuckled, wiping his hands on a greasy rag. Some things are better left unpressed, Miss Amy, he said, with a glint in his eye that I couldn't quite place. His cryptic response only fueled my intrigue. That night, as I lay in bed, the unmarked button occupied my thoughts. It seemed like an invitation to a secret, a hidden chapter in the mundane story of this building. I decided then that I'd press it, just to see what would happen. Little did I know, that decision would lead me down a path far stranger than anything I could have imagined. A few days later, my curiosity had reached its peak. It was a typical evening, with the sun setting early, and the chill of autumn creeping through the narrow streets. I returned from my part-time job, exhausted and ready to collapse into bed. As I stepped into the elevator, my bag heavy on my shoulder, I glanced at the mysterious button. Without much thought, my finger reached out and pressed it. The elevator began its usual ascent, but as it passed the 10th floor, it shuddered and groaned like an old man waking from a deep sleep. The lights flickered, casting eerie shadows on the walls. I held my breath, my heart pounding in my chest. Then, with a jolt that nearly knocked me off my feet, the elevator came to a halt. The doors creaked open slowly, revealing a dimly lit corridor that shouldn't exist. I stepped out, my curiosity now mixed with a sense of unease. The floor was silent except for the distant hum of the city below. The air was stale, heavy with the scent of dust and decay. The corridor was lined with doors, each one closed and marked with peeling numbers. The carpet beneath my feet was threadbare and stained. I hesitated, wondering if I should explore this hidden floor or return to the safety of my apartment. But the allure of the unknown was too strong. I walked down the corridor, my footsteps muffled by the old carpet. Each step took me further into the heart of this phantom floor, a place that felt both detached from the world I knew and eerily familiar. As I ventured deeper into the corridor, a sense of isolation enveloped me. The dim lighting barely penetrated the darkness that seemed to cling to the walls. Each door I passed was like a sealed secret, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Driven by a mix of fear and fascination, I pushed open one of the doors. It creaked loudly, breaking the haunting silence. Inside, the room was covered in a thick layer of dust. The furniture was old and moth-eaten, yet arranged as if someone had just stepped out. A chill ran down my spine as I noticed personal items: a broken watch, a faded photograph of a smiling couple, a child's toy scattered around, as though the occupants had left in a hurry. The next room was similar, but with an added air of sadness. A diary lay open on a desk, the ink faded, but the words still legible, speaking of mundane life that once filled these walls. It felt like walking through a time capsule, a snapshot of lives long gone. My exploration was interrupted by a whisper, so faint I thought I had imagined it. I froze, listening intently. There it was again, a hushed, indistinct voice, as if carried by the stale air itself. My heart raced, and I felt an overwhelming urge to flee, but my feet wouldn't move. The whispers grew in number, surrounding me, though I could see no one. Shadows flickered at the corner of my eye, darting away when I turned to look. The atmosphere thickened with each step I took, oppressive and suffocating. In a panic, I decided to return to the elevator, but when I reached the spot where it should have been, there was only a blank wall. The elevator was gone, and with it, my only known way back. My breaths came in short gasps as the reality of my situation sank in. I was trapped on a floor that didn't exist, in a building that had forgotten it. Desperation set in as I frantically searched for any way out. The corridor seemed to stretch endlessly, with doors lining both sides like silent sentinels. My mind raced with thoughts of being lost forever in this forgotten place. Then, I stumbled upon a room unlike the others. It was larger, and the walls were lined with mirrors. Stepping inside, I was met with my own reflected image, multiplied 100 times in the dim light. The air felt charged, as if the room itself was alive. I approached one of the mirrors, and that's when I saw it, my reflection, but not quite. It was me, yet distorted, with hollow eyes and a twisted smile. I recoiled in horror, but couldn't look away. The reflection moved independently, its fingers tracing words on the glass. "Help me." My heart pounded in my chest as I read the message. "Who are you?" I whispered, my voice barely audible. The reflection began to write again. "Trapped. Like you. Release me." The words sent a shiver down my spine. "Release you? How?" I asked, my voice trembling. It wrote in response. "Swap places." I stumbled backward, the implication of its words hitting me like a physical blow. This wasn't just a reflection, it was something else, something that had been trapped here, in this liminal space. As I backed away, the reflection's expression twisted into one of rage. It started pounding on the glass, its movements frantic and desperate. The other mirrors began to reflect the same scene, turning the room into a kaleidoscope of terror. I turned to run, but found myself facing the elevator, its doors open invitingly. It was my chance to escape, but as I stepped inside, the reflection let out a piercing scream, its hand reaching out from the mirror, trying to grasp me. With a surge of adrenaline, I slammed the elevator button, the doors closing, just as the reflection's fingers brushed the air where I had been standing. The elevator began its descent, the screams from the mirrors growing fainter as I left the phantom floor behind. As the elevator descended, the normalcy of its humming and the steady movement were in stark contrast to the chaos I had just escaped. My hands were shaking, and my breaths came in ragged gasps. I leaned against the wall, trying to process what had just happened. The memory of the distorted reflection's desperate eyes haunted me. When the elevator finally dinged, announcing my arrival at my floor, I stumbled out, grateful for the familiar hallway leading to my apartment. I rushed inside, locking the door behind me. I leaned back against it, sliding down to the floor, overwhelmed by a sense of relief and disbelief. The rest of the night was restless. Every creak of the building, every whisper of wind seemed ominous. I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, the fear that something had followed me from that otherworldly floor. In the following days, I avoided the elevator, opting for the stairs instead. I couldn't bear the thought of being enclosed in that space, with the possibility of being taken back to the phantom floor. I kept to myself, wary of the building and its secrets. I heard murmurs among the other residents about strange noises and the elevator stopping at an unmarked floor, but no one else spoke of venturing into it. It seemed I was the only one who had dared, or perhaps the only one who had returned. The experience left a mark on me. I was more cautious, more aware of the thin veil between the ordinary and the unknown. The building held a mystery that I no longer wished to unravel. The memory of the phantom floor lingered in my mind, a dark reminder of the curiosity that had led me to the brink of a reality I was not prepared to face. Life gradually returned to a semblance of normalcy, but the shadow of that night hung over me like a shroud. I focused on my studies and avoided late nights as much as possible. The once intriguing mysteries of the old building now only served as a source of unease. I noticed small changes in the building. Sometimes, late at night, I would hear the distant sound of the elevator moving, even though I knew no one else was awake. Other times, the air would grow inexplicably cold, sending chills down my spine. One evening, as I passed by the elevator on my way to the stairs, it dinged unexpectedly. The doors slid open, revealing the empty cabin. My heart skipped a beat when I saw the unmarked button, glowing softly as if beckoning me. I stood frozen, staring at it. The memory of the distorted reflection and its chilling plea echoed in my mind. A part of me wondered if it was still there, trapped and waiting. But fear rooted me to the spot, a stark reminder of the terror I had felt. I quickly turned away, taking the stairs two at a time, trying to escape the pull of the elevator and its hidden floor. In my apartment, I double-checked the locks, a futile gesture, but one that offered a sliver of comfort. That night, as I lay in bed, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. It was as if the building itself had become aware of my knowledge of its secret. I knew then that the story of the phantom floor wasn't over. It was a chapter in my life that would remain perpetually open, a narrative with an ending yet to be written. The elevator and its unmarked button were more than just a physical presence in the building. They were a reminder that some mysteries are better left unexplored, that some doors are better left closed. And yet, despite my fear, a part of me knew that the allure of the unknown would always be there, tempting me back to the phantom floor. As I finally drifted into a restless sleep, the last thought that crossed my mind was a chilling realization. The mystery of the phantom floor wasn't just a part of the building. It had become a part of me, a haunting echo that would linger in the depths of my mind, always waiting, always watching. In the heart of a picturesque suburban neighborhood, nestled among blooming cherry blossoms and neatly trimmed lawns, stood the house that the Johnson family would call home. It was a two-story Victorian, with a charming red brick facade and a welcoming front porch. Mark and Emily, along with their two children, Lily, aged 9, and Sam, aged 12, had been searching for the perfect place to settle down, and this house, with its spacious rooms and quaint character, seemed to whisper promises of new beginnings and cherished memories. The moving day was bustling with activity. Boxes labeled with scribbled names of rooms were carried in by movers, their contents waiting to transform this house into a home. Amidst the chaos, Emily directed the placement of furniture with a decorator's eye, while Mark busily set up the essentials, ensuring the transition was as smooth as possible. It was in the attic, a space they envisioned as a cozy playroom, where the discovery was made. Hidden beneath a dusty tarp, Emily found an old doll. It was peculiar, with glassy eyes that seemed to follow her movements, and an intricate Victorian dress that had faded with time. Its porcelain face, cracked in places, held an eerie beauty. Intrigued and a bit charmed, Emily decided it would be a quaint addition to Lily's room. She imagined it as a conversation piece, a relic from the past that added character to their new abode. The doll was placed on a small wooden chair in the corner of Lily's room, its eyes gazing silently across the space. Lily, with her youthful curiosity, was initially fascinated by it. She named it Charlotte, and would often be found talking to it in hushed tones. But as days passed, her fascination turned into unease. The doll's unblinking stare began to unsettle her, its presence in her room, casting a shadow over her once bright and cheerful space. Emily noticed the change in Lily's demeanor. Initially dismissing it as a child's fleeting fears, she soon realized that Lily's discomfort was genuine. She attributed it to the stress of the move and the new environment, but decided that if the doll was the source of her daughter's unease, it had no place in their home. With a reassuring smile, she lifted the doll from its chair, telling Lily that it was time for Charlotte to find a new home. The decision to part with the doll was made with little fanfare, a simple solution to a child's temporary fear. But as Emily placed the doll in the trash bin outside, a chill ran down her spine, an inexplicable feeling of being watched. Shaking off the sensation as a trick of the mind, she returned inside, unaware that this act would set in motion a series of events that would shatter the tranquility of their new home. The following morning greeted the Johnsons with the usual bustle of a family settling into a new routine. Breakfast was a hurried affair, with Mark and Emily discussing their day ahead and the kids preparing for school. The normalcy of the morning was interrupted when Emily walked into the living room and froze. There, sitting upright on the couch with its head tilted slightly, was the doll she had thrown away the night before. Confusion swept over her. She called for Mark, who shared her bewilderment. They examined the doll, questioning each other, wondering if the other had retrieved it from the trash as a change of heart. But neither had. The children denied any involvement too. Lily, upon seeing the doll, recoiled with the same unease she had felt before. The family collectively decided to dispose of the doll again, this time placing it in a garbage bag and driving it to a dumpster several blocks away. In the days that followed, an unsettling atmosphere began to envelop the house. Objects were found out of place, a phenomenon Mark attributed to the chaos of unpacking. But then, other, more inexplicable things started happening. Doors would close on their own, soft whispers echoed in the hallways at night, and cold drafts swept through rooms with closed windows. One evening, as Emily tucked Lily into bed, Lily whispered, "Mom, Charlotte doesn't like being thrown away." She told me. Emily's heart skipped a beat. She reassured her daughter it was just her imagination, but Lily's words lingered in her mind, sowing seeds of unease. The doll's reappearance became a recurring event. No matter how many times they disposed of it, it would return, each time to a different spot in the house. One morning it was in the kitchen, another evening on the bathroom shelf, always with those glassy, knowing eyes and a silent, mocking expression. Fear began to seep into the Johnsons' lives. Sam, who had initially dismissed his sister's fears, claimed he saw the doll's head turn to watch him as he passed by. Emily, too, started to feel a constant watchful presence, an eerie sensation that crawled under her skin. As the strange occurrences escalated, Mark decided to delve into the history of the house, hoping for a rational explanation. His research led him to a troubling discovery. Decades ago, the house had been home to a young girl who had met a tragic end. She had cherished a doll, one eerily similar to Charlotte. Armed with this knowledge, the family's resolve to rid themselves of the doll strengthened. They attempted to destroy it, first by fire and then by burying it in the woods. But each time, it returned, unscathed and seemingly more malevolent. The doll's presence no longer just an unnerving anomaly, but a harbinger of something sinister, something that refused to be forgotten or discarded. The relentless return of the doll, now named Charlotte, began to take a toll on the Johnson family. Sleepless nights were common, as the once peaceful house transformed into a stage for inexplicable and terrifying events. The sound of soft footsteps in the hallway, the creaking of floorboards in empty rooms, and the faint childlike giggles that seemed to emanate from the walls, plunged the family into a state of constant vigilance and fear. Mark's discovery of the house's past added a haunting context to their plight. The girl who had once lived here, named Abigail, had been deeply attached to her doll. Her untimely death had left a shadow over the house, a shadow that now seemed to cling to Charlotte. As the paranormal activities intensified, the family's skepticism turned to belief in the supernatural. Objects began to levitate and shatter without explanation. The doll's facial expression seemed to change subtly, showing hints of malevolence. Most disturbingly, Sam, the more rational and skeptical of the two children, woke up one night screaming, claiming he saw the doll standing at the foot of his bed, its eyes glowing faintly in the dark. Desperate for answers, Emily and Mark sought advice from various sources. Online forums led them to others who had experienced similar hauntings, and books on the paranormal offered theories, but no solutions. The family even reached out to the previous owners of the house, only to find out they had left due to similar unnerving experiences. Realizing they were dealing with something beyond their understanding, they decided to contact a local medium. The medium, an elderly woman with a reputation for communicating with spirits, agreed to visit their home. Upon her arrival, she was immediately drawn to Charlotte. She explained that the doll was a vessel, a conduit for Abigail's restless spirit, trapped in a world she couldn't escape from. The medium's presence seemed to stir the supernatural forces in the house. Lights flickered, and a cold wind swept through the rooms as she prepared to conduct a séance. The family, huddled together, watched with a mix of fear and hope. During the séance, the medium channeled Abigail's spirit. The air grew heavy, and the temperature dropped. In a voice not her own, the medium spoke, revealing Abigail's story. She had been a lonely child, misunderstood and isolated, finding solace only in her doll. Her death, a tragic accident, had bound her to the doll, her only friend in life, and now her anchor in death. The medium relayed Abigail's feelings of abandonment and anger. She didn't want to harm anyone, but her confusion and anger had manifested in the malevolent events plaguing the house. The medium implored the family to help release Abigail's spirit, to give her the peace she never found in life. The session ended with the medium outlining what needed to be done. A cleansing ritual was required, one that would sever the ties binding Abigail's spirit to the doll and the house. The family, though exhausted and frightened, agreed. They were determined to end the haunting that had turned their dream home into a nightmare. As the medium left, the house seemed to sigh, a temporary calm settling in. But the Johnsons knew it was only a brief respite. The true test, the ritual that would determine their fate and Abigail's, loomed ahead. They braced themselves, hoping to finally free themselves and Abigail from the torment that had bound them together. The night of the cleansing ritual arrived, cloaked in an oppressive silence that seemed to engulf the Johnson house. The family gathered in the living room, where the medium had set up her tools, a circle of salt, candles flickering with an ethereal glow, and various herbs and oils that filled the air with a pungent aroma. At the center of it all sat Charlotte, the doll, its eyes eerily reflecting the candlelight. The medium began the ritual with a solemn warning. This was not merely a ceremonial gesture, but a confrontation with a troubled and potentially dangerous spirit. She instructed the family to hold hands, forming an unbroken chain around the circle, their unity a shield against the supernatural forces they were about to engage. As she chanted in a language that seemed as ancient as time itself, the atmosphere in the room shifted. The air grew denser, the shadows deeper, and a chilling wind began to circulate, extinguishing some of the candles. The medium's voice rose above the growing turmoil, steady and commanding. Then, the climax of their hunting ordeal began. The doll, Charlotte, started to levitate, rising slowly above the circle. A faint ghostly figure materialized above it, the spectral form of a young girl, Abigail. Her expression was one of confusion and pain, her eyes searching desperately among those gathered. The room shook as if in the grip of an unseen tempest. Objects levitated, spinning chaotically. The family, terrified but resolute, maintained their grip on each other's hands, their eyes fixed on the unfolding spectacle. Emily, her maternal instincts overriding her fear, spoke directly to the apparition. "Abigail, we want to help you," she said, her voice trembling but clear. "You don't have to be trapped here anymore. You can move on and find peace." The medium continued her incantations, her voice now commanding force that seemed to pierce the veil between worlds. The air crackled with energy, the boundary between the living and the dead thinning with each word spoken. Abigail's spirit, caught in the tumult, seemed to waver. Her gaze met Emily's, and for a moment, a flicker of understanding passed between them. The chaos in the room reached its peak, the crescendo of supernatural force that threatened to overwhelm them all. Then, as suddenly as it had begun, it stopped. The doll fell to the ground, lifeless and inert. The ghostly figure of Abigail, her expression now softened, gave a faint smile before fading into nothingness, released at last. The family, exhausted and shaken, remained in their circle, processing the reality that the hunting was over. The medium, her energy spent, assured them that Abigail's spirit had moved on, no longer bound to the doll of this world. The room, once a battleground of otherworldly forces, was now just a room. The sense of menace that had permeated the house was gone, replaced by a quiet that was both empty and comforting. In the aftermath of the ritual, the Johnsons sat together, a family tested by the unimaginable, bound closer by their shared ordeal. They knew the night's events would forever be etched in their memories, a haunting tale of a spirit lost and a family's courage. But for now, they took solace in the silence, the peaceful end to a nightmare that had threatened to consume them all. In the days that followed the climactic ritual, the Johnson family experienced a profound sense of relief. The oppressive atmosphere that had once dominated their home had lifted, replaced by a tranquil normalcy. The house, once a source of dread, gradually reverted to being just a structure of wood and brick, no longer echoing with the echoes of a troubled past. Mark and Emily, now more vigilant than ever, watched carefully for any signs of the supernatural. But there were none. The nights were quiet, the shadows benign. Lily and Sam, though still processing the events, began to sleep through the night, the nightmares that had haunted them, replaced by the peaceful slumber of childhood. The doll, Charlotte, once the vessel of Abigail's restless spirit, now lay discarded, a lifeless porcelain figure with no more power than any other inanimate object. The family debated what to do with it. Destroying it seemed unnecessary, yet keeping it felt wrong. In the end, they chose to lock it in a glass case, a reminder of the surreal events they had endured. Attached to the case was a note, detailing its history as a warning to future generations. The medium, before leaving, had offered words of comfort and caution. She reminded them that the supernatural world was vast and often intersected with the living in ways they could not comprehend. Her parting advice was to respect these forces, and to be mindful of the signs that might indicate their presence. In the aftermath, the family found themselves changed. There was a newfound appreciation for the mundane, the ordinary moments of life that they had once taken for granted. Dinners were livelier, conversations deeper, and the time spent together more cherished. Yet, there was also a lingering sense of unease, a realization that the world was more complex and mysterious than they had ever imagined. They shared their story with a few close friends and family, but mostly they kept it to themselves. It was a personal journey, a chapter in their lives that was difficult to believe and even harder to explain. The community around them remained oblivious to the ordeal the Johnsons had faced. Life in the neighborhood continued as usual, with its petty squabbles, local events, and the daily hustle and bustle. But for the Johnsons, there was a deeper understanding of the world, a respect for the mysteries that lay just beyond the veil of reality. As time passed, the memory of the hunting faded into a surreal dream. But the lessons it taught them remained. They learned about the strength of their family bond, the power of belief, and the importance of confronting fears. The Johnsons continued to live in the house, no longer a place of fear, but a home filled with love and unity. They moved forward, carrying the knowledge that sometimes, the most extraordinary stories happen to the most ordinary families. Months passed since the night of the ritual, and the Johnson family gradually adjusted to their life free of the supernatural occurrences that had once plagued them. The house, which had been a source of fear and mystery, had become a true home, filled with laughter and the comforting routines of daily life. Emily often found herself reflecting on their experience. She had grown more introspective, her outlook on life broadened by the realization that there were forces beyond their understanding. She embraced each day with a newfound appreciation, cherishing the simple moments with her family. Mark, too, had changed. The skepticism he once held about the supernatural had given way to an open-minded curiosity. He often found himself reading about other unexplained phenomena, a hobby that was both fascinating and a subtle reminder of their own encounter with the unknown. Lily and Sam, resilient in their youth, adapted quickly. The ordeal became a distant memory, occasionally revisited in hushed conversations during family gatherings or quiet evenings. Lily, once terrified of the doll, now spoke of Charlotte with a sense of wonder, as if she had been part of a fairy tale. The decision to stay in the house, once a topic of debate, was now a unanimous choice. The family had grown attached to the place, seeing it not just as a structure, but as a testament to their journey and resilience. The house had its quirks and creaks, but they were now met with fondness rather than fear. The glass case containing Charlotte became a peculiar artifact, a conversation piece that occasionally drew the attention of visitors. The note attached to it, detailing its history, served as a silent guardian of the truth, a truth that was hard to believe unless one had experienced it firsthand. As time went on, the Johnsons found themselves more involved in their community. They participated in local events, made new friends, and became known as a kind, albeit slightly eccentric, family. The story of their haunting never fully surfaced, its details kept within the family, a private chapter in their history. In this newfound peace, the family thrived. They celebrated birthdays, holidays, and life's milestones, each event strengthening the bond that had been forged in the crucible of their shared experience. The house, with its walls that had once echoed with the whispers of the past, now resonated with the sounds of a happy family. And so, the Johnson story became a testament to the endurance of the human spirit, the power of family, and the profound mysteries that occasionally touch our lives. Their experience with the supernatural remained with them, a reminder of the unseen world that exists just beyond the veil of our understanding. But it was no longer a source of fear. Instead, it was a chapter in their lives that had brought them closer together, a unique journey that they had navigated as a family. As they looked to the future, they did so with open hearts and minds, ready for whatever life might bring. The house on the quiet suburban street stood as a symbol of their journey, a beacon of the extraordinary hidden within the ordinary. And within its walls, the Johnson family continued to live, love, and grow, forever changed, but always together. As I pushed open the creaking doors of St. Margaret's Hospital, a musty, medicinal scent filled my nostrils. The hospital, renowned for its long-standing service, had always carried an air of mystery and antiquity. I was the newest addition to his staff, a young nurse eager to make a difference. The coma ward, my assigned domain, was a quiet expanse of sterile white walls and softly beeping machines. Rows of beds, each cradling a motionless form, stretched across the room. There was a palpable heaviness in the air, a silent acknowledgement of lives hanging in a fragile balance. I remember feeling an overwhelming sense of responsibility and reverence as I began my rounds. Initially, my days were routine, filled with the typical tasks of monitoring vital signs and administering medications. But it wasn't long before I started noticing something unusual. The patients, despite their comatose states, were whispering in their sleep. At first, I dismissed it as a figment of my imagination, a trick of the echoing, quiet corridors. But the whispers grew louder, clear, forming words and sentences that seemed impossible for their unresponsive minds to produce. Their words were often disjointed, nonsensical at times, but always uttered with an urgency that sent shivers down my spine. Phrases like "don't go through the door" or "she's watching" became a haunting chorus in the dimly lit ward. Each shift left me more intrigued and unsettled. What were these patients seeing in the depths of their comas? What secrets were they privy to in this liminal space between life and death? I started staying late, long after my shift ended, sitting beside their beds, listening. I felt a deep, inexplicable connection to these sleeping souls, as if they were trying to communicate something vital, something that I was meant to understand. Then, one fateful night, the whispers took a personal turn. Mrs. Thompson, an elderly woman who had been in a coma for several weeks, suddenly muttered my name. "Sarah," she said, her voice a raspy whisper, "beware the ones who walk the halls at night." My heart raced, and a cold dread settled in the pit of my stomach. Her words felt like a dire warning, one that I couldn't ignore. That night, I lay awake in my small apartment, Mrs. Thompson's words echoing in my mind. A sense of foreboding gripped me, a feeling that I was standing on the edge of a dark abyss, about to plunge into the unknown. Little did I know, this was just the beginning of a terrifying journey, one that would challenge everything I believed about the world around me. The next day, I returned to the hospital with a sense of unease. The bright fluorescent lights and the sterile smell of the corridors did little to dispel the chill that had settled in my bones. As I approached the coma ward, my steps slowed, apprehension tightening its grip on me. Mrs. Thompson's words lingered in my mind, a haunting prelude to the day. Entering the ward, I was greeted by the familiar sight of patients lying motionless, entangled in a web of tubes and wires. Their whispers filled the room, a low, eerie hum that seemed more pronounced than ever. I tried to focus on my duties, but my attention kept drifting to the whispers, searching for meaning in their cryptic messages. It was during a quiet moment, as I was adjusting the IV drip of a young man, that I heard it again. "Sarah," the voice was faint, almost lost in the beeps of the machines. "They're watching." My hands froze, and a cold sweat broke out on my forehead. The voice was different this time, not Mrs. Thompson's. This realization sent a wave of terror crashing over me. It wasn't just one patient, multiple patients were speaking to me, or about me. I spent the rest of my shift in a daze, my mind racing with questions. Who were they? What did these warnings mean? Were these just the fragmented dreams of comatose minds, or something more sinister? The logical part of me struggled to rationalize the events, but deep down, I knew there was something unexplainable at play. As soon as my shift ended, I made my way to the hospital's records room. The old dusty archives were seldom visited, the digital age rendering these paper records almost obsolete. Flicking on the dim light, I began my search, poring over decades-old files and forgotten patient records. I was looking for any clue, any past incident that might shed light on what was happening. Hours passed, the only sound in the room the rustle of paper and the occasional creak of the old building settling. Then, I found it. A tattered, leather-bound journal, buried under a stack of files. The journal belonged to a nurse who worked at the hospital in the 1950s. As I flipped through the yellowed pages, a sense of dread grew within me. The nurse had documented a similar phenomenon, patients in comas speaking in their sleep, uttering warnings and fearful messages. Just like now, the whispers were dismissed by others as mere coincidences, the ramblings of unconscious minds. But this nurse believed there was more to it. Her entry spoke of a growing fear, of feeling watched, and of shadows moving in the periphery of her vision. Her final entry was the most chilling. She wrote of her intention to confront whatever was causing this, to venture into the hospital's abandoned wing, where she believed the answer lay. The journal ended abruptly there, no concluding entry, no explanation of what she discovered. I closed the journal, my hands trembling. The parallels were too striking to be mere coincidence. The whispers, the feelings of being watched, the abandoned wing, it was all happening again. And just like the nurse before me, I felt a compulsion to uncover the truth, no matter how terrifying it might be. The days that followed were a blur of whispers and shadows. I continued my work in the coma ward, but my mind was constantly elsewhere, consumed by the mystery unfolding around me. The whispers grew more frequent, more urgent. Words like hidden, truth, and behind the mirror were repeated, weaving a tapestry of fear and intrigue. I began to document everything. In a small notebook, I jotted down each whisper, each phrase, trying to piece together the puzzle. My nights were dedicated to researching the hospital's history, delving into old news articles and records. The more I discovered, the more I realized that St. Margaret's had a past mired in tragedy and unexplained events. During one of my research sessions, I stumbled upon an old newspaper clipping that sent a chill down my spine. It detailed a series of unexplained disappearances in the hospital, dating back to the same era as the nurse's journal. The victims were all hospital staff, and their disappearances were never solved. The article mentioned the hospital's abandoned wing, a place rumored to be haunted, a place where some believed the answers to these mysteries lay. My curiosity turned into an obsession. I couldn't shake the feeling that the whispers, the disappearances, and the abandoned wing were all connected. And then, the eerie events began. It started with flickering lights in the hallway, bulbs bursting as I walked under them. Objects in the ward moved on their own, IV stands rolling slightly, curtains rustling without any breeze. I would catch glimpses of figures in the corner of my eye, but when I turned, there would be nothing there. The most unsettling event happened late one night. I was alone in the ward, the only sound the steady beep of the heart monitors. Suddenly, every monitor began to beep erratically, the lines on the screens dancing wildly. Then, as quickly as it started, it stopped, and the monitors returned to their normal rhythms. I stood there, heart pounding, a sense of unseen eyes watching me from the shadows. Each whisper, each strange occurrence, was a piece of the puzzle, leading me to the inevitable conclusion that I needed to explore the abandoned wing. It was a reckless thought, driven by an inexplicable urge to understand, to uncover whatever was lurking in the depths of this hospital. I knew the risks, the potential danger, but the whispers wouldn't let me rest. They called to me, a siren song of secrets and hidden truths. And so, I made the decision to venture into the unknown, to confront whatever awaited me in the abandoned wing of St. Margaret's Hospital. That night, equipped with a flashlight and the nurse's journal tucked into my pocket, I made my way to the sealed-off section of the hospital. The air grew colder as I approached, and a sense of foreboding settled over me. But there was no turning back now. I was about to step into the heart of the mystery, into a realm of shadows and whispers. The door to the abandoned wing groaned as I pushed it open, its hinges protesting after years of disuse. The beam of my flashlight cut through the oppressive darkness, revealing a corridor frozen in time. Dust lay thick on the floor, and cobwebs adorned the corners like macabre decorations. The air was stale, heavy with the scent of decay and forgotten memories. My heart raced as I stepped inside, the nurse's journal pressed against my chest. Each step felt like a descent into a world unmoored from time, a place where the past lingered like a malevolent shadow. The whispers in my head grew louder, a chorus of voices urging me forward, their words a jumbled tapestry of warnings and pleas. As I ventured deeper into the wing, the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive. The flashlight's beam revealed rooms left in disarray, medical equipment and personal belongings abandoned in haste. It was as if the people here had vanished into thin air, leaving behind a ghostly echo of their existence. Then, I heard it, a whisper, different from the rest, chillingly clear and close. "Sarah," it hissed, a voice laced with malice and pain. My blood turned cold, and I swung the flashlight around, its beam landing on a figure standing at the end of the hallway. It was a spectral apparition, a wraith-like form that shimmered in the dim light. Its features were indistinct, but its eyes, oh those eyes, burned with an intense, malevolent light. I knew in that moment that this was the entity responsible for the whispers, the keeper of the hospital's dark secrets. "You've come," it spoke, its voice a guttural whisper that resonated in the very air. Like the others before you, drawn to the truth, yet blind to the consequence. Frozen in place, I managed to stammer, "What are you? What do you want?" The spirit's laugh was a sound of despair and madness. "I am the forgotten, the betrayed," it said. "Bound to these halls by grief and rage. And you are the next vessel for my torment." I realized then that the whispers were not just random utterances of comatose patients. They were echoes of this entity's anguish, but I wasn't ready to give up, not yet. Clutching the journal, I remembered the ritual described within its pages, a way to banish the spirit. It was a long shot, but it was all I had. With trembling hands, I opened the journal and began reciting the incantation written in its aged pages. The words felt strange on my tongue, a language forgotten by time. The spirit howled in rage, its form twisting and contorting as the words of the ritual bounded. The hospital shook as if in the grip of an earthquake, the very foundation groaning under the strain of the supernatural forces at play. The air crackled with energy, the darkness pulsating around the enraged spirit. As I spoke the final words of the ritual, a blinding light erupted from the journal, enveloping the spirit. It let out a final ear-shattering scream before disintegrating into a cloud of ethereal mist, which then vanished into the air. Exhausted and shaken, I collapsed to the floor, the journal slipping from my grasp. The oppressive atmosphere lifted, replaced by an eerie silence. The entity was gone, banished by the ritual, but the cost of my confrontation was yet to be fully realized. In the aftermath of the ritual, the abandoned wing of St. Margaret's Hospital felt different. The oppressive air of malevolence had dissipated, leaving behind a quiet stillness. I picked myself up from the floor, my body aching, my mind reeling from the encounter. The journal, its pages now blank, lay beside me, its purpose fulfilled. As I made my way back through the darkened corridors, the reality of what had transpired began to sink in. I had faced a vengeful spirit, a remnant of the hospital's troubled past, and had somehow emerged victorious. But the victory felt hollow, the cost yet unknown. When I returned to the coma ward, the change was immediate. The whispers had ceased, the patients lay in undisturbed silence. It was as if a spell had been broken, the eerie chorus of voices silenced forever. I felt a mixture of relief and unease, wondering if I had truly ended the haunting or merely appeased it for a time. The following days were a blur. I continued my work, but my interactions with the patients were tinged with a newfound awareness of the thin veil between life and death. The hospital staff noticed the change as well, the unexplained occurrences ceasing as suddenly as they had begun. There were no more flickering lights, no more shifting shadows in the corners of their eyes. I couldn't bring myself to share the truth of what I had experienced. Who would believe such a fantastical tale? Instead, I kept it to myself, a heavy burden that weighed on my soul. My decision to leave St. Margaret's came not long after. I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, of being a part of something far beyond my understanding. The hospital, with its secrets and shadows, had left an indelible mark on me, a scar that I knew would never fully heal. As I packed my belongings, preparing to leave the place that had been both my torment and my revelation, I couldn't help but feel a sense of foreboding. My life after leaving St. Margaret's Hospital unfolded with a surreal normalcy. I found work at a smaller, less ominous hospital across the city, where the corridors were bright, and the air didn't hang heavy with secrets. But the echoes of my experiences in the coma ward never truly left me. They lingered in the back of my mind, a constant whisper reminding me of the thin line between our world and the one that lurks in the shadows. The coma patients at my new workplace were silent in their slumber, their dreams, if they had any, remaining their own. I found comfort in this, in the absence of the eerie whispers that had once filled my nights. Yet, part of me remained on edge, always listening, always waiting for a sign that the peace was just an illusion. Months passed, and the memories of St. Margaret's began to fade, like a nightmare dissipating in the light of day. I started to believe that maybe, just maybe, I had left it all behind. That was until one evening, a moment that shattered the fragile serenity I had built. It happened during a routine checkup on a newly admitted coma patient. As I adjusted the IV, a whisper broke the silence of the room. My heart stopped, a cold dread washing over me. The whisper was faint, barely audible, but unmistakable. "They're still watching," it said, a chill running down my spine. I stepped back, my breath caught in my throat. The room felt suddenly colder, the shadows deeper. It was a stark reminder that what I had experienced at St. Margaret's wasn't an isolated incident, but a glimpse into a hidden reality that stretched far beyond the walls of any hospital. As I left the room, my mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. The implications were terrifying. The entity, the whispers, the unexplained phenomena, they weren't confined to St. Margaret's. They were part of a larger, more incomprehensible tapestry of the unknown. The resolution I had sought, the closure I had hoped for, seemed now like a distant dream. The truth was that the whispers had not ceased, they had merely followed me, a haunting melody that refused to be. I realized then that my journey wasn't over. It had just taken a new, more unsettling turn. The whispers, the shadows, the things that lurked just out of sight, they were still out there, waiting, watching. And I, whether by fate or chance, had become irrevocably entwined with their enigmatic existence. As I walked the halls of the hospital, the weight of this revelation hung heavy on my shoulders. I was no longer just a nurse. I was a witness to the mysteries that dwell in the spaces between worlds, a keeper of secrets that were never meant to be known. And so, my story ends not with answers, but with questions. Questions that linger in the whispers of the night, in the shadows of forgotten places, in the eyes of those who sleep with secrets locked within their minds. The only certainty is the unsettling truth that whatever lies beyond, whatever watches from the darkness, is still out there, somewhere, waiting. I never thought much of the coins at first. They were just curiosities, oddities that seemed to have no place in my everyday life in our small, unremarkable town. I've always lived a life of comfortable monotony, working a 9-to-5 job at a local insurance company. But those coins, they changed everything. It started innocuously enough. One evening, as I emptied my pockets before doing laundry, I found a coin. Not just any coin, though. It was unlike any currency I'd ever seen, ancient, with strange inscriptions that I couldn't decipher, and a haunting face etched onto its surface. I figured it was a prank by my friends or perhaps a forgotten souvenir from a trip. I laughed it off and placed it on my nightstand. The next day, another coin appeared. This time, in the pocket of my blazer as I reached for my phone. It was different from the first, but equally ancient and enigmatic. My initial amusement turned to confusion. Where were these coins coming from? Were they slipping into my pockets when I brushed against old furniture in the antique shop where I often browsed during my lunch breaks? I couldn't recall touching anything that resembled these coins, but what else could explain it? As days passed, the coins kept appearing in my coat pockets, my purse, even tucked inside a pair of shoes I hadn't worn in weeks. Their designs were all unique, depicting what seemed like scenes from a forgotten era, faces of rulers perhaps lost to history, and scripts that were indecipherable to me. Driven by a mix of curiosity and a growing unease, I started to seek answers. I visited local historians, coin collectors, and even posted pictures online in numismatic forums. No one could identify them. They didn't match any known currency, ancient or modern. This deepened the mystery, wrapping my daily life in a shroud of the unknown that was both thrilling and unsettling. The coins began to consume my thoughts. I found myself distracted at work, turning the latest coin over and over between my fingers, lost in its intricacies. My friends noticed a change in me, their playful banter and questions about the coins, slowly turning into concerned looks and hushed conversations I wasn't a part of. I didn't realize it then, but those coins were more than just pieces of metal. They were harbingers, whispering of secrets and shadows, of a past reaching out to the present. And I was caught in the middle, unwittingly pulled into a mystery that was older and deeper than I could have ever imagined. The coins became a daily occurrence, their presence in my life as regular as the sunrise. No matter how thoroughly I emptied my pockets each night, I would inevitably find another the next day. They were relentless, and with each new coin, my obsession grew. I spent hours online, scouring through historical databases and sending emails to experts across the globe. Yet, every lead turned cold. The coins, it seemed, belonged to no known civilization. It was as if they had materialized from thin air, their origins shrouded in impenetrable mystery. My quest for answers led me to every possible avenue. Antique shops, museums, even a seance with a local medium who claimed she could speak to the spirits of ancient peoples. Nothing. The coins remained a riddle, a puzzle that refused to be solved. As their number grew, I began to notice other changes. My dreams, once forgettable blurs, became vivid and disturbing. I dreamt of dark, deserted cities under starless skies, of faceless figures whispering in a language that felt both alien and familiar. The coins were there too, glowing ominously in the hands of shadowy figures. The most unnerving change, however, was in the world around me. Time seemed to fluctuate. Clocks would stop or spin wildly, only to return to normal as if nothing had happened. Shadows lingered longer than they should, and more than once, I heard whispers with no discernible source. One day, my search led me to a peculiar antique store on the outskirts of town. It was there I met him, a wizened old man, his eyes gleaming with a mix of knowledge and caution. He was a coin collector, but unlike any I had encountered. He listened to my story with an intensity that made my skin crawl, his gaze never leaving the coin I placed on the counter. "These are not meant for our world," he said, his voice a hoarse whisper. "You must stop seeking them out. Some truths are not meant to be uncovered." I pressed him for more, but he refused to speak further, a look of genuine fear in his eyes. I left the shop with more questions than answers, the collector's warning echoing in my mind. That night, I found another coin in my pocket. This time, however, it was accompanied by a note, written in a spidery script that sent a chill down my spine. "Return to where it began," it read. The meaning was cryptic, but I knew I had to follow this new lead, despite the unsettling warning from the collector. I was being pulled deeper into the abyss, the boundary between reality and the unreal blurring with each passing day. The coins were no longer just objects, they were summons, calling me to a destiny I could not yet comprehend. The world around me started to feel more alien with each passing day. Shadows seemed to stretch and reach out towards me, and I often caught glimpses of figures just at the edge of my vision, disappearing when I tried to look directly at them. The whispering grew more persistent, a cacophony of indistinct voices that seemed to be calling out to me. Driven by the note's enigmatic message, I returned to the antique shop to confront the old collector. This time, he seemed resigned, as if he had been expecting me. "You are entangled in something ancient," he said, his voice trembling. "The coins are markers, pieces of a forgotten ritual. But beware, for not all that is forgotten should be remembered." He refused to say more, but his words sent shivers down my spine. The ritual, the forgotten civilization from my dreams. Were they connected to these coins? My friends and family became increasingly worried about me. They didn't understand my obsession, and I couldn't explain it to them. Conversations became strained, invitations declined. I was drifting away from them, lost in a sea of ancient mysteries and unanswerable questions. The dreams intensified, each night more vivid than the last. I wandered through deserted cities, their architecture strange and impossibly ancient. I saw ceremonies, dark and foreboding, where masked figures danced around fires, the coins glinting in their hands. The dreams felt real, as if I was not just an observer, but a participant. The line between waking and dreaming began to blur. I started to see the figures from my dreams in the waking world, fleeting glimpses of robed shadows in crowded streets or watching me from afar. The coins seemed to throb with an unseen energy, their presence a constant reminder of the increasingly thin veil between my reality and the strange world they represented. Every discovery, every unexplained phenomenon, seemed to pull me further away from the world I knew. I was no longer just searching for the origin of the coins, I was searching for answers to questions I was afraid to ask. The unknown beckoned, its call both terrifying and irresistible. And so, I followed, descending deeper into the mystery, unaware of the price such knowledge might demand. The climax of this twisted journey unfolded on a night that was draped in a silence so deep, it felt like the world was holding its breath. Driven by the relentless pull of the coins and the haunting words of the old collector, I found myself standing before the dilapidated gates of an abandoned mansion on the outskirts of town. The mansion, shrouded in local legends and whispered rumors, was said to be the site of numerous unexplained occurrences. It was here, I realized, that the coins were guiding me. As I pushed open the creaking gates, a sense of foreboding washed over me. The mansion loomed in the moonlight, its once grand facade now marred by time and neglect. The air was thick with the scent of decay, and as I stepped forward, the ground seemed to pulse beneath my feet, in rhythm with the beating of my heart. The coins in my pocket grew warmer, almost hot to the touch, as if excited by their proximity to this cursed place. I entered the mansion, each step echoing through the vast, empty halls. Dust motes danced in the beams of my flashlight, creating fleeting, ghostly shapes in the darkness. In the heart of the mansion, I found a room that was untouched by decay. The walls were lined with shelves filled with ancient artifacts, and in the center stood a stone altar, its surface covered in the same strange inscriptions as the coins. As I approached the altar, the air grew colder, and the whispering voices crescendoed into a deafening roar. The coins in my pocket vibrated with an unseen force, and I felt an invisible weight pressing down on me, trying to crush the very breath from my lungs. It was then that the collector appeared, his figure emerging from the shadows like a specter. "You have come far, but the journey ends here," he said, his voice echoing in the cavernous room. "The coins are curse, remnants of a ritual from a civilization that defied the gods. They sought immortality, but instead, they unleashed a curse that trapped their souls in these coins for eternity." The collector revealed himself to be the last guardian of this cursed place, bound to the mansion and the coins, a sentinel watching over a long-forgotten sin. He explained that the coins were seeking a new bearer for the curse, a soul to replace the ones they had consumed over the centuries. I realized then the magnitude of my folly. My obsession had blinded me to the danger I was courting, the peril I had unknowingly invited into my life. The visions, the time slips, the spectral figures, they were all manifestations of the curse, a curse that was now seeking to claim me. With the collector's guidance, I prepared to perform a counter-ritual, one that would sever the connection between the coins and the mortal realm, freeing the trapped souls, and preventing the curse from claiming another victim. The ritual was arduous, demanding every ounce of my will and courage. The mansion seemed to come alive around me, filled with the anguished screams of the lost souls, their forms swirling in the darkness, clawing at the edges of reality. The coins writhed in my hands, their inscriptions glowing with a malevolent light. But I persevered, driven by a desperate need to right my wrongs, to end the nightmare I had unwittingly unleashed. As the final words of the ritual left my lips, a blinding light filled the room, and a scream that seemed to come from the very bowels of the earth tore through the night. Then, silence. The light faded, and I found myself alone in the decaying room, the collector gone, his duty finally fulfilled. The coins, once the harbingers of my doom, were now just lifeless pieces of metal, their curse lifted. I staggered out of the mansion as the first rays of dawn painted the sky, the weight of the night's events heavy on my shoulders. I had faced the unknown, the unexplainable, and had emerged scarred but alive. The coins, the cursed relics of a forgotten past, were gone, but their memory would linger, a haunting reminder of the night I danced with shadows and defied fate. As the sun rose, casting its light over the town, I felt an overwhelming sense of weariness and relief. The mansion, which had been a nexus of supernatural forces just hours ago, now stood silent and benign under the morning sky. I walked away from it, feeling the solidity of the ground under my feet, a stark contrast to the surreal events of the night. Returning to my home felt like stepping into another world. The normalcy of my small house, with its familiar creaks and the comforting smell of coffee, seemed almost alien after what I had experienced. I spent the day in a daze, trying to process the events, to reconcile the two halves of my existence that had so drastically collided. In the following days, I took time to reconnect with my friends and family. Their concern and relief at my return were palpable, and in their company, I found the strength to start healing. I shared my story with a few close friends, who listened with a mix of skepticism and awe. To the rest, I simply said I had been on a journey, one that had changed me in ways I couldn't fully explain. The experience left me with a profound new understanding of the world and my place in it. I realized that reality was more complex and layered than I had ever imagined. The coins had opened my eyes to the existence of mysteries that lay just beyond the veil of the everyday world, mysteries that were terrifying yet undeniably fascinating. The old collector, the guardian of a dark secret, was gone, but his final act of guidance had saved me from a fate worse than death. I owed him my life, and in his memory, I vowed to respect the unknown, to tread carefully in the realms of the unexplained. As life returned to its normal rhythm, I found myself looking at the world with new eyes. The mundane and the miraculous seemed intertwined, each holding its own allure and danger. The coins had been a curse, but they had also been a gift, a glimpse into the depths of the unknown that I would carry with me forever. The story of the untraceable coins became a part of who I was, a chapter in my life that was closed but never forgotten. It was a reminder that some mysteries were best left unsolved, some secrets best left untold. And as I moved forward, I knew that the echoes of that unearthly night would forever haunt the corners of my mind, a whisper from a world beyond our understanding. The final coin lay on my desk, a lone relic of a journey that had taken me to the brink of madness and back. It was a tangible reminder of the curse that had once bounded, now rendered harmless by the ritual. Yet, its presence was a constant echo of the unknown that I had touched, a world that was now forever a part of me. In the weeks that followed, life found its old rhythm again. I returned to work, rekindled friendships, and even found joy in the small, everyday things that I had once taken for granted. But there was a change in me, subtle yet undeniable. I carried with me an awareness of the deeper mysteries of the world, a connection to the shadows that danced just beyond the reach of the light. I would sometimes catch myself staring at the coin, lost in thought. The strange inscriptions, now meaningless scribbles, seemed to whisper secrets that were no longer meant for me. I pondered over what to do with it. Keeping it felt like holding on to a remnant of a past best left behind, yet parting with it seemed like an erasure of a defining chapter of my life. One evening, as I sat gazing at the coin, a thought occurred to me. This coin, a symbol of my journey into the unknown, could serve as a warning to others. A warning of the dangers of delving too deep into mysteries best left untouched, of the thin veil that separates our world from the unfathomable depths of the unknown. I decided to donate the coin to the local museum, with a note explaining its origins as much as I dared. I hoped that, displayed there, it would pique the curiosity of those who saw it, yet also serve as a silent guardian against the lure of the unknown. The day I handed the coin over to the museum curator, I felt a weight lift off my shoulders. It was a symbolic letting go, not just of the coin, but of the hold that the entire ordeal had on me. Life went on, and the story of the coins faded into the background, a surreal memory that seemed more like a dream as time passed. But the world had a different texture now, a depth that I had never appreciated before. I knew that out there, in the shadows and whispers, lay mysteries and wonders far beyond human understanding, and that knowledge filled me with a sense of awe and respect. The coin, now just a display in a museum, was no longer a part of my life, but the journey it had sparked continued within me. I was no longer the person who had first found those mysterious coins. I had been changed, forged anew by my brush with the unknown. As I moved forward, embracing the life I had returned to, I did so with a new perspective, a deeper appreciation for the mysteries of the world. For I knew now that the unknown was always there, just beneath the surface of our everyday lives, a reminder of the infinite mysteries that the universe held, waiting, perhaps, for the next curious soul to uncover. I've always cherished the solitude of my small, secluded home on the outskirts of a rural town. My life was simple, but fulfilling, surrounded by the quiet of nature and the comfort of my books and music. The only companion I shared this serene existence with was a black cat I named Luna. I found her years ago, a tiny, forlorn kitten hiding in the dense woods that bordered my property. She grew into a sleek, enigmatic feline, her coat as dark as the midnight sky, her eyes reflecting the moonlight. Luna had always been an independent spirit, often venturing into the woods for hours, sometimes days, before returning with small gifts typical of a cat, a bird, a mouse. But recently, her offerings had become peculiar. It started with a small, smooth stone that glowed faintly in the dark, like a fragment of starlight trapped within. I placed it on my windowsill, intrigued by its gentle luminescence. Next was a feather, unlike any birds I'd ever seen. It shimmered through a spectrum of colors, mesmerizing to behold. Then, one morning, I found a scrap of fabric by the door, writhing and twisting on its own as if alive. I stored these oddities in a drawer, a growing collection of curiosities that defied explanation. But it wasn't until Luna brought the mirror that I began to feel uneasy. It was an antique, the frame ornate and tarnished with age. The glass was intact but marred by a web of fine cracks. What unsettled me most, though, was my reflection. It was me, yet not quite. The movements were delayed, the expressions subtly wrong, as if something else lurked beneath my surface. The mirror fascinated me. I found myself drawn to it, studying my distorted reflection, searching for answers in the depths of the cracked glass. I began researching the items Luna brought, delving into folklore and obscure texts, piecing together tales of otherworldly realms and beings that existed just beyond the veil of our reality. The more I learned, the more I became convinced that these items were not of this world. As I delved deeper into the mystery, my once peaceful home felt different. Shadows seemed to linger longer, and the silence was often broken by whispers that had no source. Objects would move when I wasn't looking, and sometimes, time itself seemed to stretch and compress in disorienting ways. Luna's behavior changed too. She'd stare into the woods with a focused intensity, her eyes occasionally flickering with an unnatural glow. Her excursions grew longer, leaving me to ponder alone in the increasingly oppressive atmosphere of my home. It was during one of these solitary evenings, as I sat staring into the mirror, that I first saw a figure, shrouded in shadows, standing behind my reflection. Its eyes pierced through the darkness, locking onto mine. I heard my name, whispered so softly it was almost a breath, echoing in the depths of my mind. Fear mingled with an insatiable curiosity, urging me closer. Trembling, I reached out, my fingers brushing against the cool, smooth surface of the mirror. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, the glass rippled like the surface of a disturbed pond, and I was pulled through. I found myself in a place that mirrored my home, yet was fundamentally wrong. The air was heavy, charged with a malevolent energy. The colors were muted, the light dim and flickering. And there, in front of me, stood the entity from the mirror, a mass of shadows and malice, its eyes burning with an unholy light. Panic set in, my heart pounding in my chest as I turned to flee. I could feel its presence behind me, a cold, suffocating darkness closing in. Luna's recent gifts flashed through my mind, the glowing stone, the color-changing feather, the living fabric. They weren't just oddities, they were protections, warnings. With a desperate lunge, I reached the mirror and thrust myself back through the glass, collapsing onto the floor of my home. Gasping for breath, I looked up to see the entity had followed me, its form flickering in and out of existence in my world. Luna appeared then, her black fur bristling, her eyes ablaze with an otherworldly fire. She hissed, a sound that seemed to hold power, and the entity recoiled. In that moment, I understood. Luna wasn't just a cat, she was a guardian, a sentinel against these dark forces. Together, we faced the intruder. I gathered the items Luna had brought, each resonating with an energy I could now feel. The glowing stone burned brightly in my hand, the feather emitted a blinding spectrum of light, and the fabric wrapped around my arm, pulsing with a life of its own. With these in my grasp, I confronted the entity, channeling my newfound resolve into banishing this malevolent force. The entity, a swirling mass of darkness, seemed to hesitate as I approached, as if uncertain of my newfound power. Luna stayed close, her presence reassuring. The room felt charged with an electric tension, the air thick with the unspoken battle of wills. I held the glowing stone out, and it illuminated the room with a pure, white light. The entity recoiled, its form flickering and contorting as if in pain. The feather in my other hand seemed to react to my emotions, its colors shifting rapidly, casting surreal, dancing shadows across the walls. I could feel the energy emanating from the fabric wrapped around my arm, a protective shield against the darkness. The entity, now visibly weakened, let out a sound that was both a scream and a whisper, a noise that resonated in the very depths of my soul. It was a sound of desperation, of anger, and of fear. Luna arched her back, her eyes fixed on the creature, and let out a powerful echoing hiss that seemed to vibrate through the room. As if in response to Luna's defiance, the mirror began to shiver, the cracks widening. I realized this was our chance. With all the strength I could muster, I pushed forward, the stone and feather held high. The entity tried to resist, but its form was dissolving, unraveling like smoke in the wind. Finally, with a deafening crack, the mirror shattered into 1,000 pieces, the entity's scream fading into nothingness, as it was pulled back into the void from which it came. The oppressive atmosphere lifted instantly, the house returning to its former peaceful state. I collapsed to the floor, exhausted but relieved. Luna nuzzled against me, purring a comforting sound in the quiet room. We had banished the entity, but at a cost. The mirror, the portal to that other world, was destroyed, but I knew that the danger might not be entirely gone. The other items Luna had brought remained, their purpose now clear, but their origins and full extent of their powers still a mystery. In the days that followed, I buried the stone, the feather, and the fabric deep in the woods, marking the spot with a circle of stones. It was a precaution, a hope that their power would remain contained. Luna and I returned to our quiet life, but something had changed. I now looked at the woods with a new sense of wariness, aware of the mysteries that lay hidden within. Luna seemed more vigilant, often sitting by the window, gazing into the night as if watching for something. As I write this, I realize that our encounter with the entity was only a glimpse into a larger unknown world. Luna, my mysterious guardian, had protected me, but the questions remained. What was she? Why has she chosen to stay with me? And what other secrets did the woods hold? Luna jumps onto my lap, bringing me back to the present. I stroke her fur, feeling the strange comfort of her presence. She purrs, a sound that now holds a deeper meaning for me. We sit together, watching the night, aware of the darkness that lurks just beyond our sight, waiting, watching. But for now, we are safe. Luna is here, my protector from the unknown, and together, we face whatever mysteries may come. In the wake of our confrontation, the house felt different, lighter somehow, as if a weight had been lifted from its very foundations. The strange occurrences ceased, the whispers faded away, and the feeling of being watched dissipated. However, a new sense of awareness had taken root in my mind. The world was bigger and stranger than I had ever imagined, and I had just scratched the surface. Luna became my shadow, rarely leaving my side. Her presence was a constant reminder of the unknown forces that lurked at the edges of our reality. She seemed more than just a cat now, she was a sentinel standing watch against the darkness. But the peace was uneasy. Each night, as I lay in bed, I couldn't help but stare at the spot where the mirror once hung. The shattered glass had been cleaned up, but its absence was a gaping hole in my reality. The items Luna had brought were buried, but not forgotten. I could still feel their presence, a latent energy beneath the earth, a reminder of the thin veil between worlds. I spent my days researching, trying to understand the nature of what we had faced. I pored over ancient texts and obscure folklore, seeking answers to the many questions that plagued my mind. Who was the entity in the mirror? What was its purpose? And most importantly, how many more like it were there? Luna's behavior was the only indicator I had of any lingering threat. Some nights she would sit at the window, her gaze fixed on the darkness outside, her body tense as if expecting something to emerge from the shadows. Other nights, she was relaxed, curled up at the foot of my bed, purring softly. The calm was broken one evening by a faint scratching sound at the door. My heart raced as memories of the entity flooded back. Luna's ears perked up, and she growled lowly, a sound I had never heard from her before. I approached the door cautiously, every instinct screaming that opening it was a bad idea. The curiosity, that same force that had driven me to touch the mirror, urged me forward. I opened the door to find nothing but the cool night air and the rustling of leaves. But at my feet lay another item, a small, intricately carved box, pulsing with a soft light. Luna hesitated, her fur standing on end. I knew then that our encounter with the otherworldly was far from over. This box was a new piece in an ever-growing puzzle, a puzzle that Luna and I were now a part of. With a sense of resignation, I picked up the box, Luna's eyes following my every move. I could feel the power emanating from it, a whisper of something ancient and powerful. I knew I had to keep it safe, to protect it from falling into the wrong hands. It was a responsibility I hadn't asked for, but one I accepted. The nights that followed were a blend of research and vigilance. Luna and I were a team, bound by a shared experience and a common enemy. We watched and waited, ready for whatever came next. Months passed, and life settled into a new normal. The box remained a mystery, its secrets locked away. Luna continued her vigil, ever watchful, ever protective. Our battle with the entity had opened my eyes to a world beyond my understanding, a world filled with wonder and terror in equal measure. I learned to live with the unknown, to accept that some things were beyond my control. Luna was more than just a pet, she was a guardian, a link to a world I was only just beginning to understand. I respected her, not just as a companion, but as a protector of our home and our reality. The story of the entity, the mirror, and the strange items Luna brought me remains a closely guarded secret. I write this account as a record of our encounter, a testament to the mysteries that exist just beyond our sight. Luna sits beside me now, watching the night with her inscrutable eyes. She is a mystery unto herself, a creature of both this world and another. I no longer question her origins, I am just grateful for her presence. Our adventure into the unknown has taught me that the world is full of mysteries, and some are better left unexplored. But for those that come to our doorstep, Luna and I will be waiting, guardians against the darkness, protectors of our reality. I wandered through the labyrinth of shelves of the local library, my fingers trailing over the spines of ancient tomes and war novels, seeking something new yet ancient, something that whispered of forgotten tales. That's when I found it. Tucked away in the most neglected corner of the library, almost as if it was hiding, was a book unlike any other I had seen before. The book was old, its leather cover cracked with age, and it bore no title on its spine. Curiosity piqued, I carefully opened it to reveal pages yellowed by time, filled with strange symbols and languages that danced before my eyes. The title, Whispers from the Forgotten Ages, was inscribed in an elegant archaic script on the first page. It contained tales and characters from various ancient mythologies, some of which I had never encountered in my studies. I borrowed the book, an inexplicable urge driving me to delve into its mysteries. That evening, in the solitude of my room, I began to read. The stories were mesmerizing, speaking of gods and monsters, of heroes and villains, in a narrative that felt eerily alive. As I delved deeper into the book, a sense of unease crept over me, a feeling I attributed to the vivid imagery and the unsettling nature of the tales. Unbeknownst to me, that book was about to become a gateway to a realm of nightmares that would blur the lines between reality and fiction. That night, as I surrendered to sleep, the first of many dreams began, marking the start of a journey into a world I never knew existed, a world that now haunts every moment of my waking life. The first dream was vivid and unsettling. I found myself standing in a dense, ancient forest, the air thick with a sense of foreboding. Around me, the trees seemed to whisper in a language I couldn't understand, their leaves rustling like hushed conversations. It was then that I saw him, a figure from the book, a spectral warrior adorned in armor that seemed to be forged from the very shadows around us. He spoke in a voice that was both a growl and a whisper, words that I couldn't comprehend yet somehow felt familiar. The dream was so real that when I awoke, I could still feel the chill of the forest air on my skin. I tried to dismiss it as just a nightmare, a product of spending too much time immersed in the book's eerie tales. But the dreams persisted, night after night. Each dream introduced a new character from the book, each more menacing than the last. There was a witch with eyes like burning coals, a serpentine creature with a human-like smile, and a child with a laugh that echoed with malice. These figures began to invade my waking thoughts, their whispers echoing in my mind during the day. Sleep became a source of anxiety. I was exhausted, my mind constantly racing, trying to find meaning in the dreams. My friends noticed the dark circles under my eyes and my jumpy demeanor, but how could I explain that characters from an ancient book were haunting my dreams? The line between reality and the dream world began to blur. I started seeing shadows move in the periphery of my vision, hearing faint whispers when I was alone. I knew something was deeply wrong, but I couldn't bring myself to part with the book. It was as if it had a hold on me, its ancient pages binding me to these nightmarish visions. In a desperate attempt to find answers, I started researching the book. To my dismay, there was no record of its existence anywhere. It was as if the book had appeared out of thin air, its origin shrouded in mystery. That's when I decided to seek help from the one person who might know something about this enigmatic tome, Mrs. Halloway, the elderly librarian who had spent her life amongst the dusty archives of our town's library. I approached Mrs. Halloway with a mixture of hope and trepidation. She was a small, frail-looking woman with an air of wisdom that seemed to transcend her years. Her eyes, behind thick glasses, were sharp and perceptive. When I mentioned the book, Whispers from the Forgotten Ages, her expression shifted from curiosity to concern. "Ah, that book," she said, her voice trembling slightly. I wondered if it would resurface. "It's not just a collection of stories, you know. It's a relic of a time best left forgotten." Mrs. Halloway revealed that the book had a rumored history of unexplained occurrences, and was believed to be linked to the supernatural. She warned me to be cautious, that some things, once awakened, are not easily put to rest. Her words only fueled my need to understand what was happening to me. The more I delved into the mysteries of the book, the more the boundary between dreams and reality seemed to fray. Shadows in my room seemed to move with a life of their own, whispers in an unknown language followed me in empty hallways, and I would catch glimpses of the book's characters in mirrors and reflective surfaces, always just out of sight, but unmistakably there. Fear and fascination became intertwined. I started taking notes, trying to find patterns or meanings in the dreams. The characters seemed to be leading me towards something, a narrative that was slowly unfolding in my subconscious. Then things escalated. Objects in my room began to move on their own, and I would wake up to find pages of the book turned, as if someone had been reading it. My dreams grew more intense, with the characters becoming more aggressive, as if urging me towards an unknown goal. I realized I was dealing with something beyond my understanding, something ancient and malevolent that had latched onto me through the book. The fear that gripped me was paralyzing, but I knew I couldn't face this alone. I returned to Mrs. Halloway, desperate for her help. Together, we started combing through old archives and forgotten texts, looking for anything that could shed light on the book and how to break its hold over me. We discovered references to a ritual, long forgotten, that was believed to bind spirits to objects. It seemed that the characters in the book were not mere figments of imagination, but spirits trapped within its pages. As we unraveled the mystery, the occurrences around me intensified. It was clear that whatever was bound to the book did not want to be discovered. But I was determined to end this nightmare, to break free from the grip of these spectral entities. The final piece of the puzzle was the ritual to seal the book's power, a counter-ritual that Mrs. Halloway believed could trap the spirits within the pages once more. Armed with this knowledge, we prepared to face the unknown, to confront the shadows that had crept into my life, and return them to the darkness from whence they came. The night we decided to perform the counter-ritual was stormy, with thunder rumbling like an ominous drumroll. Mrs. Halloway and I sat up in the library, the book laid out on an ancient wooden table surrounded by candles. The air was thick with tension, and the pages of the tome seemed to rustle impatiently. As Mrs. Halloway began chanting the words of the ritual, the cold wind swept through the room, extinguishing the candles. Darkness enveloped us, and for a moment, there was I felt a pull, a compulsion to open the book. As I did, the characters leapt from the pages, manifesting in the room. The spectral warrior with his shadowy armor, the witch with her burning eyes, the serpentine creature, and the child with the haunting laugh, they were all there, more terrifying than they had ever been in my dreams. They spoke in unison, their voices a cacophony of desperation and anger. They needed me, they said, to complete a ritual that would free them into the physical world. The temptation to succumb was overwhelming, their promises of power and knowledge enticing. But amidst their seductive words, I saw the truth in their malevolent eyes. They were not just seeking freedom, they were seeking dominion. With every ounce of strength I had, I resisted their temptations. I focused on Mrs. Halloway's voice, her chanting steady and unwavering. The characters advanced, the room shook as if the very foundations of the library were being challenged. Books fell from shelves, and the air crackled with an unseen energy. It felt as if the world itself was splitting at the seams, the boundary between the realms of the living and the spectral dissolving. But then, as suddenly as it had begun, the chaos ceased. The spirits screamed in unison, a sound that tore through the night, and then they were sucked back into the book, their forms collapsing like shadows dispelled by light. I slammed the book shut, and the room fell into a deafening silence. The candles flickered back to life, casting a warm, reassuring glow. Mrs. Halloway and I were breathless, our hearts pounding in unison. We had done it. The spirits were sealed once again within the pages of the book. The threat was over, but the echoes of that night would linger in my mind forever. In the days that followed, the library returned to its usual state of tranquil silence, but the memory of that night lingered in every corner. Mrs. Halloway and I worked together. We placed it in a secure section of the library, locked away behind a glass case with a warning label detailing its history and the danger it possessed. Life slowly started to return to normal for me. The relentless exhaustion that had plagued me was replaced by a cautious relief. My dreams were no longer haunted by the characters from the book. Yet, the experience had left an indelible mark on my psyche. I found myself jumping at shadows, a lingering paranoia that perhaps it wasn't truly over. Despite the ordeal, my fascination with folklore and ancient tales remained, though now tempered with a newfound respect and caution. I continued my studies, but I steered clear of anything that felt too obscure or ominous. Mrs. Halloway became a mentor and a friend. We would often discuss literature and the mysteries of the world, though we carefully avoided topics that veered too close to the supernatural. She had seen much in her years, and her wisdom was a guiding light in the aftermath of the darkness we had faced together. As time passed, the memory of the incident began to feel like a distant dream, a nightmarish fantasy that had somehow bled into reality. But there were moments, fleeting and chilling, that reminded me it was all too real. Sometimes, when I passed by the library at night, I would pause, a feeling of unease washing over me. It was in these moments that I thought I heard something, a whisper, barely audible, calling my name from within the library walls. Each time, I would quicken my pace, a silent prayer in my heart that whatever remained of the spirits in the book would stay bound to its pages. The experience had taught me that some mysteries are better left unexplored, and some books are better left unread. The line between legend and reality is thin and easily crossed, and once crossed, there is no going back. The weeks turned into months, and the eerie events surrounding the ancient book began to fade into the background of my life. Yet, the library, once a place of solace and discovery, now held a subtle undercurrent of unease for me. I found myself avoiding the section where I had first discovered whispers from the forgotten ages, as if fearing that some remnant of its power might still linger there. The dreams had ceased, and my life had regained a semblance of normality, but the experience had altered me. I viewed the world with a more cautious eye, aware of the thin veil that separates the known from the unknown. The whispers and shadows that had once plagued my every waking moment were gone, but the memory of their presence remained, a silent reminder of the night when reality had unraveled before my eyes. Occasionally, I would meet with Mrs. Halloway, our conversations a mix of mundane library matters and cautious references to that night. We never spoke directly of what had happened, as if acknowledging it might somehow invite it back into our lives. But there was an unspoken understanding between us, a shared knowledge of the darkness that lurks just beyond the edge of reality. One evening, as I was passing by the library on my way home, a chill ran down my spine. The building, with its darkened windows and imposing structure, seemed to watch me, an inanimate guardian of ancient secrets. For a moment, I hesitated, a part of me tempted to go inside, to see the book once more, to reassure myself that it was still locked away. But I resisted the urge, reminding myself that some doors, once opened, can never be fully closed. I walked away, the faint sound of whispers trailing behind me, a ghostly echo of the past. In my heart, I knew that the book's influence was no longer a threat, but the experience had left a lasting impression. The world was full of mysteries, some beautiful and wondrous, others dark and better left undisturbed. As I continued down the street, the library receding into the distance, I realized that the true resolution wasn't in forgetting or completely overcoming what had happened. It was in accepting that there are things in this world beyond our understanding, and sometimes, the wisest course of action is to acknowledge them, learn from them, and then let them go. The story of the ancient book became a part of who I was, a chapter in my life that I would carry with me always. It was a reminder of both the fragility and the resilience of the human spirit, a testament to the power of facing one's fears and emerging stronger on the other side. As I looked up at the stars twinkling in the night sky, a sense of peace settled over me. The world was vast and mysterious, filled with endless possibilities and paths yet to be explored. And I, with a heart both wary and wondrous, was ready to face whatever lay ahead.